Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. We're back for another space. Retweet, reshare this space. Let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Lots of news to speak about. We've got the aftermath of the major incident yesterday. Was it a rescue? Was it a not? Did some American warplanes go down? Did they not? What actually happened? Lots to speak about. And then separate to that, we've got lots of news. Trump threatens to destroy Iran and send it back to the Stone Age again. This time he said Tuesday, so I don't know if that's an extension of a deadline or what it is. But that happened as well, so we'll speak about that. And what else is there? Yeah, those are the two big things that we will be speaking about today. And we will be speaking about, if we're on the YouTube, let me know if it's working. Um, Why did someone say, Sully, we thought the Zios got you when I literally wrote a message in the chat? Bro, these guys, I tell you, these millennials, bro. They don't know how to read bloods. Anyway, retweet the space, reshare the space. Anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet your quote tweet. So make sure you quote tweet in the space so we can then retweet your quote tweet. Lots to speak about and lots to get through. Lots of news. I mean, there's always lots of news, so obviously we'll go through the news and we will break it down. Okay. Oh, sweet. It's working, yeah. YouTube is good, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Millennials. Wow, we got 64 likes. Nice one, bro. Yeah, well, YouTube's busting, bro. People joining the YouTube without us having to even post it out, which is legendary. Okay. Boys, also, it's day 2 of me having man flu. It ain't easy living this life, bloods. It ain't easy. I want to stay in bed, but I came out of bed and came to the office to give you guys the real news and the real information in real time. I'm literally dying right now. I got the worst man flu there is. But your boy, nothing gonna take us down. Ain't no Zio's gonna take us down. Ain't no Monica's gonna take us down. Ain't no golf sits. Zio's gonna take us down, and ain't no COVID took us down, and definitely no man flu gonna take us down. I'll tell you that right now. But yeah, okay. So anyway, that's that. Retweet the space, like I said, reshare it. We've got so much to talk about. Okay, Beatrix, you have you got the news and information and data of the last few hours that my people have missed? Great analysis, Beatrix. Great analysis as always. The best Beatrix is the Beatrix
I'm here. Sorry, I
that.
just got a call. I just had to take an international call really quickly, but I just hung up on it. Let me, so you're asking me to go to the news. Hi, Simon and Suleiman, and welcome to all our listeners and speakers. Guys, firstly, I just put out the space on my profile and I pinned it to my profile. So please do share the space, post it, pin it. You can share the space from the bottom right-hand side where it says the purple pillars. Click on that and you can quote tweet it from there. If you quote tweet it, Suleiman will retweet it. If you want to do your own post, you can do your own post. The 3 little dots, the half a triangle to the left of the purple pole, just to the left of it. If you click on that, you can share via post. And you can even copy the link from there and put it in your DMs. I do both. So I do send it out in DMs. I pinned it to my profile. Once you've done your own post, you can pin it by pressing the 3 little dots on the right-hand side. So please get the space out. We've been having every day, it's getting worse for these spaces, every single day. Getting worse for the spaces, shadow banned, people falling off, people not able to join. Mary Detloff has already done it. Dr. K, appreciate you, already done it. Simon, of course, already done it. So please, guys, do that. We've got Brother Public sending the link out in DMs. I see you there. Thank you very much. So yeah, let's get going. Heavy day yesterday with the news. Let's get going with today's news, actually. Earlier today, Trump's profile, Truth Social profile, posted this. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the effing straight. Only they put the word. You crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. That was literally posted on his Truth Social profile. So let me read it again. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day, as in they're going to bomb all the power plants. Bridge Day, they're going to bomb all the bridges, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There'll be nothing like it. Open the effing straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. Easter Sunday today, by the way, guys. And this is what the account of the President of the United States posts. Open the effing straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. And these are the people that want to set the standard for what humanity should be around the world. It's crazy. These are terrorists in charge of our countries. And then within the last 40 minutes, he's done another post. His account's done another post saying Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. So now we have a time. It's going to be Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time, which is midnight in the UK. That's the deadline that he's given. So that was the first piece of news. I'm
Can I
going
give
to talk
the
about.
significance on that, please, before you move on, Beatrix?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey everybody, welcome everybody. Make sure you share this. Happy Easter, everybody, to those that celebrate. But Monday, the markets open in US, but the European markets are closed. So that's the significance of that shift, I think. So we'll get the market reaction in the US on Monday. And then we'll get the European market reaction afterwards because they open on Tuesday. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah, thanks for that, Simon. I mean, I look apart from the markets when I read those posts and just and I'll continue going through the news, but something about yesterday just doesn't make sense to me. A lot of things about yesterday don't make sense to me. There's all these images coming out of Iran of all these helicopters and you know uh planes that have been shot down. And I'm not using the appropriate military terms. So I don't want any Zio coming on here, Karen Colonel coming on here saying, oh, but you used the wrong terminology. Hi, Andrew and Robert as well, and Doc. So you downed all of these jets. Where are the people? Like these jets are smashed to the ground. These are the images we're seeing. Did the pilots just get up and walk off? So who's not telling the truth here? Why hasn't Iran come out and given a statement on what happened yesterday? If it was the way America says, a lot of people would have got killed. A lot of Iranians for sure would have got killed. Why hasn't Iran come out and given a statement about that? They give a statement about everything else. They've been very transparent thus far. Trump's account did a post yesterday, a few hours before this news came out, saying that there was a massive, they'd done some massive bombing campaign and 30 or 50 or 20 leaders, whatever, I can't remember the exact number, had been killed of the Iranian leadership. And he made that claim. Iran never came out and disputed it. So what the hell's going on? Why are we have now both sides are kind of contributing to fog of war? And so I literally have been thinking, not from the market perspective, Simon, but when I've been just trying to get the news together for this space about a lot of the early discussions we had, you had, and, where I was kind of looking at the detail of everything you were saying or implying. So, yeah, let's just...
And there's one more part about it, Beatrix. I think Trump might have realized that Suleiman got man flu. So maybe he's given Suleiman an extra day to recover.
Suleiman's going to milk this man flu for at least a week. Simon, you don't know this guy. Seriously, it doesn't take an extra day. But Suleiman, do you want me to continue with the news?
Yeah. Look, shall we get into the discussion and we'll get to the news in a bit?
Yeah, up to you. We can get into the discussion. Over to you then, Suleiman.
Yeah, guys, we're live on YouTube and X, so do retweet the space, like I said, and the YouTube as well. Um, okay, I just want to welcome Myron to the stage as well. Myron, hope you're doing well. How are you?
Yo, what's up, man? I'm live right now. I literally immediately went live after Trump made that retarded tweet about the Strait of Hormuz. I was not happy about it, and the thing that kind of forced me to get on live is after I saw Trump make that tweet, I saw an alarming amount of big right wing conservative talking heads cheering on him bombing power plants, and I quickly found myself angrily telling people that they're retarded and in the comments and saying, "What the fuck are you stupid?" Like whatever. And I said, you know what, man? This is futile. Twitter sucks. Let me just go live on YouTube right now. Let me go live on Kick and broadcast this out. And I kind of went step by step as to why um, this would be one of the worst things to ever happen. I actually just went through. I was reading a very interesting tweet on what would happen day to day, or day by day, if this thing were to happen. But I think we all know here in the speaker panel, um, that this would be catastrophic. We're talking if they attack Iranian power plants, kiss the Gulf goodbye. They're going to have their desalination destroyed. They're going to have their power plants destroyed. Tel Aviv is going to be on fire because at that point you got, you know, 90 million people in darkness with their water cut off. At that point, it's game on. And the problem here is that the Gulf states are going to have to pay for it, and even Israel's going to have to pay for it. So we're looking at, you know, if they attack an Iranian power plant and Iran starts retaliating, we're going to see a spike to 150 to 200, per barrel of oil, and that's going to be catastrophic. So, what really annoyed the hell out of me was all these MAGA retards that are saying, "Oh yeah, fuck around and find out. Let's go. Trump is so great." Like they don't understand that this is going to fuck them up too. Like these dudes think, "Oh, Trump said that we don't use that much oil from the Strait of Hormuz." Like, bro, why is everyone's gas like $2 to $3 up right now? If we don't need the oil like Trump says, why is everyone, not just in America, but why is everyone all across the world struggling with oil? Why are people even in Texas paying $1 to $2 above, their normal prices when Texas is like a huge maker of oil? So like, if we're already going through this bullshit right now, before they destroy power plants, dude, we're looking at easily $200 to $300 barrels.
What's your thoughts on yesterday in terms of the rescue of the pilot? Because there's just loads of elements of the story that don't make sense. We've heard what Iran has to say. We've heard the US, what US has to say. What do you think actually happened there?
I think he was rescued. I don't think that he was rescued as smoothly as they say. I think that there was, potentially casualties or some wounded. Trump tried to say that everyone got out, unscathed, but that's not true because we know, for example, like some of the extraction helicopters, some of them took fire and got hurt, right? So I think that the firefight, um, though successful, I don't think it was as smooth and as smooth as they try to lead on. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not sure as well myself. I
Oh, you
think
don't even think they
the
pulled them out?
no, no, I think they pulled him out, but well, we'll have to see what if they actually display someone or whether that's a real person or not. But I think they probably pulled him out. But the fact that some like what was it, two Black Hawks went down. So the sea aircrafts they claim that they took them out themselves. I find that hard to believe, but let's assume they're telling the truth about that. There's the Black Hawk when they went down. So what happened to the crew within there? What did they manage to basically eject? If they ejected, where did they go? How were they able to recover them? Like all these different elements of the story just don't make sense. And so I think there's a lot that's not been said in terms of
Yeah,
what happened there.
and that's what I think. I think we sustained way more damage than they want to let on during this extraction, because like I think it's pretty universally known at this point that the Iranians actually, they I think they had a very good idea of where the pilot was, and they set up an ambush, and they were fairly successful in destroying some of the. I mean, the United States had to blow up one of their aircraft because it got shot down, and they didn't want them to have the technology. So.
They claim that about the sea, but I just don't believe that. That's what I'm saying. Like, but okay, let's go with what they're saying. Because I think the Iranians, I mean, come on, like, there's no secret technology. Like, they've knocked so many of them out before in the past, and through the Russians, they'll have the access to that technology. But let's even go with that. It still doesn't explain the people with the the crew of the Black Hawk. But realistically speaking, it's unlikely they blew it up themselves. I'm saying even that it was likely the Iranians who took it out.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I think, whether who took it out or whatever, but I definitely think the bottom line is it wasn't as smooth and successful as Trump leads on, because obviously I know he was probably, this probably was one of the most stressful things for him during his presidency, because I think he understood the consequences of this. Airman would get caught. That would have been the end for him.
Okay. And my chat is saying, and I haven't had a chance because I just literally woke up and came straight to the space. But they're saying that the charred body of a American crew member was near the burnt aircraft. I've not seen that yet myself. So that's
No,
gonna be
I didn't,
interesting.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, this is reported by Fars News. Let me just. I'm gonna look for that myself. But Simon, have you had a chance to look at this as well?
No, I haven't really been spending too much details. I've just been observing, really, so I haven't got too much to add to this part.
Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, so it's gonna be. I think that's the
I
big
know
one.
that did you see the IRGC the Iran like Lego video? Like they were obviously making it look very different in terms of their AI video.
Yeah, this is the problem. That I mean, look, if the Americans managed to go in, get the guy, come out, no damage whatsoever, that would be like look really good for the US and look really bad for the for Iran. On the other hand, if I mean, if there has been a lot of damage sustained to the US, and to save one, they've ended up killing loads of different Americans, and then we know all the damage that's done to the what you call it, the C-130 and the Black Hawks. Then it's like a totally different question. Then I think it's like, yeah, okay, you can go there. And apparently the Iranians are claiming that they didn't, the IRGC wasn't even the ones shooting them; it was just random villagers. So there's like a lot of things that are going out there, and it's just hard to kind of ascertain exactly what's happened.
Yeah, I mean, the fog of war, right? Everyone's going to push their side of the story and everything else like that. So I'm not surprised.
Because I know Ryan Dawson was claiming yesterday, and he said he's busy because it's Easter, so when he's back on, I ask him. But he was claiming that the pilot had been taken hostage, and that when other troops went there, they managed to either take them hostage or take them out. I can't remember what his exact tweet was. So I'd like to know what his the basis of his claim was, to be honest.
But it does. I mean, overall, it feels like this is going to be a two-tiered story where Iran's going to talk about the victory that they had from this, and Trump's painting. We had his speech. Then we had what could have been a disaster that then is now being reframed as a successful, operation. And then we've got this, complete breakdown over the weekend in terms of today, and then we get whatever's leading up to on Tuesday. So, like, Trump is definitely leading up to a narrative of domination and success. And then Iran will just be sharing their story. And I think it's going to continue along those lines. And even if someone embarrasses and the truth comes out, they're still just going to frame it in the version of the story that they want.
Yeah, I am looking at the image right now, which is what the chat were talking about, and I mean, it does look like a skull, to be honest. And the IRGC public relations are saying American military skull found among the wreckage of the downed body. So I'm gonna tweet that out, and we'll let the people decide if they think it's legitimate or not. But yeah, Trump is losing it a lot. Um, I mean, let's ask Myron first, then we'll get Simon and everybody else in as well. How? I mean, his deadline was today. Sorry, Monday. Is it Monday today? Like tomorrow. His deadline was tomorrow. What day is it today? Yeah, his deadline was tomorrow. He's now seems like he's extended it to Tuesday. I thought the deadline was really for a ground invasion, but it could be actually he just bombs from the air again. And I think to be honest, for me, if there is a ground, whatever happened yesterday is probably going to be an indicator on whether the ground invasion happens. Because if yesterday was a success, I think that's going to give him the hubris to do a ground invasion. If yesterday really went badly, and they're lying to us, then he may not do a ground invasion. But in terms of what do you think actually happens once the deadline hits, Myron? Or is the question to you, Simon? The same question to you. What do you think happens?
Oh, my bad. I had myself muted.
Oh, okay.
No, I said I think he's gonna. I think he already extended it another 24 hours to Tuesday. Supposed to be Monday, now it's gonna be Tuesday. Um, but I think he's gonna. I think he's just trying to buy time. I think I think they're gonna do the ground assault this coming weekend. Honestly, if I was a betting man, if I was a gambler, I'd say there's a pretty high likelihood they're gonna go in next weekend. We know he likes to attack on weekends. We know that the MEU was doing drills a couple days ago, and Diego Garcia. So I think they're gonna, this week is going to be the week it happens towards the end.
So, what do you think happens on Tuesday though, when the deadline's over? Do you think it's just he follows through and starts bombing Iran's infrastructure, or what do you
Uh,
think?
I think he'll probably make another lie and say, "Oh, I spoke with the Iranians and I'm giving them another 30, 72 hours." Right? Some bullshit like that. I think is what he's going to do to calm the markets.
Oh, yeah. So you
That's
think
what I think.
it'll be another extension until the weekend when he does his ground invasion? Is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's going to be all to buy time for another ground invasion.
Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. Um, Simon, what do you think?
Yeah, so look, the in between bits are very hard for me to predict, but I do believe where this is going directionally. I do have an opinion on that, which is that Xi Jinping and Trump are meeting in May. If the strait is closed for the rest of April and the rest of May, we're looking.
Simon, I do really, really apologize that I'm
Mm,
interrupting you. We are starting to get more confirmation that there is that school that I posted out, and thanks to the chat who managed to see it before I checked. The apparently the skull is of an American crew member. It was found in the C-130 aircraft. It just demonstrates the American story is just simply not true. There were casualties. There could have been more casualties than even the pilot. They said there was no casualties, so now the American story is falling apart immediately. And that was my thing that I thought if this end up showing like the skull, and you can see that the skull is like is kind of already in there, if you know what I mean. So it doesn't look like it was like randomly placed there. So this is not looking good for the Americans. But sorry, back to you, Simon.
yeah, no worries. Look, directionally, like to put some time frame on this. We are already in a recession this year, or there will be a recession this year. We are already going to experience inflation. That's going to create a lot of pressure, and it's about to get worse next week. And every week that the strait isn't open, the impact of that is going to get better. But in order to avoid a dire depression, then by the time that Trump and Xi Jinping meet in mid-May, this needs to be done. And there's only one person in the world that I believe can get the strait open, and it ain't Trump, it's Xi Jinping. And that's just the reality of this situation. And so, what I think Trump is building up for is a story, a Hollywood movie. And when I say Hollywood movie, I don't wish to offend and I don't wish to minimize the casualties that come from that. But he needs to bring back a Hollywood movie to feed to the Q-tards that this was a very decisive victory. In the background, this strait has to open to avoid a catastrophic depression of the magnitude that the world hasn't experienced. We're talking about 1930s level depression, but significantly worse in terms of every implication. Oil prices, bond market yields spiraling, stock market crashes, demand destruction, mass unemployment, every indicator, stagflation, is like the global financial crisis plus the 1973 stagflation post oil embargo, plus markets breaking in terms of long term capital management, plus the inflationary impact of the Russia Ukraine war. If the strait is open for the rest of the year, then we're creating damage that nobody can repair. So that's the reality. And so what are we being led up to? Well, we're being led up to an escalation cycle that I continue to believe does not escalate to World War III. And the reason that it doesn't escalate to World War III, because if Xi Jinping wants to end this tomorrow, he can say to America, we're not exporting any of your rare earth minerals for your military. Iran, we're not purchasing any more of your oil. Gulf countries, we're not purchasing any more of your oil. We're just going to work with Russia, and that's the reality. And so when I put all of that together, we are leading up to an escalation to de-escalate, and Trump cannot open the strait. Iran is the only one that can open the strait, and Iran will give that diplomatic victory to Xi Jinping and China. And that's what I think we're leading up to. And we've got the rest of April to kind of see what we're going to go through, and what is needed in order to feed the narrative. But only Xi Jinping is going to be able to open that strait. Trump knows it. Iran knows it. The Gulf countries know it. Russia knows it. China knows it. The world knows it. And that's what I think happens in the end. Because the alternative of World War III is a completely unviable given how much power China has. And the economic depression is something that is mutually guaranteed destruction, and a nuclear warfare is something that will blow up everything. And so, yeah, to me, Trump is painting his story, and eventually he's saying, look, on his speech, he said, you guys open it up. We don't need the oil. He's using the Q-tard narrative to say, we've got all the oil that we want. We're great. The world's going to blow up. We'll be fine. And when he says, you go open the oil, he's not talking to Europe. He's talking to China, because China's the only one that can open up the strait. And it's going to be done through diplomacy, not through brute force or war or nukes or anything. Um, and Israel needs to listen to China as well, because Israel doesn't control China, even if you think they control America. That's where I think we're going.
Yeah, yeah. But I meant more I meant more in terms of the next few days. But you said you're not sure about the
An
specifics, right?
escalation cycle, so we might get ground invasion, but everything will be limited in its
Simon,
short term.
so you brought up an interesting point because I actually do agree, and I kind of called this from before that the only off ramp we would have here is there would need to be some type of intervention from Russia and China from a diplomatic perspective to actually get this handled. Because at this point, I do agree with you 100% that the U.S. can't do it themselves because they don't trust Trump anymore. So the only way I could see them even coming to a table is it would need to be brokered by either Putin or China. Now, I agree with you. I think that that's a very viable option to go that route. But my thing is, I'm just trying to think. Okay, let's assume that he's the only guy that can do it. They have leverage amongst the three different parties involved: Gulf, U.S., Iran. So what I'm thinking in my head is, what would that deal actually look like? Would it be straight as open? However, Iran controls it, and they're charging people a fee like they're kind of doing right now, but with an expanded scope and letting other people in. Would it be the U.S. promising not to attack them again, which I think that's a fairly reasonable agreement if we were to do some type of peace agreement, because I think the big reason why the Iranians don't even want to negotiate here is because they want to make sure that the United States never does this again, which is why they're hitting Israel and the U.S. so hard. So I think those are two things that they would have to basically guarantee Iran for them to even want to do anything. So what do you think as far as like what would an actual deal look like? You identified, hey, it would probably have to be brokered, but what do you think that deal would actually look like?
Well, everyone knows what the issues are. It's how do you ensure security? How do you ensure regional stability? How do you tie everyone together so it doesn't blow up? And
Yeah.
that will be achieved through gas pipeline infrastructure rebuilds, both Western and Eastern deals that tie everyone together. And you effectively renegotiate all of the trade routes, oil routes, who controls the ports, and that's effectively the deal that have been leading up from tariffs through to today, through to the trade war, through to this final war that settles everything. But there's diplomatic ways of resolving all of that when you're dealing with the real powers, which is, America and China.
Just Simon, thanks for that. Just I wanna Andrew. Hope you're there. I hope you're doing well. I've got a question for you, Andrew. Are you there, Andrew?
Yes, yes, absolutely,
So
right here.
Andrew, yesterday we're
Yes.
aware that allegedly two C-130s definitely got shot down, either by Iran or the United States of America, including the Black Hawks. Now, you and I know the C-130s are cargo transport vehicles, they transport troops, vehicles, equipment, various other things. So the question to you is, if they were, and now I'm looking into all of this because I didn't have time really, since yesterday. If you were to try and recover one person, would you send two C-130s?
Recover one person, two C-130s, that would only be for a massive amount of personnel to help in the rescue, but not to actually rescue that person. No.
Exactly. And so why I'm asking that question is that bit doesn't make sense to me as well. So, I
Yeah.
mean, do you think that's more likely, or do you think that this actually was the attempted ground invasion and they failed? Because that two C-130s
Yeah.
carrying all of those
Yeah.
personnel, all those Black Hawks, what do you think? Or do you think it is, or
Yeah.
maybe
No.
I'm overthinking this?
Yeah, I know. I see where you're going with this, and you are absolutely correct. This is a extreme massive force to rescue one person. So either two things. One, they were dealing with an extreme opposition. An extraordinary opposition, meaning they had a lot of firepower they're coming against, which we know is not really true there, right? So now we have to ask ourselves where you're going with this. Was this the insertion of an invasion force to start something? And I'm going to go with that, Sully. I know where you're going with this. So yeah, I think it's going to be pretty obvious here shortly. Now that gentleman I was talking to,
So,
very dear
so
friend of
just
mine.
just to
Yep.
clarify, and I want you to continue with what you're saying because
Yeah.
I'm
Sure.
wanting
Sure.
to hear.
Sure.
So what you just to clarify, so you're thinking that if there is a possibility this could have been the first elements of, because remember, you know what's really strange is I'm looking at the locations and they're far away from where they claim the drop is. It's like apparently even close to Isfahan or something. So I mean, are you saying that, yeah, there is a possibility this could have been actually the first attempt of a ground invasion where they set base?
Yeah, it certainly could be because you're right. For one C-130 alone, if it's configured just for troop carriers, you can get well over 100 some people in there. Don't hold me to the exact number.
No, that's right. Exactly. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
So you're looking. Come on, 200. All right, let's rough figures. Rough figures here. Let's say you're going to send in 200 fighters to rescue one person. Well, that means you have probably at least 100. They're facing 100 opposition forces to fight to get him to rescue. You see where I'm going, right? So that we don't think I can't see anything where there were a couple hundred opposition forces right there. So
There wasn't the claim. I mean, the claim
yeah,
is that they were largely combated with villages.
yes,
There maybe wasn't
exactly.
even many IRGC or besieged forces there.
Exactly. So more and more, and I see where you're going with this, Suleiman, is yeah, that's an overwhelming massive force to rescue one person. So now to confirm, to add more on to what you were saying, there's no coincidence, extraordinary coincidence that one of my dear friends retired 25 years active duty Air Force, right? He was a specialist in this kind of stuff, this rescue stuff. Two of his very close friends, in fact, here, and I'm going to meet one of them, is a Navy SEAL Team 6 guy. All right, he wouldn't come on the space. I said, come on here and just share. He goes, nope, but share this. He said, share this. We do not have air superiority. This is a complete mess, cluster F, meaning we're in a big mess. But make sure you understand this. There are special forces units on the ground operating. So the actual, if we want to talk about the incursion, it's already happened past tense. Units are in there working now. So we what you're where you're going with this, and the reason why you're asking these questions, rightfully so, because of your geopolitical expertise and what Beatrice kept saying over and over, something's not adding up here. And you're right, it's not. So therefore, I'm totally putting my shoulder into this here. We're seeing something that we're not getting the whole picture here, but it's becoming clearer and clearer. There is a massive force on the ground already operating.
Yeah, yeah.
So okay, real quick, because
Can I just?
that was an interesting exchange, and I just want to clarify for my audience because we're listening to that whole thing. So Sully, I think I understand your perspective. You're saying the speed, the amount of resources, the aircraft, the volume that they were able to respond so quickly. You think that these individuals were already setting up for some type of ground assault, and it just so happened this F-15 was shot down, and they had to go in sooner than expected. Luckily, they had these assets in play to respond so quickly. Is that kind of what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the F-15 thing was an excuse for them to actually launch the first element of a ground invasion. And when that failed, they pretended to make it look like they were rescuing the F-15 guy.
Do you think they would take that enormous amount of, or do you think they would
And
take
actually, Myron,
that
let me
risk?
bring in Genghis into this conversation because he's an expert and he'll be
Okay,
able to clarify it because I think he's got the similar theory.
okay.
This will be very important. Genghis, what's your background?
I'm an infantryman, retired infantry guy, career infantry guy from Australia. Work with special forces guys at the highest levels. That's
Yeah.
my background.
So
You did,
Genghis, your theory is also that this was possibly like just explain to the audience what your theory is. I think you think that this was possibly a ground invasion. You're saying that there's no way these C-130s would have been shot down. Explain to the audience exactly what it is, what you think's going on.
yeah. So with a down pilot, you send in small teams, fast teams. You're in, you're out, preferably without a single shot being fired. You're just picking the guy up and you're getting out of there. It's all about speed and staying hidden. Right? So the last thing you would ever do in a million years would get a C-130, which is a troop carrying plane that holds, depending on the load, between 70 and 90 gunfighters. You would never send two of them in to rescue one guy. That's just ridiculous. You would never do that. That's not the right aircraft to do that. So the fact that there was not one but two of them sitting on an airstrip, my initial take was okay. They were setting up, or they were in the preliminary stages of setting up a forward operating base, just like they did in Afghanistan. So you need an airstrip, you need to get big planes in, you need to bring in heavy equipment, all that type of stuff. Then the next thing I heard was they said that not only did the two C-130s get nuked by, well, not nuked, but burnt by the Americans when they had to flee, but four little birds. Little birds are small reconnaissance helicopters that Delta Force uses, and they have a very short range, but they're really fast. They use you saw them in Black Hawk Down. They're the other type of smaller helicopters that the Delta Force guys sit out on the skids on the sides, and they hang off the sides of the helicopters. So they do not have the gas to get from wherever they were all the way into that base. They don't have the gas to do it, and they're not traditionally refilled in the air like Blackhawks and other aircraft can be done, right? They're just short range. So for four of them to be hit in that location so far inland, then they would have had to have been flown in the back of one of those C-130s. So that what that tells me straight away is that there's Delta Force guys operating on the ground, and they were trying to get helicopters into those guys so they could operate at low level, high speed, doing whatever they're doing now that they've got the SF guys in there, and it looks like they just simply got busted in the middle of setting up a base. And I'm with you, Sully. I think that the F-15 being shot down thing is nonsense. I think they've completely fabricated that story to cover up for the fact that they got busted setting up a forward operating base, because you just don't. There's no use for C-130s at all. They're just buses that fly. The ones that are on the ground are just troop carrying planes. So my question, I've got two questions that are now up in the air, which is, okay, who was in the C-130s when they brought them in, and where are they now? Where are those 150 guys? Where are they gone? And if it wasn't men that they brought in on those planes and it was equipment, then where is that equipment now?
Where did
Was
they
there eight?
where did they
Were
land
there?
too? Did they land at an
Yeah.
airport or an airfield? I haven't heard that.
Well, they landed in what I read was it was a deserted agricultural airstrip, and that's basically where it all went down. And where the photos of the two C-130s burn out and the Black Hawk and everything, it was supposedly an abandoned agricultural airfield. But if you look at it on the ground, it looks pretty dry to me. I don't know how they would have got stuck. And if you've flying $100 million plane in, there's two of you, and you land one, and the first thing that guy says is, "Nah, the airstrip's dog shit. We just got stuck in the mud." You're not landing the second plane. You're turning it around and flying it out of there. You would never do that. None of it makes sense at all. If for the story that we're being fed, which is it was just one pilot down, then that's a really simple uh, escape and evasion for the pilot. And it's a really simple, I mean, when I say simple, I mean not easy to do. I just mean the actual assets that you need to do the job are only really small and simple. It's just a couple of really fast moving helicopters. Get them in there, have some limited close air support hovering above the ground to keep them safe while they do it. And they just hone in on that beacon. They pick that guy up and they're gone. They're not There's no way that the guys involved, if that really was a pilot rescue, there's no ways that the guys involved in that mission would be sitting back there saying that was a successful mission when they lost $500 million worth of equipment doing it. That's just a train wreck from beginning to end. And it looks like we're not getting the full story. In other
So,
words,
go ahead.
sorry, I was just going to finish off.
Finish
Yeah,
off. My bad. Go ahead.
I don't think we've got the full story. I think that Sully's hitting the nail on the head in that they are in there. They do have guys on the ground, and they were trying to set up some kind of base, far inland where they could get the guys that they've got on the ground resupplied, get them some better equipment, and that's basically how it starts. It's the MO they used in Afghanistan, and my initial reaction is they got busted doing it. And the simple fact that if you look at those planes, one of them specifically, there's a lot of people calling it out. One of them has multiple rotors bent backwards, almost at right angles. Right? If there's a C-130 that's in perfect working order, and you set fire to it, it doesn't bend the rotors back at right angles. The only thing that does that is if you have to crash land one, and the rotors strike the ground as they hit. Right? And on exactly the same plane, you can see multiple bullet holes through the wings as well. So I think there's a big chance that one of those C-130s got brought down by the locals with rifle fire. They're really easy to bring them down. They move really slow. They would have had to been flying really low, and they're very vulnerable to rifle fire. So you could have easily have brought one of those bad boys down, but that doesn't explain what the other one was for. So there's obviously some kind of backstory here that we're not hearing about, and the whole let's just we rescued a pilot, all right? That's all that happened. Everybody just believe that, and let's just move on our way. And there's nothing to see here. No one with any kind of serious military experience is looking at their explanation and believing it. It's just got so many holes.
Genghis, to add to what you said here, because I will say this, and I kind of want you to engage with what I'm going to say. From what I was told, from me reading, it seems to be the narrative is the Iranians did basically cordon off an area. They knew where he was at. They closed the distance and the gap on him. The CIA was tracking him the entire time and had his location. And the reason why they were engaging is because they were trying to keep the Iranians from getting close to him, which is why, all these assets were in place and why they were getting into all these gunfights, because apparently they knew where he was and they were closing in and they had to give cover fire. Now, I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but that's what I heard was one of the reasons why this was so difficult, and what he was doing, and how close the RGC was to finding him and the Mountaineers people. What are your thoughts on that? Is he there?
Genghis, are you there?
Sorry, my mic wasn't turned on. Sorry, Maureen. Yeah, exactly what you're saying makes sense. they would have the guys that shot the plane down. If it's legit, the guys that shot the plane down would have put the word out. It would have gone across the radio networks in Iran that there was a pilot down. He was coming down in the chute. They would have all honed in on wherever the chute was, and they
Yep.
would have been trying to get to him. That's when I said that a standard, you know, pilot rescue, it involves a couple of fast moving helicopters with gunfighters in it that pick him up off the ground. But you also have A-10s and, Apache gunships above you, making sure that you can't get surrounded by civilians or whoever else is trying to catch the bad guys. So they would be putting down fire. The Iranians would be moving in to try and capture that pilot, especially once he activates the final stage of the beacon, which can be heard by anyone on any fucking network. So that's 100% correct. But where the hole is in the story, Myron, is what were the C-130s doing there? Why
Gotcha.
was there two of them?
So
What
the
were they
biggest thing
there
is the
for?
C-130 is the biggest red flag for you and the biggest issue.
100%. Yeah,
Okay.
100%.
Fair.
There's absolutely no place for even one of them to be there in the explanation of that mission. There's no call for it to be there at all. It's a bus. So what do you need a bus? Not just one bus, but two of them. You would never do that. It makes no sense whatsoever unless you were unless there's already pre-existing troops there and you were maybe resupplying them or you were bringing in more troops or something like that. But yeah, I think the people that have that inclination that shit, maybe the ground war's already started
You don't think that
and we
was
just have.
plausible? Do you don't think it was plausible they dropped a special operator, tier 1 operators, tier 2 operators on the ground with those AC-130s, and that's why they were using them? Do you
You
think
mean
that's a
jumped them
possibility?
out of the back? Yeah, I think, well, that's a possibility. They could have parachuted them out the back, but then why would they land them on the ground? They just fly them home. That's it. There's no reason to put, $100 million worth of aircraft on the ground for what? Like, there's no that. Once you jump out of the back, that's it. You're gone. So
Would they fly in the little birds
Also,
on the C-130?
yes, that's the other option that I came up with. Right when everybody said, well, there was 4 little bird reconnaissance helicopters destroyed as well. That's the first thing I looked for in the wreckage, and I never saw them. So the fact that they never saw them, the first thing I thought was, well, maybe they were on the back of one of the C-130s still loaded up. Like literally, maybe they landed both those planes there, and one of them was full of helicopters for the Delta Force guys or the SEALs that are already in the area, and they literally got busted by Iran halfway through unloading it. I mean, I don't know. But if there's 4 little bird helicopters there that were destroyed, then where are they? I haven't seen a single photo of one yet.
exactly. And Genghis, another question is, when you look at the positioning of where the alleged pilot, the F-15 pilot, was dropped in the Chahamal Bakhtiari province, that from this distance, in terms of South Isfahan, where this wreckage is about 200 kilometers, right? What are the chances that if the pilots eject, they would be that far away from each other? Because remember, they
Zero,
both
zero
zero, isn't
chance.
it? Zero. I want you to say that because for the audience, they've ejected from the exact same plane, right? To explain to the audience.
Yeah, you've got a few minutes hang time once you can't get out of that plane. A few minutes, you're not going to drift, even if it was, hurricane force crosswinds. It's not going to blow you 200 kilometers apart. You might end up a couple of kilometers apart, maybe, but not 200. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it's just there's so many holes in this story.
Yeah.
It's
Also,
nonsense.
something very important you mentioned, and I want you to elaborate for the audience, is the specific location where these helicopters, the MH6 helicopter, the two C-130s that we've seen that were downed, they are, as you mentioned, it's an abandoned desert airstrip and airport. Just give the audience kind of explanation of why you would want to basically, how can I frame this, that when you are doing a ground invasion, the first thing you want to do is take control over an airstrip. You want to remove the roads to that area so that no one can basically be able to get to you. So just explain to the audience why that location specifically would be actually an apt location to create a base.
I can't do that, Sully, because I haven't really looked at the ground around the site yet. I would love to give you that analysis, but you know me, dude. I won't talk about stuff I don't
So,
know.
Suleiman
So
and Genghis, because I got a lot of people watching me right now. So I kind of want to make sure I understand kind of what you guys are theorizing at. So just so I have this clear. So Sully, your theory is they were trying to establish a classified under the table forwarding base, right? Or forwarding location to begin the ground invasion. And their plans were pretty much abruptly stopped to engage in this rescue mission. And that's how we kind of saw these unorthodox aircraft in the area that don't really belong in the area given this rescue. So you think we kind of blew our cover with some type of forward operating base or station or location? Is that kind of what the theory is here? If I
Yeah.
have it right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just want to make sure I'm clear.
yeah, I agree with that too. I think that's what happened. I mean, it might have been. It may well be a legit downed F-15, but there's no denying that the only way that America could have lost all of that equipment and have had to run in the way that they did to get out of there is if it they had a plan and it went pear shaped. You know, there's no way you could look at what went down and go, okay, that's a successful mission. There's no way in a million years you could look at that at any level and go, well, it's a success. You know, the whole, well, we rescued a pilot, so that kind of puts a shine on it, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Not really. That's just you spinning it to try and make it seem like it wasn't an absolute clusterfuck from beginning to end, and that's what it looks like. On paper, that's what it looks like. There's nothing. They haven't gained anything. They've lost massive amount of equipment, and they've had to run for their lives. Um, it just that's what it looks like. They got busted. As simple as that. Looks like they were
Yeah.
setting something up. They did a good job at hiding it all, and you know, for whatever reason, they got caught out and they had to run. And it's not
Genga.
uncommon. This is something else too. Let me just finish with this. This isn't uncommon, folks. You know, we're talking about a full scale war, and we're talking about a ground invasion of a country. You know, 3, 4 times the size of Afghanistan. There's going to be multiple bases like that they will try to put in, multiple all across the country from wherever they're going to come in from, and some of them will get caught trying to do it. And when they get caught trying to do it, then they'll pack up all their stuff and they'll run for it and get out, and then they'll try and get back in a different location and try and do it again. My theory would be now, okay, that's just the one they found. How many of them are actually up there in the mountains operating that they haven't found yet, if any? Or was this just the first time they tried to do it and it just blew up in their faces and now they're kind of scratching their head going, well, now what do we
Genghis,
do?
I got a question for you. Someone in my chat is spamming that the reason why the C-130s were there is because they were used as basically a decoy for people to focus on and shoot that while they prioritized saving the pilot. That's what one of my guys in my chat is saying. That's an interesting theory. What's your
That's so
response to
dumb.
that?
Yeah, it's nonsense. You don't sacrifice $100 million plane for that, for a pilot. You know, whoever's
With the
spamming
people
you is not.
operating it as well, Genghis. With the people operating it as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, if you got to get those planes in, they've got to have pilots. There's air crew. There's so many logistical considerations. You would never. There's no way you're sitting at a table with guys that rescue pilots for a living, and someone comes up with the great idea. You know, why don't we just park 2 C-130s there as a distraction? Like, come on, they're worth so much money. Um, I don't see that as being a legitimate excuse. Like, uh, it's basically what they're saying is, well, we use them as a diversion. We use diversions in the military all the time. Delta Force and SEALs, when they rescue pilots, they have ways to create diversions using explosions, using other attacks in other locations to draw the enemy to that position. Parking couple of C-130s on an airstrip and just abandoning them is not, that's not practical or feasible, or you know, you could never do that long term in any
So,
way. So I don't see that being real.
so just to kind of let's look at each angle. What if one was to make the claim that the reason they did it is because they didn't actually know the location of the pilot, which again goes against their theory, right? Because they tried to say the pilot was sending out a beacon. But that being said, let's say they didn't know. They then were forced to send the C-130s with the early birds in order to track and find the pilot. What do you think about that theory?
Well, they wouldn't have had the legs. They don't have the gas tank to get over those mountains all the way in there and out without being refueled. The little birds I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Right, so
exactly.
they couldn't have flown from an airstrip all the way in, all across the mountain. They're only short range helicopters. Generally, they use them in cities, like in urban combat. They're great for landing in streets, things like that, because they're so small and zippy. But you're not, using them as an invasion force to cross the mountains and head on in. That's the wrong helicopter for the job. The helicopters that you would use for that job would be Black Hawks. That's what Black Hawks are for. They've got way better range. You can refuel them in midair if you have to. So that would be the way you would do it. If it was me, if I had to do that job, this is what I would want. I would want fighters in the air to protect my tanker, and I would have multiple Black Hawk helicopters. I would have two doing the job of rescuing the pilot, and I would have two in the air spare to rescue the guys just in case we lost one of the Black Hawks that were picking up the pilot. In case one of them went down, I would have spare birds in the air to pick up those guys, and that would be it. In, out, gone. Trying to avoid gunfights at all costs. That's not the job. You're not going in there to get involved in gunfights, regardless of how much you think you have the chance of winning them. Bullets are coming at you from the other direction, and then they don't decide whether you're a good guy or not. People, you're going to lose guys. So you're always trying to have minimum casualties, maximum deception, multiple, diversions set up, all of that type of stuff. Um, the C-130s are the red flag that just stand out. Uh, Pardon my French, but they stand out like dog's balls in this story, and they don't make any sense at all. And no one is coming up with a legitimate reason for why they were there in the first place.
And
When
Genghis, just to add credibility to your argument, the question would be why that area, why that region? Well, if the real mission is, as per Trump's claims, access to nuclear enriched uranium, access to alleged missile infrastructure, that specific location south of Isfahan would give you access to, for example, many of the locations of where the Americans believe that the nuclear enriched uranium is, where the underground bunkers are, where some of the processing of the uranium is, where the launch pads of the missiles are. So if you were going to go in as in not a full on ground invasion, but a kind of go in, secure the area, secure the important assets, and then leave. That would be the reason why you would choose that location. And so it sounds like many people thought that this could be one of his plans, and this just is not random, is what I'm trying to say. I know people may be thinking, why is this so much in the center of Iran? It doesn't make sense if you're going to do a full ground invasion. But if you did a quick, relatively quick in and out, um, that would be it, right, Genghis? If you want to explain to
Yes,
the audience.
yes, 100%. Everything you just said makes perfect sense. Very feasible, and it would look exactly like that, right? If there was a site where there was uranium and they had Delta guys or SEAL teams ready to go. They wanted to send them in, do a raid. The term you're looking for is raid. A raid is an attack on a facility to seize something or capture a hostage or do something. But you have no intention when you do a raid of holding ground, right? Holding ground is when after you've captured something, you set up defensive position and you hold onto it to stop the enemy getting it back. A raid isn't. That's not what raids are for. So Rangers, American Rangers, and Australian or British Commandos. That's what they specialise in is doing raids. So it's the Delta Force guys and the SAS guys or the SEALs that kind of do the reconnaissance and the real high profile jobs. But it's when there's a raid on a site like that, then that's when you would use Rangers or you would use commandos or something like that. But yes, to answer your question, it would look exactly like that. They would need an operating base set up nearby, and it would have to have the ability to land big planes like C-130s to get that equipment off them. So, if Delta Force were going to do that job and they were going to try and seize that uranium, would they fly in 4 little bird helicopters in the back of a C-130 to use as the transport to get them to and from the uranium? Hell yeah, they would. It would look exactly like that. Would they be prepared to just burn them because they would know that there's no way we've got the gas to fly these little bad boys out of here? We'll just all load onto the back of the C-130s with the uranium. We'll get out of there and we'll just torch the little bird helicopters on our way out. Would that be a feasible plan? Hell yeah, it would be. It would look exactly like that. So I think, behind all of this, the thing that we're trying to get at that the government doesn't want to admit is that there's a high likelihood that there are already ground troops on the ground behind the mountains, and they're doing the jobs that the Trump administration's asked them to do, whether it's uranium, whether it's locating the missile sites or what, But yes, I think it looks more like that than it does a down pilot. Now, let me just throw this one on the table as a really outside chance. Is there a chance that it was both? In other words, is there a chance that Delta Force or the SEALs had a little operating base set up there? They had their planes landed. They were in the middle of getting ready to do a job to take out the uranium, and they were completely hidden away, and they were doing great. No one knew where they were. And then an F-15 just gets shot down, and it just so happens to land. The pilot just so happens to land not far from where they are, and they make a tactical decision. Okay, do we abandon the mission with the uranium because it's a higher priority to just get the fucking pilot? It's going to completely destroy our plans that we spent so long getting it all set up. But is one American pilot's life worth it to do that? Hell yeah, it is. Let's do it. Let's just try some. Let's get the pilot, get out of there, torch it. We'll just make up whatever story we have to, but let's just torch it, and then we'll come in a couple of weeks in a different location, set up a different base, and do exactly the same thing we did before. And hopefully, we won't have a pilot jump out on a parachute above where we're acting all secret.
Genghis, could it also be that they had the base set up so it was a dual operation, in the sense of the primary operation was to get the base set up in south of Isfahan, and then the secondary operation was to get the pilot back. And the aim was, you get the pilot back, you can either extract him or you can basically bring him back to the new base. The main primary objective was to create the base, and then when all of these things went wrong, then you basically had to leave and possibly did get the pilot out or didn't, but it ends up being almost like basically having to escape from the situation, but the actual primary goal was the base.
Yes, 100%. It could be.
Yeah, great conversation. Is there any questions
Sorry,
Mike,
no,
we've
I
got for
just
a bit?
me. I try and keep it short and sweet. I don't like
No,
talking
I love
about.
it. I love it. I've just love the fact that you've kept everything so concise and articulated it with your experience. It's just something that came in my head while we were starting the space, because I was looking at some of these images and I was like, wait a sec, this is just like, it don't make sense. And then someone sent me your profile and I thought, okay, let me get him. I mean, you've been on the space before, but I was like, let me get him in and let's have this conversation.
No, I appreciate
So
it,
So,
dude. I
so
appreciate the conversation.
what's so you think that there will be other locations where and then we can get Joe in. I think Joe may have a question for you. But you think that there may be other locations, they may attempt to try and do the exact same thing. There may be Delta Force already in Iran hiding in the mountains. Do you think that's possible?
Well, I'm pretty sure that SAS will be up there. Australian SAS are always the first ones that American military like to get in, because we specialise in getting across borders and staying hidden and finding things that you guys need found. That's kind of SAS's specialty. They go in, sometimes they do high altitude, low opening parachute jumps. Sometimes they'll go in long range patrol vehicles, which are six-wheeled, Land Rovers with rockets on the back of them, or heavy machine guns. But whatever it is, Special Air Service, that's their job. And they're the best in the world at it, hands down. When SAS guys get in the water, they're not as good as uh, SEALs, but they're fucking good when they get in the air. They're as good as anyone. When they're on the land, they're as good as anyone. So that would be their job. If anyone's up there, it's them. Do they set up bases? No, they don't. They just get up in 4 or 5 man teams and they just stay hidden, and they call in airstrikes on everybody that needs an airstrike called in on them. They generally try and avoid gunfights if they can do it. So they're definitely 100% operating in the area. Would Delta Force and SEALs be doing it? Well, this proves that they are. The fact that there were little bird helicopters there proves that Delta Force is involved. So, would there be more? Yeah, of course there would. If we're at that point and we have to make the decision, without at the same time as being lied to by the government, we all have to, as analysts, have to make a decision. Do we think the ground war has begun? And I would put it to you that I think, yes, we're in the early stages of it. No matter what's coming out of the White House, there is no reason at all for C-130s and little bird helicopters to be so far inland if they're not on the ground. That just makes zero sense at all.
Okay, I've got a really good question for you here, and then we'll go to Joa. It says, could all of this happen in terms of, could all of this happen without Chinese and Russian intelligence and satellites being aware of it?
I don't know. That's another question. I can't speculate on it because I'm unaware of those capabilities. I'm just an infantry guy. Sorry.
Hey, Sully,
Well,
real quick, I just want
very smart one.
to.
Well, a very smart one at that.
Sully, can I just ask Genghis a quick question here? I know Joe is there, but leading on to what we opened this up with, and Genghis, on the Aussies coming and doing their thing, the Aussies did the exact same thing in Vietnam. You did the same thing with the U.S. in Afghanistan. You did the same thing in Iraq. So, yeah, kudos on you there, brother. And also, this backs up what my contact said. He said, make sure we understand this clearly. Our special units are and have been operating in Iran. So, yeah, adds up.
Yeah, 100%. I think they are. That's the first stage.
Yeah, guys, we're live on X, we're live on YouTube. Retweet the space, reshare the space. Where else in the world would you be getting this conversation other than this space amongst these people with this level of expertise? So make sure you're retweeting the space, resharing the space. If you're on the YouTube, make sure you got your notifications on. I can see a lot of you had your notifications on because already we're up in so high numbers. There's close to like 900 people there, and we just started. So brilliant. And if you're on the YouTube, have your notifications on, all notifications on your YouTube and X as well, because they've taken us off the purple strip for many of you guys. Joe, you had a question for Genghis. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah. Listening to this war, I've realized I've played way too many strategy games competitively. Genghis, isn't it also probable that it could be a forward area refueling point? Because we've done this also in the 80s in Iran itself. We've done this with Black Hawk Down. We've done this several times where, the C-130s come in with equipment. Yeah, it could be what you call Little Bird. I think in US they call it the egg or something like that. Bikes, ATVs, whatever it may be, but it's for refueling because you wouldn't set up a base in the middle of a country. You'd set up where you have a quick exit typically. And we've done this before in Iran in the 80s, where we went in with C-130s, and it was simply a refueling post for the team. In the 80s, it was for hostages, not for a pilot, but still same concept.
So if that were the case, Joe, then we would see gas on the ground. We'd see tanks. The C-130s would have brought that in with them. So they would have brought in all of that equipment, they would have brought in the refueling. Like they would have had exterior tanks that they could wheel out the back of the C-130s and park on the side of the airstrip to refuel whatever they were going to refuel.
Do
So,
we know what's there though?
well, all I can go off is the photos, and that's what I've seen. Is I've just seen photos of wreckage. Normally the refueling points isn't really that far away from where the aircraft are. Um, so I never saw any of that. That's the thing I said at the start, Joe, is I was like, I'm confused by it as well. If there had been refueling tanks on the side of the airstrip, I'd be with you and I'd go, oh, that's what they were doing. But two C-130s, one of them's empty.
Yeah,
Was
but
it
wouldn't it
empty?
be weird? Wouldn't it be weird setting up a forward point in the middle of the country? Basically, it just seems a bit strange
It
if
Well,
that
would be
was the purpose.
strange, Joe, if you see it as like a basic normal ground invasion, as in you're seeing an infantry of like 50,000 troops trying to take certain areas and move forward and expand. But if you were to try and do like a quick, and I don't mean like quick as in an hour or two, but an in and out to try and get the uranium, get some, I don't know, destroy, blow up some missile underground bunkers
Yeah,
with
but
missiles.
that would be what Genghis is talking about. They would be specialized teams. It wouldn't be a C-130. They probably parachute in at night. You know what I mean? And be very
No, no,
small,
no,
fast
because it
team.
wouldn't be because something like that wouldn't take like an hour or two where you try and locate a pilot, get him, and get out. There's actually like you need, for example, you need explosives. You need a large number of personnel who are going to go in to do it. There'll be different teams on units taking over different areas. But let Genghis continue explaining. Genghis, if you
yeah.
want to
So
continue.
let's just do a hypothetical, Joe.
Yeah, it just sounds
Let,
like a
let,
suicide mission. That's
Yeah,
all.
not necessarily, right? Let's war game the whole picture, right, from Sully all the way through. Imagine that there is a site there and there is enriched uranium, right? So they've decided, right, we need to find out if it really is there. How are we going to get to it? So the first thing they do is they'll insert SAS guys or Delta Force guys or SEALs, and they'll recon that position, and they'll go, okay, this is what we're going to need to get in there to get this shit out. We need they'd write out a big list and they'd send it back to Washington and they'd say, okay, we're going to need, it's going to be heavy. So we're going to need birds to get this shit out. We're not going to be able to do it with helicopters. So we need something that's got some heavy lift. Well, we've got some C-130s. Perfect. Can we get them in and land them on an airstrip somewhere and not have anyone from Iran know that we've done it? Well, we're not sure about that, but we can try. Okay, well, let's do that. What are you guys going to need to get in there to get the uranium out? Well, the first thing we're going to need is we're going to need some little bird helicopters so that we can get in fast and get out fast. And then we're also going to need a Black Hawk because the little bird helicopters don't carry very much weight. There's a pilot, there's a co-pilot, and they've got two guys hanging off either skid on either side. And that helicopter is fully loaded up, folks. That's it. That's chockers, as much as it can carry, those little helicopters. So they would not be able to lift out large quantities of uranium on those helicopters and get the guys out as well. So they would say, okay, we're going to need another bird just purely to lift the uranium. So if you saw the photos, right, you saw that on the airstrip there was two C-130s, but there was also a Black Hawk that was destroyed as well. So that could be the fifth bird that they needed to actually lift the uranium out of the site and leave. So then what do? Well, they don't have enough gas to get the fuck out of Iran. So they need to get back to where they can either they need to be able to fly far enough to where they can be refueled mid-air. But the only helicopter that could have done that would have been the Black Hawk. So all those guys on those little birds would have been stranded. So then they go, okay, well, what if we just fly back to the airstrip where the C-130s are? We'll just abandon the fucking little bird helicopters. Who cares? They're not worth very much money. And we'll just load everything into the back of the C-130s and we'll just get the fuck out of there. Right? Simple. Well, if the mission is successful and no one knows where the fuck we are and we get out of there and it all goes great, then who knows? We might even have enough time to land our helicopters, load them back into the back of the C-130s, and actually leave with all the uranium and the helicopters. Mission achieved. Like that would be the worst case. That would be the best case scenario for that mission. Worst case would be okay. We're flying back with the uranium. We've got it. We've taken multiple hits on the birds. We've got casualties. We've just got to make it back to the C-130s. We'll just load everything into the back of them. We'll have some A-10s hovering above us to protect us, and let's just get the fuck out of there with those planes and the uranium in tow. Mission accomplished. More casualties, but we still achieved the mission, right? So that's two ways to do it. That's two ways I could see it being done. But it's can only be either one or the other. Either the F-15 genuinely crashed, and that was why they abandoned the mission, was to rescue the pilot, or they just simply got busted mid-mission and they had to abandon everything because literally, not just the Iranian military, but the hordes were driving. You saw the photos. People were driving up the mountains in Toyota Corollas with AK-47s pointed out the windows to kill themselves some Delta Force guys. Like they just would have swarmed that site like flies on dog shit.
Exactly.
So
Genghis, yesterday as well, there were reports that there was HH-60 Pave Hawks that were there to rescue. Now that makes sense, right?
yes,
And yet we heard sounds from that, but we didn't see any visuals. I mean, we saw audios that seemed to suggest that they were over the location of is it Chahar Mahai? I'm probably saying it wrong, and the Bakhtiari region. So they were above that allegedly, we heard the noise, which again seems to suggest that what you're saying, that it looks like there were two separate missions. Maybe the mission to get the pilot may or may not have succeeded, we don't know, but this mission seems like it was a ground invasion that failed. But just if you want to explain to the audience how the HH-60 Pave Hawks would be actually used for a possible retrieval of a pilot.
you need an Air Force guy to do that. I can't do that for you, Sully. Sorry. Infantry. I would love to be able to do it, but I wouldn't do it justice.
If you could just give it like a basic understanding of it, that would be awesome.
No, don't even have a basic understanding. I can't do it for
No
you.
worries, no worries.
Sorry.
Yeah, so basically for the audience, like I'm not an
You would know more about it than what I do, dude. For real.
No, I appreciate that. But yeah, it's just basically the HH-60 Pave Hawk would actually be used for a retrieval because, again, of its speed, its ability to get, to try and locate the pilot, the flexibility, the maneuverability of it. This is why what Genghis is saying is so right, that there's no way a C-130 would be used in this scenario. It makes no sense. Yesterday, if you remember when we were covering this live, we literally said, oh, guess what? Allegedly, there is a HH-60 above the air. And we mentioned that, we explained it, and there did seem to be some reports and some audios of that happening. So this again just goes to what Genghis is saying in terms of this possibly being a dual mission. Either a dual mission or, I mean, if the reports about the H60 could have also been like essentially a way to throw everyone off, and the real mission was to create a ground base.
Or just to get the uranium, Sully. That could have been the mission. You know what I'm saying? Like you could have been spot on with that analysis when you said,
What do
okay,
you think?
there was a site
How
close
long do you
by.
think a mission like that would? How long do you think a mission like that would take to be able to go there? Remember, they went to an airstrip. They set up base. They go for the nuclear enriched uranium. Maybe they'll go and try and blow up some underground missile bases. How long would something like that take as a mission?
Well, depending on how deep it is under the ground, right? If it was just in a building on the ground somewhere that they had to get into, and they were doing a raid like that, like hours, just a couple of hours, that should be fast. We got the plans. We know exactly where we're going. We know exactly which doors we've got to kick in. We know who's got it. We know the codes. Like if we're not having to make up anything on the fly, then literally hours. It's sometimes even shorter than that. In, out, gone. That's just that's all there is to it. Like the pilot rescue, same deal. In straight to where he's at, pick him up, gone straight out. as fast as you can get in and out. That's the whole point of a raid or a rescue or whatever. It's all about speed. Speed is the key. You don't want to get involved in gunfights. You want to be in and out. And that uranium thing, same deal, in and out. Before anyone knows what's going on, before they can organise any kind of resistance, any kind of a rescue force, counterattack, all of that stuff. If a raid is successfully done, then you are too fast for all of that. You're in and gone. It's like a hit and run mission. So it would have just been, hours. If that was successful, if they had got that uranium and been successful, just a couple of hours, dude. In with the helos, out, gone. See you
What
later.
about if it's what with the deep underground bunkers? Then how much more longer would it take? Genghis.
Sorry,
His wife's in here.
sorry, Sally. Ask me again. My wife just stepped in because it's Easter, and she's cracking the whip. So I got to be quick.
We appreciate you allowing him to have some time. Just let us ask this one last question, and then he'll go for the Easter egg hunt with you.
He can come back. It's just I need help carrying 5 Easter baskets because we have a lot of kids.
No problem. No, well, go do that, Genghis, and then we'll get you back in once you're free.
Right, I did. I'll be back soon.
And
Thank you, by
brilliant.
the
And
way.
I've sent you a DM as well if you want to check that out.
I will.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. What great analysis by Genghis. Do give him a follow on his X page. I love that. I enjoyed that. I think that was a great conversation. And the reason we were basically having that conversation is because if you remember yesterday, we were talking about the Pave Hawks and how that they were being heard over the area, the Bakhtiari province, in order to find and locate the pilot. Now, that makes sense. The Pave Hawk to all of us made sense. This is why we were like, yeah, Pave Hawk is there, it's going, whatever it may be. The reason they use the Pave Hawk, as you guys know, it's basically equipped for that specific reason to retrieve pilots. It's for combat and search and rescue. It can deal with attacks, and it works in the night and various other things. So that's the reason why something like that would work and it would make sense. But what doesn't make sense to any of us is this two C-130s, basically Black Hawks, and various other things that were used. So this is a craziness to say the least. But guys, we're live on X. We're live on YouTube. Retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live on YouTube. We've got loads of people there. Make sure everyone likes it. We've got nearly 1,000, was it? Nearly 900 people there. Make sure everyone likes the YouTube video and shares it if there is such thing on YouTube. I think you can share it on your post or something on YouTube, but yeah, if you could do that, that would be awesome. Let's try and get as many people as possible. I don't think you're getting this analysis anywhere, and I do mean anywhere else. So I appreciate him. Myron, was there anything else you wanted to add on that? Okay, he's gone. Let's go to, is there anybody on the panel who wants to add to that?
Yeah, so if I could just add on this, Genghis, as I think most of us know, Genghis, we've heard him before. The man is very humble. He has a tremendous military history and background, and he laid in heavily, backing up exactly where you're going with this, fully matches what my guy, my close friend, who was a 25-year career Air Force Special Force guy that did this type of stuff. And yeah, absolutely. We're seeing this being set up, and we have activity ongoing. We're already boots on the ground, have been. And again, I'll just close with this. The Marine amphibious assault will be, in my honest assessment, a feint. It won't actually go ashore there. Could they? Yeah, but I seriously doubt that. But it will be ongoing to have these operations ongoing behind the scenes, clandestine, to so-called get this uranium. And I love the way Resistance laid that out, how crazy that is, and finding these underground bunkers. But thank you, Sully. Keep fighting a good fight.
Well, just to add a bit of credibility to your point, I mean, if what we are hypothesizing is right, then it means that there was never going to be a ground invasion to the islands, but this was actually going to be what they were trying to do, and it failed. It's not looking good for the Americans. And this probably explains why Trump's lost his mind today, because he should be in a celebratory mood today. He should be in a very excited mood today. Oh my God, I got the pilot back. But he's losing his mind instead. And he's like, listen, we're going to blow everything up. We're going to destroy everything. Like, like a petulant child who didn't get his way and now he's losing his mind. That's how Donald Trump sounds like right now. And it isn't looking good. Let me read a couple of these super chats. It says, Doc stir-fried Aladdin yesterday. Washington Post said that the CIA did a deception campaign on Iran to get pilots. This could include communications. Sounds like there are 150 special forces now in the country to hook up with local opposition groups to help organize them. Civil war about to break out. I mean, I think they've been trying that, but it's been failing. Good Easter Sunday, all. Really insightful session. Think I'm blocked from posting on YouTube. Long live Iran. We have seen the super chats, or maybe you can post via super chats. X Commerce says, would maybe that be what the Iranians meant by the Americans are not telling the whole truth with the rescue? It could be. It could be exactly what the Iranians meant by that. Doc, was there anything you wanted to add onto this strand of conversation? Because then we can get into the news and the information.
Yeah, just your analysis of Genghis and your observations that led Myron and him into that conversation are really quite astounding to me. The fact that Trump's behavior, erratic behavior, is not a reflection of a successful rescue mission. It's a reaction to a failed attempt to put boots on the ground. It makes much more sense. And it followed right in line with his 48-hour warning or notice, which he's now extended, I guess, to Tuesday. So, but it is just crazy that the president put out the post that he did, using the F word. I spent a long time excusing Trump's, obscene at times, verbose, hyperbolic rhetoric, in part because he was using it against people that I hated as well, the Democrats, liberals that ran California. But now he's doing it in this circumstance, on the brink of World War III. Is It's insane. And again, that leads me back to the Epstein file as a compelling force here. Not finance, not oil, not the petrodollar, not America first, not as a good ally with NATO. In no way. He's off the rails completely.
Yeah, so to summarize that together, basically, if we've had this potential failed mission, then you get the new 48-hour deadline that goes into Tuesday. The interesting thing about the timing from here is that on Monday, the US markets are open and the European markets are closed. And so anything that happens will be reflected into the US markets on Monday. And then you can do a taco. You can see the reaction of the European markets on Tuesday. And then that will play into the European markets on Tuesday, which will set the framework for what happens for the rest of the week and any manipulation in between. Suleiman, just before, because that was quite a long thread and people may have just joined, just before like you go to the news, do you want to just give like a summary of the overarching theory there again?
Yeah, of course, Simon. Yeah, because we were kind of like, from my perspective, I was kind of like formalizing it while we were on the space. But basically, the overarching point is here that the C-130s, two C-130s went down. So we know two C-130s were in the mission. There's no way a C-130 with the early birds that are inside the C-130, possibly four of them, would be used for a specific basic mission of retrieving one US pilot. For that, you would use like a Pavehawk, something along those lines. And so the fact that the C-130, there was two, and both of them were destroyed, as well as a Black Hawk. The location that it was destroyed was 200 kilometers away from the location of the first pilot, means that it's highly improbable that the other pilot would be in that other location. Actually, it would be impossible. And so, and the fact that they would use a C-130, a C-130 is used to transport people, transport hundreds of people, 70 to 100 people, transport goods, transport artillery to basically create a forward stationing base. And so the prevailing theory that myself and Genghis were talking about was that we think it's highly likely that this was actually a special ops operation as part of the ground invasion in order to get into the south of Isfahan, create a quick base, go to the enriched uranium, retrieve it, possibly blow up the different missile underground bunkers and missile launch pads, and then get out. And what's happened is that missions completely failed. Those C-130s have been completely destroyed, and they basically then made it look like it was a retrieval of the pilot. We're seeing possibly, yeah. So that's kind of the overarching position on that.
Awesome. Okay, so I assume you're gonna. I know you got a man flu, but you're gonna be able to make a 10-minute video later that everyone can share on that theory, because I think it's really important to get that one out.
Yeah, I am gonna. Oh my God, Simon! It's like you're a G. This is why. This is why Simon's the top dog, and we're just us guys, bro. Yeah, we are gonna do that, Simon. And I'm gonna fight through the man flu, Simon. I'm gonna fight through the man flu to do it. Much love to Simon. Always really appreciate you. Um. Okay. So, shall we? Anything you want to add on that, Simon, before we get into the news?
No, one last question then. Do you think now that's failed? Do you draw any? Is this enough brain power we've consumed to get this far, or do you want to draw a little bit further on what you think it means next?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I don't know, like do I think he's gonna try again. I'm with Genghis on this. I think they will try again in different locations. But the problem is next time they're gonna have to be a lot more precise in what they try and do. They need to be aware of the risks. And I don't know, like any other location is going to be even harder. Like this location made sense. There wasn't a huge amount of IRGC forces there. There wasn't any besieged forces there, and they still got clapped. So imagine they try other locations. So I mean, the other options are they try again, or go for the island, or Trump does what he's saying, which is just lose his mind, blow up Iranian infrastructure, and then hope that Iran doesn't do the same thing to the Gulf states.
Yeah, cool. So I think it's really important, everybody, that when Suleiman's created that video, that we just try and get that out there so people understand how to analyze this correctly, because there's going to be future operations that we need to understand as this progresses.
And
Why aren't the
also,
Gulf?
if Americans are aware of it, they can. Well, obviously, some may not believe us, but I think a large number of people will believe us. And if Americans were to push it out there, then what would happen is Trump administration would be aware that actually the people know what happened and they failed, and then they'd think twice again about possibly doing this. So that's the other benefit of doing what you're saying, Simon.
Yeah, but look, why aren't the Gulf states out there screaming about this? If it's assumed that Iran is going to retaliate against them, and it's been predicted and promised, why aren't they screaming, giving Americans like myself some support for the fact that those in the region object to the war for other reasons than are being presented? I don't
Well,
understand
Iran
why they're
Iran seems
quiet.
to be doing a great job with all these Epstein files, Lego videos, and stuff. Like those are going really viral, and Iran kind of has the heart and imagination of that faction of United States that are kind of fed up of the Epstein regime and the youth and stuff. So
Yeah, but
there's a very smart marketing strategy that's happening in the background.
that doesn't address my question, though. My question is, why aren't we hearing official statements from the GCC countries to Trump to stop this?
Because there isn't a unified stance on it, Doc.
Well, but forget unified. Why aren't any of them doing it?
So
I think it's the good
they
cop,
they
bad
are,
cop side.
well, no, I don't think it's good cop, bad cop. I think there's a lot happening behind the scenes already that we're not aware of. And as I said, like for example, Oman is part of the GCC and it's meeting with Iran to discuss the Strait of Hormuz and how they're going to manage that together. So already these things are happening.
Yeah.
So it's not as simple as
Again,
that.
my specific point was, why aren't they making it public so that the American public, to go to Sully's point, the reason why I brought up the question, so the American public can have more support for their contention that
Yep.
this war is
So
very, very unpopular, and that the GCC countries stand to lose a lot.
so
It's strategy, right? If you got to think about it, the GCC countries are not popular in the mind of the West, but right now there's a faction of Iran that's growing very, very popular. You know, those that were understand the Epstein side, understand this faction of the. It's almost like the boomers would be more aligned with the GCC message, and the youth is more aligned with what's happening with Iran, particularly with all the genocide and Epstein files and everything. So I think it's an overarching
I don't think
strategy.
I don't
Just
think
some
it's as
breaking
simple as
news.
that. Sorry,
Just
go
some
ahead.
breaking news. Just some breaking news, Hassan. I'm going to give it straight back to you. Apologies. Trump has tweeted out, he said 8 p.m. Eastern. So basically, well, I lost the tweet now, but basically he said 8 p.m. Eastern, that's the deadline. And then here it is, let me get it back up. Okay, so he wrote President Trump Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. And then obviously Gunther Eagleman wrote TikTok MFers. So 8 p.m. Eastern is the deadline. Sorry, back to you, Hassan. Great
Yeah, sorry. So
conversation.
just I respond to Doc. Well, I think, for example, the UAE is actually on board with this whole strategy. So the only thing that would come out, and I mean, and that's what the nuances are here. They are, if they're backing it, maybe Saudi is to a certain extent as well. So I don't think it's as simple as them coming out with the stance, because the issue is from the UAE's perspective. Let's say, for example, the war stops right now, then what's going to happen to the UAE? Who's going to invest in it with the knowing that the republic is there, still standing, rebuilding, rearming? No one's going to invest there. What about its AI centers? What about its tourism? What about its airlines? You know, from the UAE perspective, this would be a disaster if the war stopped right now, which is why they've gone all in.
Yeah, see, I don't agree with that at all. I think the UAE has the same leverage now, actually more leverage now to make a deal or to come out and try and advocate for active negotiations than they would be if their infrastructure was destroyed by an attack by America on Iran.
So if you read between the lines, they want Iran to be destroyed, and the fact is that Trump and Netanyahu, well, Trump is coming out, and America is coming out saying
Well, then they're
that the UAE
fools.
are supporting. Well, this is what they're not denying this. This is the point. They're not denying this. So America is saying, the Trump regime is saying that the UAE is going to support us in opening the strait, supporting us in the ground invasion, supporting us in capturing the islands because they've got interest in those islands. And they're not coming out and saying, no, we've got nothing to do with
But
this.
the
So you
UAE
have to
doesn't have
assume,
any military force they can use to bring.
yeah, finance it, it will do what it can,
Well, they're going to
whatever it
hire
is,
more
provide
Pakistanis
mercenaries,
or what? I mean,
whatever it will do, can
you
do
know,
with this
I
wealth.
think that hypothetically that could be happening, but I see no signs of it.
Well, the point is, look, I'm not speculating. I'm just saying to you, the reality on the ground is that I believe the UAE wants this war to continue until Iran's destroyed. Because if should Iran come out stronger and controlling the strait, this would be a disaster from UAE's perspective. I'm not saying this like as a kind of emotional or like, you know, what I want to happen. Just how I if you look online and what they're saying, this is what appears to be their
No,
stance.
I'm
But
not
what does
describing.
Iran
I'm
destroyed actually mean? That means absolute disaster in the region. No
So
one wants that. Why would anyone want?
they want it to be continuously weakened. Look, well, they've chosen their side. In this scenario, you choose a side, right? And I believe Oman's chosen a side very clearly, and I believe UAE chosen a side very
It's
clearly in this
irrational
occasion.
though for their own interests. I mean, France chose the
Well,
side, Italy chose the
well,
side, England chose the side, and they said, "Fuck that! This doesn't work for us.
it's too
It's
late.
against
It's
our
too late
national
though.
interests."
It's too late, Doc, because look, what's the rationality in this whole war in the first place? What's the rationality in giving Iran the control of the Strait of Hormuz? What's the rationality in taking our leader and escalating to where we've got today, with the point where
Right,
Trump's?
but
Where's the rationality?
we're at a different time now after 36 or 7 days than we were when the initial decision was made to attack, and it was made to attack because that's what Israel wanted, because we're controlled by the Zionists in our government. It's the extent of the control at the expense now clearly of our national interests and the death of how many Americans and the loss of our equipment, plus the fact that repeated deadlines have been ignored successfully by Iran. that I take a new look at the field, and I just don't understand, given the precipice we seem to be on in terms of an attempt to put boots on the ground, or to hit the bridges and the electrical plants and the desalination plants, the threat by Trump to do that. UAE has to understand that will not give them control or influence or defeat Iran, because the response is coming. They can't stop the response. That's been proven in Israel with the continued bombardment and the exhaustion of the defensive missile shield. So I
So
mean, I just don't get
yeah,
it.
this is the process of Zionization, Doc. You see, when you Zionize your country, what that means is you bring Israel into your country, you normalize with it, you buy into its tech, you put your tech throughout your country in it, so it has full control. You've already backed that horse. We've seen that happen in UAE. We've seen it happen in Kurdistan.
Yeah, but I'm talking about why the UAE and other GCC countries are
What
not
choice have they
saying,
got?
"Wait a minute."
What choice have they got?
What do you mean? They can come out against Trump, against the attacks, stop, get out of the Middle East. They can do that.
They can't do that. They can't, because the
Why
problem
can't
is,
they do that?
because they've Zionized. Look, this is what I'm saying to you. Like, just the same way that America at the moment is at war, it's sacrificing its people, and it doesn't have a choice in the matter. This is the same situation that's facing the UAE as well. They haven't got a choice in the matter. They can't. They've already signed up to this. They've already signed the blood. And if you see now, if you just look on the I'm just telling you what they're saying. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. Go on to UAE Twitter accounts. They say that their relationship with Israel is stronger than ever, and they'll continue to work with them, and they support them fully. What does that tell you?
Well, what it tells me here in America, using the same analysis and dynamic, is that it's tearing our country apart. And we have significant voices in the country who are calling Trump out on this and saying, this is wrong, this is immoral, this is illegal, this is in support of genocide, this is not our war, it's not our national interest, it's a violation of the promises you made. That voice should be loud and clear. Particularly it is on Spaces, thanks to Sully and Beatrice. But I don't hear any of that from any of the GCC countries. Forget about
So
UAE.
Doug, bear in mind, look at the investments that are in the GC, are in the UAE, specifically Oracle, Microsoft. You've got Amazon. You've got all these other big tech companies, the AI centers. It's not so easy as coming in and saying, "Get out of our country." Like, we don't want your military here. We don't want you here. We want our independence. It's just really not that simple. You've got huge tech companies, huge investments. You've got massive ties now. It's not so easy to undo that.
Well, it is easy if Iran has significantly damaged the infrastructure. Then you need to renegotiate and rebuild.
Well, this is where we're at now. Just the same thing, state with the stage with the Strait of Hormuz, right? It's the same thing where you are trying to hold on to this notion that you can somehow.
And never forget who the real regional power is. It's China. Like, people never talk about it, but China doesn't want American-dominated Middle East.
Yeah, well, but the reality is that the one that's willing to exert their power in the region by force is America. China knows it doesn't need to, because
It's
it's
not.
playing the
It's
long
not.
game.
Not necessarily by force. You can wait for complete destruction, and then you can rebuild infrastructure. So you don't win by force. That's a Western concept. You don't have to win by force. You
Oh, I
can. You
agree.
can
I
win
agree
by
that I agree they're
economics.
not winning, but that's what they're trying to do.
But that's kind of like Europe in World War II, right? You just let Europe blow each other up, and America was just sat there, and then rebuilt Europe and that's exactly what China's done. You just let them expel all the US infrastructure from the region. You let the economics get bad, but you don't let it get to the complete demand destruction. And then you use your leverage in order to reopen the Hormuz on your terms, which is what I think China's doing. And trust me, their terms are not a powerful Israel dominating the region and a bunch of Western technology in the region. Their terms are very different.
Well, look, I think there's no doubt that we're in a transition phase, and back to the actual original point we were discussing back in the morning. There was a lot of dejection. People were worried about the pilot being found out, and that somehow this is going to change the course of this war. And I said that, look, strategically, this is all headed in the right direction with the weakening of America, with Iran becoming the Republic becoming more powerful, and that's just a reality that people are going to have to live with, and they can't escape it. They'll have to learn to accept it. But the issue is accepting that is very, very difficult, especially when you look at the hubris and the arrogance of like they can't understand what you got to understand the Western mentality, the Western colonial mentality, the Jewish supremacy mentality is that how can we have brown people beating us militarily? How can we have these brown people outwitting us and being able to whether it's through economic warfare? How can they apply sanctions on us? We apply sanctions on them. They are not willing to accept this shift in the paradigm, and the fact that suddenly the brown person has power, has the ability to change things, has the ability to dictate things. They are not able to accept this. This is how I see it.
Well, to take the analogy further, the way you accept it is because the yellow people won, then, and the yellow people dictate the terms, which is we can switch you off, America, and China can.
Yeah, a lot of it is a lot of it is from the hubris is projection and image and being able to say we are the best, right? Because we have we have our Hollywood movies, we show how good we are. We shout about it. The Chinese, they don't shout about it. They don't go around bombing everywhere and creating these optics that we can destroy anyone anytime we want. And America still maintains that image, and it doesn't want to
I
lose that
completely
image.
agree. Completely agree with that. China's just executing while America's
Yeah,
doing PR, and then
absolutely,
Iran
absolutely.
is playing the PR game to rebrand Iran in the eyes of the West, and it's unbelievably smart. It's working incredibly well. Like I think Iran has rebranded themselves from the quote unquote, you know, center of terrorists to the defender of, the defender of the anti-genocide movement. Like it's the rebranding
The
exercise that's happened
anti-Epstein,
here.
the
Well, there you
anti-Epstein,
go. The Epstein
uh,
class. That's what summarizes it. And that was created internally. That whole Epstein regime. You had just look at the sequence of events. You had the genocide, which told the whole world the horrific Israeli American regime. Then you had the tariff wars, which reset every single relationship around the world. Then you had the Epstein regime. All right, all of our emails are the terrorists. All of our leaders are the terrorists and pedophiles. Then you had the Iran war. And in the meantime, China's just executing in the background and seems to hold all the cards. Like just look at it. To me, it's and then you've got Iran that's now doing the best PR I've ever seen in terms of rebranding in the eyes of the West and understanding the financial game here. Like I've never seen anything like
well,
it.
look,
Like
I'm not sure how. Look, the issue with the Islamic Republic is it's always been quite bad at PR, quite bad at media generally, and they admit that they acknowledge that themselves. So this is an achievement to be able to in the last couple of few weeks what they've
this
done with
PR
it.
is next level. Would you agree,
It's
Hassan?
very
Like
good. It's absolutely it's amazing. It's amazing. I agree. But the issue is that it's traditionally not been very good. I think Marandi's definitely put up a notch. He's become more good. Arakchi's become very prominent now and respected worldwide. Fortunately, the martyr Laranjani, he was really really good as well. So look, there's a few people who are now leading the way in this, but it's because the way I see it is because of their perseverance, because of the morality and the persistence in getting their message across, and the opportunity that Epstein kind of class, Epstein regimes provided them with to counteract them, and they've taken that opportunity. So, look, but the thing is, at the end of the day, the Western establishment, or the Epstein establishment, shall we call them, cannot accept they're struggling to come to terms with the fact that there's these brown people that are super intelligent, they are highly advanced nuclear scientists, physicists. They really look at the spokesman of the RGC who comes out with like he's got like 4 degrees and PhDs and masters and speaks like 4 languages. They're struggling to come to terms with the fact that there's some people in this country that's been portrayed for 50 years in Hollywood as being a backward society, that they're actually far more advanced intellectually, philosophically,
than they are. They can't accept it. It's something that's becoming that makes them almost explode, right? And you see when Trump comes out with these comments, like I was saying in the morning that this isn't changed anything, and then I was expecting Trump to come out with all this blasé about, oh, we've rescued the pilot and we are the best military in the world, and then this tweet comes out and it's basically he's screwed. He's back to square one. So Trump is in a real hole right now that he just can't get himself out. It looks like he's going to explode any minute. He's going to have a heart attack or a stroke.
Well, there's three realities here. There's Russia won the Ukraine war. Um, China won the trade war, and now Iran is effectively having a real dent in the PR war as a result of both the Gaza genocide and the Iran war. And it looks like the Strait of Hormuz was the final global reset. And you know, the markets break if this carries on for 2 months. I'm talking about in the most catastrophic way you could imagine. And so this is the ultimate leverage event. This is the falling of the Berlin Wall. Like, this is the Bretton Woods agreement. Like, this is where we are right now. This is the biggest moment and the biggest change we're going to live through in our lifetime. And I think everyone knows that World War III is not an option.
I'm not convinced. I think this next 2 days is going to be critical. I think before, if Trump doesn't do anything at the end of this, I think he's finished at that point. What else? What credibility has he got at that point? He has to be. There has to be a regime change in America.
Yeah, but I mean, mm, like we're already getting basically in the heart and minds of most Americans. There's a mental regime change that's already happened. Like, there's only like the lowest, Q-tard of psyop that thinks that there's some kind of plan here or that they're trusting. And that's just the base now. The Trump base is just talking to the the lowest of intelligence within America. The intelligent ones have pivoted long ago, like the docs and everyone and Gary, and they figured out what's going on here. It's just like the ones that is going to sink the ship, that are going to be the most effed up by this regime, that are left, and they're gonna go down with him, because they're going to be inflated away and they're going to be on economic ruin, because they already are in economic ruin.
I mean, the issue. I personally believe that Trump actually wields a lot of power because he started this war and he was able to do it. Sure, there's people who influence him, but I believe that.
But that means
It's,
everyone blames him for what's about to happen, right?
yeah,
No,
but
people aren't blaming Iran; they're blaming Trump and Israel.
yeah. But the issue is he can pull. I believe he's the one who pulls the trigger. There's people behind him, sure, making decisions, but he does actually believe, in my perspective, my belief, significant power, and that means that the situation we're in is very dangerous, because we have somebody with a lot of power who's unhinged and desperate and doesn't know what to do. He's being humiliated repeatedly, and the world's laughing at him, and he can't take it, and he's going to explode any minute. So what he's going to do on Tuesday, I think there's a significant chance that he might go ahead and actually blow up some power stations because he gets so desperate. I think it might get to that stage.
And that's going to make markets worse, and everyone's going to blame him for what comes next.
Yeah, but what other way out is? Or what other? The only way for there's no way for him other than to retreat and defeat, or to keep escalating. There's no third option.
Which is coming up. He's got to meet. He's meant to be meeting Xi Jinping in May, and he's going to have to retreat.
Well, he's got to retreat before then. I think that's too far in advance. The defeat's coming this month, I think.
I agree.
The defeat. So I don't think the meeting.
But he needed his Hollywood movie, right? When one Hollywood movie was run out of the center of Iran with a briefcase of enriched uranium and film it like a James Bond movie, and that just failed. So is he trying to do it again?
he'll keep trying. This is the problem that we're facing. I said this before. He's not going to give up because he simply can't. Just like we saw with Israel, same mentality. They're not going to give up and just pack up their bags and leave. They have to be forced to. And the same thing will happen with Trump, where he'll have to be defeated so clearly and so obviously that he has to pack up his bags and leave. And I mean that metaphorically, not physically. Maybe I don't know. I don't know if it's a possibility. I was wondering what the Americans would say. I think there's a possibility of a military coup. Can anybody actually intervene? Because I saw those interviews with the Hegseth, where they were asking him about how many generals he's got rid of. And he said, "I don't know. I've lost count." Like at some point, somebody in America, there must be some kind of military coup, right? Because otherwise they could destroy America completely.
Well, Trump's
It's
already hinted at that I can walk away, you guys solve it, right? Now NATO's not going to solve it. China is going to solve it, and China will solve it because there are Asian countries right now that are about to hit famine, and they're about to hit food and energy insecurity, and and Iran will open the strait on Iran's terms with China to service the East eventually, and Iran will dictate those terms. They're already starting to dictate terms over those with those in catastrophic situations. As long as Trump retreats, and he's already given the narrative, his speech was, and I think this was his swan song. He was trying to do that final Hollywood movie and then leave it to everyone else.
Simon, if I've been listening carefully to this what you said today, if I can just say what you've been saying, the world basically has to just string this along till Beijing, the meeting with Trump in Beijing, because I believe you 150%. China's going to be running this peace negotiation, this deal. Hassan, Trump is just like an ant, a million ants running around on a giant log going down a river. Every one of them thinks they're steering that giant log floating in the river. Trump has no control. He thinks he does, he does not. Now he's doing his little act, he's jumping around, but he's not going to cause anything to happen. He can threaten doing all that, but the problem is if he starts, all right, I know we're going to find
He's
out,
also
but
he's also cashing in, Andrew. He's
and
making
yeah,
he's asset stripping. He's like a corporate raider in America right now in terms of how much money he's making.
yes, amen, brother, amen. So yeah, Simon's got it laid out, and I know people push back on it, but Simon's got it laid out. This has got to happen. It is happening as we speak, and it's already happening. U.S. has already lost, Hassan. They've already lost. The game's over. The world sees it, except for his sycophants that don't see it, but they're going to go down and end up in oblivion and quietly walk off.
Look, it's a sunk cost fallacy, man. I don't think it's so easy as giving up and walking away from it. Like, I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe at some point this month they'll just say, declare victory and like everyone's been saying this, declare victory and walk away. But then the Strait, it doesn't solve the Strait issue, and then the Republic then decides the tolls, like you said, with China. America is basically its presence has to be eliminated in West Asia. So that means, that's going to be that's the defeat that you can't really hide. Like, how do you hide the fact that you no longer have influence over West Asia and you no longer have bases there?
Well,
I don't know.
you focus on Mexico, Canada, Greenland, Panama Canal, Europe. That's
Yeah,
America's
maybe
region.
invade Cuba. Maybe
Well,
you
Cuba,
do a regime change
they're
there.
already committing terrorism in Cuba. Like literally, the
Yeah,
hospitals are off right now. People are dying.
maybe this is where they become the greater America. Canada, Cuba,
Yeah,
Mexico,
China doesn't want to touch any of
Greenland.
that shit. They'll leave that stuff to America.
Yeah, they walked away from Panama without too much trouble.
They walked away from Venezuela too.
I'm referring to China, right? We're both
Yeah,
referring to China.
China walked away from Venezuela too. China and Putin and Xi Jinping just let Trump do that.
Right,
They had a deal.
and Trump can walk away from the situation right now.
Yeah.
We don't, because the economics of this are going to get worked out. China's going to have a voice in it. Oman's going to have a voice in it. Iran's going to have a voice in it. And the UAE, Saudi, and the others are going to have to come to some accommodation. They're not, I just don't see them continuing the silence that I perceive that's coming from the official government sources there, and allow their economies, their desalination plants, their ability, their food shipments to be destroyed because America can't stop that from happening. They know that, even if the American public doesn't. So, I see their behavior as irrational at this point as well.
Well, no, unless they've unless they're taking the hit, and they've got their reserves to economically rebuild, and China will help them as well, and then they'll sign their deals with America to acquire all of the assets that they need to, like they just need to manage that relationship, and I think they've got it. They just took a hit in the middle.
Well, from the very beginning of this administration, even before this administration, during the campaign, Trump was, in effect, giving voice to a reinforcement of the Monroe Doctrine, that this is our hemisphere, and we're not going to let foreign influences come in here. And that clearly had been gradually destroyed, the Americans' control over this hemisphere, starting with Jimmy Carter. Remember him and his involvement with Iran, starting with Jimmy Carter giving away the Panama Canal to Panama and subjecting them to the influence, economic and otherwise, of China. So that was the first step in breaking the Americans' hold on this hemisphere.
And by the way,
This,
America's got everything it needs. It's got all of its energy. It's got population. If it works with Canada, it's got all the rare earths that it needs. If it vassalizes Europe, it's got a consumption market to sell into. And if you work with Mexico, you got the manufacturing base that you need.
well,
So you
right.
got
We
everything.
don't even need Mexico's manufacturing base.
Well, it's the cheap labor. America's too expensive to build it.
Well, I don't agree. I think it's corporate greed that sets those landmarks, and it was Clinton and others who opened the ability of American manufacturers to offshore their labor for profit. And so, in an economic reset like we have, with the threat that the dollar is no longer going to be the reserve currency, Elon Musk is going to have a bigger presence, I think, going back to the fraud examinations. We waste so much money. We could be so much more efficient with a government that actually acts in the interests of the American public.
Agreed. And if you weaken the dollar, you can build your manufacturing base. If you strengthen the dollar and be world reserve currency, you're going to have to do it in Mexico. So weakening the dollar is the way to do it.
Yeah, you pay them back with cheaper dollars. It's really that simple. I mean, China's been doing that for a long time, devaluing the yuan against the dollar.
Doc, Trump took the NAFTA. As you know, Trump took NAFTA on that USMCA and opened up Mexico. He put NAFTA on steroids. You know about that, right?
Yeah,
And
and Mexico is
that,
now run by a Jew.
yeah, so that, yeah, yeah.
It's
No
the
comment. I'll
craziest
leave it
thing
here.
whatsoever.
Get Katie.
Hey, thank you so much for having me up. I saw the title about the pilot rescued and the U.S. plane shot down, and I joined right as you all were talking about the C-130. So I just wanted to offer a little perspective. I'm retired Air Force, so I was enlisted, but I helped plan combat air operations. I worked in Air Operations Center, which oversees command and control of the air operations and the theater of operations. So within that, any combat search and rescue or personnel recovery is handled, usually within that Air and Space Operations Center. And in regard to the C-130s, they have many modifications. One example that many might be familiar with is the Fire Module Airborne Firefighting System, also called MAFS. So, like when we had the California wildfires in the U.S. or different wildfires, you might see those C-130s employed specifically for the CSAR missions. They include a specialized one called the HC-130J. It's a variant of the C-130J. And it's usually very closely associated with what are called Air Force Pararescuemen, PJs. They're the Air Force Special Forces who specialize in the survival, evasion, resistance, escape, SEER, and personnel recovery, and they integrate with what they call the CSAR Guardian Angel triad, which also works with like the HH-60 Pavehawks. And so those HC-130Js, they have enhanced navigation, threat detection. They can provide something if they have the pod. This is something really special they can provide. Helicopter air-to-air refueling. So depending how far the helicopters have to fly, a lot of times that's why they might have an HC-130J with them, so that they can provide that helicopter air-to-air refueling. Something interesting about them is they fly low to medium altitude, and they're usually in blackout conditions, so they have no external lights or comms. And you can actually search this. You can Google it, or you can go on AI and just ask it to tell you about an HC-130J that's used with like CSAR or personnel recovery, and it'll probably tell you something very, very similar to this. So I'll kind of land with this is it makes sense to me with my background in what I worked in the Air Force that a C-130, specifically the HC-130J, would have been involved in this mission, especially because PJs are trained and specialized in pilot recovery because they are Air Force. That's one of the main reasons that that they would probably have the lead in this mission. And they do if any aircraft. We saw this with the Bin Laden. I don't know if someone mentioned this earlier, but we saw this with the Bin Laden raid, especially special forces aircraft or helicopters. They will absolutely get blown up because they have specialized capabilities on board. So they're going to want to make sure any of their specialized capabilities, any communication capabilities, or any of that are blown up if the aircraft is left behind. That's all I had. I just wanted to add that perspective on the C-130. Thanks for having me up.
Okay, I'm back, guys. Do me a favor, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know. I recorded that video, boys and girls. I recorded that video. You guys asked for it. I recorded it. This is what we do. This is what we do. We graft and grind for you guys. But yeah, let's yeah, so retweet the space, and if you're on the YouTube, then like the YouTube and make sure you subscribe and have all your notifications on. Beatrix's comments there, it's pinned. Make sure you're subscribing to both of the channels and have your notifications on. Let's go to oh, Gary. I don't know if Darkside's here as well, and Gary's here, and Thermo's here. Hope you're doing well, guys. Jump in with any of your thoughts. Darkside, what's your thoughts on what's happening right now?
Just crazy, right? President seems unhinged. By the way, you guys did a great job last night. I just want to say, like, it's really painful as an American to watch the situation like that. And we pray for all the American lives and all the Iranian lives. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. But it's really hard to watch stuff like that, and hope it ends fast. But unhinged responses from the president today. I guess the deadline is now Tuesday at 8 Eastern time, so after market on Tuesday. Um, Man, it just seems like it just keeps going up the escalation ladder. I don't think Iran's coming out of their position, so I don't know where we go from here. Um, I don't know what to say, Sully. It's crazy. We certainly. I will say this, man. At some point here, it's not going to matter whether you open the Strait of Hormuz because everything's going to be destroyed, and that's the worst case scenario. So hopefully, someone figures out how to get off this escalation ladder. But man, it just feels like we just keep going higher and higher and higher. And when you're threatening to absolutely pulverize a country, that just that seems so unhinged to me. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I mean, it is. it is a bit crazy that he's basically attempted to do such an extreme reaction. He's saying the deadline is 8 p.m. He said he's going to blow everything up. I mean, unless Iran yields to him, do you think he's going to follow through, or do you think he extends the deadline again?
Really hard to predict. I think he will start doing serious damage. I really do. I don't. And look, it's like I've been saying this since for a month now. Kinetically, the U.S. can literally destroy Iran. I don't know what we gain. I don't know what the victory is. Right? You should be able to define success, and I don't understand how that creates any success. I mean, certainly it's going to create tremendous damage throughout the GCC, and that's not beneficial to the United States, the people of the United States. It's not beneficial to anybody. So I'm really struggling to understand what is success here. I mean, I guess his view of this is success is you get Iran to capitulate, but they're not. I just don't see them doing it. Maybe I'm wrong. I just don't see that happening.
They
Not in a
will not
million
capitulate.
years.
They will not
Yeah, I don't
capitulate.
see.
They will not,
I don't.
his frustration is because they will not capitulate. He thinks he can make everyone capitulate because he's used to that. He's used to doing that to, well, not to everybody, I guess, not China, but generally he's used to making other countries capitulate, and he cannot get his head around again the idea. It's this mindset, this supremacist mindset that there's these brown people and they're willing to defend their own dignity, honor, and sovereignty no matter what the cost is. And they're smart and they're strategic and they can build their own weapons and missiles and drones and technology. And they're getting more and more advanced. And now they control the Strait as well, which is 20 plus percent of the world's energy supply. It's just too much for him to take. How can if you just think about it from his perspective, like he went into a war and now he's come off much worse off. He's just trying to open all he wants to achieve now is to open the Strait when it was already open and he had that already under his control. And like, from his perspective, he's already lost so much. He has to find a win, and that, unfortunately, that hubris and that arrogance, it is at the root of it. And I said this before, I've said this many times. It's the arrogance which and the hubris which drives these kind of people to their own destruction, and they're willing to destroy the whole world around with them. And that's the fear here. He's got the ability to create massive destruction because of the position he's in. And I'm sorry to say, the Americans, they knew who he was. They knew the degenerate. They knew the degenerate person he was. They knew the kind of gambler and just disgusting, vile human being he was, and they voted him in. And you reap what you sow.
Well, just in defense of us Americans, we didn't have really a good choice, right? So we were staring down, like if I can flash back to my mindset, uh, during the election time, we were raging towards World War in the Ukraine. We had crazy cackling Kamala Harris, who was like literally an idiot. And we had Trump saying he was not going to, he was going to be the no war president. So I think,
Yeah, but
the
but but
fact.
look, I agree to a certain extent in the sense that you're stuck with the regime. I don't believe there is democracy. That's not the fault of the common American. But there was a lot of Americans, huge number of some of them my own relatives, who came out and said, "We love Trump. He's great. He's a guy for us." Now, if you had that mindset, then you definitely reap what you saw, because I said to the people, this guy is a degenerate. He's somebody who's known as a known liar. He's a fool. He's arrogant. He's got
You're
hubris. And if you
describing
fought someone like,
politicians. You're describing politicians generally. The
oh,
people
I
had
agree, but
reason.
there's
The
levels,
people had
right? There's
reason to
levels.
believe. The people had reason to believe after the first term that Trump would keep the promises he made during his first term, and that was primarily to close the borders. Here were the top issues: to close the borders and help the economy in a way that benefited the average American. There was no chance that Kamala Harris was going to deliver on any of that. What Kamala Harris doubled down on was the foreign policy of Biden, Obama, and the Bushes before them. Nothing would have changed. We would have had the same war in Iran, the same disruption in Syria and Lebanon that we have now, because that was the stated policy. So you can condemn, and I have, and actively are condemning those who still believe in Trump and his promises that he's obviously broken. Those people need to be condemned and made and mocked and made fools of. But for those of us like
Yeah, fair
myself
enough.
and dark
Fair enough.
side,
If you
no,
at the end of the day, if
we
you,
have changed based on the facts on the ground. I, for one, there are rumors about everybody. You can believe any of them. But proof is very, very hard to find. The fact that there are those who condemned Trump before and now their predictions have been fulfilled is no indication of future success in any prediction. You got a coin flip right, and that's the way I see it.
And I think it's highly likely that Trump was installed to do everything that he did, and no one would have made a difference in that anyway. But also remember what it was like. It was genocide, Joe. We were in like the genocide was horrific. There was a promise. Remember what Trump said? I'll get Ukraine over within 24 hours. Now, I know anyone that believed that seems like it was anyone that was studying the
Well, he had
reality.
the
That's a
ability
bit
to do
obvious.
that by cutting off funding and arms. He easily had the ability to do that. So the belief in
Yeah.
that promise, given his at least his no new wars sort of claim, was somewhat defensible after his first term. To believe that promise was reasonable.
Yeah, but and remember how he started. He came on saying, "We're going to shut down USAID. We're going to do Department of Government Efficiency. We're taking down the deep state. We've got the Gaza ceasefire." Like, just remember how he deceived everybody. And the reality is that this is systemic. If Trump was installed, and if he wasn't installed, and it was meant to be you know, there would have been a different justification for why we're in war with Iran right now. That these leaders are just not. They're not making decisions.
Right. No. Well, to me, this ties back into the Epstein stuff. This is the pushback I got early on when I started calling out Trump and the Justice Department and Pam Bondi's, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel's failure to prosecute any of these known pedophiles. And Trump came out and defended Clinton, said it was wrong that Clinton and Hillary were called before Congress to testify about the Epstein files, and he puts in an AG who for a year denies any prosecutions, not just of the Epstein file people, but the corruption around the J6 and the lawfare. I mean, this is evidence that he was always either part of that club to begin with, and this has all been planned. Um, this was the reset that Hillary Clinton and the globalists wanted back when Hillary was going to become president in 2016. So either presume that Trump was always part of that club, which I don't believe he was, because they went after him so hard with the lawfare, and they really did go to desperate ends from a legal standpoint to trying to prosecute him and put him in jail and sideline his ability to not only run for president, but to have the influence on Americans to support other candidates of his ilk. So no, I don't think he was, but the thing that I used to respond to suggestions that Trump's not in the Epstein files because the Democrats would have released it is just for this reason. Is just to control him, someone who they hadn't been able to control or sidetrack before, and achieve the same ends that Kamala Harris and a long line of neocons were doing in Iran. And so again, I still point back that this is the Epstein files.
And Doc, even the QOP, the QOP is still manufacturing the compliance from the last believer that they think that this is all part of the plan, and so it's very careful deep state plans.
Yeah, I have several uh, former friends who are large conservative influencers who all along were the 5D chess guys, and they're still defending Trump in the midst of everything. And their platforms have been utterly destroyed. They can't draw space anymore, where they used to draw thousands. So I don't think Trump has the support, not nearly even the support that CNN says he has at 35%. I think it's more like 15%. And it's bleeding every day. And it's really going to explode if Trump, has this massive attack and our allies in the region are destroyed as promised.
What a time, people. What a time.
No, what it is, right? There are people that do blindly and have blindly followed Trump. There are people that blindly follow Biden or the Democrats. And those people, you can tell they blindly follow because even today they are still supporting Trump. Anybody who voted for Trump and has seen what he's done and stopped supporting him as a result of the Iran war or other things, they weren't blind supporters. They were just hoping for the best for their country. And it's really easy for because I did used to support Trump from a global perspective. And it's easier when you're sat on the outside to make that decision because I didn't have to make that vote. I didn't have to make that vote in America. So for me to say, right, I no longer support him because I've dug into some of the things and, I'm not, and I know I tease Joe about this, but I'm only teasing him. It was really difficult for Americans. And let's not forget, the Muslim community in America came out and said they were going to vote for Trump overwhelmingly, right? And they gave him and they stood up and they went and met him and said, yeah, we support this guy. He's going to do what's best. And they were disappointed afterwards. So I think to have hope that someone's going to do overwhelmingly good and then to realize that they haven't done that good and raise your voice and say, look, I had hope in this guy and I no longer do is a good thing. I think to not still to this day be able to see any of his flaws and blindly support him, then I think those are blind followers. And we have to differentiate between the two.
Also, I think it's a really good point. But also remember a lot of because we had held those spaces at the time, there was a bunch of people that just voted for him just because of Bitcoin and thought, okay, that would be one thing that might actually come from this, but I don't believe anything else. And they thought you'd get Epstein files and 9/11 files and JFK files. So that was one reason. Also, the left anti war Democrats wanted to punish Biden and wanted to show that you can't do a genocide and be rewarded. So they wanted to, show that you can't get away from that. And then also they co-opted the independent movement by doing the whole MAHA, RFK, Make America Healthy Again, which is a huge point for many people that thought their food was being poisoned and all that type of stuff. And remember, I think they staged his assassination to have the rally around Trump. And that was what turned it into a massive populist movement because people thought he's fight, fight, fight. They're trying to take him out. The deep state tried to assassinate him. And that was the moment when it was just obvious he was going to win.
Simon, you'll probably remember, but on the Bitcoin spaces, especially ones I did with Gary, we turned on Trump really early. Right? Our thing was about accountability. We thought there would be accountability for the Epstein debacle. We thought there'd be accountability for the J6 craziness. And we really kind of aggressively, when they did, I don't know if you remember when they did that influencer thing with the version 1 of the files, and it became clear right away that it was a scam. That's when I turned on Trump. I mean, I couldn't take it anymore. Right? You got to remember what the environment was like from 2020 to 2024, right? Like the J6 thing was awful. The Epstein cover up was awful. Those were the things that mattered most to us. And to Doc's point, he was trying to end wars. Everything was going sort of planned, at least on the foreign policy front, until the Epstein file release. And look, it's just Occam's razor, right, Doc? I mean, like everything pivoted the second those files were released.
Yeah, I mean his reaction to lately Tucker Carlson, but back then to Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz. These are the original Freedom Caucus people that Trump lashed onto and got their support. That became MAGA when Trump patented and copyrighted the term so we can monetize it. But he at that point was still America first, or so I perceived, and it sounds like Darkside and others did as well. And you're right, that did flip. I mean, he completely turned on Thomas Massey. I've never seen not he, the only historical comparison that I can levy the way Trump treated Massey was the way that Teddy Roosevelt used to go after his political opponents. Just straight fire on a guy that really was key to Trump's early success, political success in D.C. And one of the few guys and groups, the Freedom Caucus, who defended Trump through all of the lawfare and the attacks from the left. And the first thing that he does when Massey's and Marjorie Taylor Greene in support of the victims and accountability of the deep state for its commission or participation in the Epstein honeypot blackmail operation. They're doing everything that they can to defeat Thomas Massey in Kentucky, and I can tell you that Massey is going to win that easily. He had 95% of the conservative vote in the 2024 election in that district. Trump only had 67. So people support Massey much stronger than they support Trump. And Trump has endorsed a never Trumper because he's the guy who's willing to put his name on the ballot and make some money. So the Trump coalition is gone. It's absolutely destroyed, and it's gonna set the conservatives and the Republican Party back a decade. I don't see unless J.D. Vance comes or Marco Rubio comes out right now and is willing to say we made a mistake. I am accountable. I am resigning, and sit down for a year and then start campaigning in 2027. That none of them have a chance to win the next election because I and millions of other former Trump supporters are going to sit on our hands. He'll have lost the independents who came with him because of Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard. He's already attacking the independents when he attacks Tulsi Gabbard and calls her out for making what are very simply ethical and reasonable responses to the Epstein files. I mean, she's under fire too, Pam Bondi was, because she released a lot of the information that enabled Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene to pass the bills, the disclosure of the Epstein files. I mean, it went so strong, and even the Senate Democrats had to go along with it, and that bill became law because Trump absolutely could not afford to veto it. So it goes into law, and he uses Pam Bondi and others, Kash Patel, Don Bongino. It puts them in power knowing that they will not release the Epstein files. And if they do, a lot of the files that they didn't realize needed to be redacted to cover Trump's ass got pulled back after being initially disclosed. And this was only a portion of what the Justice Department files held on Epstein. It says nothing, absolutely nothing about the files held by the Justice Department and the FBI. Okay, these were excuse me, by the FBI and the CIA. The files that were released were files that were accumulated by the Justice Department in the civil and criminal investigations of Epstein and others. And they were sealed at the request of one party or the other in those court proceedings. And the law, in effect, gave the judges no choice in to release those seals, but it still had to go through a redaction process, which was called in a significant way. And then you have Trump coming out and saying, "I've been cleared." I've been exonerated by the Epstein files. No, we don't. We don't have the videotapes from Epstein's townhouse. We don't have the evidence from St. James Island or the New Mexico Ranch. We we don't have investigation at FBI 302s talking to, giving victim statements. All that stuff is withheld. So you have to presume, if you're being reasonable and you're trying to steelman your own argument, that Trump is complicit in the rape of small children, the worst part of the Epstein files, that he himself participated in a humiliation ritual. And the planning to protect Trump was all the way back to his so-called banning of Epstein and Maxwell from Mar-a-Lago after an incident with, supposedly the minor child of one of the other members. That set him up, and I defended him based on that scenario, that fact. But even if you go back and critically look at that time, a lot of the information investigation files from the Palm Beach Journal in the police department were never released, not even this latest tranche of Justice files released. So he is compromised by the Epstein files.
Also, Doc, remember he is Zionist by nepotism. Like his son-in-law is Jared Kushner. He's married into those circles. Like he is, you know.
Well, yeah, he's gone to the wall and kissed the wall, and it's a public humiliation ritual. But I think
And
he's
isn't it
also
isn't it
involved
the
in a
case
private
that
one.
isn't it the case that he met his wife through Jeffrey Epstein? That's what Jeffrey Epstein says?
I know that's been alleged. I don't know that to be. I don't know that to be true.
All I wanted to say before we kind of move on, but I've followed Gary, Doc, and Doc throughout this whole journey, and my experience has been that they supported him for the rational and moral reason, and they pivoted from him during the rational and moral time to pivot from him. So that's been my experience of watching all these people across this whole thing.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, completely agree. The IRGC, the spokesperson for the IRGC has come out, and they've not been very clear, but it does seem like they're indicating what we've been saying. He's saying that the attempt to go to the airfield in Isfahan was basically the claim that they're trying to retrieve the pilot was deception. And in reality, that wasn't the real mission. So it does seem again that the IAGC are claiming something similar to what we were saying, but it's worth keeping it there and thinking about. Thermo, do you want to jump in with anything?
Hi, Suleiman. Yeah, I wanted to first say just thank you for your analysis this morning because I was super confused about what was going on last night, and I think that your theory makes a lot of sense. So, thank you for the clarity. And hello to everyone else on the panel. I, you know, wanted to jump in mainly because of the conversation that was going on earlier about the UAE. And from my perspective, actually, from like a purely game theory perspective, it actually makes sense that the UAE would want Iran destroyed, in my mind. And if people think I'm wrong, then I'd love to hear your opinions. But yeah, essentially, I think that from the UAE's perspective, when this war ends, if Iran wins, right, then there's going to be a consolidating of power in the region, especially because China just cannot afford to have like this fractured Middle East concept anymore. And the like easiest path to stability is to have like a more dominant power that not necessarily directly rules over all the countries, but is sort of like a local enforcer. Because China's not going to want to enforce anything in the Middle East itself. Otherwise, it would be making the same mistake that America is making right now. Um, and yeah, so essentially, when that happens, I think the UAE knows that if Iran wins and becomes that dominant power, uh, it's not good news for the ruling class in the UAE. And then I think that they would actually long term rather have their infrastructure destroyed and retain power over the UAE, which is still an oil rich country. Yes, it might take years to rebuild, but at the end of the day, you still control the resources there. And once Iran's out of the picture and there's a, you know, side on your faction that's the dominant power in the region, you can build and have stability from there.
Yeah, but who do you think at this point? Who do you think is going to win? You think Iran is going to prevail, or the U.S. and Israel?
Uh, I mean, look, right now, it really does look like Iran has the upper hand.
Thank you. So why did
But
UAE reevaluate their previous position?
because I think that they're too far gone. Like, I don't think there's really much they can do at this point for Iran to treat them well on the other side of this thing. But also
Has
keep something.
has Iran threatened regime change in the UAE?
No, but I mean, look, at that point, right? They're not gonna, I don't think they're gonna be threatening these things right now. But once, if they come out the victor on the other end and they have all the power, they have the dominant military. I mean, these Gulf states, they aren't gonna have that much capacity to resist if Iran wants to do XYZ. And I think that that is the main fear. But also keep in mind something, that just because we believe this, I mean, a lot of people, it's very hard for them to envision America losing to Iran, even with all the things they're seeing right now. Like, there is sort of just this opinion in the minds of a lot of people that, like, oh, come on, like, it might be rough, but eventually America's going to pull this off. Like, it's the strongest military in the world, you know?
I just think that's irrational at this point. So,
Well, even people in this space have said stuff like, you know, if we do this, we're going to lose 50,000 troops. And the implication there is like, okay, America could win, but it's just going to be like heavy casualties. Which is true. And you know, you really never know what's going to happen in war. Things can change very quickly out of nowhere. Like, war takes on a mind of its own.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
amazing how
mean,
things have turned in 5 days, huh?
yeah, I
It's
mean,
a lot short time.
look at the trend lines, right? And this calls for diplomacy and a diplomatic reaction on the part of UAE. And I just don't understand. It's not rational why they're not acting in their own best interest. To say that they're okay to have their entire infrastructure destroyed so they can rebuild later under a more secure political environment for them. Well, they had one. They had that safe political environment. Everything was stable until Israel made Trump push the button twice. It
But
wasn't enough the
that
first
was the
time.
reality, you know, that was the reality, that you have Israel that wants to dominate the region, and you have Iran that doesn't want them to dominate the region. And so this was always going to happen as long as, like, both of those parties existed.
No,
But
it was
here's
going
the
to happen
reality you can't
because
change.
it,
The
it, it, it
codependency between America and China, that's never changed, and that will not change in
And
the
how
near
does that
future.
how does that play in?
Well, because effectively America and Israel are joined at the hip, and China and Iran are joined at the hip, and this is effectively a proxy war for the region. And America and China always knew that World War III is not an option because the American military requires China's exports. So it was never an option.
Yeah, so I actually don't think China is really dependent on the US at all. I think that they have been up until now, and that's what's allowed them to
No,
grow to where they
I'll
are
tell you where
now.
they are. If the global financial market collapses, China will be severely harmed by that. They don't want America to collapse. They want it to be regional, but they definitely don't want the global financial markets to collapse.
I disagree. I think that they're fine taking some pain and coming out on the other side as like the dominant player on the world stage.
Yeah, they could risk it. They could risk it all if global financial markets collapse. and you end up in like a World War III type of scenario. Like it's completely irrational.
Well, I don't see why those two scenarios are necessarily tied together. Like, if the U.S. expends its military fighting Iran, which it already has. I mean, it's burned through JASSMs, it's burned through interceptors, right? Like, and this is going to continue. And that China has all of the manufacturing and industrial base, so they're going to be fine. Like, it's the U.S. that doesn't have any manufacturing base and depends entirely on the financial system. So I don't really see how that like ties together.
Potential. I think China wants. They know its path. It's got a strategy. It's dominating Africa. It's got a strategy to dominate the Middle East. And it has zero aspirations of dominating the Western Hemisphere. I think it just wants to trade. And for China, I think it
So,
wants trade to continue.
well, so I agree, but I think there might be a slight sort of contradiction right there. Um, we have to be clear what we mean by dominate, right? So if you mean like influence, I agree with you. But the problem with just influence is that as long as there are these warring factions in the Middle East, even if you get like a short term stability, uh, you never know what's going to happen in 10 years. You know what I mean? So you kind of need someone to be a dominant player that kind of keeps everybody else in line. Otherwise, there's no sense in investing a ton into land corridors.
I
You
don't
know,
think that.
this
I
is
don't think
both.
that's how the world has worked in history. That's just the European, British Empire, American Empire glip in history. There's been multiple powers. Multipolarity is the normal state of being. Dominance is a very tiny thing in the part of history. I think.
I
Just
disagree with that. So
Thermo,
I
just give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna give it straight back to you. Important conversation. I want this conversation to continue. Guys, there's a tweet in the nest, and it is a video. I did kind of put it together really quickly while being half dead, but the tweet is in the nest. It is a video explaining the hypothesization, the hypothesis that I relayed in terms of, well, it was Genghis and myself, what we relayed in terms of this, that yesterday really was an attempt at a ground invasion. And then Sam was like, why don't you do a 10-minute video? And I was like, great idea, bro. So that video is there. It's a tweet in the nest. It's gone live, so if everyone can either watch it or open it up on a separate tab, and then you can pass it around to people or whatever it may be. Let me just quickly go to it myself. If you're on the YouTube chat, it's pinned in the YouTube comment. Siddha is also posting it in the comments continuously. If you're on the X space, it's in the nest. If you're on the YouTube and you don't want to listen to it, you could just open it up on a separate tab if you want to hear it. I think it's a very good video to hear in terms of it just kind of puts the composition together in a kind of quick manner so you can relate it to others. So I can see the 70 people already there. So hi all. Appreciate you. If only Beatrix was here, all the Sims, because there's best Sims in the chat before, would have went there. But she's on a break, so she's on a 33-hour break. But anyway, guys, if you can do me a favor, if you can go to that, open it up on a separate tab, or if you have not watched it yet, go and watch it and then come back. It's a very short video. The tweet's in the nest as well, so do check it out. Let everyone know about it. And yeah, it is about the ground invasion. Okay, back to the conversation here. Thermo, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just saying that inherent in the concept of multipolarity is that you have these different domains of influence, right? So the US is the pole of the Western Hemisphere. Russia is the pole of Northern Asia and potentially Eastern Europe. China is the pole of East Asia and potentially, parts of Southeast Asia. Like multipolarity doesn't mean that every single country is its own pole, right? So what that implies though is that each of these poles, they do sort of keep their like little region in check. And that's easier to do when you're actually in the region because of, logistical military reasons. And so and actually that's the whole point, right? So in order to have a pole in the Middle East, you need to have a sort of dominant force that keeps its little domain in check. And I think that that is actually how it's worked out for most of history. You have certain countries in certain areas that are very powerful, and they kind of have everyone around them in check. In fact, I think in the past, it was like more direct domination, whereas today you see more of like a little bit more of a diplomatic approach, as you've seen with US and Europe over the last century. So yeah, I just don't see how China would allow the Middle East to stay the way it is right now, because there's just always a chance for future conflict. You want to have like a well-established country with ideally nuclear weapons, a strong conventional military that can sort of govern the region, and that will establish long-term stability.
Wait, so do you think
And then,
do you think Iran is the country that China has chosen for that role?
uh, most likely, not saying it's going to happen, but I do think so.
So why doesn't China just give Iran nukes?
Um, I mean, to be honest with you, when it comes to nukes, I think that there's a lot of additional variables to consider. I don't I think it's like not very common to see countries just handing out nukes to each other. But yeah.
I'll
And
tell you what
by the
gives
way, this
me. I'll
isn't
tell you why I
just
think America caves and finds a way of caving while looking strong, because China, Russia, and Iran caved in both Syria and Venezuela, and I think that was part of ongoing negotiations.
I don't think so. I think that Russia got bogged down in Ukraine, and they
Well,
were
and Russia
a
didn't
huge
cave.
part of.
Russia committed pretty heavily to defending Syria.
Yeah, they did. They
It,
did at
it
one
did.
stage, but when it was decided that Assad has to go, I think everyone decided that Assad has to go, and they just let it happen. And that was where
I'm
Turkey became. They got there, and remember, Turkey is the most. We're talking about Iran and the GCC, but you can't forget Turkey is the most strategic point between Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, the most important. And they do have a military and a manufacturing base. Yeah, they're in the midst of a currency war, but Turkey's been very quiet and very important throughout this whole process, I think.
Every country is in a currency war now, my friend. This is Pandora's box. I don't see how this ends. I gotta say, I think you guys are being very, very. I think we're in too deep now. Like I said a few days ago, I just think I'm sorry to interrupt you, Simon, but and I do agree, Turkey's right, hugely important. But wow, don't even have words for it, really. But I don't. What the market's open in 1 hour or 2 hours? Anybody know? Dark, Simon. Uh,
Two.
2 hours, bro. I think it's going to be a bloodbath tomorrow morning. I mean, tonight, bloodbath,
Oh
absolute
yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about that, right,
fucking
Gary?
bloodbath.
After his announcement today that he's going to destroy Iran at 8 p.m. on Tuesday, their energy infrastructure, their power plants, it is going to be. Actually, let's
Well,
talk
also,
about that. It's
also the
going to,
language. Okay, like the
yeah, the language
language.
as well.
You know that shows. I remember when Jeff Skillings did that at Enron. He simply, like, they tolerated so much from Skillings. This is the senior VP or the CEO of a COO of Enron that was working for Ken Lay at its very height. And I mean, Wall Street, he convinced Wall Street, so Palantir-ish, he convinced Wall Street that they had a black box for doing high math and trading electricity and natural gas, and that, they could not share their black box with anyone. Man, they gave him so much rope. And then one day in a press conference, a guy asked him a question. I think the guy was on the phone actually, and he answered the question and said asshole, was really arrogant. That moment began a colossal selling of Enron stock. And I think what I saw the president of the United States right, fucking open the straight, it's a horrible look, man. Really bad look. I don't know how you get out of this because he ain't gonna roll over. These people keep playing for keeps. Now, who's ever pushing his buttons, they're playing for keeps. And I don't think any nation 3,000 years after the last 100, it's not even in their best interest to roll over. Like, I don't even know enough about the country, but I will. That's the other thing. You've just put Iran on the world map for people to study. Hey, what does Iran actually believe in? Americans are very, very insulated from the reality of history or geography. I mean, most people won't even know where these bombs are dropping. Anyway, I mean, I would love for somebody to explain to me very succinctly how this all ends in 1 month.
I think you're right, Gary.
Bro,
I
Fucking
don't think
question.
that's
impossible to
1 second,
extract all
timer.
these people, dude.
Yeah, 1 second, timer. I'm gonna give it to you. Guys, I just want to thank every single person who's gone to the video in the nest. We got 200 people in there, so really appreciate each and every single one of you who's supporting all the work we're doing. Like, I'm ill, but I made that video because Simon said, and he thought it was important to get the message out. So every single person who's on the video at the moment, all 200 of you, really do appreciate it and do value you guys doing that. Really appreciate you guys. And if you're not on there, oh my god, don't be Zios. Have that page on a separate tab. Anyway, back to you, Thermo.
Come on, Suleiman's got a man flu and he's still multitasking, creating content and hosting spaces.
Yeah, bro, the man flu's about to take me out as well. I'm even considering a jab. No, I'm not. Joke, joke,
That's
joke.
what
But
an
anyway, back to you, Thermo.
entrepreneur does when the opportunity's presenting itself. He continues to work through. He doesn't go, oh, I've got a little cold. The opportunity of a lifetime's here, but I'm going to take a nap. That's the Gen
Yeah,
Z
Gary, it's
guys.
not cold. It's a man flu. It's very severe.
Oh
Back
my
to
God, dude. Give me whatever name you want. You sound just as bad as you did 3 days ago. So it's awesome.
bro, what?
See,
But
your accent's no different when you have a cold to me than when you don't.
yeah, that's because you're American. You guys just think like
Well,
every
well,
accent sounds the same.
yeah, dude. I mean, if you don't speak with a Southern accent, how can I possibly understand you?
Have
You
you?
can't. They can't
I mean,
understand the difference between the Australian and the British.
True, true,
hey, come on,
true.
guys. You
Gary,
can
have
make
you ever
fun
left
of
the
us
United
to a
States?
point. What's that?
Have you left the United States?
I haven't yet. I lived 14 years in England, man.
Oh, you did. You did. Okay.
So, oh yeah, I am very comfortable with, like, I considered not having a blue passport at one point, but it didn't really, I mean, it's very hard for me to leave because of the way the finance, they trap you into the finance. Every country's going to end up doing that. Um, but I would look for maybe a second spot now. That's going to be a big business. Second
Gary,
spot,
you
Yeah.
live
whoever can get
this
that right.
Yeah.
tip for everybody when you get there. You live in one place, you
Yeah,
hold your assets in another place,
yeah.
you have a backup passport, and you diversify jurisdictions. That's where everyone needs to get to. And you have Bitcoin in self custody.
Hey, this is going to become a big business, okay? Like literally, I've never said this, but like it just wow. There's going to be relocation services is going to be really a big deal, and also second, just neutrality. I mean, Dubai's. I mean, love an update for somebody on Dubai, but I'm hearing properties priced 50 cents on the dollar right now,
Dubai is dead now,
multi-million
Gary.
dollar
Dubai is
products.
dead, and if this goes through tomorrow and Tuesday, there will be no place called Dubai. Um,
And Dubai,
Wow.
Gary, Dubai has said, you, in a state of emergency, your assets are ours. Like
Of
Dubai
course.
said it, man.
Well, of course, but those assets won't be worth anything to anyone.
no, but your own
See, it doesn't
assets.
matter.
That's the problem.
Yeah, no, it like that. That's claim is like whatever because you can't sell all that product. There would be so many more sellers than buyers.
Yeah.
This is a
Yeah, but
see.
even
This is
even the
why I say
financial
it's
assets,
it's gone
they're
too far, dude. It's gone too far already. It's I don't know what the market's going to do. It should puke all over itself. I mean, everything's going to get disrupted. Like on my morning space this morning, I was telling people, hey, I would go out and buy some canned food, man. I mean, this would be the time to I would start buying things that don't expire. Anything that doesn't expire, I'd buy it. Toilet paper, food, just anything that doesn't expire. Whoo, what a shit show. I'll end there. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful.
I appreciate that,
Yeah,
Gary. Thermo, sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
it's all good. Thank you. Yeah, so I was just gonna say, I think Gary's right. I don't see this ending anytime soon. I've brought this guy up before. His name's Robert Pape. He's been an advisor to several US presidents. He's a professor at the University of Chicago. And he was kind of like one of the first people to really study regime change wars and air campaigns and how effective air campaigns are at facilitating regime change. And he has like a concept called the escalation trap. And basically, he's looked at it historically. Once you send ground troops in, even like in quote unquote, like limited operations, that's essentially the point of no return. Like everyone always thinks like, oh, it's just going to be limited or whatever. But once you take that step historically, there's kind of no going back. And it just continues to escalate from there into a deeper war. So I actually really agree
But
with.
do you think you just yesterday, if our theory is right, and they tried it and they failed, do you think they're gonna go try it again, or do they now? This is why Trump's losing his mind. He's like, I'm just gonna destroy infrastructure.
I think they probably will try it again. I will say one thing about yesterday is that so one of Pape's reasons for why even limited operations end up leading to a deeper war. There's multiple reasons, but one of them is that once you have deaths on the ground, like a significant number of deaths, then the people who are in support of the war, they double down because the mass psychology is essentially those people died for my view, and so now their deaths can't be in vain. um, and then that's where it just continues to accelerate.
No, no, I
It's a
get
really
that,
interesting
but
guy.
no, no, I get that. That makes sense to me. I'm saying if we are right that yesterday was an attempt and it failed, and then they don't try it again, then you're not on the escalation, right?
Right. So I think that one key thing about yesterday is that we don't have these reports of like a bunch of soldiers dying on the ground. So I don't think we're quite there yet, but I just have a hard time seeing it not going there. There's just also so many geopolitical incentives here. You have like Russia's plan for the future and China's plan for the future, which kind of align in the short to medium term, and it's completely opposed to the United States sort of plan for the future. And having its like naval dominance over trade routes. So it's very hard for me to imagine the US just giving this one up.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. David Z, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. I'm hearing that Russia's getting smashed up, so give us your thoughts about what's going on.
I'm going to have to stop listening to you. I'm just going back to a point that was made maybe over an hour ago when someone was discussing what is Russia's and China's vested interest in relation to the Iran conflict. And honestly, behind the scenes, Russia would be delighted if this conflict persisted for the next year. Not only the economic benefits that they now have with oil and gas, we're just hearing news that they are upgrading their gas system on 3 points in order to fulfill the wishes of China going up to 2028, 29. And they're also increasing oil capacity. So, their budget is booming at the moment. And in relation politically, as I said before, there's a lot of contention within the Kremlin of the guys that want an amicable relationship with the West, including, believe it or not, Europe. There are still guys in there that would like to see a benefit of it. And they are in the minority, but the vast majority of those in the Kremlin, especially in the military, do not want anything to do with Europe at all. If they had an earthquake and they cracked open and they slid off into the Atlantic like a bad Hollywood movie, that would be absolutely fantastic, including us little mere Irish island. They don't care. We have caused, and let's just say angst would be the minimum term that I would use, even in Ireland. We little us I. We're supposed to be neutral, we're supposed to be peacekeepers, but no, we gave Kiev 480 million euros. Sorry, it's 495 million euros now since our Minister of State went there last week to commemorate the debunked Busha massacre. She just wrote him a check for 45 million for more bombs and bullets to go and kill Russian soldiers. I just want to say that the majority of Russians would like to see Iran continue this warfare, cause as much damage, I should say, as General Abdulodnov would say, to the Epstein-Staten class that is the United States. He has absolutely nothing but animosity towards the Epstein class, as he calls it. He calls it the Epstein country. And that is dominated, of course, by the Epstein, because we're seeing it. I mean, you don't have to, a blind man on a galloping horse in the middle of the night can see exactly what it is. But Russia would be quite happy, to see this war persist. It would drain the coffers of the military machine that is the West. It would cause financial meltdown. They are currently, you'll see some motions going through this week in the Rada, in the Duma. Jesus, how can I say that? In the Duma about, economic movements, new finance bills, to cement and considerate towards the new partnership arrangements with China and elsewhere. But they would be delighted for this war to continue. Like the vast majority of them would. I mean, as far as they're concerned, America, the military war machine, is a cancer and it needs to be eradicated. And they've neutralized the vast majority of it through NATO in Ukraine for 4 years, and they're hopeful that they can get the rest of it now because it's no longer a powerhouse. I mean, remember, America has militarized the dollar. It has almost half the world's population in some form of a sanction or other. And if it gets a grip fully in Iran, then it has a very good chance to destroy BRICS, which is the only way that Russia sees out of this hegemony of the United States. So, yeah, they're not warmongers, but, you have to be realistic here. They want America to fail militarily. But they do not want to see Iran fail. And that is why they're backing it. And I think I've been proved right on everything I've said for the last 5 weeks, because your bestest friend, Mario, as we discussed yesterday, even he came out with a list that's been verified, by the way. It was very surprising. It was several of the Russian Telegram channels who detest Mario as well. So if he's listening, you're detested in Russia. I don't know how he got across the table with Lavrov when he was there with Larry Johnson and Judge Knapp. That made me sick. I had to close my eyes every time he came on. But the acknowledgement is that Russia will do the right thing in making sure that Iran has all that it needs. And as was said yesterday by one of the ministers, when he was asked by a reporter, even Maria Zakharova said it 2 days ago, but this minister was asked by a reporter, I think a German reporter, what's his opinion on Iran, and are you going to be providing military assistance too? And he just said, we have not been asked, but we will consider it if we are asked. So that's Russia's position. But behind the scenes, yes, they have delivered the necessary equipment. And again, I've been validated when we just have heard in the more public eye that S-300, 400 systems, upgraded Panzers have been delivered there, including Su-34s and 35, the jet fighters, with the long-range missiles, air-to-air missiles, which are the best in the world at 400 kilometers. They're the R-37Ms. So, I again just summarize. If indeed this war went on for 12 months, Russia is safe, China's covered, India's going to have a pain in its ass, but, it should get over it with the help of Russia, who have said yesterday they are increasing their fertilizer supply and their gas product. And they have also added in excess of 100 new ships under contract for delivery of seaborne oil. So, I mean, that's their position. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Suleiman.
Appreciate that, David. Craziness indeed. Let's go to Heather. Heather, jump in.
Hi, good evening. It's been a while. I just wanted to also mention this to everyone who's in here. There's no notifications for this space. There isn't even, you're not even discoverable at the top by the feed, even when you look for the spaces. You know how I actually got notified? One, obviously you messaged me, but I worked out, I'm not that tech savvy, but I worked out on YouTube that you can switch it on so that you get notified there. And it's weird, but to get notified of this space, go and follow Suleiman's account over there on YouTube as well, because notifications on here are completely like, I don't know, it's like a black hole almost. With regards to the current situation, there is a nation that I think has been briefly mentioned in the past, which I think if there is going to be a ground invasion, they may use Turkmenistan. That might be a thing. Now, what's weird about Turkmenistan as a nation is that generally it sort of presents itself on the global stage, especially in conflicts, as a neutral nation. It is incredibly close, a close ally of Russia. And the fact that there are some reports that back in February, they were using Turkmenistan to do the refueling for US planes. Again, this is all speculation. If Turkmenistan is being used, it signifies either they've got some sort of backdoor deal going on with Putin. And I can't see how Putin would allow the United States to be refueling in a country that is one of its closest allies in that region. And like I said, this is all speculation, but this is something that it does ring alarm bells. It's like, hang on a minute. So how is the United States all of a sudden, completely out of the blue, allowed to refuel in Turkmenistan, which is a staunch ally of Russia?
It would not be happening. It's not happening because there would be a riot within the Duma and also within the Russian military. I just said yesterday, 28% of the Russian people are of the Islamic faith, and
Correct.
you know two of the most prestigious Russian groups, the Chechens and others. There's a PMC. They would do a Prigozhin if that were to happen. The belief at the moment is that they would be diplomatic in favor of a resolution between Israel, America, and Iran, but behind the scenes, as I just stated, they'd be quite happy to watch it persist.
Because I mean, it's not the first time they've been used. They've been used, I believe, 2002 for NATO. They were used, I think, again in 2005, and then recent reports from like early February this year. So, like I said, God knows best, but this is just speculation. You can take it with a pinch of salt, but there is a possibility that there might be a backdoor deal that the United States does come to with Russia. You never know. Because it's not, I think when it comes to trade, nations behave completely differently in terms of their alliances. Like every country's out for themselves, especially when it comes to the economy and national interest. And especially this Middle Eastern conflict has really highlighted that every nation is really out for themselves. They're not too concerned about what's happening on their doorstep. They're more centralized on what's in the benefit for them, how's it going to affect their economy, their nation, their trade, and their image on the global platform. That seems to be a thing. I could be wrong, but thank you.
Let me, Simon, I was going to ask you this, you and Darkside, and the other financial guy. So this guy put out a tweet, Limitless, and he says, look, if Trump does what he said he does, he says, April 6th, 8 p.m., deadline expires, Iran rejects every deal, denied all talks, locks loaded, standing tall. Trump already extended twice, no third extension coming. April 7th, Iran strikes Iran's power grid. 80 million people go dark. Targets expanded power plants, oil wells, Karg Island desalination plants. Iran retaliates on Saudi Aramco. UAE refineries, Kuwait infrastructure, oil goes past $160. April the 9th, Iran targets Ras Tanura, largest oil terminal on earth. One hit, 6.5 million offline barrels per day, that is. Houthis close Red Sea, 2 choke points shut, no precedent history. Oil prices hit 200. Physical crude hits 250. April 11th, oil cliff. Strategy reserves empty. Sanctions relief expires. 10 million barrels a day gone. No replacements, no safety net. Oil hits $250. US officials allegedly already modeling this. Gas hits to what, $10 to $12 nationally. Airlines grounded. April 14th, global food crisis. 30% of fertilizers transit Hormuz. Prices spike worldwide. Asian economies collapse. Japan, Korea, India, they lose 50% of their energy supply. Global recession. Goldman at 30% probability. At $300 oil, S&P correction becomes crash. Day 13 to 15, which is April the 18th. Iran nuclear blackout, 2 to 4 week timeline, zero incentives restraint, and then it goes on and on. A refugee crisis dwarfing begins. 80 million people without any food, water, or thingy in Iran, and yeah, all those things happen. I mean, what's your thoughts on this kind of end of the world kind of prediction and or possibility that could occur if what happens on Tuesday happens?
Well, my take is if all of that happens, I think that's an accurate prediction of what can happen. And that would they would attempt to solve it with a big print. And you'd see money printing on a scale we've never seen before to try and deal with some of those humanitarian crises. And if that ends up, in the type of scenario he's talking about, this is kind of what Darkseid has been predicting for a couple of years now, where we end up with only real physical assets matter, and all the paper contracts default on each other. So I don't think it's going to happen because I do think I think most people at the negotiation table know that that's the outcome. And so I think we got a month to fix that before the Xi Jinping meeting. But if we carry on that path and oil does get to those prices, then bond yields rip out. And once oil is at a point at which you get that massive uncontrollable inflation at the gas pump, then the airlines close down, and then you start to have some of the humanitarian crisis. Then everyone starts hoarding, and when everyone starts hoarding, all supply chains break, and you end up in the market impact. So first you'd have the commodity markets all seizing up, then you'd have supply chains, then you'd have demand destruction, which means that the bond markets would break, they'd spiral out of control, and then that will have its impact on the stock market, and we effectively have a complete global reset where every country is but to themselves and their own resources, and they form new allegiances with each other based upon their proximity and geography and trying to solve each other's issues. So that is the path we are going down if there's not a resolution.
Simon, can I pick your brain on this? I'm actually genuinely very confused about what's going to happen, assuming that there is no deal and we do go down the path of like long-term conflict. Um, so I've been wondering because it seems to me like if that does happen and the bond yields do go out of control, then in order for the US to continue this war, especially, they're going to have to go straight into QE. Please tell me if you think I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, that's
But
what I mean by the big print. So you get the Fed to buy all of the bonds and you print a massive amount of money.
So then in that scenario, then I get that we probably see a drop in real terms, but in nominal terms, do you think we'll even see a drop in asset prices? Like, or do you think it's just gonna start getting inflated from here,
Yeah, so
from the printing?
you'd hit the demand destruction, so you can't, the fact that the entire global market is in crisis and everyone's hoarding, then at that stage you'd have massive demand destruction,
Okay.
and basically all of the markets will collapse at that stage, because
Yeah,
no one's. Yeah.
yeah.
Even nominally?
Yeah, it's not a question of nominally, right? The issue at hand is once the big print is announced, does it work? Right? There's an assumption that we can print our way out of any crisis. But if the Fed announces, look, 10-year, 30-year, 5-year, 7-year paper, they set their rate, let's say 4% on the 10-year, we'll just buy it. What happens if everybody sells it? What happens if every foreign nation, all of our allies, Joe talks a lot about this, right? What happens if they end up owning $25 trillion worth of our debt? And the
Then the
balance,
dollar becomes worthless.
and that's the risk, right? So that's why there's the risk here that you overplay your hand and that QE doesn't work, that the big print lasts about 2 weeks and then it gets blown out, right? And then
Okay,
now
can I
you
clarify something?
sure.
So okay, but I guess I'm wondering, like, what I get that it might not work in the sense that it does cause the dollar to collapse, but I guess what I'm
No,
saying
QE
though,
assumes growth. So if you believe that the economy is going to grow at the other side of it, but if all of your trading partners and all of your partners are selling, then no one believes growth. So then QE just doesn't doesn't have the impact anymore.
Yeah,
You're just basically completely destroying the
yeah,
currency.
you're going to a
but
wind
then
down, right?
if you destroy, yeah, but then if you destroy the currency, then you would see asset prices go up nominally just because the dollar is basically worth nothing.
Yeah, okay. So the question is, they go up in terms of what?
Markets.
What's your denominator,
In terms
right?
of dollars,
Yeah, but the
that's
dollar.
what
You
I mean
just
by
said
nominally.
yeah, but you're saying if the dollar's worthless, what different? Like this is the crack up boom thesis, right? So
Yeah,
study Mises here. So
I have, yeah.
yes, in terms of dollars, fine, but you can't buy anything with a dollar. You can't buy in the scenario you're painting. You can't buy Bitcoin with dollars. You can't buy real estate with dollars. Nobody will accept them. So dollars.
Why would you buy stocks if the company's bottom line is being business model is being absolutely destroyed in a wartime scenario?
Yeah, I guess I'm more concerned about what's going to happen with debt. Like if you're a debtor or a creditor, it's going to
That's
make a
worth
difference.
that is worthless. It's
Right.
worthless.
But do you think we're going to go straight into that, or do you think there will be like a period of like actual contraction
And
where you see the
there has to
dollar?
be belief in America's future, and belief in America's future means that the global markets still work. If you're going fully insulated and you're shrinking America just to its insulated economy, then you are going to have a significant shrinking of your GDP, and your market, because the internal market is not enough. So you're taking the valuation of your stocks and you're like shrinking it to like 25% without the global markets.
In the scenario you're painting, the country, the United States, ceases to exist as the United States and becomes 50 individual states or individual regions. So the economy of certain areas, let's take Montana, Wyoming, is going to be extremely different than the economy of New York, Boston, Washington D.C. Those two things won't even resemble each other.
Why do you think that's necessarily the case? I mean, don't you think there could potentially still be like a semblance of like a centralized government? I
It
get that it's going
depends.
to be hard when you have no money, but
If QE fails, then no. If you blow up the dollar, then no, it can't. It doesn't work. Like then you have what are you going to do? You have 50% of the country, mostly the big cities, are already complete welfare states. right? Imagine just cutting that off to zero, where that money buys nothing. So how do you fix that problem?
I mean,
Right?
in a
You
Yeah,
just
you
way,
you
it
you
could be
immediately
actually
look to
good for
your
the
you
future.
you immediately look to get everything smaller. So you just ignore the federal level and you look at your state government to resolve the issue in that scenario.
yeah, and the farmers are not going to accept worthless dollars to send their food into New York and the big cities, right? They're going to just look locally. So everything breaks down. Now, again, that's
And
the
the people in the big
scenario.
cities have nothing to trade of
Nothing,
value in that
nothing. And
scenario.
remember,
Yeah.
like this Manhattan Island has 4 hours of food. That's the food supply in Manhattan. So you're dealing, you're talking about an apocalyptic scenario.
But I
This is
guess
not my. It's not my base case. It's the risk exists, but it's not my base case.
sure, but then I guess the federal government still has a monopoly on the use of force, and they can still collect taxes. So I get that they would have to really reduce their spending, but it seems to me like they'd still be able to operate in some capacity.
I guess.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
May I jump in? Suleiman, I sent you a document on the 19th of March and it's called Oil, the Blood of Earth. It's a 34-page PDF that I wrote around the 12-day attack on Iran and the consequences of a breakdown in oil coming out of the Straits of Hormuz. And the nightmare scenario was, and this isn't the reason I came up, it just so happens that you decided to talk about this. And Simon, I asked you for your email so I can send you the document as well. Um, there is, if that happens, the replacement of oil will not possibly happen. Forget about money, forget about everything else, forget about societal things. This will be an absolute civilization collapse because you can't bring back the oil if you because there's 47 to 80 critical oil refineries, oil terminals, gas fields, all of them that are based in the Gulf. There is the oil pipeline that goes from east to west. That's all going to go. You're literally going to be putting the earth back to 80 million barrels a day. And that 80 million barrels also requires you to be able to give the fuel to the tankers and everything else for the global market to be able to actually make the transportation of all of this oil. That is also going to be gone. If you destroy the assets that are in the Gulf, it's going to take 15 to 20 years minimum to rebuild the refineries and everything else. And the reason I say it's going to take that, because there is only a few countries that are specialized in being able to build these refineries. Those are countries like China, South Korea, Germany, and America. Those are the only real countries that have got the engineering skills and capabilities to be able to get stuff going and build refineries on scale. A refinery by itself takes 5 years to build. It's not a 6-month project. And also, you're going to be dealing with the fact that everyone assumes that you've got a reserve of oil, that everyone's got this special oil. That's the strategic oil reserves you've got. Those are sitting there in salt mines. You're only supposed to take them out 4 or 5 times. You're on about around 9 at the moment of that, of tapping these strategic reserves. So you don't have the strategic reserves to keep going. If all of the strategic reserves on the whole planet Earth were used up, okay, it will take 180 days. There'll be nothing left on the usage. What's going to happen is the amount of fuel and oil and everything else is going to be basically given to your military, and your military will then decide what is the most important thing. There will be no more flights for people to go from A to B. Life as it exists right now will not be the same life. What you've got to understand as well is the greatest thing that for humanity will be that about 500 million people will die of hunger because there will be no food for them. The biggest problem and the biggest area that suffers the most will actually be Africa, because Africa has got the vastest potential for growing materials and everything else, but it also lacks the infrastructure to be able to deliver those things. So if you want to, please have a read of this document. And I've set out what happens in day 1 to 7. day 8 to 30, 30 to 90, and it's a complete breakdown of society. Don't think that, this is literally, imagine if you have a nuclear weapon going off. This is a nuclear weapon planet-wise, because people don't understand that oil is an integral part of every single thing that you touch in your life. The mobile phone you're touching, the paint you're touching, everything you can think of, the car that you're in, everything has got oil in its basis. And the world is used to 100 million barrels a day. And if you don't have 100 million barrels a day and you're going to go down to 80, people are going to have to go back to growing their food, raising their chickens, and doing everything on a far more agrarian level. There will be no major cities left. The major cities are where they are at the moment,
No,
as has been
that's
discussed
all
already.
crazy nonsense. Are you kidding me? What? There's no major
I'm
cities
no,
at 80 billion
thank,
at barrels at 80 million barrels a day? Come on now.
yeah,
What like
yeah,
shrooms are you
absolutely. I'm
tripping
telling you
on?
that. Manco, no, anyway, listen, I'm not here to argue with you. I've written my document. I've based it on facts. I've put sources into it. People can read it or not read it. I really don't mind. It's up to you guys. And Suleiman, I actually wanted to say to you that the video of yours that I watched, I don't think it was a land invasion, but I do think it was a Hollywood movie thing that Simon was talking about, which is a dash for the nuclear material that Iran may have around Isfahan.
That's what I
Isfahan
basically
has
said in the
got
video.
the. Did you say that?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I watched
I
it. I
said
didn't
that
hear that.
basically the reason they went in, that is my theory, that they went in and actually it looks like it's been, this is Saga B. Esfahani. He's I believe he's the deputy to the president. He said this, he just said the
Right?
same thing. He said, last night, the beautiful sky of our dear Isfahan was not just the witness to the fall of a few aircrafts. It was as
Perfect.
if a
Okay.
grand scenario had collapsed. Trump's anger and desperation confirmed the destruction of a grand plan. From now, all we can
Yes,
see is this. Perhaps this operation was never a rescue at all. The rest of the story will
it
be
wasn't.
revealed in the future. Wait and see. So my position on it is I hope I did express it properly in the video, but it was that
I
basically.
didn't hear. I didn't hear.
I think you have an
I
excellent
watched.
read on it too. Why would you send units like that in? It
Yeah.
makes total sense.
Yeah, so Isfahan specifically because they've got the nuclear enriched uranium, they've got the military, they've got some underground. In the Americans' view, they've got the underground bases and some missile launch pads. So the aim was to go in, try and retrieve some of the nuclear enriched uranium and basically blow up the underground bunkers. And I think that was what they were trying to do. That's their version of the ground invasion, in and out, 2 to 12 hours, depending on how long it takes to basically carry out the operation, depending on how deep the bunker is.
And the location that you've mentioned, the location of that thing, is a 15-minute helicopter ride and a 25 minutes helicopter ride, and not more than that to get to the places, to the three places. Ferdos is the only one that's further away, which is what's it called? About a 50-minute ride by helicopter. So if they've been able to set up the base there and we're able to carry on operations there, and that's why they've got the different teams coming in, because there is a specialist team, because the mine where they've got the materials going in, the Iranians have closed off these areas so you can't get into them. But if you've got a specialist team that's going in there with thermite to open it up, and you do, and I think they're called I don't know what they. There's a team that specializes in being able to pick mountains, basically. If that unit was put in there, it might be able to break in quickly or quicker than most, but it would need to have the helicopter gunships that would be able to suppress people being able to come to the area. And I think they may have information that says, this is where we think it is, and this is where we're going to go for. And this would have been his Hollywood ending of, we've got the material, we can just shut the fuck up and we can get out of here. So that's all I wanted to come up and say to you, mate. And as I said, if you check the document I sent you in WhatsApp, Suleiman, it's all there, mate.
Cool,
Yeah.
thank you. Appreciate it, How's yeah, that's my position on the video. I do think that there was an operation and it failed. Um, what was I gonna say was okay.
I'm going to jump
Thank
down,
you.
mate. Thank you very much,
Appreciate it.
guys. Good luck to
Thank
you
you.
all. Thank you.
Um, Who's it gonna go to? Okay, let's go to JB. JB. Oh, he dropped. Um. Okay, 1 second, guys. Beatrice, are you back? Oh, go ahead, Thermo. You're gonna jump in, something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't necessarily agree that you couldn't have cities uh, in that scenario. I think you could see a lot of people leaving cities because there wouldn't be as much things to do of value in cities. But I do also think that in that scenario, the US would have to start to develop its own industrial base. Also, like, in theory, I'm not saying this would or wouldn't happen necessarily, but the US could also nationalize its oil and, maybe work something out with Canada. So in that scenario, we would have enough oil. But yeah, and then the US would have to basically start to build its industry base back again. And, that would sort of necessitate more concentrated population centers. I mean, that's kind of how cities began in the first place.
Yeah,
Or,
the
or
problem is that the scenario is that you've lost the stability of the currency that facilitates the trade. That's the issue. China's already built 110 different payment rails, pipelines. The belt spent $1.4 trillion on Belt and Road Initiative, plugged together 3 different continents. You'd have to rebuild that if the dollar no longer is a functional way of facilitating trade, and you'd have to build the manufacturing base. So you'd effectively just have to plug into China's infrastructure and put your resources into that
so
in this transition.
Yeah, I agree. That's correct. Because we still have things like resources that we could offer China or other countries. But yeah, you're right. It would take. I'm not saying there isn't going to be a period of severe pain. Don't get me wrong. Like for sure, it's going to be rough for a while. But I just don't. I don't think that we're going to have like a
So
disappearance of
here's
cities.
my question: do you believe? Because I don't believe this, but do you believe that there's like two people, let's say Trump and Netanyahu, who can take America down this path without somebody else stopping that path? Because I don't believe that's the case.
Um, I don't I wouldn't say like two people. I think that there is like a faction of people that are in control. And then their interests align with other interests. And then also you kind of have this concept.
Who's in control? Because the prevailing theory is that Israel's in control and they control the Epstein files, and Trump's a puppet for Netanyahu. And then who's in control of Netanyahu under this theory?
Yeah,
Um
I would
Go ahead.
let me chime in here because I don't think it's just those two people, right? I think it's a cabal of mobsters, CIA, Mossad, MI6, and I think they believe they have a plan for survival, right? So I'm kind of like I'm listening to what you're saying, Simon, and like I just don't think it's that small. I actually think that this power center is much larger than you're kind of ascribing to it.
Yeah, no, I
And
don't believe that is. That's what most people say in like the alternative view is that Trump and Netanyahu could take us down
yeah,
this path because Netanyahu's got the Epstein files and Trump is blackmailed.
yeah,
But I
No,
and
I
personally believe they are all subordinate to transnational capital, as you know, and transnational capital doesn't want to go down this path.
see, I'm not
but
sure of that. I'm not sure of that. Right? That's where you and I did kind of like maybe we depart because I don't think they want to go down that path, but I don't think they're necessarily so opposed because then we get into the World Economic Forum and Agenda 2030, and yeah, there would be absolute chaos for a period of a year, but after the year, when the chaos has sort of run its course, then they're in total control, authoritarian control.
I think they need financial markets in order to, because all of their systems break down if you break down financial markets. Because you can't have server farms that survive this.
Well, that's the question, right?
Yeah.
That's the question, right? Can they keep the infrastructure alive, or do patriots start blowing up all the data centers?
But also
I
there's
just don't
like
know.
there's a more established concept that can also explain a lot of this, which is if you just like read a lot of history, you'll notice that every time there's an empire, when that empire gets to its zenith and it starts to decline, it maintains a huge amount of arrogance. And this is how empires always fall, right? They do think that they can achieve every goal and that nothing will go wrong. And you do sort of get like a breakdown in the intelligence and merit of the leadership. Like and that's all way before you really had the concept of transnational capital, like so not everything is necessarily like a lot of things can just be explained by looking at patterns in history.
But yeah, where we're trying to go down is the situation in which Trump and Netanyahu, through their collective leadership, take us down a path where they're actually in charge and no one can stop them. And they take us down a path to destroying the American financial markets. And what this the scenario that Suleiman read out, which someone like a Duma kind of laid out, that leads to all this famine and stuff like that. In that situation, everyone turns to the infrastructure that already works, which is China's Belt and Road Initiative, because they've already plugged across 3 continents, 110 different countries, and they got all of the rare earths, the payment systems, the manufacturing, the pipelines, and the barter infrastructure. They've already built it all. So everyone just plugs into that, and the countries that don't plug into that end up with no infrastructure.
Yeah, I also think that there's a lot of stupidity involved, to be honest with you. Like I people kind of think that like our leadership, it's like a cabal of geniuses and they know what they're doing at every step of the way. Like I actually don't believe that. I could be wrong, but I think that they just do genuinely not have the best idea of what they're doing a lot of the times. So they don't necessarily see, and then they also have like immediate interests that they're pursuing, so they don't think about longer term or second or third order consequences. So I think there's a lot of that involved. I think there's a lot of like there is like definitely Israeli influence, military industrial complex influence. I think that there's all of that. I don't think that it's just Trump and Netanyahu. Like,
But I guess
and
what
I
I'm trying to say in this scenario that we're talking about, where US markets destroy, BlackRock just calls up Xi Jinping and they build the new order, and they get on with it. That's what they do.
I don't think it's that simple, to be honest, because I don't think that the Chinese are as amenable to just like anyone coming in and having influence in their country.
No, you
You
don't.
know,
No, you're not infiltrating China because you're dealing with the CCP, and the CCP will say, if you want to plug into our system, here's how you do it. There's capital controls.
sure,
You
yeah.
plug into our systems. All I'm saying is that the collapse of the dollar is not the collapse of the world. The collapse of the dollar is the reintegration into the system that China built.
I agree, but I don't see why it has to only be Trump and Netanyahu
Well,
to
that's not my
cause the
position.
collapse of
That's
the
what
dollar.
other people's position is. That some people hold a position that Trump has lost his rockers. He's blackmailed by the Epstein files, and Netanyahu is the one that's his boss. And so Netanyahu is forcing Trump into a war with Iran because he's blackmailed. And therefore, effectively, whoever controls Netanyahu or Netanyahu himself is the one that's trying to collapse America. That's the position of many people. It's not my
So
position, but
I know that's not your position, but it kind of seemed, and I could be wrong, it kind of seemed like you're almost like entangling that position with the position of the dollar collapsing, as if like that is a necessary condition
oh no, what
for
I'm
the
saying is
dollar collapse scenario.
Suleiman outlined a scenario of a Duma scenario that he got from someone's tweet, which is completely plausible if you don't get a resolution. And if we're saying Netanyahu rules the world and he wants, Iran to be destroyed and America has no agency and they just carry on, then the scenario that Suleiman read out from somebody else's tweet is where this goes, which is the destruction of Western financial markets and mass poverty and famine in the most vulnerable areas of the world.
So I think that
And so
that's
there
going to
has to be a
happen.
greater
Oh, go
power
ahead.
than Netanyahu in order to prevent that.
Well, I don't know that it necessarily they're necessary. Well, okay. To prevent that, I guess you would probably be right. But all I'm trying to say is that in that crazy scenario, it's not just necessarily Netanyahu. It's not necessary that Netanyahu is like the sole determining factor. Like he could be one force vector
Okay, but
pushing us into that direction.
what does it matter though? Because like everything y'all are describing, like we're going all the way. I 2 hours. I've yet to hear anybody suggest a path where we're not going all the way.
I agree. I think we are going all the way.
And Simon, if you're sitting in the office right now and you're like, oh shit, this is out of control, or maybe it's not, maybe this is designed. I merely create so much chaos in every city. I do martial law and I just accelerate the entire process of either this triopoly that's already made a deal take over certain resources, or we're crazy enough to believe that we're just going to take over everything. And put military forces on top of all the energy on the planet. 20% of the energy being disrupted, I'm not sure that doesn't get fixed relatively quickly, because I think there's a lot of consumption that's unnecessary. But you've already disrupted the markets. It doesn't matter now what happens. Like the fucking damage already. No one is going to trust anyone right now to make any investments anywhere, because you basically have taken all the rules and thrown them up in the air and blown them up with a fucking shotgun.
And do you think that's just us on these spaces, or do you think that's the majority of the world right now?
Well, uh, I don't think the world knows what's going on, buddy. I
I
think
agree, yeah.
especially Americans, and I think maybe the Brits know a little bit more, but
No,
I
well,
think
Brits don't know shit.
look, I think a couple of things. People have been overwhelmed with drama since Ukraine. In fact, I would suggest since 9/11, we have been drama almost waved. It's a weapon, man, and people get desensitized to. You can see it, right? They get desensitized to certain things. I think they're so numb now. Americans have been patriotic and like in a zealot manner as an exceptional species. See, in this hubris thing, I don't know who was saying that, but like that was well said, right? Like this is, if you just look at the indicators of where we're at, we're there, man. Like you just have to throw your biases aside and go, oh wow, one, I don't see a way out. Okay, and you're not going to ask 90 million people to bow down on their knees and say hail whoever. Okay, hail Bibi. Um, Bibi doesn't want to give up. So, dude, we have too many peak gangsters on the playing field with both egos and something as legacy to protect. And you have Trump's legacy to protect. And I think Trump will say, hey, this is not going to look good on my resume unless I go all the way. And, I'll be Caesar I'll be Caesar. I'll be referred to as Alexander. I mean, seriously, guys, am I being like completely, because I'm not saying America's doing this, okay? I think a few people are now making decisions. I disagree with the gentleman. I think there's a few people making decisions, which brings up even
Gary, the
more
real question
problems because
is,
you have other.
Gary, the real question is, have you got an underground bunker, bro, for this nightmare
Tell you
scenario?
what, bro. I mean, it's most certainly something. I think everybody's going to be thinking about security. Like the world just became very, very. What's the VIX right now? The world just became very, very dangerous 3 days ago, 4 days ago, even more so. Hey, look, we got an hour to the market. I'd love to hear from some financial guys what they think the market's going to do, because it like But Cent is going to have his hands full tomorrow morning, holding the market up while Europe's closed.
VIX is at 24 right now, so it's come back off 30.
Yeah, it was at 35 at the beginning of the war. It's really come down, and I've been surprised it's this low. So,
Yeah, the market believed that Trump was going to fix it for whatever reason.
oh yeah. Well, they have to because see, I think it gets back to, hey, I don't think anybody understands we're going there now. Like this is a lot to confront, dude. Lot to
Yeah,
confront.
people.
Look how few
Do,
people are here that we know that are smart people. They just refuse to come in here and get some data. And I can't find this data anywhere else. I've looked.
yeah, people like. I think you're right, Gary. I think people really don't want to confront
They don't.
difficult realities.
Dude, this is painful for America. Far more painful for American than anyone living in the Middle East. Anyone. Okay, we live
And
like
I,
fucking kings. Even people on social income live like kings compared to people in other parts of the world.
yeah, and I think that that's
And guys, just some breaking news. Just so you're aware, obviously, the US and Israel are bombing Iran significantly throughout the entirety of Iran. So they're in a massive bombing campaign right now. Just so you're apprised of exactly what's going on. There's a huge bombing campaign of Iran right now. Sorry, back to you, Thelma.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, that's also part of the reason why, when you ask like what's gonna happen when the market opens, it's so difficult to answer for the reason we just said, but also like, dude, people in the markets are crazy. Like a lot of people could be like, oh well, yeah, well now they're gonna do QE, and they're so we should buy stocks because they're gonna have to do QE. So all the asset prices are gonna go up. Like a lot of people could
Or no
be
one's
thinking
making
that
a
too.
decision, and it's all just bots and AI.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair too. But
Yeah, I'll tell you what, one of my interview questions back in the 90s from a really, really smart guy. He said, what do you do if you're on a trading desk and they come out with an announcement that nuclear bombs have been launched at the United States? And of course, it's a tough question, right? But the right answer is you buy everything. And the reason why you buy everything is because what if they miss? It doesn't matter if they hit, right? So, I think we're in a what if they miss scenario right now. And it doesn't matter if the entire thing goes to zero, everybody loses, right? And I think that's the perspective of markets, that no one ever got wealthy betting on the end of the world, ever, because it only happens once. And that's like, we're literally in that scenario right now. It's crazy to say, but that's just the reality of the world we live. So if you're a smart market participant right now, you're shorting oil and you're betting on the stock market. Why? Because they might miss, like they may resolve this. Because if they don't resolve it, as we kind of walk through, I disagree with Mankos. I don't think this thing, I don't think this thing goes well. I think it's absolute catastrophic for the US dollar. I see Robert's down there. Robert, are you on stage or are you a listener?
Let me see. Yeah, I'll send him the mic.
Yeah.
Okay, while Robert's coming up, the real question is Simon or Gary, whose underground bunker am I coming to?
You can swim over if you need to, but you ain't going to be able to fly over to Gary.
I was just right next to Gary
Simon
and I
does.
left because
Simon
I got
doesn't
to be
have
with my
any energy,
kids.
dude. He's going to be in the dark in 5 days. You should have come here,
Who?
bro. I got a compound here. I'll be the last guy to
No,
go
have we
down.
got underground bunker, bro, for the end of times?
Yeah, but I ain't got no energy. Gary's got
Yeah,
Gary's can put a straw in Texas and fix it, right?
Bro, this is
I'm in
not even
Florida,
jokes.
bro.
Like,
I'm in
actually,
Florida.
no, but Gary, you better have, bro, like all that money you got, you better have prep, bro. You better have an underground bunker. Like, I ain't
Well, I'm
joking.
I'm
This is
thinking
how
about
bad it can get.
converting it all to dollars, so at least in the wintertime I'll be able to warm myself.
Then don't do dollars, Gary. Do rupees,
Man, we are
pounds,
in the
please.
Weimar Republic.
This is crazy, honestly. Robert, thanks for joining us. Much love to Robert all the time. We love when Simon, Robert, Darkside, Gary are on here, giving us their
Robert, give us
financial
some
ex.
sense, man. We've been talking ourselves into
Robert,
Armageddon.
Robert,
Uh,
bring some
I
sanity
just
back. We're literally trying to go. Move. I'm about to move to the Isle of Man to basically be in Simon's
And
underground
have no
bunker
energy.
oh
with
no,
zero energy.
they've done studies on it. You want to be in South Argentina, I think, or South Chile. That's like the best spot to be for Armageddon, apparently.
I thought it was
Yeah,
like
no, I
Malaysia,
don't.
Robert. I did my own kind of study in the sense of I kind of mapped it out what the like if there is the end of the world scenario where trade routes are ended. I got like Malaysia type area.
Yeah,
Did you get the same as well, or?
yeah. I mean, Thailand, Malaysia. Yeah,
Yeah,
I could see it. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Sorry,
yeah.
do
I don't know
continue.
though. I don't think I'll be much help. I'm normally not a super uh, pessimistic or negative person. Generally, I kind of think the system, always finds a way to continue, and stock market always goes up. The economy is fine.
I'm
Everything kind
waiting
of
for a
finds a
big
way.
butt, man.
But yeah, this is pretty bad. I mean, I gotta admit, this is pretty bad, and I haven't been this bearish. Um, Really, yeah, going back to like 2020, I guess, COVID. Yeah, it's really that bad. I mean, there's no other there's no other way to put it. Either we get a global recession or we get a global depression at this point. I think we're starting to kind of get to the point in time where, maybe if they had kind of calmed everything down, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, a week ago, things might be able to come out relatively okay. But the last ships are arriving, and once behind them there is nothing. So it's I think it's about to get pretty real.
This is crazy. And Robert, what's your thoughts about the market? Apparently, is going to open in about 50 minutes. I think it's the futures market.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
I think what we got over the week, the prior week, was kind of a lot of structural, mechanical things going on when it comes to dealers were, roll. I think there was a lot of kind of volatility related things. If you look at the VIX, all last week, it was just getting crushed. And so, you pair that with the rally that one day where we got like I forget what move it was. It was like, I think over 1% that day, and it literally just went vertical, and it was on like no real news. There was a headline about Oman and Iran, um, talking, I guess, maybe about potentially, theoretically, sometime in the future opening the strait. I mean, it was super vague. It was super kind of nondescript, and the market just ripped. I mean, I think it moved over 1% in like 10 minutes. And yeah, I think when you look kind of at that bounce over the past week, I think it was just kind of more mechanical things. If you look, for example, CTAs were super net short or net out of the market. I don't know if they were quite net short, but yeah, no, I think it was just kind of a mechanical thing, and I think we'll get those over the next, I don't know, month. But if I had to guess, a month from now, we will be substantially lower than where we are today if this continues. I mean, if the wild card is, and I don't think it's very likely. I would give this a I don't know, 3-4% probability, but it is kind of a tail risk. There is some kind of backroom deal, right? And Trump co-names the Strait of Hormuz Strait of Iran America or some crazy, just like bonkers kind of thing. And all the traffic goes through. Maybe America gets a cut of the tolls. Something kind of really really unlikely. Yeah, you could get that environment, and the stock market's probably going to rip. Bond yields will probably come in, sharply. Right now, bonds are trading on the inflation fear, which I think is kind of not incorrect, but misplaced. If you look at inflation break evens, the bond market is not really worried about inflation. Maybe a short term pop. The one year break even is kind of more elevated, but anything 2, 5, 10 years out, and break evens have barely moved. They've moved by like 2 or 3 basis points, meaning that the entire move higher in interest rates has been a term premium, kind of real rate story, which is totally, I think it's really important to look at the composition of what is moving, not just the rate, but like the composition of the rate, right? How much of it is inflation fears? How much of it is, fiscal concern, government, profligate spending kind of concern, right? And geopolitical uncertainty. And right now, yeah, the bond market has been selling off kind of across the yield curve, but I think that probably, like in the next month, is probably going to reverse. I don't think that the administration wants the 30-year Treasury yield too far above 5. I kind of think that's probably a line in the sand for them. And yeah, I think that the growth hit that is going to come from $100 oil, $120 oil, $150 oil. I mean, we are just going to have oil continue to move higher. The only world where I see oil move lower is, again, that kind of very low probability tail risk where some kind of really wild, headline hits and it's all done, and it's all over. Everyone is at peace with each other, including Israel, which I think is extremely unlikely given what they have been doing over the past, I don't know, couple weeks. It appears to me, that every time Trump is close to kind of de-escalating or at least trying to find an off ramp, every single time Israel ends up bombing a power plant, or there was an attack on a desalination plant in Kuwait that, initially kind of everyone thought was Iran, but Iran denied it. And they said it was Israel, right? That kind of stuff. So I think, getting them on board is probably going to be even more unlikely than, 3-4% probability. I would give that, a much lower probability. Then, you still have tensions. You still have, missiles flying. And look, I don't think Iran is going to give up the control of the strait. Why would they? I mean, they have the entire global economy right now by the throat. So it kind of makes no sense to really kind of give up anything when it comes to the strait. And yeah, oil will just continue to move higher. I think the stock market will continue lower. And I think eventually here bond yields are going to reverse and start moving lower.
Robert, but I
So
guess
just
don't.
just before
Oh, go
you,
ahead.
yeah, sorry. Just as some breaking news. It's not breaking news, but it's like news from today, which is 15 ships have crossed the Strait of Hormuz within 24 hours after obtaining permission from Iran. So that's the kind of biggest since the start of the war. It's nowhere near back to normal numbers, but 15 is a lot. That is a big increase. So I wonder how that impacts again the.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, but normal was, I think, like 135. I
Exactly.
want to say.
We were at
So yeah,
exactly. It's nowhere near. It's just
yeah.
the last. I mean, recently I think that it was at 2-3, 2-3, 4. I think that a couple of days ago was 5. So this is a huge jump from what it was though.
I think China bailed out Singapore, so there is like some relief shipments happening. But yeah.
But just on that, Robert, just taking that into consideration, but then more bigger than that, Trump's threat. He said 8 p.m. Tuesday, he's gonna set Iran ablaze. Do you think the financial market gets impacted by that or not?
Yeah, I do. I mean, the last time that he kind of threw that threat out there about infrastructure, we did see a pretty sharp move. I can't, all the days are kind of blurring together. Can't remember which exact day it was, but I want to say that it was one of the worst days for the S&P 500. So yeah, no, because I did the math earlier today. Bloomberg, by the way, put out a really good article today about every single refinery and oil field that has been hit during the conflict, and it is crazy how much oil infrastructure and nat gas has already been hit. Already we're looking at severe supply disruption. In addition to the fact that okay, now even if you can get out of the strait, well, a lot of the refineries are damaged, and the math that with the help of AI, the math I came to is about 5 million barrel per day disruption to output, and that includes Russia as well. So a lot of people are kind of rightfully focused on the Middle East, but there are a tremendous amount of Russian oil infrastructure targets that are getting just absolutely hammered. Once you include that, you're up to like 6 million barrel per day disruption. And that
Um,
just means oil goes higher, right? If oil goes higher, it's going to put pressure. Right now, all you have to watch is oil. Oil will tell you where the stock market is, where the bond market is, until that kind of growth component or growth scare starts to get in there. But yeah, really, all that matters is oil. Anything that moves oil higher, you can kind of think of as going to be negative for most assets, I would imagine.
so Robert, the one thing I will say is it seems to me like if the US wants to continue its military campaign, then wouldn't that mean that we would have to see like a pretty rapid shift to QE? And then do you think that that could mean that you don't really see markets collapsing in nominal terms?
Yeah, I think that they'll have to eventually. My bet is increasingly that we will, get a degree of growth scare where rates just collapse. If you look at like TLT, I mean, as a trader, taking all the macro out of it, just as a trader, I look at TLT. I've been looking at TLT for the past like 12 months. Every time I pull it up, I'm like, oh my God, this thing looks so good. This looks so bullish. It reminded me of how oil looked when I was calling out oil longs at like 55. It just looks so incredibly good. Short interest is like off the chart, right? Because everyone is bearish the long end of the yield curve. And generally markets kind of don't go the way that everyone is positioned, right? So I do think that we get kind of an initial a move lower in rates. But yeah, no, I mean, eventually, I think the bond market is going to wake up to the fact that, in a recession, say the US just goes into kind of a normal average kind of recession, you're talking about like a 4.5, $5 trillion fiscal deficit each and every year. 15% of GDP, maybe even higher. It kind of depends on what rates do, but like that is an enormous amount of bond supply that would have to be absorbed by the market. And I don't think that there's appetite for that. So yeah, I think that I think what'll probably happen is we'll get kind of a sharp move lower in rates, and that'll be kind of the growth scare kind of starting to get priced in. But then that'll reverse, right? I don't think that that'll be super durable, and so I'm just trying to like catch a quick trade on that. Like I don't think that the bond market is going to say we do go into recession, just a garden variety recession. I mean, that's an enormous amount of bonds that have to be issued each and every year. There's not enough appetite. So we know what when there's not enough appetite for bonds for US treasuries, what do? They come in, they print the money to buy the treasuries. And so I think that that'll eventually be kind of what ends up happening, because private credit will be blowing up, mortgage market, $5 trillion fiscal deficit, that there will be an enormous amount of money printed. So I think the first move will probably be a bull steepener, and you'll get sharp move in rates. But then the next move is going to be, I think, a violent bear steepener when the bond market wakes up to kind of the math, right? Because revenues go down in a recession, right, by about 25%. And right now revenues stand at about 5.4 trillion for the government. So you take that down by more than $1 trillion. Then you have expenditures going up, automatic stabilizers, all that, right? Those go up by about 15%. So your deficit just widened a lot. And to make matters worse, the balance sheet capacity, which is GDP, kind of by definition is probably in contraction. So your deficit as a share of GDP is probably going to be like 15% or something like that. The Fed will have to print the money because I just don't think that there's enough demand, especially given kind of the de-dollarization and kind of some of the other forces that we've been seeing.
So if you have a mortgage on a piece of real estate, I mean, would you sell it because you experience like you expect somewhat of an extended period of time where markets collapse, or would you just keep it so that the Fed will inflate your debt away?
Yeah, I'm actually going to be, I'm kind of getting to a point of buying a house. And so, yeah, I'll be getting a mortgage because I think that rates are going to go significantly lower. Right now, if you look at, their obvious plan to get out of the kind of debt nightmare, it's going to be financial repression, which means they're going to run the economy hotter than the average interest rate on the debt. So you can, issue debt at 1% and then run inflation at 4. You can do that for 5 years and improve debt to GDP. Or you could do, cap rates at 0 or 1 or something, at 50 bips, and then run inflation at 7% and do that for just like 2 years. So there are kind of, numerous ways that could go, but they need rates, to be lower. Right now, all the outstanding marketable debt, the average interest rate's 3.3. So I think we're going to see a world where, rates are below that. They have to get them below that. Otherwise, interest is going to keep going up. Right now, 1.2 trillion a year. That is only going to continue to go up if they can't get rates below that kind of magic 3.3 number. And if you get them down to 3, you're not really making much progress. You really have to get them, because of the size of the amount of debt outstanding. You really have to get, substantially below 3.3. So yeah, I think that, mortgage rates will be quite low, because they're going to do the same thing they always do, which is buy mortgage-backed securities, which artificially pumps the price of the bond and suppresses kind of the actual interest rate. So I think we're going to kind of go back to that world, and inflation might be, 10% or something, right? But that'll probably be the environment where they try to kind of inflate the debt away. So your home will be going up if you can refi at, I don't know, 4% or something, 3%, then you're winning. Because your home is probably going up. Now, housing is kind of tricky because like we're getting into an era where young people are starting to become the majority of the voting bloc, and they're not down with home prices just always going up forever. They kind of hate that. So you could see issues with housing where it doesn't necessarily perform quite as well as it used to. But gold will be ripping. Bitcoin hopefully will be ripping in that environment. And yeah, inflation might be quite high.
Robert, Luke Groman just tweeted out that the largest export for America for 4 of the last 5 months has been gold. Is
Gold.
that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe so. Yep.
All that talk about trade deficits, I think a big part of it driving the decrease in trade deficits is actually gold.
That's crazy.
Returning to kind of its fundamental purpose before the kind of post Bretton Woods kind of order, that was really what gold was supposed to do. It act as kind of an anchor, to which currency, or pivot maybe, to which currencies would be kind of fairly valued on fundamentals, on balance of payments, for example. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting time. I think it implies, if that is indeed the world that we are kind of in, I think gold is going much, much, much higher. I mean, just to return to kind of like, historical averages, if you look at gold, the gold held or allegedly held as a share, backing of foreign held debt, it implies a gold price of 30,000 per ounce. If you look at the historical average of gold backing to M2, which is the broad money supply, I think it's like $29,000 per ounce. So gold is going a lot higher. I think, in that world, hopefully, that is the world in which Bitcoin is being measured in the millions per Bitcoin. But yeah, no, I think that is clearly the direction. I think they want that, and I think China wants that, and it's kind of a natural consequence of de-dollarization, right? What kept the dollar overvalued was that kind of recycling dynamic back into dollars. But when you start to remove that, when you start to de-dollarize and instead sell dollars, we're sending China a bunch of dollars, right? Instead of them recycling those back into US treasuries or US equities, whatever it may be, if they're selling the dollar to buy gold, that's going to put a lot of pressure upward on the gold price in dollars, right? But there is no country on earth where China runs a huge deficit with them, right? They're Greenland or France or Italy. They're not going there, sitting with a trillion yuan, going, oh my God, we need to de-yuanify, right? There is no country that China runs, a meaningful trade deficit against. Therefore, there is no selling pressure on or buying pressure on the gold price in yuan, right? So that dynamic. Now look, China could always print yuan to buy gold to try to offset that, but I think they want a stronger currency, and I think that this is kind of going to happen probably, the kind of reordering of the monetary order, where the dollar is much weaker, the yuan is much stronger, the yen is much stronger, probably the Taiwanese dollar, the South Korean won. A lot of these currencies, I think, are going to strengthen, and I think the dollar is going to weaken. And gold is just kind of returning to its historical use as a neutral reserve asset, against which, or currencies are kind of valued on balance of payments. And I think it's going to take a long time before it kind of fully plays out, but I think the trend is quite durable.
Wow, buckle up, everybody. I'm glad I've got you all to talk this through, because I don't think anyone could figure this shit out on their own.
Well, Simon, we've been saying it over and over and over. We, by God's grace, thank God, we have great minds in here, and we're getting truth here put together and sharing it. Please, folks, share this. The YouTube, a lot of folks don't go on Twitter X. In fact, I've had a couple people tell me they don't use X. They don't either like it or whatever. So use YouTube, post Sully's video, and of course his video updates. Post them on your social media. Like, subscribe, and share. I know we hear it after a while. We become numb to hearing it. But no, please actually do it. I just got through about 2 hours ago sharing Sully's video. Someone asked me a question. I said, we've gone over this. And they said, where? What? We've been talking about this for 37 days. I'm not poking at anybody, but no. So I shared the video. They go, whoa, really? Like they woke up. And we heard Gary say something that was pretty scary. Most Americans, man, they don't even know what's going on. They're like, what? Where's Iran? I've heard of that place. So wake
Yeah, but
people up by
most of them have
sharing.
got 2 to 3 jobs, man. They ain't got time for this shit. This takes a lot of time. You know what
Well,
I mean?
yeah, that's true too, bro. That's true too. But I'm really pissed off. I'm at Gary's compound, and that guy out there he has for security will not let me on the property. And I even showed him. I said, look, I know. So I don't know why Gary's security guard won't let me on the property. I'm not happy.
Just ping you. I'll let you in. No problem.
Well, he keeps saying, turn around and go back out. I'm sorry, Gary, but yeah, whatever.
You know, I'm surprised Bitcoin's not starting to respond here because, I mean, what we got 30 minutes to the market. Um, Robert, how long do you think it's going to take for people to look at Bitcoin and go, "Wow, that could be an actual solution"? I mean, I'm going to lose a humongous amount of money in my legacy investments. Um, I would think in the next. I don't see this. I mean, you guys are saying they're just going to pour fuel on this thing uh, with cash. I'm not sure that solves the problem on this one. I mean,
Yeah,
just
you
printing a
can't
bunch
print
of
oil.
dollars. What does it do, man? Doesn't stop a war. Y'all talking
Yeah,
about
it just makes
after?
it worse.
Yeah.
You print oil into or you print dollars into a supply shock with a bunch of cost push inflation. It's kind of like, yeah, you really don't want to do
Yeah, you
that.
just
So
supercharge the cycle, but they don't have any.
yeah,
It's what else can you do? See, the only
well
other
they'll
thing you
they'll
can do is just go take over everything.
they'll ban exports, I think.
No,
I
but
mean,
hear me
that'll
through,
definitely
right?
be.
If you believe that you're right, and I actually think you're right, okay, that we're probably at the Rubicon where we've already gone too far. But let's say that we have if we leave in 22 minutes, we stop catastrophe. Um, okay, so we do catastrophe, whatever that is. I think there's only a few scenarios: a really long-term, anguishing thing, an immediate, okay, 24 hours, we're done, or something really bad to one or both or all of the players. But so how much time do you have before you run the clock out and you go, shit, you've done so much damage. This market is resetting whether you print money or not. See what I'm saying? Like you say, hey, you can't
Yeah, I
print
think that's
crude.
true.
You can't print a solution either. You can't
Yeah,
print
I think
a
we're past
solution.
the point of no return. Yeah.
Wow. See, that's what I think too, dude. That's what I think too.
Yeah, and I mean, if they want to continue fighting, they're going to have to print a bunch of money regardless of the consequences. Because if you don't, that's going to uh, cripple your ability to keep fighting the war. In my view.
Beatrix, have you got any live news for us? Are you still with us?
I'm definitely still with you. I've got some news. There's nothing breaking, to be honest, Simon. I was enjoying the discussion. Um, just general news, to be honest, statements that leaders have made. It seems like the Strait of Hormuz, they've doubled down and said we're not going to open it. It doesn't matter what you do. And let me see what news there is.
Has Iran dropped another Lego video? Or they're brilliant, man.
Probably have,
That's
So you
that's
know the
like the only thing that keeps me going at the
Telegraph.
moment, waiting for the next Lego video.
It's crazy, isn't it? The trolling is next level. The Telegraph, their front page is the American planes that were destroyed in a pilot rescue operation in Iran. Each one was valued at more than $100 million each. And that's the front page of the Telegraph. So I'm just covering how the media is reporting this and what people are saying. The IRGC Navy commander said the Strait of Hormuz will never return to its former state, especially for America and Israel. And the Navy of the IRGC is in the process of completing the operational preparations for the announced plan of Iran's officials for the new order in the Persian Gulf. OPEC Plus just voted to increase oil production by 206,000 barrels a day. The only thing is the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. So yeah, there is that.
Who's doing that? That just must
Well,
be Russia. Like they can increase production, but they can only get a set amount out. So it's just, I guess, just Russia, right? Iraq's got some pipeline, UAE's got small pipeline, Iran's got a pipeline, but
They're all maxed out.
yeah. So what does it do? Increasing that? Is
Yeah,
that just optics? Like that doesn't do anything, right?
I don't know. I
it
mean,
doesn't know.
they might be able to squeeze a barrel
Go
here
ahead.
or there, but yeah, it's going to be pretty futile, especially when you have the degree of attacks on Russian oil infrastructure. It'd be one thing if there was kind of peace with Russia, but anything but.
Just what you need. Zelensky firing at Russia's infrastructure right now. Exactly what we need.
That being said, Zelensky just did fire at Russia's infrastructure, hit a couple of major oil supplies. That news is just breaking 25 minutes ago.
Excuse my ignorance on the economic matter and in terms of how much oil is being consumed currently in the United States. Has anybody factored in how much they're getting out of Venezuela? Because they do have a large oil reserve. Are
Yeah, the
they able
problem
to
is
get anything?
getting it out of the ground.
Ah,
So
right. So they
yeah, they
haven't got
do.
the setup for it.
Yeah, their infrastructure is crumbling and rusted and in severe disrepair. If you look at their crude oil output, I mean it's it's kind of one of the scariest charts in the world because I think it shows what a particular ideology does to an economy. But yeah, we could get it back up. It just would take a year, two maybe, to get it back up and flowing.
And Chevron and
Right.
Exxon kind of declined it, but at these prices, they might look at it again because they didn't. Yeah, but if you want to know, I mean, if you want to know what, if we carry on down this path, and you want to know what places look like, the first country is Cuba. They've been through 3 months of crisis right now, and they're really struggling. Like people can't go to the hospital. People are just sitting at home. Like that's what it gets to. When you do, like, Cuba's just been shut off from Venezuelan oil for the last 3 months. It's a humanitarian crisis. It's collective punishment and it's terrorism.
It's funny you say that, Simon, because now I'm just picturing Trump, when Exxon turned him down and he's like, you fucking idiots. Like, do you have any idea what's about to happen in a few months?
So this OPEC 2006 barrels a day increase that they've just voted for represents less than 2% of the amount, less than 2% of the amount that has been removed from the global supply. So it doesn't do anything really to answer your question. What
Yeah, but
else
it's a
have we
good sign.
got?
It's a
15.
good sign that people are bringing up production, and they will all bring up production. They'll just announce it to be good guys and show. But it's better than not hearing that at all, right?
Yeah, it's the best news we've heard.
Totally.
It may
Yeah.
sound crazy, but I think this is how they're going to push the whole EV and everybody having an electrified vehicle. I think this might be one of the catalysts.
Heather, it doesn't sound crazy. I said it on day 4 of this war that this is what they're gonna do. I've been the conspiracy queen on this
Yeah,
space.
no,
I
I've been
literally
saying
said
it
it
for a
day 4.
while, even with the Middle East going into war, and people said, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. I said, no. I said, go and look at the last 10, 15 years, the amount of weapons the Middle Eastern countries are buying, especially in the Gulf region. They're like, no, it's not going to happen. You're just a conspiracy theorist. You're just a weirdo. It's happening now.
Elon switched off my Tesla, man. I've only got the the petrol car.
Oh,
And
you need to
Beatrix
check
hasn't
out
come
the
round.
Chinese EVs.
She hasn't come round with the bags yet. Bags of
Oh
petrol.
my God, you know what? Simon, literally people are tagging me in posts saying, have you got Simon's diesel for him? Where's the carry bags for Simon's diesel for her? Have you got Simon's diesel? This is just like they're calling me the diesel lady. They better not be talking about it on
I
YouTube
got no
and
petrol, and Elon switched off my electric car. That's where I'm at right now.
Can you not get it restarted though, Simon? Can you not? Like, is there not? Is it a
No,
bit
I have
like
to.
X
I have to
support,
get
which is
it.
non-existent? Or
No, I have to get it towed and put it on the boat and get it on the steam packet. Maybe we can do the steamboat, and get it across to Tesla in England, Liverpool. I have to go to Liverpool. That's the closest I can get to. And then
Oh,
they're
Lord.
gonna have to put a new battery in it, and then I'm gonna have to get
Can
it
you
back on the
post your
steamboat.
You
Can
know,
you post your
Liverpool, I
address
think
in
Iraq
the
is probably safer than Liverpool at the moment.
post your address in the nest, Simon? I'll send you some candles, buddy. I think you're gonna need them.
Fort candles.
Yep, I got that reference.
Candles to read at
don't
night.
they have don't they have some sort of like global warranty service where they can send somebody out to the Isle of Man to fix your Tesla?
No, no one wants to come over here.
They got to bring a battery, though, I think, Beatrice, right? Simon, you said they have to replace the whole battery, right? Which means the car.
Yeah, and he's got my social credit score. I need to simp for Israel before he'll do it, I think.
You're done. Social credit score. You have a minus 14. I just checked, Simon. You're a minus in your social credit score.
Also, keep in
I'm off.
mind that
I
a
need to
lot of
come off
these.
these spaces and go on to Mario spaces again. Then they might
Yes.
do it.
Yes. Now you got it, bro.
Then
Then you
you'll get a
ne-
place in. Then you'll have some energy for Elon's underground bunker. Um, But guys, let me just quickly read these super chats. First of all, thank you so much for your support of the space. Really appreciate you, and definitely does help out. Kuwait and Bahrain are being bombed right now. Kuwait and Bahrain are being bombed right now. In addition to that, we have these super chats, which is it says, Alhamdulillah, I was waiting forever for you guys to expose the fraud, Mario. Yeah, nice one. You guys are doing a great job. I love it when Beatrix gets mad. I think you might be the only person, but okay. Like your up to the minute reporting. Appreciate that as well. All of those super chats were via the website. Let me put the website in the nest because guess what? We got banned from Coffee as well now. We just keep getting banned from every single outlet. So they just don't want us to have any kind of support. So we're banned from Coffee. Like you can't actually send donations. Obviously, you know, we're banned from buying me a coffee. So the only place is the website or YouTube. That's it at the moment, as long as that can survive. What else
Well,
have we?
send Suleiman some Bitcoin, peeps.
Yeah, I've got the Bitcoin wallet there. I've got the Bitcoin wallet there. I've got 0.025 Bitcoin. I'm gonna be a Bitcoin maxi once I get a decent amount of Bitcoin.
I'm gonna have to switch off my miner, my home miner. There's no electric.
Do you mind? You mind yourself, Simon?
Oh, I got a mining farm in Iceland, but yeah, I've been mining Bitcoin for years. So.
Whoa, damn! Simon's a man of many things, blood. We didn't even know all these things. Okay, and then back to the news. Let me just quickly get this up. Here we go. Some more.
Let me have a look. I've got the news. So 15 ships passed through the Strait of Hormuz within 24 hours after obtaining permission from Iran. 15 ships. I did say already the IRGC Navy Command say we're in the process of completing the operational preparations for the plan for the Iranian officials regarding new system in the Persian Gulf. This is interesting, right? So the IAEA chief Rafael Grossi, the chief of the IAEA, on Iran's new underground facility in Isfahan, he says Iran itself declared a new facility. We requested access, but never made it there. Whether it's empty or operational, we don't know. So this war started before they could even make it there. Iran declared the new facility to them. So who knows what that was about? I already said that the Strait of Hormuz will never return to normal, especially for US and Israel. Let's have a look. Iran has officially confirmed that its air defense forces shot down multiple US military aircraft yesterday after they violated the country's airspace. Blah, blah, blah. What else is going on? Okay, this is interesting. It looks like if there's another major escalation, we might be minus 7 million barrels a day on top of what we are now, because it's being reported that an advisor, a key advisor to Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, threatened to close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which connects the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden. And he says, if the White House thinks of repeating its stupid mistakes, it will quickly realize that the flow of global energy and trade can be disrupted with a single signal,
They could also.
which means that on top of the minus 7.
Oh
Yeah,
no, go ahead. I was just going to say,
no, jump in. It's
yeah, I
fine.
was
I can
just going to
finish
say
that.
the Yanbu pipeline. That is kind of another one that I'm surprised they haven't really targeted, because that is maxed out right now. That's 7 million barrels per day. So if they were to, it's a pipe. All they need is one or two drones. All they need is, one or two ballistic missiles to hit the terminal on the Red Sea in Yanbu, and you just took 7 million. Maybe they're waiting, as a card leverage or something, but it would be a
I doubt
huge
that.
hit.
Sorry to sort of interject, just to give a bit of context to our listeners. The reason I think they haven't touched Yambu is because it's incredibly close to Medina, which is like one of the holiest cities in Islam. And that's more than likely going to be a deterrent as to why they haven't targeted that particular pipeline. Also, I've got a bit of breaking news. UAE's air defenses, this is from the Ministry of Defense of the United Arab Emirates. The air defenses are currently dealing with multiple missile attacks, incoming drones from Iran. Ministry of Defense has confirmed that sounds have been heard for the sirens, and it's been scattered areas across the country. And these are just a result of their defense mechanisms, where they're intercepting ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, as well as drones. But yeah, thank you.
So I don't know anything about the region. I'm trying to learn as much as I can. Yanbu is close to a holy site, or part of the pipeline?
Yambu is, yes. It's very close to
Okay.
Medina, which is like effectively the most holiest Muslim city in the world,
Because
technically.
they hit Yanbu like 2 weeks in, I think 3 weeks into the war. There were, I think, 2 strikes that got through to Yanbu, kind of the refinery or the
Yeah.
the terminal.
I mean, they may well have done in the past, but I can understand why there will be reluctance because of where it's situated. I mean, even if you look historically, when there used to be a train line that went from Istanbul into Medina, which is the city of the Prophet, peace be upon him, they actually built the train station a good few miles away from the actual city because the Sultan at the time, it was Sultan Abdul Hamid II, he said that he didn't want even the noise of the train to disturb where the Prophet rests. So,
Oh yeah, it would be right under the path.
correct.
Wow, gotcha. Okay, cool. Thank you.
No problem.
So, Iran is saying they would do it, and I do believe that they would do it if there's any more escalation. And what they're saying is that they can disrupt that global energy and trade route with a single signal. And 22% of global seaborne container trade travels through the Bab el Mandeb each year. And
there's another
between the Strait of Hormuz and Bab el Mandeb,
there's another
yeah,
key nuance there, which is that even there's the Suez Canal, but a lot of tankers can't make it through the Suez fully loaded. So number one, you have to be a certain size and below. So that's why there's the Suez Max size, I guess, ship tanker, is because it is the largest that can fit through the Suez. But even those have to unload crude before they get into the Suez, right? There's a pipe that goes north. Then they go through the Suez Canal, go to the I guess, output terminal, reload the oil back in. So it's kind of not the you could look at a map and go, oh well, they'll just send all the tankers through Suez, pick up it wouldn't be that simple. And there's a pretty small flow rate on that pipeline that goes kind of around the Suez. I think it's only 400K barrels per day.
Yeah, and if I can add on that too, Robert, even that, if the Houthis, which we believe they would, if Trump comes in with his new deadline, which is, we know 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, I believe with all my heart that Yemen will light up, that the Houthis will say, guess what? The strait is closed. The Suez Canal is basically shut down. The Red Sea is now blocked. That will affect commercial traffic. That will definitely be the final, I think, stranglehold. That's the ultimate ace, I think, that will really make this beyond serious, as if it's not already.
Can I ask a
plus it's
question now?
sorry, I just want to get through the news and then I'll comment to you, Dejani. But Icarium on YouTube is saying it's a pipeline. It's like 5,000 kilometers long. They can hit it anywhere. And they have been talking about hitting it for a while if there's an escalation. Let me just go through the news really quickly. Brian, thank you very much. Brian's donated, and the message on his donation is bunker money for Suleiman. So I said to Brian, where's mine? Because if it's end of civilization, I need a bunker. And he says, Suleiman and I can be bunker buddies. That's not going to happen, Brian. right? I tell you that now. Hard enough being on a safe space with him virtually and sharing a bunker with harm and the civilization and all that.
There's also a super
But
chat from
appreciate the
El
support.
Kaki who
Okay.
says, much love for all your hard work, everyone." And then El Kaki said, "Oh, he's a little bit more so you can have a bunker like Simon." Yeah, a few more $10 donations, and I may be able to get to my underground bunker. Appreciate it. Much love to all of you. Back to you, Beatrix.
I can't believe these guys are donating for you to have a bunker. That's so funny. They're so funny. They're such a funny bunch. Okay. So between the Strait of Hormuz and Bab el Mandeb, as much as 25 million barrels a day goes through for daily oil supply. And Iran has officially rejected a US proposal to open the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for a temporary ceasefire. All of this was reported by the Wall Street Journal. Okay, let's carry on. This was interesting. So Israel came out today and they said, before I come on to this, actually, guys, I've seen some footage from Lebanon, from southern Beirut, from southern Lebanon. Horrific. They're doing there what they did to Gaza. Exactly the same. Bombing hospitals, rubble everywhere, people just literally being pulled out of rubble. The same scenes. The same scenes. So I don't want us to lose focus on that. What else is happening as a result of what's happening in Iran? How Israel's been empowered again to do this. But Israel claimed today that Hezbollah targeted a British ship. And I don't know, because I've seen a vessel on fire, and Israel said Hezbollah did it. Britain turned around and said, no, they didn't target our ship. They didn't target our ship. So I think something's going on there where Keir Starmer's trying desperately hard to make sure that he looks as though we're not involved in war, therefore we were not targeted. I don't know, but one of our vessels was on fire. I can say that. Nepal has cut the working week from 6 days to 5 for government offices and education institutions to cope with the energy crisis. Nepal's the next on the list. Let's have a look what else. I'm skipping some of the stuff that I think we've already covered about the negotiations failing, no Strait of Hormuz. So this came out today, and this is Axios. I'm taking with a pinch of salt what Axios is saying, but I think sometimes it's just good to share it because it gives us an understanding of what what propaganda who's trying to push. So Axios said that Trump says today that several days ago the U.S. and Iran were close to an agreement to hold direct negotiations. So now what they're saying is they need to negotiate and then come close to an agreement to then hold direct negotiations. I mean, could they make it any more complicated? So he says they were close to an agreement to hold direct negotiations. Then he explains why he decided to bomb Iran's bridges. He says, but then they said they will meet us in 5 days. So I said, why 5 days? I felt they were not being serious, so I attacked the bridge. This is what Axios is quoting, that because they said 5 days, Trump got mad, he attacked the bridge. Lots of details emerging. I think you covered that at the beginning of the space about events yesterday. The Guardian headline today was Trump is using unabashed viciousness in his language against Iran. So he's being called out. He is being called out because of these posts. There's a whole list of military equipment that's being claimed was lost yesterday. What else was there? The Wall Street Journal is claiming that Trump said 93 million Iranians want us to blow up their electric power plants. This is Wall Street Journal saying that Trump said 93 million Iranians want us to blow up their electric power plants. I need to say something here, guys, right? Oh, and there was this as well. One of the Iranian embassies posted a picture saying if the soldiers were there just to rescue somebody, why were they carrying Oh God, what's that? I dialed somebody by accident. Why were they carrying sunscreen
You dial
lotion?
me, and I think it's no, you're not allowed in the underground bunker. Guys, look how she's begging me to get in there. No, why is she calling me Junior Space, begging me to get? No, the answer's no. No means no, Beatrix. Thanks to Need G with a level 1 membership. Appreciate Need G, you got better chance of getting in this underground bunker than Beatrix does. But God, back to you, Beatrix.
Hold on, 10 more
I don't want to
10
be in
more
your
super
bunk.
chats, and Beatrix can get in the bunker.
No.
You
One.
don't want super chats, silly?
No, wait. Okay, 1,000 more, 1,000 more super chats, and Beatrix can have 1 day in the bunker. 1,000 more super chats. Beatrix gets 1 day in the underground bunker. 10,000 super chats, and she gets 1 day in Simon's underground bunker.
And
Listen,
one Bitcoin,
Suleiman,
and
if I
you'll
get
boot 1 Bitcoin, and you'll boot Manco off the stage. Yeah.
1 Bitcoin, you boot Manco. None of them are doing it because they want to keep him on the stage.
they have a real love-hate relationship with Manco, right? I've noticed this because Simon, when he doesn't come for a day or two, the whole evening, where's Mango? Why hasn't Mango come today? Where's Mango? Why hasn't Mango come today? Where's Mango? Because they call him Mango, isn't it? All evening. And then the next day, when he comes, literally, I had this for 2 days. He didn't come for 2 days. The chat was constantly asking about him, and I was just watching them. The
Is
next
he?
day, when he turned up, they were like, oh my, what?
Sorry. I was going to ask you if he was the Joe Caller sorry of this space.
Yes.
He's
Yes.
exactly the Joe Calasari of this
Absolutely,
space.
exactly the same. Yes.
Hey, Manko, will
Can
you
we go
And
send
I
back
think
to
us?
they're
that
both lawyers
comment?
as well. They're both lawyers.
Can we
You
go
guys
back
have
to that comment about the suntan lotion? You know, we burn really, really easily, especially out in the desert. So, don't be that way.
will Manko
I'm
sell
not. I
it?
was just reading it, Doc. I just reading.
Yeah, I was just
I
gonna.
just report the
Sorry, man.
news. No, what I was saying is, and then when Mango did turn up the third day, they were all like, "Oh, Mango's here. He better not speak. He better not speak. What's he doing here?" And I just thought, what is this kind of weird love-hate relationship they've got with him? They wait around for him. Also, Suleiman, if I did get even a minute in the bunker, I would do a regime change and I would occupy that bunker. But let me go back to the news really quickly.
You
CENTCOM have
didn't have
said
to
stuff.
tell us
Look,
that
I need
part,
to say
though,
something.
Beatrix. We know that. That's what all women do. So, give us something new, please.
Oh, thanks for having my back, Gary. Like literally, thanks for having my back. I'm just seeing, I was looking at it. Oh, okay. So Marco Rubio said the people of Iran are incredible people. The people who lead them are the problem. If there are new people now in charge with a more reasonable vision of the future, it would be good news for the entire world. Um, Trump said the US initially feared Iran was setting up a trap. Okay, this is stuff about last night. I think we've done it. Trump made some other. Axios is reporting that Trump said today about Israel. He said, "We're like a big brother and a little brother." This is what Axios is reporting. Now, I need to just, I'm not going to go through all the rest of the news because a lot of it is about last night and different narratives and different statements about what happened last night. The Pope made an Easter message saying, let those who have weapons lay them down. Let those who have the power to unleash wars choose peace, not a peace imposed by force, but through dialogue, not with the desire to dominate others, but to encounter them. He's made a couple of statements today, the Pope has. There's a lot of stuff about last night and what happened yesterday, but I need to say something here that all these statements, and this is just I'm reading a lot of escalatory language here. So the spokesperson, the Speaker of Iranian Parliament, said your reckless moves are dragging the United States into a living hell for every single family, and our whole region is going to burn because you insist on following Netanyahu's commands. Make no mistake, you won't gain anything through war crimes. The only real solution is respecting the rights of the Iranian people and ending this dangerous game. So they sent a message out to Trump. Now, everything, and then Lindsey Graham's done his normal stuff. He's done a whole thing that's on Suleiman's page. I'm not going to read it all out. So everything seems to be escalating. Now, I'm just thinking that I was looking at this, right? And I was looking, because I touched on this yesterday. I said yesterday On the space yesterday, I said, this is a ground invasion. This is not just a rescue operation. This is something gone wrong here. This was not a rescue operation, and something about this doesn't make sense. Every statement that Trump has made today is a quote. Axios is quoting him. A Wall Street Journal is quoting him, but we haven't seen him. So I went back and checked when was the last time he was seen in public. The last time his physical presence was actually seen was April the 1st. April the 2nd is when Hegseth fired the army chief and the generals, and there was zero statement for Trump on that firing. And it was on the night of April the 2nd, beginning of April the 3rd, that they went in to do whatever they did yesterday, immediately. And nobody's seen Trump since then. And if there was a day, any day where he would have come out, all glorified. I mean, the guy has not moved away from the airwaves since the first day of this war. It would have been today to say, look, I did this, I did that, I achieved this, greatest military in the world and everything else. It's not been since April the 1st. So just want to put that out there. I know Suleiman laughs. I told him on the phone earlier, and he says, yeah, why don't you come and say on the space? I said, I'm gonna. And then he started laughing because he just thinks. And Joa, right, yesterday, I seen it after, like, late in the space. Joa's been trolling me on WhatsApp. He sends me these freaking WhatsApp messages saying, all right, Candice, how you doing, Candice? So when Joa comes up, I deal with him as well, calling me Candice. Jonah.
I'm sure that girl's got it, right?
Yeah.
That girl likes it.
That girl sees it. She sees it. She sees what I'm saying. The guy hasn't been seen since April the 1st. I said this yesterday. I said, when did Hegseth fire the general and the army chief? Why didn't Trump make a statement? Trump hasn't been seen since April the 1st. Where is he? Why is everybody quoting him today? And do you know what? Last night when the news started coming out, it was the Zios that started quoting him. And then everybody else picked it up. We were on the space, right? It was Axios and Fox. And then Reuters and everybody took the news from them and said, oh, apparently according to Axios. All the statements I read today were according to Axios or Wall Street Journal. Did Ginny, you glitched out? I know you wanted to talk, so if you want to request again, I think we'll bring you up.
What are you proposing?
But that's all the news from me.
By that observation?
Gary, I think, you know what? I said this yesterday, right? I actually think that Trump was dragging his heels to do a ground operation. As commander-in-chief, like, he plays stupid a lot, doesn't he, with his stupid statements and stuff, but he's not stupid. You know, he's an astute guy. He plays the big clown, like a bit like Boris Johnson used to, but they're not stupid people. And he was dragging his feet. I believe that he was misled, Trump was, into this war by Kushner. And there's a video of him yesterday, I saw it, a clip of him, where he says to Hegseth, oh, you were one of the first people to tell me to do it, isn't it? You were one of the first. So I believe that he was pushed into this under some false pretenses that, oh, once you kill Khamenei, you know, we'll have regime change and Iran will be ours and everything will be done and you need to do this for Israel before you leave or whatever else. I don't know what they said to him. And once he did that initial act, he was caught in this web and he doesn't know how to get out of it. And the way that they're pushing him down a path is you have to go full on in ground operation. It could have turned into a 20-year Iraq. This is my personal thoughts and you know, these are very early thoughts. And I'm just thinking, this is what I was thinking yesterday, that he didn't want to do that. So if you look at it, Trump's not a guy like, you know, who would be like, I'm going to give you another 2 days. I'm going to give you 10 days. I'm going to give you another 5 days. He would just go and do it if he wanted to. But he didn't. And I think he realized that there was some sort of a revolt as well in the military itself. And we heard a lot of those stories. Andrew's been here. Andrew's been talking to us about those. So as commander of chief, he didn't want that on him. And so I think the thing that they had on him was that they had the Epstein, like, I'm trying to piece it all together. I don't think this was anything to do with Epstein, but I know a lot of people do. So I was trying to fit that in and I was thinking, okay, so if they had Epstein on him, there were still those files pending that had to be released. He actually fired Pam Bondi. I think it was on the 31st of March, a day before he was last seen. On the 31st of March, he fired Pam Bondi. He gave her a glowing reference. He put a nice post out about her, about how great a friend she is and a brilliant person she is, and she's going to go on to XYZ career, whatever job or anything. Replaced her with the deputy as acting. And the acting came up and immediately said, yeah, there's no more Epstein. We're not going to release anything. We're not going to prosecute anybody. No more names. End of. There's nothing to be discussed here. So I was saying yesterday, and remember, this is still kind of coming together in my head, that he got rid of the Epstein threat immediately. When that guy stood on that podium and said to the world and America, there's nothing else going to be released and no one's going to get prosecuted. Move on. I don't even know what you're talking about anymore. Trump got rid of that Epstein threat on him. That was on the 31st or 30th of March. The last time he was seen was 1st of April, because I said he made a statement about Pam Bondi when the chief of army staff, which is the highest military post in America, when that guy was sacked at an hour's notice by Hegseth, Trump didn't say a word. Not one tweet, not one post, nothing on Truth Social, nothing. And yet he's commander in chief. So who fired the guy? This is where I started thinking about it yesterday. I was like, who fired him? Did Trump even have consent? Did he give his consent for Hegseth to go and fire all these people in the military? And then just 24 hours later, this operation began that happened yesterday. And it could all be a coincidence, but I just think that they've sidelined him. I don't know what they've done in some way. And other people are calling the shots now, but they're using his name and they're saying Trump said this and Trump quoted that. That tweet today, somebody tagged me in it. I don't know if you saw his post today, Gary, but let me read it to you if you didn't, right? And this is not Trump. And somebody tagged me in it who was listening to our space yesterday when I was talking about this. And they said, yeah, do you know what? Beatrix is onto something because this isn't Trump. So this is the first post that came out today. And he says, Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, right? So he's basically saying he's going to hit the power plants and all the bridges in Iran, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the effing strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. That is not Trump. I mean, he's crazy, but he ain't mental like
I
that
totally
to
agree
write
with you. I
that.
said that earlier this morning. Hey, this is, even if you were like, it makes no sense. I totally agree. That's not Trump. And I'm seeing a Trump I haven't seen before, and I've met the guy a couple of times.
BB wrote it. BB's got his Truth Social account. Sounds like something BB would write.
And what, it could be something Hegseth has wrote?
Yeah, they believe in the same thing, right? Armageddon, return of the Antichrist, the fulfillment of quote unquote God's promise to the Israelites. It's crazy.
So somebody tagged me in this morning and said, Beatrix, you could be onto something, because I was saying yesterday that I don't think he's got handle of his Truth Social account. And last night when the essay came out from Trump on Truth Social, I was saying, guys, this isn't him. Trump doesn't write essays, long essays on Truth Social. This isn't him. This is not Trump writing this. So I don't know, Gary, what the answer is, but I was concerned, and I know that people on YouTube were saying, why are you concerned where Trump is? Because I think if I've got this right, as much as damage he was doing, he was trying to prevent a ground operation. And if they have sidelined him, it's because they wanted to do that. And maybe that's what they were trying yesterday. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out. Let's see tomorrow if he's at the White House with Melania, because he's supposed to be at the White House for the Easter Bunny thing, right? Let's see.
He was supposed to be at three different. He was supposed to be at three different
It's not
Eastern masses
Monday,
today.
it's Sunday. It's Easter Sunday, not Monday.
Sorry, what was that? It's supposed to be Monday, right? That's tomorrow.
Beatrice, it's Sunday. It's today. It's not tomorrow. It's Easter Sunday, not Easter Monday. Come on,
Oh, they were
Beatrice.
supposed to do it today, were they, at the White House? Because I've seen it advertised for tomorrow.
Yeah, the egg roll is not on Easter.
I checked it.
Today is
I
Easter.
checked it online.
I don't know if you can hear me, but today's Easter, and he missed 3 different Easter masses that he was scheduled to go to.
Oh, I know that, Doc, but you know they do the White House bunny find run where people can go and families can go.
Yeah, there
I
is.
was checking today
Yeah,
when that is, and they've scheduled that for
that's right.
tomorrow.
That's right. They don't do it on Easter.
Right. Yeah, so I'm waiting to see if he turns up there with Melania, because when this operation started, April the 1st is when was the last public appearance. And you know what appearance that was? When he went to the Supreme Court for the birthright citizenship thing. That was the last time he was seen in public, right? After that, they released a video of his that was pre-recorded, and they said it was pre-recorded. And then there's been no appearance of him. And what happened was, literally then they said, oh, he's not going to Florida, he's staying at the White House, and they said, we're putting a lid on it. There'll be no statements from Trump. So people genuinely just thought, oh, maybe it's because of military operation. He's sat in a, and I've been saying this for a couple of days actually, that this is weird. Where is Trump? And people were coming up. Andrew will tell you, like, I know I sounded crazy like a conspiracy theorist, but they were saying, oh, it's a situation room. He'll be sat in there. You know, they won't be able to talk to the public and things like that. And I was like, but this is his moment of glory. Like, Trump loves the limelight. He's bold, he's brash, he loves it. Okay, so fine. Military operation, couldn't come out, put a lid on it, didn't go home, whatever. Why didn't he? Where has he been today? Where is he? Where's Trump?
Okay.
Either that or he's unwell. And if he's unwell and they don't want to declare it because they might think in a military kind of like situation like this, it's a sign of weakness. They're just giving him time to rest and recover, and then he'll be back. We'll see. And maybe he will be back. But then it doesn't still make sense why he didn't say anything about the chief of army staff who was sacked by Hegseth or make a statement. I don't know. Just weird.
I think he's
Thanks for
having
that,
domestic violence
Candace.
with
Thanks for that,
Netanyahu.
Candace. I mean, Beatrix. Appreciate your analysis. Breaking news. A direct hit and a massive explosion at PJAK and Kamala headquarters in Suleimania. Also, thank you to Farzana with a huge huge donation via the website, which is the tweet in the nest. And she said, a simple and honest and humble thanks to you and the legendary gang for sharing their experiences and insight. Such a unique space full of humanity, courage, and holding truth to power. This is a future Netflix documentary. But who the hell would play you? I don't know. Who could play me? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But appreciate.
Denzel Washington.
Ah, he's too tall for me. He's too tall. I
No,
need a
I
short.
think if Netflix makes it, they'll be using Jackie Chan to play you.
Yeah, we need a short king, but then I'm not yellow enough. But yeah, I appreciate that. Right. So yeah, thanks for that. Appreciate the huge super chat. Thank you so much. Okay. Back to the space. Lots to speak about. Lots to get through. Our theory. I'm just looking on X. Our theory is gaining a lot of traction. I'm seeing a lot of posts relaying our theory. Now, I told you, this is what I was trying to explain to you. The we are basically the space where all of your favorite influencers and all of your favorite political commentators come and listen. And this is why anything we say, all those ideas end up becoming mainstream. And so one of the ideas is this one, the one we were relaying, that yesterday was a failed ground invasion. I'm seeing a lot of traction on that on X now. This is what I mean. We are your favorite. Well, not your favorite, because I'm your favorite, but many of them do listen to space. This is why these spaces are so important and so impactful, because everyone does listen to these spaces and then relays that information on. So you're looking at billions upon billions of views from everyone collated. Okay, so
Right, I reckon if someone gives a $100 super chat, then Solomon has to create a video on Beatrix's theory.
no way, bro. No way. 100, bro. Wait. No way. 100. It has to be like it has to be like $1,000 or a Bitcoin. Bro, Beatrix can make that video. I didn't even listen to the whole conspiracy theory, Beatrix. What did she say? She said,
Not conspiracy theory. I just put a series of facts down. Facts. There's no conspiracy. It's just
it's
facts.
like what is like.
And you should
Because
make the video.
Trump's got six
Oh,
fingers
is
in
he
his
like a
last
lizard
video.
person? Is that what she's saying? Oh my god.
Oh my God, I never say that. I don't believe all that nonsense, right? I don't do all
I
that.
mean, I'd say that theory is probably more stronger than the one you just relayed. Although I didn't really listen to it, so I'm just guessing it is. Yeah, $1,000 super chat, and I'll do a video on her theory. That theory would actually blow up because like all of Candace's fans are gonna love that.
Yeah, we was Q and shit.
Oh my God, give it. Somebody give that super chat. Somebody give
How
that
how
super chat
often
and let
how
Suleiman do
often
one.
is
And then once he does one, it'll blow up, and then I'll be able to give a sequel, and I'll be able to tell him what happens next and everything else. My thought process will kick into overdrive. Go on, do
maybe
it.
somebody in the audience could do some research? What's the average amount of time between Trump being on air and being seen and not being? Like that's going to be a pattern, right? It's a good catch there, Beatrix.
Oh my god, Gary, stop simping, bro. Come on, bro. Sort your life out.
I
Right, you can interview
I,
Gary and he'll
I
relay
don't
he'll
do
relay the
simp, dude.
theory.
Okay, I don't do simp. So
Oh my
call me a
god,
lot of
Gary.
things, but simp ain't one of them.
Gary, please.
Gary is
Gary's
What?
just going
genuine.
with
Hey,
the
I will not
facts.
go on, Sully, with your racism and your bigotry, okay, against women. She has equal rights,
Bro,
equal
I'm
intelligence to
just.
you, okay? Get over your racism.
Oh my god,
Come
that's
on.
fake, bro.
Your parents
This is
weren't
fake
right,
news.
okay?
This
Men
is
and
fake
women are
news.
equal. It's
Oh
okay.
my god, that's fake news, Gary. What are you talking about?
It's okay, son. Just take a breath. It's okay.
No,
Your
listen.
audience will grow if there are more women here, my friend.
It's not actually. I looking at my audience. It's 8% women. Although on Instagram, a lot more women are starting to follow me, which is a bit of a problem.
It's because
It's
their
like
attention
18%.
span.
It's like 18% women. I put a big. What I do when I post them on Instagram is I put a big headline because I'm like, oh yeah, the chicks will be like, oh, there's like 5 words. I'll read that. Jokes, jokes, jokes. No, actually, not jokes. I'm real. It worked on you. Look, they're all like, oh, the finance talk. I can just see the chat saying the finance talk is over. Now it's getting interesting. It's the chicks. It's the 5 chicks in the chat. Jokes, jokes,
Yeah,
jokes.
oil's above 115.
Oh wait,
Simon,
what was that, Robert? Is it out?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so oil's up and S&P 500 futures down by about 0.5%.
And what's oil at?
116.
WTI, yeah, it's up about
116.
three bucks a barrel.
So that's 116 is above 115.
Yeah, market's not crashing. S&P is down about 0.3%. Nasdaq down 0.4%. Yeah, so just interesting.
What
Just
does that
oil
mean?
trending higher.
What does that mean? Like we expected to be much worse is basically what I'm saying. So why is it not as worse as we thought?
Yeah, see, I didn't expect it to be worse. I think this is about right. I think that people are going to wait into Tuesday, and oil just going to keep trending a little bit higher. Now, what's interesting about this level in oil, remember, this is where the CME accused the Treasury of shorting oil. So we're back to that point, which was the spike that first night. And if they are short oil, you could have a setup for an unwind to the upside.
Which would be violent.
So just to clarify for the normies, you're basically saying that it's at 116 now. It's above the critical number of 115, which Simon's been telling us about, and you expect it by Tuesday to continue trending upwards. Correct?
Well, I mean, who knows? Remember, the governments can intervene in these futures markets. So, while they aren't clearly right now, you could wake up in the morning and oil could be down $10. Who knows?
Okay,
They have
breaking news. Breaking news. Sorry, this is linked to what you're saying. Breaking news. President Trump will join the military in the Oval Office for a news conference tomorrow, 1 p.m. So we're going to start the space earlier, obviously, tomorrow, because that news conference will be played 1 p.m. tomorrow Eastern, guys. He's got the military joining him. So because it could have been like an. Oh, by the way, this Beatrix, your entire theory just got destroyed. Yours and Gary's. Okay.
Well, it's
let's Let's see, isn't it? Let's see what happens.
It's because Trump is listening to the space that now he's got to make an appearance.
Honestly, I actually think that I'm not. I know you're gonna think I'm. Look, listen. I know you guys think I'm wacky, but I actually no believe that they do listen to it. There's something we mentioned on this space, and then literally about an hour later they posted about it, and I was like, we were the only people mentioning it. I can't remember what it was. It was today. I was just thinking about it. If it comes back to me, I'll say it. I do think that he's listening to it, but not this, not what Beatrice said. I'm not with the rest of it. Right. So why this is important, sorry, I was gonna say was this isn't an odd like it could have been like an Easter press conference, but it says he's doing it with the military in the Oval Office. It could be the announcement of a ground invasion. That means if that's the case, it could happen tonight, right? Oh my god. I was gonna finish early today because your boy's not got man flu. This guy, this flipping Orange King, bro, he's annoying me, blood. Okay, let me read the super chat. Appreciate everything you do. Just know that the resistance will win this war no matter what happens next. Even Israeli rabbis know this will end. God is on our side. A new world will be born soon. Well, I'm in agreement with that. I'm down with that. But all I'm asking is that once the Persian Empire rises, make me the viceroy of Europe. Okay. So press conference. Sorry, Doc, I interrupted you. You were finishing something, but this is a link to what you were saying. Do go ahead and finish your point.
Hold on, are you going to set up the British embassy in Iran, Suleiman, after this?
It's not going to be. It's going to be. Well, why would there be a British Empire embassy if it's the entire Persian Empire?
Because it's like the Persian Empire, so the Brits need an
No,
embassy there.
no. This like it's just a Persian Empire. Europe will be one. I will be the viceroy of Europe. Um, who did I say was gonna? Oh, Ryan Dawson's gonna be the viceroy of
I'll
East
take an
Asia.
ambassadorship to some. I can probably handle 20 or 30 trillion.
Yeah, Gary
Happy
can
to help you with
handle
that.
20, 30 trillion in St. Petersburg. And yeah, this is the Persian Empire. It's coming. Be ready, Israel. Be ready. Remember things.
I wanna roll in America. I wanna be like the viceroy
No,
of
no, no
America
chicks.
for
This is
Iran or
the Persian
something.
Empire is not going to crumble us the first day it starts with no women at all.
You can
Okay.
come be my secretary,
Yeah,
Beatrice.
you could be a secretary. Yeah, yeah, that works. Okay.
Oh, so much for women are equal, Gary, and they're intelligent enough. Like literally, I get demoted to your secretary straight away. First opportunity. Cheers for that, Gary.
All right, dark side. Sorry that I interrupted you. Go ahead, finish your point.
Yeah, I was just going to make the point that if we remember back to the last time we spiked up, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange warned the U.S. Treasury not to intervene in oil markets, that it could have biblical consequences. So we're now back up to that critical level where that warning came. So we'll just have to keep an eye on it and see what happens.
Something Simon said. Simon said something. Simon said was that if it goes above 115, and Simon just do add on to this, and maybe the kind of things have changed since then as well. So it could be that. But I remember what vividly you saying that if it goes above 115 and remains above 115 for a week, big problems. Things start to break. Is that still the thing, or has things kind of changed since then?
Yeah, this is when we could have got a solution. So we're well beyond that. But the point was, every time it gets to 115, there's a massive intervention. So like that's the point at which the market, the Trump administration tries to pull a new rabbit out of that. So he either comes up with sanctions, or the G7 announce strategic petroleum reserves, or they start doing some action that leads to COMEX coming out and saying this could be a biblical thing that so whenever it gets to 115, you get intervention. So if they let it pop above 115, then yeah, they're running out of tools. And if they're and there aren't many tools left now, like we're at the end of tools. So yeah, if they let it rip, then it's problematic.
And like during the COVID stuff, it dropped to like minus 60 a barrel. So that's kind of what's going to happen. Is going to, as it gets so high, it's going to drop so low that
Yeah, maybe Robert, could you explain, like, because that was the COVID situation, which was slightly different, but what was it that made it negative pricing?
Well, that was just what was required to clear the market. So back then we had demand or consumption of oil fall a historic amount, 23, 22 million barrels per day, just kind of out of nowhere. So there was a ton of oil because the oil producers did not see COVID coming. So they're churning out oil as per usual. And then bam, COVID hits and demand consumption of oil falls off a cliff. And so, in order to clear that, demand supply imbalance, back then it was kind of the inverse or the mirror image. You had to have oil go negative 40 to clear that market. This time around,
What's that actually mean, Robert? Like, so literally, were the producers
Negative $40
saying,
a barrel.
"Yeah, I'm going to pay you $40 to take my oil"? Is that what was
yeah,
happening?
Correct.
yep. It was a storage thing. And so, yeah, so this time around, we're looking at a disruption about equivalent to COVID, about 15 million barrels per day, according to my math, 16, if you
See, Robert,
include the
that's why
Russian.
this is, and keep your mic open if you would, because this is exactly why I don't think this is going to be a runaway problem, because the demand, like what was read earlier,
Oh
India's,
my God, guys. Sorry, I'm interrupting, but I gotta interrupt. And well, I
do it.
did. Larry Johnson, as you know, one of my favorite people, former CIA, and so has links within intelligence, is literally saying the same point we said. Oh my God, bloods. We're ahead of the curve every single time. So he said this. He said, is the downed US F-15 in Iran was actually preparing for a massive ground attack on the Natanz nuclear facility. The rescue mission was a total catastrophe. So this is what Larry Johnson said. So it goes to our theory. It's just like everyone's saying it now. But sorry, back to you, Gary.
Yeah, I agree. I think we would get something kind of akin to COVID where you get a sharp move like over a day or two, and then it collapses. It's not going back to
Agreed.
50,
Agreed.
but I mean, I think there's going to be demand destruction here, at like 100,
Bro,
110,
I agree.
115.
I think what's gasoline in California today? I just paid
Oh,
$4.19. I haven't paid $4.19, and I can't tell you how long, and that's cheap. And that's
probably
regular,
7.
by the way. You're $7
Yeah,
going to 10. See, I don't.
6. Yep.
And there's going to be areas that, logistically, it's just expensive. Like there can be times when the UK and Australia just don't have it. Like you're going to have
Well,
all kind of disconnections here for months.
we get it from Asia. So we don't even. I mean, we've been closing down refineries. We've been on the kind of suicidal energy policy over here in California. So yeah, back during 2022, I paid $8 something, 8.20, I think, for premium during 2022. I think it probably hits that again and probably goes higher. And just like that is such an immense amount of money for the average person who we know the personal savings rate is very near to an all-time low, much lower than it was 2022. The labor market is way cooler than it was in 2022. Liquidity, both broad money and base money, rate of change was about half now. Like so no matter kind of which metric you look at, delinquencies and charge off rates, the consumer is clearly, like objectively, quantifiably in a way worse situation today than they were in 2022. And so I think that, people that look at an oil chart and go, oh, it's no big deal. We got here before. Well, number one, yeah, we got, to kind of around these levels in 2022. But we got two quarters of negative GDP, a textbook definition of a recession, and we got a bear market in the stock market. And if you look at the fundamentals, only about 1 to 1.5 million barrels per day were disrupted in 2022. We're talking about like at the bare minimum 11, 12 million today. Everyone seems to have a different number, but like even using the bare minimum, this is 9 times worse than 2022. So yeah, I think it's going to be kind of biblical if it continues, which I think it will.
Huge super chat from Hussein Shafi, who says, "Good job on your theory, bud." That's his blood. Thank you, Hussein. But yeah, this is what we do. This is why we are who we are. We're always ahead of the curve. Everything we say ends up being right, bloods. This is what we do. This is what we do. But now I appreciate I was saying,
We say everything we say, Suleiman. I
oh no,
made
I'm
some
not with you
theories
on
as well.
this Trump.
Everything we
I'm not.
say.
I'm really not with you on this Trump thing. I'll be honest with you. There's no we. There's you and your you and Gary and your Trump AI, and then there's me and my theories. Let's put a nice little lot, not little, a huge, deep, big line between the two positions, please. I am not with that. I expect Donald J. Trump to take the podium at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, and I will be streaming that on this space and on the YouTube. And yes, I do not fall into those parameters. Let's be clear on that. Simon, are you with Beatrix on that one? Or are you Switzerland?
When these Candice ones come on, man, I check out. Even all those Charlie Kirk things, man. That's when I have to come back when it's a serious conversation.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is a serious. It's not equivalent to Charlie Kirk or Candace Simon. You sound like Jonah. I'm talking serious. Where is he? He's not
Okay,
been seen.
there's actually
And
a real question here for you, Beatrix. Okay, can we be serious for 2 seconds? Real question for you. They're asking that, when you came up with that theory, did it come to you in a dream?
no, you're so bad. Move on. You're so bad. You're not even taking me seriously. Literally.
No one even asked that question. No one even asked that question. I just, I love it.
Where is Trump?
Oh my God, Simon, do not fall into this as well. Okay, let's go to. Okay, all hands are down, so I actually can't see who put their hands up. Dr. Michael, thanks for joining.
Dark and Wally have got their hands up. They're the only two that I can see.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's go to. Who do you want to go to, Beatrice? I'll pass to you.
We can go to Dark, we can go to Wally, and then we can welcome Dr. Michael.
Dark side?
He don't want to speak to the B
So,
lady.
sorry, I missed that.
We can
What
go
was the
to.
question?
Oh, who's that? Did you have your hand up, Dark?
No, that was from before. I was going to comment on oil. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, it's glitching really badly, so I can't even see. Wally, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did before, but I thought I took it down, but it's fine. I was just gonna say you were earlier when you were mentioning like Pete Hegseth and everything else. I mean, these people are like Pete Hegseth is dangerous. The guy's a Christian evangelical Zionist, and he's previously been talking about how he believes this is gonna hasten Armageddon. Like he thinks that this war has to happen in order for Armageddon to begin. And there was an independent journalist, I can't remember his name, but he was interviewing people at the Pentagon, and they were saying that there's senior chiefs at the Pentagon right now and Pete Hegseth, and they're questioning how much blood has to be shed in order for the end times to begin. These people are like this guy is totally deranged. And when this war first started, when the first airstrike started a month ago now, Donald Trump, there was a Wall Street Journal article that said within the first 8 hours, one of the people that Donald Trump called himself was Laura Loomer. And he called Laura Loomer so that way she could basically praise him on how amazing these strikes were. So everybody in this guy's inner circle are just either staunch Jewish Zionists or staunch Christian evangelicals that think that this is how you start the end times. So I mean, there's no rationale here. I don't know how you get out of I don't know how you like these are the people currently running the show, and he's just getting fed all of this information from these people. So that's all I wanted to say. It was kind of based on what we were talking about
Hold
previously.
on, Wally.
Thank you.
Are you joining the Beatrix cult with Gary?
No, I don't. I don't. I know. I think Trump's alive. I think he's manic enough to post what he posted. Personally, I think the guy's deranged. I don't. I don't. I think he posted that. I don't have any question about that.
Laura Loomer, I disavow Wally Rashid. I'm very, very neutral. I do not think you control the Trump administration. I do not believe that you get people fired. Do not get me deported from the United States of America, Laura Luber. I'm very neutral. Yeah.
He's got a horse face now. Hard to look
Who?
at.
Who?
Laura
Who?
Loomer.
Laura Loomer, I do not think that you look like a
They
horse.
extended her
This
jawline by
is
3 inches.
this is an analysis by Dr. Malibu. I do not believe you look like a horse. I believe that you are a bold and beautiful Israeli woman. I disavow what Doc had to say. Do not deport me from the United States of America. Let me back into the United States of America and then do not deport me when I get back in. Okay, boys.
Hey, Whitey
Uh,
Bulger hung out here in Santa Monica for like 2 decades, so just head my way. You'd be good.
I don't know what that means. I'm neutral. Okay. Let's get back into the conversation. Okay. Inevitable China,
China, thank yes, well done.
represented by the number one Chinese influencer on social media, Ian Miles Chung. Someone we have disavowed and debunked many a times. Anyway, inevitable. Anything you want to relay from your number one influencer?
Well, I think I've got to get Laura's help getting him on social media. I think she'll be done. She'll be able
You're rubber
to do
banding.
it.
You're rubber
Oh,
banding. See, this is what I mean when
oh,
they tell me the Chinese technology is good as the American technology. You're seeing that not work right now. This second, man can't. They haven't even got the
back.
5G internet.
Am I back?
No, it's still rubber banding. See, even they try and put the 2G on, it's still not working. You
Hold
need
on.
to get
What?
something
He's
called
got
the
some.
5G.
It's
Sorry.
What VPN you got on here?
He's gone. He's gone. See, the Chinaman ain't up to above 2G. This is the problem. They tell us they got the most advanced technology, but it ain't all about that. Life. Okay, let's go to Thomas. Thomas, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us an update on what you think about the financial market and what your perspective is on Trump's. I think tomorrow he's doing a press conference and he's going to parade this new pilot that they were able to retrieve. And then Tuesday, 8 p.m., he said he's going to destroy all of Iran's infrastructure. Iran's obviously going to retaliate and do the same thing to the Gulf states. What's your thoughts? What's going to happen to the market?
Yeah, I feel like we're being manipulated by what's being presented to us. There's been this social media as a weapon. Trump has said things and backed off. We had this whole taco meme about him backing off and chickening out on what he's saying, but it's really creating chaos and volatility in the marketplace. And so the message that came out today, where it just kind of went over the top. I didn't actually believe it when I saw it. I had to go to my True Social account to see that he actually posted it. It seems unhinged, but if you want to affect the markets, you've got to post stuff like that. So I'm fully expecting a reversal where they're going to try to calm things down tomorrow and just zigzag the market. Now that doesn't mean I think that this thing is going to abate anytime soon, because I think that you just can't unplug this mess right now. It's going to be gnarly. And the two objectives, the asymmetry. I just ask people to think about this: for the U.S. to quote win, we'd have to win militarily and create a regime change and sort of I'll call peace in the region. For Iran to win, all they need is to survive. And if you look at who's closest to that objective, I'd say Iran is doing better than the U.S. against those two different objectives. So I think this thing's going to go along, and in the financial markets, connecting it back there. My view is every minute we spend above $100 forces the global markets to reprice everything, because energy is tied into every aspect. We'll see it in the transportation sector first, and we'll start to see it in the other areas like pharmaceuticals, into semiconductors, in the fertilizer market. You'll start to see that cascade through the system. But duration
How long this lasts and how long it stays above 100, and the degree to which it's over 100, I think should concern a lot of people. I just think this is going to be bad. I don't think the market is fully appreciating. I don't to say it's not priced in. I think that's it. But I think it's because if you look at the futures market, it's we're sitting at 115, 114 right now on the front month contract, and September, October is down in the 70s. So it's almost a $40 differential between the front month and 6 months from now, and that just seems crazy to me. That people think it's going to go away that fast. I just think it's going to take a lot longer. But I feel manipulated, and so as a keen observer of what's going on, I don't feel like I have a good handle, and that's why I appreciate these spaces, Suleiman, that you run, where you can get sort of a variety of different views that don't come out of this mainstream narrative that is highly manipulated.
Appreciate you, Thomas. Appreciate you as always, especially with the level of expertise that you have. Mr. Chinaman, what's happening? Have you managed to get your 2G internet?
Oh, we are on 5G now. Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
we can. Oh my God, they got upgraded. They stole the American tech. They're back up to 5G. Okay, give us your.
Amazing.
Okay,
Well, well, speaking of tech, oh, sorry, but I think yeah. Speaking of tech,
Hold on.
like,
Do you have to
look, I
VPN
wanted
to get
to,
on X? And
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Well, and yeah, it's standard practice, but sometimes you don't. Like in Taiwan, you don't. But no, I
Taiwan's
wanted to
America though,
add
so
to.
that doesn't really count.
Oh, nice one. You mean East China or no West Taiwan? I guess that's what they call the mainland. If you're a hater, but no,
Yeah,
look,
yeah,
the
West Taiwan, yeah.
well, I wanted to add to your really just your thesis in general, and I heard you and Genghis Khan this morning, and I heard pretty much like a lot of what you just broke down essentially, and really where I'd like to add is I don't know if you've mentioned the C-295 plane. It's like this Airbus that's basically like belonging to special operations. There's a 427 Special Operations Squadron, but that's like that was sighted over I think southern Iran about like 12 hours ago, roughly. It was after the so-called rescue mission. But I found that to be almost like a smoking gun to your point. And I think it's important that I kind of harp on that. The C295 plane, it's for clandestine infiltration specifically. And it's most oftenly used with CIA Special Activities Division, as well as the Army Special Forces as well, and in some cases, for Air Force missions for search and recovery. But it's huge and it's out of place, and it specializes specifically in being able to land anywhere and take off anywhere. And what I think is going on here is that is basically it's like okay, we have to ask ourselves, it why is it that certain planes are able to fly through Iran and go completely unmolested, go completely like unabated, without being taken down or anything of that sort? And this, clearly we've seen firefights take place yesterday. However, it was not with the IRGC whatsoever. It was not with any sort of drones. You didn't see any Shaheds out there. You didn't see any ballistic missiles sent out. It was primarily with either the besieged or with police actually as well, civilians. So the thing that I'm going to boil down to is kind of a lot of what you said, Suleiman, which is that it looks like they've had a special operations expansion, and the reason why I think that plane specifically, the which is operated by the C295W, it's like the Airbus C295W. The reason why I think that matters more than anything is because of the operation to infiltrate around the nuclear site. They have exfiltration capabilities as well. And, if they were to send out a C-130, it usually gives away the game. But I think we're seeing a huge like battle between electronic warfare capabilities take place. So, Mossad and CIA are going to have human intelligence and proxy and sabotage networks on the ground. And that's been active inside Iran since late February. And, the squadron's non standard fleet is the only platform set capable of quietly inserting or extracting case officers or, any sort of comms
or even just gear and material. Any sort of a CIA special or rather CIA field operators as well that are on the ground. And so I think we're not going to get a clear answer anytime soon in terms of what was transported or who was transported, because it's going to be a mix of intelligence intelligence assets that are primarily behind the the planes rather that we saw blown up, the C-130s, and in this case the C-295. So I think that was a smoking gun for me, and yeah, I think you and Genghis really hammered down quite a bit of even what other people are finding, either through themselves or through this space. I think you're influencing a lot of people. The only thing I would say is I I don't know if you've gotten around to what is causing, or I don't know if you've gotten around to how the so-called airman crash lands, right, or he parachutes and he ends up 100 miles north in in the Khuzestan province, right?
Yeah, we
And
mentioned
they're
that.
saying,
We said that it's what, like 200 kilometers away. So how did he end up?
yeah.
Yeah, that's this is one of the, I think, the evidentiary points that this was actually a ground invasion. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I completely, so I agree. And now I do think, now the story that they're saying is that he walked, that he hiked up there, which is completely false. One of those aircrafts that were actually taken down actually helped transport him up to that
What,
airfield. Um,
hike 160 kilometers,
yeah.
blood? How long will it take you to hike 160 kilometers?
Definitely not within 24 hours, and definitely not, yeah, not in Iran at least. There's no way that they're doing that. But from my understanding, they were able to pick him up allegedly. Well, I think mainstream media is kind of even saying this now, but they were able to pick him up using I think it was a I think it's a Jolly Green, an HH-60 Jolly Green, which is basically just an upgraded like Black Hawk, essentially, just for lack of a better term. And the idea is that this is just one piece of a bigger picture. I don't think that they were looking to extract nuclear material. I think they know that it's like a ridiculous look. They clearly think lowly of their own citizens, and that's probably why they're even saying it. But they're not looking to extract anything. They and if they do, that's like a bonus. But what they're looking to do is set the stage from a special operations standpoint, in order to make a ground invasion much more hospitable. I think we're all in agreement that it's basically here. But the thing that I found interesting was the Khuzestan province location, right? And how they're looking to break open the battle space, especially in Khuzestan, for a larger incursion. Because with special reconnaissance going in, a lot of the early work is just getting small teams of operators out there, who enter months in advance, and they map as much as they can. The problem is Iran's network and security apparatus is much too vast for just like a small team of SR or any unconventional warfare assets, or even getting the local population involved. So what they have to do is send out F-15s and F-35s in order to increase their reconnaissance capabilities. A lot of what they're doing is electronical reconnaissance. It's called ELINT. I believe that's the analogy or the terminology they use for it. So ELINT is going to be them using fighters to fly low and slow. Okay, because let's ask ourselves, why is an F-35 flying low in Iran that we know is covered in man pads? That's a critical question. The answer is to gain as much information as possible on the passive coherent location mesh that's all over the country. And all that is simply put, just monitors essentially, that are placed and planted, nodes that are planted all over the country that they can use, Iran can use, to monitor any incoming enemy craft. That is why they are sending out these fighters, which in theory shouldn't be out there, right? They shouldn't be flying low. That's not what they're for. They're doing it now because they have to be able to sniff out any assets that are hidden. And I can go into more detail. I'm not going to go on too much longer, but my point is, or the thing I want to get to is, the end result the end result that they're doing now, I think they're setting up larger scale of assets on the ground because those C-130s can.
Also, guys, this guy's telling the truth, but I'll just refresh it. Also, guys, okay, hopefully I should be back, guys, if the audio. So also, guys, yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Anybody who wants to super chat can do so via the YouTube, or there is a tweet in the nest. And now the only methods, because we've been banned from coffee as well now, the only methods you can do that on is either via the website on the top line or by crypto, which is, there's a few options there like BTC, ETH, and USDT. So those are the only methods you can actually support the space now, because we're banned from another platform, unfortunately. We just get used to these bans now. We just get banned and we move on. So on what you said, so that tweet's in the nest, guys. Well, everyone said, I got it. Okay, cool. So, and if you're on the YouTube, guys, make sure you're following and make sure you hit the notifications on. Notification on. Okay, well, someone's wrote. Okay. No, put your notifications on YouTube. That's the only way you're gonna know. You heard Heather and many others come up on the X space and say they're not aware when the space comes on, and actually the only way now they're becoming aware that the space is going live is by going on YouTube and putting on all notifications. So if you go on the YouTube channel, if you go on the tweet in the nest as well for that one, and you put on all your notifications on, that's the only way you're gonna know about it. We've got nearly 1,000 people on the YouTube. So if all of you can make sure you've got all notifications on for this channel and the other channel as well. Although with the other channel, it seems like they're gonna ban us and YouTube's not responding to what they've done. So I don't know, it's really confusing what to do with that. But anyway, I put so much effort into that as well. We did really awesome interviews on it. But anyway, coming back to it, inevitable. Ryan, I posted the tweet out about the C-130s, and Ryan said, well, each of them hold about 70 to 100 people, which we agree with. We discussed this earlier, and that they will probably be dead. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, that depends on how many people were in those craft as they were hit, and as well as how where the craft was positioned as well. I don't no seeing the pictures, there didn't seem to be like any too many dead bodies. I think some people saw there was like a skull, but outside of that, I don't think I saw too much more than that. Of course, the Iranians can, and I think this is why I'm taking a more measured approach. I don't think it was this brutal loss on either side. I think both sides actually gained quite a bit from what took place yesterday. But yeah, like if they hit a C-130, there's a good chance that they're losing a lot more people than we know about, right? And they've hit like about two. Well, we know that they hit two that were stationary or landing. I think the theory that's most current in my view is that those two from yesterday were landing. And I think another one was hit, but it wasn't completely taken out. It was more so damaged, and from there it needed to make an emergency landing after the pilot parachuted. And so that may have been more of a supply plane, or rather something that was carrying mostly supplies. But yeah, like Ryan has definitely brought up a very, like he I think he was very early on saying that there are special operations troops on the ground already, and that has been the case for weeks, if not months. It's just been a matter of slow rolling them in.
Yeah, for sure. Um, let's bring this guy back up. Oh my God.
Hey,
Beatrice,
Sully,
stop
there's a
sending me
really
messages. Go ahead, Jackson.
so yeah, there's a really interesting story on Dropsite News. They're talking about the Qataris' investment in the Paramount Warner Brothers deal here in the United States. Um, this is, I guess, Qatar, Saudi, UAE, and Kuwait had committed to $24 billion. Now, the Paramount deal is Larry Ellison's son, David Ellison, huge supporters of the IDF, and it's really interesting. This may be a lever that no one saw coming, but they're also talking about hyperscalers. So this gets into the AI trade as well. So much of this money for these gigantic projects is coming from the Gulf. And this is a lever that the Gulf countries can play against sort of a first derivative of Israel, being the Ellison family, and would put a lot of pressure on Donald Trump as well. So this story is definitely worth watching. I don't know where it goes from here, but if Qatar were to pull out, Saudi to pull out of some of these large deals, including OpenAI and other deals other than Paramount, um, this would put tremendous pressure on Donald Trump. So we'll just have to watch.
Yeah, that's Simon's position, isn't it? Simon believes that because the GCC are putting that money into these companies, such as what you mentioned, Paramount and CNN, that means that they have leverage over them. That's like Simon's position, and that's why he thinks that like the GCC is starting to gain more and more leverage. I disagree with him. Obviously, I think that the GCC is giving those finances some fun because they're like a sugar daddy, like they're just a cash cow. I don't think they take leverage. They're just basically controlled and under the feet of the United States of America and Israel, and that's why you see all the actions they do that negatively detriment their own country, but they're willing to go ahead with it. UAE being a prime example of that. So, just two different theories on there for your dark side.
Yeah, I don't have a position one way or another. I just think this story is worth watching because because it's the Ellison family, this Paramount deal, and the Ellison family is so tightly connected to the IDF. It's gonna be really interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, yeah, it's going to be interesting indeed, and I guess we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. So yeah, that's the Hoover, bro. I keep bringing people up and they keep dropping. So guys, if I bring you up and you get dropped, you're not being dropped on purpose. Unfortunately, the space is being attacked. We have got a huge number of people listening, and they don't want you to listen. We've got what 3,400 here. We've got 1,000 on YouTube. So retweet the space, reshare the space. The only place for real news and real information. Let's go to James. James, jump in.
Thank you, sir. A beautiful space. This is the most informative space you could ever dream about. So, bravo, bravo. So, I'll just bring in, just so you're talking about, Larry Ellison and all those, crypto. I don't even say crypto, but they want to build these, oh my God, insane sized um my brain is not letting me um explain, but the giant server farms are so insane, people. This isn't normal, right? These server farms, all this stuff is not normal. It sucks up water and energy, and we're all pretending this is normal. Like, how is this normal? So gave them, as soon as Trump got in, right? He gave what, 500 billion, half a trillion dollars, over. I think it was over. I think it was 600. And for you know, these server farms that have negative, gigantic, red, insane things about them, they cut all the tape, and they want to give them like the same thing as the C19, the injections that they gave people, immunity. How do you give immunity to injections that cause harm? And now they want the same for
James,
this. And
James, can I just
and
ask you
one more
something?
thing, the
No, no, I just want to
fertilizer.
ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. Did you have a really merry Easter today? Like literally, have you been
I
really merry
did. I
today?
spent my family. I did
Yeah,
not wear pell.
we can tell, James. It's been a merry, merry Easter for you today, hasn't it?
Thank you, Beatrice. I love you, Beatrice.
Cool. Okay, let's go to Andy. Andy. Oh, sorry. Let's go to Dr. Michael first. Dr. Michael, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, how you doing? It's good to be here. Yeah, it looks like to me that Trump's announcement tomorrow is about troops on the ground and some sort of rationale to try to justify it. So I think this is happening. You're going to see this happening tomorrow. You may be right that that's what this last soldier, or rather pilot on the ground was about. I don't know. But in any case, I think it's happening now. There's going to be an invasion here, there's going to be ground troops. And, you know, there's going to be a lot of death. I think it's going to go both ways, and they're going to try to hide it because they've got the propaganda machine to do so. They're going to try to keep it squelched on the numbers of people being killed, especially on the American side. And you're having Israel stand by. You know, the IDF will not be on the ground with American troops. We'll be doing their dirty work for them entirely. And this is despicable. And this is going to probably take place tomorrow morning, if not before then. So, I mean, this is just unbelievable. This country is completely at the total, at the behest of Israel, doing anything they want, including invading this country, who's never done anything to the United States directly as a state. This is just unbelievable. So, I mean, I'm looking at the economic aspect of it is being discussed. Also, it's going to be a disaster. We're seeing, not only oil prices, but all prices will start to go up, especially anything connected to oil. So that means plastics. That means all kinds of elements that are necessary. The economy is going to be exacerbated. It's going to be terrible. I mean, we're looking at high prices, probable layoffs, using AI to lay people off at the same time. It's basically ushering in Agenda 2030 by accident, as it were. I don't think it's intentional in this case. I think this is just they go, well, we got it this far, we might as well go all the way. Let's restrict driving, et cetera, et cetera. Let's restrict people to 15-minute cities, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, this is all rolling out, and I can't see anything but tomorrow being an announcement from Trump, who I do think is alive. Sorry. Trump is definitely alive, and whatever Trump is, he's alive. Maybe Trump's always been just an AI bot, but he's alive as such in any case. And he will be making an announcement tomorrow. And I think it has to do with troops. And God help us, because this is just an outrage. What a disaster. What an immoral escapade this is. And what does it do anybody except the military industrial complex and Israel? I don't see anybody else gaining.
Yeah, I think tomorrow though, I'm not sure if he's gonna announce a ground invasion because I think he would only announce it once he's launched it. So if he launches it tonight, then yeah, tomorrow could be that. Because if you remember, like normally, ordinarily, they launch an operation and then they'll tell everyone about it. Like they wouldn't tell people pre-launching the operation, if that makes sense. So we'll have to wait and see, but that's the way I see it. So if that's the case, if tomorrow is going to be ground invasion, then basically an announcement for a ground invasion, then today needs to be, it needs to happen tonight, basically. The ground invasion needs to happen tonight.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yes,
thinking.
you
It
know,
would happen tonight.
Suleiman, this taco protocol that's been being set up all month. It's this bluff and then pull back, bluff and pull back. At some point, it becomes extremely effective to not pull back. And one of these times, what Trump's saying here with these deadlines and implications, he's going to follow through with, just to keep everybody on his toes. I mean, as a leader, he could not be more chaotic and unpredictable, which in and of itself is a weapon. People trying to figure out what's going on, unless you're on the very inside, it's speculation. And it's very concerning about the escalation vectors that are coming. If they drop ground forces in, you got to just think through what does Iran, what can they do to escalate in other areas? They've hit the Kuwaiti desalinization plants as one issue. As best I can tell from what I've seen, they've taken off maybe 30% of Kuwait's fresh water capacity. You get the 60 or 70% disruption, you got to start evacuating people. That's just one escalation vector. They could activate sleeper cells and just start creating chaos in Europe and the US. There's a whole bunch of things I would be concerned about if again, if this escalates, which it feels like it's going to.
Thomas, the 31st MEU is projected to arrive in near the Gulf of Oman tomorrow, to add it to your point. So they could very well begin an amphibious aerial assault tomorrow.
The other issue is, they've hit marine traffic with the ships, which has caused great chaos in the oil markets. And while they've attacked the Dubai air hub at DXB, um, that's another area where right now they're operating down probably about 70% of capacity of pre-war activity. A lot of the European airlines aren't even going in to Dubai International. If you start limiting flights because of the attacks into whatever, if they bring drones in and affect the runways, these things don't get fixed in 3 or 4 days. It takes a while to fix the infrastructure damage if they do that. And again, I'm just thinking of how this plays out. Iran is not sitting there as passive players. They have been planning for this and preparing for this. So it's not like they can't see the same information we see. When they know this is coming, they're not sitting there saying, "Boy, I hope they don't do this," and have no plan. They have counterattacks. They have defensive plans. And again, I know people are in on the inside thinking through this, but it sure feels like we're not taking steps towards peace right now. We're taking steps towards escalation. And this guy the Robert Papp from the University of Chicago, he talks about this escalation trap that he's been studying for a long time. It just feels like that's the trap we're in. The only way we get out of this is a complete withdrawal, which is a huge political loss, and I just don't see it happening. The other thing that's interesting, and maybe most people have seen this that are listening, about this video going back 45 years, a montage going back to 1980, and picking up about every 7 years, comments that Trump's made about Iran very specifically. And he's been talking about having control of Karg Island and taking an economic cut of the oil coming out of the Middle East for a long time. He's been talking about the Karg Island for over 25 years. And so you have to wonder, if he's been talking about this for 40 plus years, how it's affecting his decision making process and his belief to a commitment to a long held thesis that the US should be extracting value out of the Middle East that we have not been extracting going all the way back to the Gulf Wars.
Yeah, I agree. There's more news, guys. Just linked to what Thomas was saying there, and it is that we've got confirmation that Habshan oil plant in the UAE was on fire. If you remember, it's the energy infrastructure has there's an energy plant in the UAE that was also being put offline for 12 months. So the UAE has been hit a lot very hard. It's just that they have a law where it's the most stringent in the world that if you post anything, you just go to jail. So everyone's living in fear about what they're gonna, what even this one here, the guy who put it out, they're trying to put him in prison. So they're not letting anyone put out real information about what's going on in the UAE, and it isn't great at all. Let's go to Andy. Andy, jump in.
Yeah, I mean, this is just completely ridiculous. They're completely lying to us. I mean, the lies keep piling up, and they can only cover so much of it. You can't hide the fact that these aircraft are destroyed, and more people are seeing it, and they definitely were doing more than they claim they were. You don't bring in all these transport aircraft for a simple rescue mission, so whatever they were attempting to do is more than they were telling us. It's completely ridiculous. And as you said, if they're attempting a full on ground invasion on Monday, they have to start it tonight because Trump's not going to go out and say in a speech and say, "Yeah, we're about to invade Iran." You don't tell people what's going on until after it's already underway. Just like we started Operation Epstein Fury, and then Trump went out and had that video released an hour or two later and said, "Hey, this is why we're doing it," and then of course, and then he changes his goals 50 times. So yeah, if that's what that announcement's about, it's going to go down tonight. And it's going to be really interesting to see if he tacos out again on his demonic deadline with the bombing power plants. And to freaking mention that and do that on Easter of all days is just absolutely disgusting. And as we know, he's not a true Christian. He doesn't represent us, nor does he claim to speak for us. It's absolutely disgusting. And you're spot on as always with your analysis. You're getting the news out before anyone. And I really do think this is going to go. I think it really is going to go down tonight. I think he just wanted to wait to start the ground invasion till after Easter because they didn't want it going down where everyone could discuss it with their families and be like, "Oh my God, what's going on?" So I really think they're waiting till everyone's Easter Sunday dinners are over and then something's going to go down.
Andy, did you see the I don't know, I wanted to mention this earlier actually, that there was some statements coming out of the White House claiming that Trump said that he tried to, or he had armed the Kurds and they had taken the weapons from the Americans and they were part of the operation yesterday. And I just think that if they try to get some sort of an uprising or something, they're really going to muddy the waters. They have already
No,
got
yes, Trump
third
said
parties there ready
allegedly.
to take part in a revolution.
Yes, he allegedly gave weapons to the Kurds, and according to someone on Fox News, Trump said he gave weapons to the Kurds, and the Kurds were supposed to then give them to Iranian protesters, but then the Kurds basically kept them. So Trump basically blindly trusted the Kurds to give money to weapons to monarchists in Iran, I guess, because I mean, what protesters would he be referring to? That was the Fox News clip. Is that I assume that's what you're referring to? So yeah, Trump trusted Kurds to then arm Iranian civilians to then start a civil war. So he basically was trying to use the Kurds, I guess, as middlemen to start a civil war and get a bunch of people killed. It's truly disgusting.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm just concerned about it, Andy. I think things are really uncertain. I don't even know who's in charge of this bloody operation at the moment. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. Every time Trump speaks, he looks really. I mean, his health is completely fading. I mean, you even saw even Alex Jones is completely saying Even Alex Jones is completely concerned, saying you look at his ankles, they're completely swollen. It's looking like he's in heart failure. I mean, he speaks, his voice is weak. He's struggling to speak. It's very concerning. So, I mean, Trump's not cognitively there. Like with Biden, it was just okay, the guy's senile. Trump's senile and he's just absolutely insane as well. So this is even a worse situation than we're in under Biden. Like Biden, it was okay. It's just you're senile grandpa controlled by the Zios. Now Trump's controlled by the Zios and senile. Plus, he's also actually crazy. At least you didn't have Biden going on social media literally threatening war crimes. He just funded Israel doing war crimes. Now it's Trump. You have him straight up threatening war crimes himself. So it's a whole new level where we're directly responsible for it, even more so because it's our bombs, our troops being forced to carry out these acts. So we can't even hide behind, oh, well, it's not us, it's Israel, even though we were funding it under Biden. We're directly complicit in this stuff now.
The thing that I would offer for this consideration is that the public statements, the social media, the press releases, the interactions, these are all weapons in this war. And while on the face of it, that message that went out about open the fucking straight or you're going to get bombed to hell, on the face of it, that is offensive. It's on Easter. Just in every dimension on the first order reaction is a negative one from all angles. What I would say is, given the fact that these are weapons, that I would reject the first order reaction to this information, which is simply, I would say that when something that ridiculous is said, what's really going on, and think through that. It's unlikely that the first order effects are the true goal of this message. Now, if in case it's completely off the rails and the guy's completely unhinged, then we're fucked, because you have a guy who's out of control in such a position of power, and you got to hope that the people around him see that and take an intervention. But I think it's more to it than that. I think this is more complicated, and I think this messaging that's coming out publicly is designed to have an effect, and I would not allow them to manipulate your view of how things are going. If you have an emotive reaction, and I did, I'm not immune to it, but I also want to reject that and be a little bit more analytical.
I mean, it seems like Trump releases these dramatic statements every time something goes wrong. Like, remember when Israel got absolutely pummeled, and then he initially released the statements the other week or 2 weeks ago about bombing the power plant. So it's like, and like when Dimona got hit, and then that's when he first started talking about bombing their power plants. So, and then we had whatever this rescue aborted ground invasion was. Then Trump releases these statements. So it's like every time Iran gets some type of big victory in this war is when he really starts going off his rocker. So it's like, I think that's kind of also the timing of this. It's almost maybe him, even if he's not serious, like, let's pray he's not serious and is actually not stupid enough to attack these power plants, because then Iran's going to retaliate and round with the oil infrastructure, and we are going to have a recession of unlike anything any of us have seen in our lifetime. Let's hope this is just him lashing out, but even if that is the case, that's still concerning.
Yeah, I guess go back. You guys have probably heard this trope that, we have a lot of experience with Trump in the public eye, even prior to him being a politician. But the idea that you don't take him literally, you take him seriously, which means you don't look at the words he said and the modality of what he's saying. You look at it more in contextual, and I would say look at it in a time series. What's he trying to accomplish here? And when I look at the cadence of conflicting statements up and down through the month of March, going now leading into April, it has a tremendous effect on the markets because people take it literally when they probably shouldn't. And we can see examples of people who've been profiting from these statements, who are placing trades right ahead of these crazy statements. And we saw that through March, and it started to diminish. So I'm not surprised that the rhetoric is escalating to new levels to create reactions. But my caution would just be to sober people, is to not allow yourself to be easily manipulated by these weapons of information warfare.
I don't even think, Thomas, that tweet, we were talking about it earlier, you weren't here. that tweet even is him, to be honest. I have a theory that Gary Cardone bought into my theory. I don't think that's him that tweeted that out. And do you know what else, right?
I understand that, Beatrix. I would say you can't, at this point, you cannot throw anything out the window. That is certainly a possibility. Let's consider that a significant tail risk. I would accept what you're saying at maybe a 10% or 15% level. But I think it probably is him just driving an effect here. If it's not him, then we got a whole bunch of different problems.
I don't think it's him. And do you know what?
That sounds like Mark Levin.
Somebody said that. Andy, somebody literally said that earlier today. When I saw that come out, somebody actually tweeted, and I'll try to find it. It was a journalist saying, this is Mark Levin. Somebody said that. But also, there was one of the, because I follow all the Iranian embassies, UK and Thailand and various different places across the world. And they're all like kind of doing those Lego things that, Lego little memes and clips that Simon loves. And one of them put out a couple of days ago, one of them put out just a short tweet saying, President Trump, where are you? Haven't heard from you in a while. And I thought, whoa. And then yesterday, I think it was, one of the speakers of Iran sent a direct message for Hegseth, not for Trump, for Hegseth. And that's the first time they've done that. So I just think more is going on here. And I think even if Trump does show himself tomorrow and they do a press conference, there's a lot of questions about what that could be about. Could it be a ground invasion? Some people on YouTube are saying that. They think they're going to bring the pilot out and show him to get military support and backing. He's asked for this big budget that he has to go to Congress for. Could it just be a ground invasion? What could it be? If they do show him, fine. But I still think there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than we think. Pete Hegseth went and fired like top generals and the chief of army staff within an hour, and Trump has not said one word about them. Yet he'd done this glorified thank you to Pam Bondi and how great she is and everything. But yet, as commander in chief, he didn't say anything about it. There's something not right. He doesn't look well. Pete Hegseth is becoming, and then I found a clip yesterday which somebody had posted where he literally says, Hegseth, you're one of the first people to tell me to go for this, weren't you? You were one of the first people. And Trump stood on stage saying that to him. So I'm thinking, wow, Hegseth asked him to go for it, and Kushner did as well. This is crazy. So I agree with you, Thomas. Basically, I do agree with you that you just got to think everything is a weapon of war. We talk about it. We talk about the PR battle because it is a battle online as well as it is. I mean, literally, these spaces have been called out. Somebody asked Caroline Levitt in week 2, beginning of week 2, I think it was. Suleiman's space started trending in the trending section, saying Suleiman Ahmed wins rave reviews for his unbiased Iran coverage. And then within hours, the space was like literally, I was on it. Andrew was on it. All we could see was a white screen. We couldn't see anybody's profiles. His algorithm had gone. His team were calling me and saying none of his posts, like even taking even five views or anything. And then the next day, Caroline Levitt was asked, what do you think about the ex-influencers on X Spaces who are dividing public opinion on Iran? And she was like, oh, well, that's not real life. What President Trump says is real life and whatever. And now, like even just 5 minutes ago, somebody asked me on YouTube, why can't I see Suleiman's spaces anymore? It doesn't come up on the purple pill at the bar. And I was like, he's shadow banned. So I do think there is definitely a battle on here. And you probably weren't on here yesterday, but he got contacted a couple of days ago by one of the American journalists for one of the newspapers in America, the New York Times, actually, because they're going to do a hit piece on him. So there is a PR battle for sure, and you won't find any other space like this that is trying to
Beatrix,
just
I
look
would
at this
say,
from a humanitarian perspective.
if you are purveying propaganda weapons, the defense mechanism against that is critical thinking. And what you're going to hear from people like the White House press secretary is a dissuasion or a diminution of critical thinking. They don't want people to critically think and ask themselves questions like, why is this happening? Why did we do this in the first place? What was the real threat? Who's pulling the strings behind the scenes? What's the real agenda here? Those kind of questions often lead to speculation, and much of the speculation that we all make is false because we're operating with a partial set of information.
But at the same time, we don't accept the bullshit official narrative. I certainly don't. I mean, the one thing that I would say is that my default is to distrust the public narrative because it's had such a poor track record. Then it becomes a seeking of the truth. Is how do you go through looking for alternate information, different information sources, and doing critical thinking. Now, you have to be very careful because you go down the rabbit hole too far or take too many steps of assumptions, and you end up in the wrong place. But you do think through all of the potential scenarios and start to question the official narrative. And when you do that, you realize very quickly that it's bullshit or being told things that aren't true from both sides. And I hate to say the truth lies in the middle, but the truth does not lie with the official narrative.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Thomas. And I think that you'll find a lot of spaces that will just defend Trump. And I don't think that's patriotism, to be honest. I could not sit on a space that just defended Keir Starmer all day. I'd be like, what the hell? This guy's literally dragging us into a war and lying to us at the same time. Why would you not want to accept that truth and at least, want better for your country and want to protect your country from this man? The country doesn't belong to Keir Starmer. Like America doesn't belong to any of the leaders. America belongs to the American people. So they don't have to blindly follow anybody. But yeah, JP Morgan, this chap from JP Morgan, I can't even read his name, Jamie, whatever his name is. He says it's much more important that this Iran war be successfully completed than what the market does. So I thought that you guys would like that, you finance guys.
Oh my God. Thank Joe. Where have you been, bro?
I've been here. I've been listening.
Have you been? That was
Yeah,
what I
he's
was
been
gonna ask
sending
you.
me
Have you
WhatsApp
been
messages
listening?
last night saying, "Hi, Candice,"
Yeah, I've been
and
listening
deal
to
with him
Okay,
Candace.
now.
Joe,
I've
have
been
you
listening
been
to
listening?
Candace all day.
Joe, have
Yeah,
you been
yeah.
listening?
Yes, I have.
Oh, please respond. I beg you, Joe. Bring some sanity back in the space.
I sent him a message back last night saying, "You good job. I've seen this now, like so late. If I'd have seen it before, when you come on the space, I'd have booted you." Keep calling me Candice, WhatsApping me saying, "You're right, Candice." That's what he was doing. He's trolling me on WhatsApp.
Yeah, it does sound like Candace, though. Matrix, to be honest, it's a bit conspiratorial. And yesterday you did say Hegseth was at it, but then you denied it. So I don't know. But the one thing I did want to say is because I heard, I think it was Andy saying, and I've heard it all day. People saying, "Oh, Trump is, putting up calling for war crimes." And I really wish not just the people on this panel, but everyone listening, um, call it for what it is, right? If Iraq blew up the Brooklyn Bridge, the entire world would say terrorist attack on the Brooklyn Bridge. If they blew up a power plant in America, they would say terrorist attack in America. What Trump is calling for is a terrorist act, right? Um, and when I looked at a statistic, which I was very surprised at, to be honest, I looked at the past 10 years who has hit more schools, infrastructure, civilian areas, universities, churches, mosques, synagogues, bridges, water supplies. And guess what? In the past 10 years, Iran has hit none, not a single one, except for this latest conflict when they hit the desalinization plant after they got theirs hit. They've never hit one. U.S. Not even, let's not even get to Israel. We already know Israel's record. U.S. has hit plenty, and not just in this war, in multiple wars, right? And now we have a president asking Americans to support a terrorist act that, if it happened on our land, the entire globe would call it a terrorist act. And because of propaganda, we're so brainwashed into, oh, he's calling for a war crime. But most people today are like, yeah, everything's a war crime. I mean, constantly war crimes are happening. So you give it no credibility. We are supporting a terrorist as a leader, and American people are following him. And I think people need to use the vocabulary of what would be used upon us if it was the other side doing it to us. All right. And I think that's important, because it doesn't sound the same. It doesn't hit the same. That Trump is calling for a terrorist act sounds a hell of a lot different then Trump is calling for a war crime, right? And that's really why I came up, because I think this is absolutely insane. And I never, ever, ever expected, although I knew a lot of things we did, I knew what we did in Iraq and everything else. This is outright terrorism when the president calls to, bombs a bridge that's not even in operation. There is no military strategic value. Calls for bombing power plants, bombs desalinization plants. This is straight up terrorism. This is Trump doing what Trump does, which he idolizes strongmen like Netanyahu, who does this kind of tactic, and he's copying what he does. And that's what it feels like. And then I don't know who's in charge. Is it Trump or is it Netanyahu? Because the way we're attacking Iraq feels a lot like the way Israel attacked Gaza, right? And I've never said, and you know me, Solomon, I'm always like, it's not them in charge. There's a group of elites in charge, and that includes, yes, a lot of Jews, but a lot of other people as well. Um, and I do think it's mostly Likud, to be honest, but there's also other parties involved. But right now, it seems like we're just copying their tactics, right? Um, and I don't get it. I don't get how we don't have, the military is not going in to arrest our president for calling for a terrorist action, because that's what's happening. And that's what we want Iran to do, right? We want the people to rise up and go take out the terrorist leaders. Well, we literally have someone to put a terrorist threat out on Twitter who is our leader, and no one's going to get him. Do you understand? Like, make it make sense.
So I agree with you in part. And want to clarify something on the second point. One, I agree with you that Epstein and the Epstein files are playing a huge role, maybe a determinative role here in Trump explaining Trump's conduct. But
I
as
agree with
far
that.
as yeah, as far as labeling him a terrorist, I mean, I went and specifically looked at the international law in this regard, and it's not clear to me, or at least the statutes that I saw, that would define blowing up a bridge as a terrorist act, because the analysis requires that you conclude there was no military advantage to destroying that bridge.
It wasn't an active
And
bridge, Doc. It wasn't finished yet. So
well,
there
yes, but
was
but
there
but
was
so
literally
the
no
question
military advantage.
becomes, if it was finished, would it present a military threat? So I don't know how far it was away from being finished, or what
Our
bridges
our
he'll
our
blow up, or
our
I think
desalinization
desalination
plants.
plants. I think if he hit desalination plants, that
They,
would be, there'd be no military advantage to having a desalination plant online. So I think that would be a terrorist act.
but
I'm
they
not arguing
they
with the central point that Trump is off his fucking rocker,
they already
but
did
in
that
terms
though.
of international law, well, okay. I thought the context was what he's going to do in the future and predicting who's controlling him and how to
Well,
explain his irrational behavior at this
wait,
point.
Doc, didn't Iran attack Kuwait's desalination plants already?
You know, I'm not quite sure that
Yeah,
they
yes,
did.
it did. It did after
Nope.
it got theirs hit. They
No,
hit
they
back.
denied it. They denied it.
Oh yeah, they
They
did
denied it.
deny it.
No, because they've always been truthful. Yeah, they denied it. They actually called it out and said, we didn't do that. We'd own up if we did, but we haven't done that. And they actually called out Israel and said the Zionist entity did that because that's their, they have an agenda behind it, but we haven't done it. And we'd say if we did it.
I mean, wouldn't the Kuwaitis know who did it?
Not necessarily.
The
Not if their
Kuwaitis never
radar is
turned around
knocked
and said
out.
Iran did it. Yeah, the Kuwaitis never said Iran did it. The media reported Iran did it. The Kuwaitis never said Iran did it.
Yeah,
Does
particularly in the
America
fog
know who
of
did
war.
9/11?
Please, Joe.
Yeah,
I mean, you can
America
make the
found the passports of the
accusation.
9/11ers.
You can make these accusations, but substantiating them under international law and convicting them of those types of acts, criminal acts after the fact, are dependent upon the law and what facts you can demonstrate, and not just ones you want to believe in.
But Doc, do you have to act if someone in America said they were going to blow up a power plant in New York, right, and threatened that several times? Is that not a terrorist? Wouldn't they be arrested for a terrorist act to begin with? or
No,
intent? Intent.
because to be arrested for promoting acts of violence under the common law, under the law that I was taught in law school, not only did it have to be a threat of violence, but the possibility of imminent execution of that violence was present. So free speech, at least in America, is protected to the extent that no, you could make those threats, and unless they were actionable, that you had taken steps in preparation of committing the crime, and that there was the present intent to commit it and a capability to commit it, you couldn't be convicted in this country for incitement to violence, for example. The laws on terrorism are quite different, but one man's terrorism is another man's, hey, I'm fighting this war in an asymmetrical way. And so I went and looked at the law, and international law says that there has to be a military component to the asset. And if there is, it's not a terrorist act. So
Well,
that's
and I
why I
think
said desalination plants there's no military, advantage to destroying or a desalination plant. That's just for the people and for food. That clearly is a terrorist act under international definitions, in my opinion.
basically all infrastructure, including things like roads, bridges, power plants, all that stuff is used by the military, and they've always been considered to be valid targets in every prior war that we've ever had.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true, but I also believe that this is an illegal war. It's an immoral war. It's an ethical war, and because it hasn't received any funding or approval of Congress through what was used during the Gulf War, which is an AUMF, an authorization to use military force, that fell short of a declaration of war required by the Constitution. And someone came up yesterday as a MAGA person whose heart and mind are beginning to be opened, and sort of laughed at me when I said that. So, well, Doc, that hasn't happened since World War II. And I said, isn't that perfect proof that it should be fucking required and followed by the No New Wars president and by conservatives who claim to be constitutionally constrained in their viewpoints on the law?
You know
It's
what's funny
shameful.
though? Is the AUMF actually does apply to this war because of the way it was worded. Is it said anyone who harbors any of the like terrorist groups that were responsible for 9/11, Al Qaeda, and in 2015, Iran like gave sanctuary to them or something.
Yeah, that and the AUMF is not even being brought up as a possibility for debate. It's not even a question because I don't think an AUMF could pass at this point. There's two surprise attacks on Iran, justified by religious fervor, if we're honest, the desire for conquest, the desire to dominate the region, continue to dominate the region economically. And there's no justification, in my opinion, to attack Iran because they want to have a nuclear weapon by countries who have nuclear weapons. And lay open Iran bare to Israeli aggression in the future if they don't have ballistic missile coverage or drone technology. Iran can't agree to this stuff. And those arguing for it either don't understand it or don't care because they think, oh, magic, the Antichrist is going to come and we can build the third temple and all that fucking nonsense. Excuse my language. Sorry, YouTubers.
Nah, they think, oh my God, they say death to America in Iran, so let's go and bomb their kids and kill them all.
It's the same video from 35 years ago. Ridiculous. Well, I guess I killed the room. I apologize. Let's bring up Isaiah and make fun of him for a while.
No, I was just going to say, Doc, I was thinking, because you know what? Iran's been very clear. Iran tells you its targets before it hits them. Very clear. It gives a target list. Sometimes it doesn't even hit the targets. It gave a whole list of universities out. It only hit one or two of them, I think. It didn't even go through the whole list, but it will be very clear, so that it protects civilian lives and doesn't give away its game either. Israel and America don't do that. And I seen a post just now from Netanyahu. taking the credit for trying to work and rescue this pilot yesterday and stuff. And it's just disgusting, to be honest. It really is. But I just want to say something completely unrelated to this. So, about half an hour ago, when Gary was up here, I was talking, and what I said was, I was talking about Trump, and I was sharing my thoughts about Trump. And I said, like, I don't believe Trump ever wanted this war. He was misled into it. And now he feels stuck. The road he's being pushed down is like the ground troops think, and he's trying to get out of it because he doesn't have an off ramp, like an obvious off ramp that he can use. And then I went further into it. Within minutes of me saying that, Jonah's bestie, Mario Nofal, who has his people listening to our space for freaking inspiration on how to two-side his Zion narrative, tweeted that out word for word. Trump never wanted this war. He was misled into the war, and now is stuck trying to get out of this war as Iran refuses to give him an off ramp. Verbatim, what I said was put out on a tweet by them, right? So I just want to say to Mario's team members who are listening to our space, don't freaking occupy my words to tone down your Zio narrative. You guys are Zio, stay in your lane. We are humanitarian, we stay in our lane. Joe crosses between the two, that's fine. He's still our friend. But don't listen to our stuff and put my words in your post because I don't want that, right? Do your own post. Don't nick my stuff and put it in your posts. I don't like that. That's it. My message.
Disavow
Oh, and by
the
the way, Brother Hussein sent me that. So thank you, Brother Hussein. Thank you so much for sending it to me. So much fun.
yeah, disavow this blatant propaganda against Joa.
I have a
Me against me.
question for
Yeah.
Khaleesi. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but did we see the real Netanyahu? I mean, weren't we a week or so ago talking about how Netanyahu had disappeared?
Yeah, you're talking Beatrix. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, is she just said there was a video of him.
Oh, okay.
Is this verified? Is he alive? Is he around?
Yeah, Joa.
It's AI. Doc, it's AI.
Any thoughts on Beatrix's? Sorry, I'm getting confused here. Sorry, any thoughts on Candace's new position?
Bro, it just sounds, look, I don't even think it's a possibility um at all. Like it's this America,
Oh my God, why are you
there's
even
too much
talking about it
there's
like a credible theory?
no, I'm saying there is no credibility to the theory in America, right? You get paid
Wait,
very big
what is
money to
Candace?
break stories.
What has Candace been wrong about? All of a sudden, has it been proven that Macron's wife is a man or a
No, no,
woman? I
no.
don't think so.
We're talking about Beatrix has become Candace because she
I
believes
know
that
that. And my point is,
X
Candace has been
X
right
is
about everything. She's right about Charlie Kirk. She's right about Macron's wife who bitch slapped him. She's right. She's right about it all. I mean, the fact that others label her as a conspiracy kook, I mean, those are the Zionists who are attacking her as hard
she's
as
had
they
some
freaking
crazy
can.
theories though too, Doc, that
Well,
kind of
yeah,
get
but we're
dropped.
talking about crazy theories in here right now, aren't we?
Yeah, but
We
you
we're
think
safe.
Trump is actually dead?
We're self-labeling them as crazy theories.
Do you
Do
think
I
Trump
think
is
Trump
actually
is
dead?
That
dead?
wasn't the definitive. That was no, Joa. I said he could be offed, or he could be drugged on Biden's drugs, or he could be like kept in a corner somewhere by Hexeth and those guys. I gave loads of options. That's what I said. I said he could be offed was
Yeah.
one of them.
Do you see why we're calling her Candace, Doc?
But my point is, that's a compliment because I think Candace has been balls on to most things. I don't fault with those who the Zionist narrative about her that she's being crazy when she talks about Charlie Cook being, murdered by someone other than the accused.
Well, I
I
believe
don't think
that.
she's I
That I
don't
think
think she's
she's been wrong.
crazy. I don't think she's crazy when she says that Macron's wife is his former babysitter. I don't think that's crazy. She's
I
compelled me to at least consider it in a serious manner. And the fact
That
that
one I
they
think is
haven't,
crazy.
well, what do you think that
Person,
who's crazy?
look, we're not going to go make this a Candace space, but
Why not?
there are theories I believe because it's not about Iran, right? But
Well, she
there's
has
theories
some
I
thoughts
believe that are
about
kooky
Iran now.
theories.
She has some new thoughts about Iran now, but okay.
Yeah, I haven't heard them. I don't watch Kansas.
I mean, Doc, to be fair, even I thought she was a bit nuts, right? And I'm not
Oh, I
nuts, so
know.
I'm taking
I
offense to that.
know.
I didn't have
And
no
now
dreams, and none of my sources, unknown sources, called me. I own my thoughts. That is my own chain of thoughts. I want to see what happens tomorrow. I want to
But
see
Doc,
what Trump looks like tomorrow. If he turns up,
Yeah.
what about
Yeah.
Kansas? What about our Kansas thoughts on Trump being offed or being put in a padded room while
Oh,
Hegseth takes over?
Candace isn't as crazy as Beatrice, so I can't. I mean, but I think they're comparable, and that's
Oh,
very fair.
damn. Damn.
cheers for
you
that,
open that
Doc.
door wide
Nice
up.
to know who your friends are.
Hey, I'm pro Candace. I'm sorry. I'm not apologizing for it. I have been for a long time. So Charlie. I knew Charlie Cook. We used to talk. He actually followed me after both of us were on a space Mario space. We've been talking since then, just about my personal faith. But no, I don't for a second believe that the accused killed him. In the fact that TPUSA has become what it is, which is a Zionist shill, it just feeds that narrative. It just gives more support for what's been labeled as a crazy conspiracy theory from a crazy kook. Who's accusing her of being crazy? It's Ben Shapiro, Ron Levin, um, Matt Lewis, and the Daily Planet or the Daily whatever they are. That's just coming after her. So the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
The real question is, why is Joa feeding Mario information about what Beatrice is saying?
Me,
Oh, he's
I'm going hard
Switzerland. He's
against
In
Mario.
it,
Switzerland. Yeah.
brother Hussein. See
I, s-
that? You're right. You're on it. That's the real question. I forgot.
I'm the
Yeah,
one
he comes on
retweet
our little,
Hussein.
sits in
I'm
the panel
retweeting your
five.
posts. I'm retweeting your post calling him a bozo, and there you're saying I'm the one feeding him info. Because I saw that post. You're like, this
That's
isn't
a
going to go
psyop.
well,
That's a
bozo.
psyop. We ain't falling for that. It's a psyop.
No, Hussein commented on his poll that he then deleted because it shows he doesn't have a real audience and they're all bots. It was already at 25% that he's a Zionist chill, and Hussein had posted, "This isn't going to go for you, bozo," right? Which I loved. Um,
Wait, he deleted that? He deleted that poll?
yeah, he deleted it because it shows that he doesn't
Oh
have the
my
audience he
god.
Yeah, he
says.
did.
Yeah, because it
He,
showed that he's got no real following, you see, because if you got 3.4 million followers, you put a poll out and you pin it and you only get 5,000 votes, forget about it. Just forget about it. And that's basically what happened. So it wasn't great for him. Like,
Did you get a screenshot of it?
no, I didn't. But
Hussein, did you?
No, I did. I didn't honestly. I should have.
yeah, because like if I was to put
Let
Dude.
me
if I
check.
was to put a poll out and pin it, it'd probably get like 20, 30,000 votes. If I put a poll out and don't pin it, it'll get like 10,000 votes. The fact that you put a poll out and pin it and only get 5,000 with that size account, like, you know, your following's not real. Or public with a super chat. He said, "Double Agent Joa. Joa, you've been attacked by the comments."
Superman came after me. Robin came in for the final punch, I guess, after Hussein. The double
He's
duo.
double agent. Brother Public, right? He's double agent. He's going over, and this psyop. He's doing the odd tweet of Brother Hussein's. Brother Hussein wakes up in the morning, and his first thing is like, we open our X, maybe at some point, look at DMs, check whatever. Brother Hussein's first thing is, I swear, to go to Mario's profile and troll him, and his last thing as night is to call him a bozo and troll him. Like, that's all I see is hilarious. And then Joa comes in once every few days and retweets one of them to make us think he's not a
That's
double
fake
agent. He's a
news.
double
Fake
agent.
news. Fake news. Okay, let's bring the seriousness back in space. Let's go to Uncommon. Uncommon, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
What's up, everyone? Happy Easter. The first thing I wanted to talk about was just the unhinged, insane, True Social post, obviously, that went out this morning, where on the one hand, Trump is saying he's going to blow everything out
up if the strait isn't fucking opened, and Allah is great, or who knows what is going on there. Um, I think the best way to read that is Trump is backed into a corner and doesn't know what to do. And so he's just doubling down on crazy threats, and he doesn't know how to resolve the situation. He is hoping, that is why he keeps extending these deadlines. I think he probably legitimately doesn't want to blow stuff up, but he thinks it's going to work. It's not going to work. Iran is not going to capitulate, because if they capitulate, they know they're risking their own sovereignty. And so it is a really scary time. I also want to kind of harken back to a tweet that Professor Morandi put out yesterday, which was something along the lines of, Zionists are looking to destroy the oil infrastructure in the region and put the world into basically a economic catastrophe. And I think Professor Morandi's a pretty level-headed guy. I don't obviously agree with everything he says, but for the most part, he's been um, I think he's been he's in Iran. He's a professor. I'm sure you guys are all familiar with him, but for the people that aren't, he's an Iranian who was born in America, I believe, and he went back to Iran, and he's been on Judge Napolitano. I think Sully has interviewed him a couple times as well, and he tries to give his view on the situation, while also, some people will read it like, oh, well, he's been a traitor this whole time. Obviously, I know that can become a gray area, being that he was born here. But I think the reality is, I think he's trying to tell the truth about the situation, and he's saying that there's not going to be an uprising. There is not, there is no negotiations. He's been repeatedly asked. He's been clear about these things, and he's been right. I think he obviously has sources that are pretty high up or whatever in Iran, and when he said something like that, it really made my ears perk up. And you'll also notice that a MAGA lackey, Gunther Eagleman, I think is his name, put out a tweet yesterday, and it was a paid promotion post that said, you know, it was a cow sheet ad that said the odds are this year that it is now more probabilistic that gas is going to get to $6 a gallon this year than not. And this MAGA Jill said, I know for me, I'm willing to pay a little bit more for gas for the world to be safer. We all know that's crazy propaganda, but I think the fact that they're already pushing, when you have that with a combination of Professor Morandi saying, I think the Zionists are planning for this, I think people should buckle up and uh, think that is a very, I know we've been talking about it, and we've been kind of waiting to see and hoping that it doesn't happen, but we know it's a very realistic possibility. But it just seems like that is becoming an inevitable conclusion, that oil is going to go to the moon, and a lot of infrastructure. And I thought about this early in the war, from the Israeli perspective. If all of the gas infrastructure is destroyed, who loses? Basically the world loses, but does it really hurt Israel? And I think the answer is not really. I don't, a lot of their money, they can live off their money is still, they're still going to get money from the United States, even if the United States enters into a depression. They'll get money before we will get money. And if the Gulf states are weakened from not having any oil infrastructure anymore, that's probably good for them. And if Iran is weakened from them not having oil anymore, that is good for Israel as well. And so I think it is a very realistic outcome, and especially considering they're the ones in the driver's seat. It is directly contradictory to American interests, but I don't think it is contradictory to Israeli interests. And I think we should prepare for that very unfortunate outcome, because it looks like that train is speeding right towards that target.
On the other hand, if you wanted to communicate a threat to Iran that you weren't prepared to execute on, one of the things you would do was dial up your friends like Gunther Eagleman or Ron Levin and Ben Shapiro, and scream from the rooftop like this threat is real, and get ready for all of this. That's a unified voice, directed right at Iran.
And it could be, as you say, but it also could be just the flailings of a madman who's already decided that he can't do what he's threatened to do half a dozen times already. I mean, it just sounds like another false, just more boisterous bullshit. And it comes Tuesday, I don't see him going through with it. Maybe I'm a fool and too
Well,
optimistic, but
well, Doc, it's a little too on the nose how the military is operating around Trump's rhetoric. It seems like he is, and I think Thomas made a good point earlier too, related to that. His words are weapons, and the recipient is supposed to be the internal factions within the IRGC, as well as even just the Iranian government in general. I think they have assets that are pretty much listening in on as many people as they can, and they know every
well,
movement in response to everything that Trump says, and that's
yeah, but that
quite helpful for them. Good.
but that means that Trump has some calculus or made some calculus that the more provocative and violent rhetoric and obscene rhetoric that we're seeing from Trump is an indication that he's at his last wit's end and is finally going to act. That somehow will compel those internal forces within the IRGC, if they exist. I'm not sure that they do, or within the government, to rise up and demand that Iran surrender to the demands of Israel and America. They really can't. I don't see how they could. So Trump can't, if he's well informed, and the intelligence agencies are working for him and for the American people and not against. This is what they're going to tell him. I mean, I haven't sat here for this long and educated myself to this extent and paid attention to those who have more expertise than I to think that there's any chance that Trump can pull this off. He's sending these soldiers to their death, and I don't see how that riles up the American people. It hasn't so far. The performance act that we saw at the Andrews Air Force Base, where the first American soldiers who had died in combat were brought home, and Trump never took off his golf hat. I mean, there was no way that he was sorry about that, or that he was remorseful that at his orders, these Americans and their families were coming home to devastation.
No,
I
Doc,
just
surely.
no,
Sorry. No, I was just to add, literally, to that point, he doesn't do that if public perception meant much. That is almost a giveaway right there. That it really doesn't matter what Americans feel, or even the citizens of his allies, like Europe. It doesn't matter what any civilians feel. This is happening whether basically you like it or not. I think that was the
right.
message. That was the
But
dead giveaway.
yeah, sure, I agree with that. But I'm looking at it from the perspective of how it's hitting his supporters in this country. We see all of his influences, like Gunther, out there banging the war drums. And, I've seen in my feed like every minute of people who, followed me as a neocon or as a Trump supporter, and looking at what I'm saying now, predicting doom for American soldiers and just hammer and tonging me. But I think it's getting lesser and lesser. I don't think that he'll have the political support that he's going to need, to continue this past, another sort of permanence act where he maybe hits one facility and says, "Okay, I'm going to give you another week." That's what I think is going to happen.
I will say that I think your point is well made about diversion, which is essentially what you're saying. Are they diverting on purpose? I think we all kind of know that Polymarket and Kalshi and whatever these betting markets, they are more, I guess they're higher level propaganda tools, because people tend to think that betting markets are based on money and they aren't based on political influence. But of course, we know those things. If you dig deeper,
That's
those things are
it's yeah,
interconnected.
it's one of the same things. If
It
you got a bunch of money from a political source like the Zios in Israel do, is American money, you go place a big bet and you shift the market. I mean, that's been going on in Vegas for a billion years.
Yeah, but so I think that is a very well taken point. But I guess my bigger point here is, even regardless of boots on the ground, whether they put boots on the ground or not, look at it from the Israeli perspective and ask yourself. And I'm interested in anybody's takes on this, but
is the destruction of all the oil infrastructure in the region in Israel's interest or not? And I think in general, while it is against American interests, and I think you're saying, Doc, he's losing support, but he doesn't need support to blow up the oil infrastructure. He'll be a lame duck. He's going to be a lame duck anyway. I think
Yeah.
everybody can already see that. So put yourself in the situation of the Israelis, religious fanaticism. Are they still going to do that? And that's where I think Professor Morandi might be onto something that is we need to prepare for.
Well, I think preparing is wise counsel. But I didn't get from anything that he said that he's predicting one particular outcome or the other. What I got from him is he was uncertain, and you couldn't be certain. Um, and I don't think that we can in terms of Israel benefiting from the destruction of the oil infrastructure of the Gulf. I don't see how they benefit at all, because number one, it won't achieve their aims of conquest of the Greater Israel Project, of influence over oil production in the Gulf once it resumes. Particularly since it's going to be China it's going to resume with in terms of infrastructure and the building contracts. It's not going to America, Israel's puppet. And Israel has no voice in China. None. None.
Well, it would set all of their supposed all the people around them. It would set them back five. I mean, this infrastructure, if you destroy, it's going to take what 5 years to rebuild.
No,
It'd be about the same
China.
amount
China's
of
going to make
time.
sure. Well, China for sure is going to make sure that they can get oil out of the Gulf, which means and they'll have their proxy Iran controlling the straits because there's no way for the U.S. or Israel to take it back. And they're going to see some GCC countries are going to bleed away and agree with the new multipolar world. And to the extent that Saudi Arabia, which is really Israel's ally in many ways, another proxy for America, if they get hammered or the UAE gets hammered, is those are Israel's friends right now. So I don't see how any of this is in Israel's interest.
Well, if all of the oil infrastructure is destroyed, it also does hamper China actually, because they do get a lot of oil from there. I get that would be in their interest to rebuild it. It's basically like it's a crazy card to play, but when you're in this point, it's basically mutual. It's almost like mutually assured destruction. Like, yeah, it would hurt the United States, but it would most certainly hurt China. It would hurt all the Gulf countries, but the Gulf countries are expendable to Israel. They don't care. And then, of course, it would also hurt Iran. So it just puts it situate. It levels the playing field more than it is now. Right now, the playing field's not level. Iran has the upper hand. So I think I don't know. I mean, but
Well,
I appreciate the feedback.
the mutually assured destruction aspect is certainly present with this, if not the physical destruction that's meant by the nuclear exchange, but the economic devastation is probably going to be worse. I mean, the desire to send $4 billion a year to Israel plus, and that support from the American people is going to be gone. And we have all the oil we need. I guess we can always ship it to them. And maybe that's the fallback for both sides.
And
Um,
then you also look at the supposed Ben Gurion Canal, which is supposed to be built through Gaza, I think, and then go to Europe to supply Europe with cheap gas. It hasn't been started, but it's a 5-year project. Well, now all of a sudden that becomes a very lucrative project when you destroy Qatar. You know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously we're getting a little down the line, and it becomes a little bit more conspiratorial because you won't be able to see that until after it's maybe done.
I,
It's speculation.
I think any plans that may have existed for development of Gaza, Palestine, are out the window. I mean, completely out the window. None of that's going to happen now. And it's not foreseeable how it could happen because America's not going to win, and neither is Israel. Israel's being decimated right now. And Iran is, it's thoroughly turned the speaker up to 2. The speaker goes up to 11. It's crazy to attack them. It's crazy not to capitulate to the notion that they have control of the straits and that they can charge a toll. Egypt does it. We support Egypt. Israel supports Egypt. The hypocrisy, that never ends in this situation.
Oh, I definitely agree that they should declare victory, even though it's not, and go home. But I don't think they're going to do that. I would like to ask, I guess, inevitable China and maybe even Suleiman for their perspectives on: do you think it would benefit Israel if all the oil infrastructure, especially the inevitable China guy, because he always gives us the China perspective, would that somehow actually weaken China since they, would it be any sort of coherent strategic move from the Israeli perspective? I'm not talking about. I know it's not from the American perspective, but since I don't think they're in the driver's seat in the first place, it's more of a question of what do you think Israel is going to do?
Well, you know what's interesting is it seems like the actions of Israel and the United States have been enough where, in theory, they could have already had significant escalation from Iran, and Iran has shown significant restraint. You know, even when they hit the petrochemicals plant, what was that, like yesterday or today? Iran, in theory, could have certainly hit back at one of the GCC countries or Israel, and really gotten the ball rolling. Same with the Red Sea, right? And so
I
it
think
seems
they
like
did.
they're acting as though they're outcome independent, especially Israel. See, and this is to your point. I think they're acting like they're outcome independent, as it pertains to the global energy market. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I do think Iran responded to that. I want to say Douglas McGregor reported on that, that something else got hit, some other gas. I mean, maybe Sully can, or anybody else who's got a beat on the news. But I do agree that it seemed like it was almost a smaller response than I was expecting, because I want to say that whoever it was, America or Israel, hit like they took out 70% of that petrochemical plant, which I thought was a crazy. I thought, like you were saying, that it was like, all right, game on. The infrastructure's going down, and to a certain degree, I don't think Iran wants that card to be played, because obviously it's going to hurt them a lot too. So I don't know. Maybe that is a weak point that Israel and the United States will try to exploit.
Well, yeah, like Iran they've been measured and they've been quite conservative in their response. I think that's, and this has been to the chagrin of many, I believe, many at least who are sympathetic to Iran's efforts, is that you could argue they haven't gone far enough and that they haven't taken things nearly as far as they should have. But and some may say, well, perhaps it's because China and Russia are telling them not to. Perhaps it's more so from personal moral convictions, or rather, their moral convictions as a culture. But be that as it may, Israel, in theory, they like when you attack energy infrastructure, as the U.S. and Israel have, you have to expect a threefold response. That's just standard protocol. Escalation is sort of like that. Like you have to be willing to deal out what you can receive threefold, or else don't do it. Or obviously, unless it's a finishing blow. And I think this is why Trump's messaging has been done in concert with the strikes, right? Because the messaging then becomes, okay, well, look, you have essentially the weight of the world on your shoulders. You have the moral responsibility to not take the global economy down. And people within Iran, the IRGC as well, there are sympathetic, well, not sympathetic, there are people who are responding in kind. There are people who are frankly starting to break. There have been obviously rumors about Pezeshkian and others within his inner circle. And I'm not saying that this is like a breakdown. However, we have to understand too, they have special assets there. Every time you see an official die, it is because of an internal asset that has given them away. Whenever you see these assassinations, it's not because they looked at where he lives on Google Maps and decided to send a strike to his house. No, it's because they were followed and tracked and given away by internal, whether it be Mossad or any CIA, clandestine operatives. So I think that's why a lot of what Trump is going to say is absolutely going to be a weapon, and in some ways it's kind of you can tell that it's effective because Iran has played a mostly moral strategy, and he has been sort of like the counter to morality throughout this entire process. He's leaving it on their shoulders, and unfortunately, many other countries are corroborating this campaign of this narrative that they're rolling out. So inevitable, Grant Cardone the Gary Cardone's brother, Grant Cardone, lovely guy, he's put out a tweet saying, and this is 8 minutes ago, saying Trump will announce tomorrow we have a deal. Bookmark it. And you know what? Could be right. I wouldn't put it past him, to be honest. And if Grant's saying it, could be right. Maybe tomorrow he will say we have a deal. And you know what? That's one of the things I did say to Suleiman today. Actually, funnily enough, Suleiman and I were talking about it. And I said I wouldn't put anything past either side at this moment in time. They both talked a really big game. Over the last 24 hours, what we've seen happen from like Iran, I still feel there's a lack of transparency in terms of what went on yesterday.
I
I feel
agree.
like they haven't been completely open the way we. Yeah, something's not fitting right with even Iran. Like Trump said yesterday, or Trump's profile said yesterday, we did a massive bomb where all these people, 20 or 30 senior people, were killed. Iran still hasn't come out and said, and neither side have actually thrown any further light on that, to be honest. That was a post done by Trump, but it didn't really go around the media. Nobody from Iran said actually that didn't happen, he's lying or whatever. It was just like nothing. And then this whole thing last night, and all these like, oh, we knocked down all these helicopters, Iran, right? All these pictures were coming out and stuff. And you're like, okay, well, when you knock these helicopters down, were there not people in it? So why aren't you talking about the people in it? Are they okay? Did they go back to America? What happened? Like, why is this kind of like blanket and then these statements of at time will prove the truth and stuff? And it's a complete shift on the way Iran was doing things in the first 4 weeks, or the first whatever, how many weeks it's been now. I don't even know. And it's like the last 2, 3 days, I feel this sense of shift and stuff. And I was saying to Suleiman, I said, it's really like I know people are going to be disappointed to say, like, when we say that there's going to be a deal. I think, it could be that. That's why there's this lack of transparency coming through. Iran's not being, I just feel Iran's not been straight up, to be honest. So, yeah, anyway, Grant Cardone says tomorrow, Trump will announce tomorrow we have a deal. Bookmark it, he says. Bookmark
I
it.
don't agree.
Brilliant.
I don't agree with that at all. I think that Grant's going to be wrong. Let's see.
You know what? What up, Gary? You give your brother a phone call and
Let me bookmark it.
Where's Simon? We need Simon in here. I think there'll be a deal eventually.
I,
Eventually.
I, I think Grant, and Grant. Hey, listen, Grant's a very positive guy too. He's and listen, that should be the message. Like we should all repost that because uh, Grant's doing the right thing. He's putting pressure on Trump. Hey, I have faith in you. You're going to cut a deal. I mean, that's the right message right now. We should most certainly be sending that message. And hey, we don't approve. Uh, so let's hope he's right, man. That's the best thing that could happen. Okay, like I'll take it. I'll take it in a flash. I don't think we're going to get it, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I just reposted it actually. And you know what? Grant is somebody, right? One Christmas in my MAGA hat days, when I had my MAGA hat on, I used to go on a lot of Grant spaces, I used to be on the panel and I even co-hosted with him and stuff. I really have a lot of time for him. And one Christmas, Grant's lovely wife got him one of the Christmas presents she got him was that Lara Trump, Donald Trump's daughter-in-law, got to come on the space exclusively on Grant's space and have a whole conversation. Like there was none of this, you can't ask about this and you can't ask about that. And obviously they're not going to let up people they don't know, but they let me up. Grant did, to ask a question and to speak to her. I think there's only like 3 or 4 people that came up. And so I thought I'm not going to ask about US politics because it's not really related to me. So I asked about the time when they came to see the Queen, the late Queen now, at Buckingham Palace with Trump, the first time he came to meet the Queen, and what was that like, and how was that experience for him and stuff. And so Grant knows people in that whole circle, and anybody could rug pull anything at any time. Do you know what I mean? I just feel like, look, I don't feel everybody in the Trump administration is facing the right direction and on the same path with the same objectives and the same shared goals and the same intentions on this. I feel there's a lot of nefarious actors trying to do their own thing for foreign agents, foreign actors, whatever it may be. So it could be that right now maybe with the pressure, something does happen, or maybe somebody rug pulls it. But I agree with you that we should all be wanting that this just stop, Gary. Yeah.
I'm surprised the markets are holding in so well. I was expecting carnage, and even crude oil still like it's coming off a little bit. Last I looked, anyway, it's really shocks me.
What's gold doing? I mean, I can go look for myself, but
Yeah,
I'm curious.
Yahoo is showing it down 0.73%. Silver down 0.72. This is Yahoo Finance. The markets are down generally zero point 0.3 to zero point 0.4. Crude oil's up 1.28%.
Crude is up above 115.
This says 112. This is Yahoo Finance, so this is just the app I used to quickly look at it. But it says
Yeah,
112.95.
it was 114 something when I looked earlier. Um, so if it's retreating, gold's retreating, silver's retreating. The market is suggesting that this could be over. That's the way I read this.
Well, like you said, I mean, betting markets and stock markets can also be false indicators, so we'll see. But obviously, I think Gary's right. We obviously
But
hope a deal.
haven't the market been reading the same thing? It's going to end soon. It's going to end soon. It's going to end soon. That's been the same pattern, right?
Unfortunately, I would say yes, because I think most rational people are hoping that it ends soon. Because, like Gary said, I mean, obviously, if it ends, the longer it goes, the more economic destruction there is. There's no way around that. I think that is just baked into the cake. So clearly, the best case scenario is that there is some sort of deal. And who knows? I hope Grant has some sources or something, or who knows? Or if he's even putting it out there, I think Gary's point is well taken that we obviously pray for some sort of deal or for the conflict to stop and for the bleeding to stop, both physically and financially.
Either there's going to be a deal, or Trump will just put an off ramp on the table for Iran to take with an alternative in his usual bombastic way. We'll come in, we'll bomb everything, we'll destroy everything, or you take this. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's two opposites, and it's definitely gonna be one of them, right? There's gonna he's gonna parade out the pilot, isn't he? That's for definite, and then he's just gonna put out his threat to Iran. I don't think there's gonna be any deal, personally, at all.
It should be noted that unfortunately, Sully has been mostly correct as this war has gone. So I'm not saying that.
Exactly, my G. Mostly, completely, my blood.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, yeah, I
He
guess
said,
probably.
unfortunately, he actually added the word unfortunately in as well. I like that word, uncommon.
Well, I mean, because he's been saying escalation the whole time. And I mean, there's no other way to say what has been going on has been escalation since day one. I mean, that is 100% correct.
Yeah, yeah, unfortunately, it is. In terms of the escalation, that is the unfortunate part. But yeah, it's yeah, I think what he's gonna do tomorrow is what we expected today, which is the big parade of the pilot. To say that they got the pilot back. I don't know if he'll be actually at the press conference or not. That's going to be interesting. I am interested to see if the pilot will be there. In fact, I guess he won't be, but we'll have to see. It will be because if they parade the pilot, I think that's like huge. If the guy really is alive and he really does has been pulled out, and then after that, I think
Yeah,
he'll
based
just
on Beatrix, Trump may not be there.
yeah, that's according to you and Beatrix. Yeah, according to you and Beatrix, like it's going to be an AI conference, but in terms
They do.
of
They
and
have
then
improved the mask quite a bit.
sorry.
They have improved the masking quite a bit.
Yeah, yeah. Well, exactly. You guys are gonna say it's a body double if you just turn him. And then what'll happen is he'll talk about how great he is, how things are going well, how they've destroyed all of Iran's exactly what he says in all his speeches. He destroyed the navy, the infrastructure, all that kind of stuff. And then he'll say, "Look, they've got till tomorrow, eight o'clock, or there's gonna be hell to pay," and that they're begging for a deal. And that's it. I think that's what the press conference is gonna be.
The one thing that I'll say that makes me bearish on any sort of deal is what would Israel be willing to accept? You know, it's like
Exactly.
I hate to go back to Israel, but I just think they're the ones driving the whole situation in the first place, internally in U.S. politics and externally. So let's imagine there's a deal. What if there is a deal? Then Iran is going to have to be respected. I'm totally fine with that as an American. I think Iran should be respected. They haven't obviously attacked anyone. We attacked them. So, and I'm fine with them collecting a fee on the strait or whatever. It doesn't even really affect America to a certain extent. And I'm fine with us leaving the bases there because I don't want Americans there really in the first place. And I think that's most Americans' perspective. But the Israeli perspective is completely different. They want an
Yeah,
Iran that's damaged.
Israel's off the table here. China's going to step off the table, meaning they're not going to be a broker in this. China's going to come into this, and Simon went over that in detail. Pakistan, I think, will be involved in that somehow. But I don't think, in comments we keep saying Israel. Israel's like they're going to be put in their little box for now.
I think that is very optimistic thinking. I hope you're
Yeah.
right.
Can you explain to
But
me
I
what?
think,
Exactly. Continue.
yeah. I mean, yeah,
Very, very optimistic. I mean, what kind of drugs are you taking?
No, I'm being honest here. We're already looking at this in the past tense. Where is Israel driving this right now? Iran's in the driver's seat, folks.
I mean, I agree Iran's in the driver's seat, but this is the problem, right? So Iran is in the driver's seat. If there was if there was a normal scenario, there would be an opportunity to have a deal which would be very Iran friendly. The problem you have is two different, I think, very important factors. One is the United States. The one is the lesser one, and one is the greater one. The lesser one is Trump and his ego. He doesn't want to come across as a loser. The reason he was able to pull out from Yemen is because most Americans didn't even know about Yemen. Most Americans didn't even know that they lost, and so he didn't see. You get it. It didn't come across as a loss, like to his public. But I think him knowing that everyone's well aware and knows exactly what's going on in this war, that coming across as a loss doesn't make him look weak. And so he needs a big victory. And then the second thing is, the biggest thing is just Israel. Like the way to look at it is, in what parameters does Israel accept a deal? Now you could be like, oh well, we don't really care about Israel and blah blah blah. But no, they control the United States of America. They will let that country die and stand on its ashes before they allow this war to end. So the question mark becomes, what deal will Israel allow? That's the question you gotta ask yourself.
Well, you got to ask yourself one more question. And that question is, what would it take to break Israel's control of the United States? You can't just say, oh, it can never happen because we don't know the extent of the control or how the control levers are being used.
Yeah, yeah, it's very extensive, and I do believe it's gonna. I believe it can happen, or we wouldn't be doing what we're doing. But it's not something that's easy. It'll take a lot of work and a lot of time.
Yeah, I don't think that aspect of this can be factored in and be assumed to be the case that it could always exist. It's certainly been fractured, and Israel understands it's fracturing, and we see that in the purchase of TikTok by Larry Ellison and other. One the last trip I think it was when BB came to New York. He had a conference with a bunch of quote unquote influencers and was promising to spend millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to tell the story of anti-Semitism, which is just cover for we get to do whatever the fuck we want because we're God's chosen people. But
I heard he didn't pay those influencers up as well.
I'm sorry, what was that? How did he?
What?
Yeah, I heard. I'm sure I read somewhere or someone was complaining that those influencers he had on the payroll, like he didn't even actually end up paying them. Like they
Oh
were
well,
they were due their payment, and then they did the most Israeli thing ever and not pay them.
yeah. Well, in any case, it's an act that he would have been, you know, the act that he started to send the message that anti-Semitism is the problem, and he was looking to shut down those of us who were speaking to Israel's control of the country.
he knows that the support for Israel in the under 30 crowd has cratered. That's the TikTok generation. That's why they went after it, thinking that somehow they could bamboozle the youth in our country, and maybe they had good reason to think that. But when it comes down to, I remember the Vietnam era. I was 10 in 1968, so I wasn't age eligible. But I remember how the youth in this country rose up on college campuses and objected to the draft. And the draft is right around the corner. They've already, allowed for the recall up to 45 years old of former servicemen. And there's some belief that they've called up some reserves. But if they're going to put boots on the ground in a war that's going to satisfy Israel in terms of its outcome, which is, effectively Israeli control through their proxy America of Iran and the Straits, it's going to come at the cost of years and years and years, if ever, trillions of dollars and thousands of American deaths. And our country is not the same country it was in 2001. We're not going to be fooled again to that extent. So that's why I've thought that a false flag event would happen here in America first, because I think what they're thinking is the deaths of 3 or 4 thousand Marines when they try and land and protect their position and extend supply lines, and survive, a massive drone and missile attack from Iran. I mean, Iran could hit, Israel, 250 miles away. It's not going to be any problem at all to target with much smaller munitions something that's 50 miles away or 5 miles away or within target sight right now. So I think that I don't know what to think. It's a crazy situation. Even analyzing it, I just stammer myself thinking this is just nuts. This shouldn't be happening.
The one thing about Israel going for a deal is I could only see Israel going for a deal if they thought that they could regain, reposture, and re-strengthen to go after Iran at a later date. But the reality is that the anti-Israeli feeling is only going to increase as the years go by, and they can only really exist right now with the help of the United States. Meaning, if they're going to go all in, now is the time for them to do it, and I think they know that. And so, why wouldn't you? It basically just comes down to like what Joe Kent has said repeatedly. Can we restrain the Israelis? If the answer is no, then bet escalation. And if the answer is yes, then bet on a deal. But unfortunately, I would probably bet that the answer at the current moment is no. But the Israelis are most likely going to continue escalation. They're not going to wait for a better time because it's not going to come.
Oh no, I clearly that agrees with my central premise about this, is that this was the time that Iran had their president. This was the moment. This was the what they thought they were going to get with Hillary Clinton, and somehow they've bent Trump's arm behind his back. I think with the threats of the Epstein files, and gotten him to do what every other president has done, which is support Israel, but support it at a time when it was critical for Israel because it was losing support because of the genocide and the attacks on our free speech and our college universities to those, whether they were foreigners or not, who are objecting to America becoming involved in another Middle Eastern war and a suppression of free speech around that opposition. So what Ron DeSantis did was, it's just a traitorous act when he signed a Florida law, a bill, a Florida bill into law in Tel Aviv in front of Bibi that suppressed the free speech rights of those who are being critical of Israel. And it's labeled as anti-Semitism, which of course is still legal under our Constitution, under the Establishment Clause in the First Amendment. You should be able to criticize anybody, any religion, and I roundly do. So these laws are anti-constitutional, but they don't care, particularly when they have control of prosecutorial authority, because that they're going to prosecute those, and the process is the punishment. People can't afford to present a defense like Trump did in the lawfare cases brought against him. They have to wave the white flag or ruin their families and subject themselves to much longer jail terms. And until we get someone, an authority who will follow the Constitution and the law and do so on an equal basis, regardless of political position. This tit for tat stuff, man, it's a problem in and of itself. So
You know, one of the other things that they could do tomorrow, one thing that Israel is keen on, and this big budget that Trump is asking for, military budget, you know that Iran wants those bases out of the Middle East. And Israel has been begging America to say, build your bases in Israel. Give us that military arsenal we need to keep safe. That could be one of the announcements tomorrow, that we've decided to actually leave, exit the Middle East and build the bases in Israel, put the bases in Israel, because Israel's been hammering them in the background for that. And I think that's going to be disastrous for America because it's just going to strengthen, it's just going to suck all that money out to maintain those bases in Israel. But that could be one of the announcements tomorrow.
well,
Yeah, it's possible.
take the money that you use to support the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain and put it in Israel. And you
And it
take
would be
the
cheaper.
yeah, I mean, you take away one of
Right.
Israel's complaints is that the reason we have to attack all of our neighbors is because our neighbors are going to attack us. Well, Bibi is now taking the position that an American base in Israel can provide security. I said, give it to him. Who cares?
Doc, Doc, if you just said exactly what I was going to say. Wouldn't you say it would be significantly cheaper to have foreign presence I'm talking based in Israel as in Bahrain, which has always been a joke to me. The Fifth Fleet was a complete insane albatross.
Yeah, I mean, it gives Israel what they say they want. We know that they don't, but it pulls a central foundation out of their argument that that they're forced into these aggressive actions to defend themselves. I mean, that's been part of their mantra. Israel has a right to defend itself. Well, if American base in Israel is at least a partial solution to that, give it to them. I mean, it is barely unlikely that America is going to rebuild their bases as is. So that may be the case in some countries. It's all going to come down to
Yep.
the economic deal that's made at the end of this. I mean, America is not going to agree to pull all their bases out. In some of those GCC countries, like Saudi Arabia, are not going to demand that they leave at Iran's insistence. I don't see Iran making that taking that position either. Anyway, if they're secure and Lebanon is secure from further attacks, I think there's the shape of a deal that could be made, and everyone could say, "Well, we've got something out of it." Israel can say they've got a new base. Um, Iran's control of the Straits and its economic toll system, like Egypt and America have on the Suez, is put in place. That's fine. Europe gets their oil. Um, America takes away, at least partially, the threat of the entire region rejecting the petrodollar for BRICS or local currencies. It's the best case scenario for Trump right now. But will he take it? No. Will Bibi take it?
I think it's terrible for America. Why would you want your military based in freaking Israel? Do you know, like, America has a stockpile of weapons, like a backup, and Israel holds that. America's weapons in a warehouse or in some storage facility in Israel. America's stockpile, in case America ever needed it, is held by Israel, right? And during the genocide, when there was a delay from Biden, when he was under pressure not to give them any more weapons, the threatened Americans said, we're just going to use your stockpile then. Like, why would you want to put your bases there and put your military
To
there?
control that
Put your
stockpile.
servicemen. I don't want American servicemen to
It,
be based in freaking Israel, Doc.
well, no, I think it's a middle ground. I think like I said, I think it takes away one of the justifications Israel uses to attack its neighbors, and that's that they're not protected enough at home, and that they would be, or at least would be more so if there was an American base, and it services Americans if in fact, the lock and key to the munition storage for America and Israel was taken by Bibi and used, without American permission. Well, you establish that same storage, but you put it behind American lock and key on a base in America. And what's the difference really between that base, being in Israel versus Bahrain or Saudi Arabia or Kuwait?
Doc, you're missing the point. Why is it America's responsibility to protect freaking Israel in the
It's not a
first
question
place?
of
The whole
responsibility.
world knows.
It's the question of responsibility doesn't enter into the equation at all. Of course, we are not
Then why
responsible
would you do it? Why would you want to put your bases? Why would you put your bases
because
there
it
then?
it
To
allow
protect
it
them. We
allows
know
everyone to win at this point. Bibi can say
Iran wouldn't accept that. Iran would never accept that. It doesn't allow anything. But if they're going to do it, it's an escalation, isn't
there's been
it?
no indication Iran is going to take a position on where and which bases America continues to maintain after this. They haven't begun to assert that they have that level of influence in any settlement. I think they're
This narrative of we need to be safe because we're attacked by the neighboring countries. I think we just need to all bust it open and say, actually, you're the one that does the terror. Let's have a look. Let's count
yeah.
all the countries that you bombed every single day for the last 3 years.
I agree. I agree. But what we're talking about, at least I thought what I'm talking about anyway, is the fact that there's a way through this toward a peace deal that hypothetically Grant Condo knows something about, and it's going to be announced tomorrow. How is it that all three countries, and we've asked this question, I've tried to answer it before in this space, how do all three countries save face and declare a win? So, I think Trump will just say, well, we've decimated them, in all the ways that we needed to, so they're no longer a threat. Israel can say, well, we now are protected by the largest U.S. base in the Middle East, and that's good for Israel, and that's the way he sells it to Israelis. And Americans can say, well, we went in, I still don't know exactly how Trump's going to sell it, but the fact that the threat of a wider war and the economic damage that it's going to do the markets aren't going to care, what Trump says in defense of, his conduct to this point. They're just going to be happy that the economic devastation and the petrodollar to some extent has been preserved. The minute to this question is at this point, it's how do you minimize the damage being been done already without tipping right into World War III?
If I could also interject something
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Andrew. I just want to say, yeah, Doc, I mean, from a country perspective, if you're saying what could the compromise be that the three countries could come to, and if that could be a compromise, fine. I'm talking from a me personal perspective, not that I'm relevant in any of this, but I wouldn't want America to put any bases in Israel. They're freaking genocidal terrorists. Do you know what I mean? The whole point, like I feel as strongly about America detangling itself from Israel as I do about the UK detangling itself from the Zionist infiltration we've got
Well,
here.
sure.
We
I
need to
mean,
fight for our sovereignty. But
Uncommon and I were having that conversation earlier about what it is that could decouple America from Israeli control. The general consensus in the space was, unless I misread it, was that's not going to happen because it can't happen. But I think it has to happen in some measure for this to end, short of, just complete economic devastation.
yeah, jump in, Andrew.
Yeah, it's a very parasitic, sick, symbiotic relationship. I'm going to paint a picture here of reality and historically, 1982. I wish all of you all could have been there with me and hung out in Beirut, Lebanon, and it made an observation. And this is what we're seeing here. We have Israel as a mad, rabid dog that needs to be freaking taken out and put out of its misery. All right. But nevertheless, it's still, the beast is still alive. We got it on a chain here. Okay. But in Lebanon, Beirut, Lebanon, here's where I'm going with this. Israel had committed, and Ryan Dawson promised me he's going to do a special interview with me. There was a mass grave outside of Beirut in this outer city limits by the airport, where the IDF had murdered innocent women, children. Right, but they swept it under the rug. Okay, so Israel was a mad dog, and it was wrecking pure hell there. When the United States shows up, we're like, okay, put the dog on a leash. Sit down, you rabid dog. We chained it on a leash. We held it at bay. And then we sat there and I swung off the hook with nothing like spending like almost a year of your life at sea, watching yourself, just watching the hell there. And when we left, guess what? It started up again. And then Hezbollah, and oh, by the way, Hezbollah did exist back then. They say, no, it wasn't until 87. Huh? Then why were we talking about Hezbollah in 1982? But Hezbollah has to defend itself. You always have to have a check in there because this mad rabid dog is still alive, but we have to keep it in check. How are we going to end it with Israel? It's not going to happen. It's like some insane person that loves their pet bull that's rabid.
I think it will probably happen, but I just think it's going to be lots of destruction and pain and along the way. But well, I mean, it's hard to know. It's hard to speculate about that because I think that I mean that's probably 5 to 10 years away. But it also depends on obviously how the war goes. But I definitely think I think the decoupling maybe is already happening. It's happening at the ground level, but it just hasn't gotten to the top yet. But it's just going to take some time, and then it's going to be. But Israel's going to do. That's why I think there's a good chance they'll do everything they can to keep us in this war, is because they have no other option. And so I don't know. It's going to be a very painful process. And I will say that even uh, there was a good podcast I listened to. It was pretty decent, but with Martyr Made, who's Daryl Cooper, the historian guy, does his own podcast, and Scott Horton, who does a lot of research on just geopolitics and the history of the Israeli lobby and all the Middle East. And I mean, Daryl was basically laying it out like it's going to happen, and he's trying to make sure it doesn't become, essentially. He says that he's trying to keep the pendulum is going to swing. He's trying to make sure it doesn't turn into like insane global anti-Semitism, but to a certain degree, it almost can't. The momentum is going that way because it just seems like Israel keeps doubling down, and then the people within the country that support Israel keep doubling down. Um, so I mean, I just think it is. I think the momentum is already there globally. It's just a question of how does it all transpire, and it's probably going to be very painful. I mean, imagine you're talking about basically taking power away from people. Does anybody ever peacefully give up power? And I think the
Nope.
answer is no.
and they won't until they're beaten down, and eventually Israel will be like wiped out. Eschatologically speaking, I know we're not going to get into that, but Islamic and Christian eschatology shows exactly what's going to happen, and they're going to get 2/3 of them will get wiped out because the whole world turns on them. But that's down the road during the time of Jacob's trouble. But now in this time, they're going to be put on a leash until that happens at the end.
So breaking news, breaking news. A large amount of missiles heading towards Israel. This is actually the second or third wave that is going towards Israel, and Israel is being pummeled quite hard. Lots
Dude, that
of
video
videos
you
of
put up is
missiles above them, and lots of missiles of them being hit hard. And this was, remember, Haifa was being destroyed as well earlier. Sorry, Gary?
that video you put up. If that's real, that's staggering.
Oh, the other one, yeah, yeah, yeah.
You just put
That,
that up an hour ago, huh?
yeah,
That,
yeah, yeah,
that's
that is.
that's
But
real.
yeah, yeah, it is real, yeah.
Unbelievable.
I
And then, but I'm talking about just now. Right now, there is a lot of bombing of Tel Aviv happening at this moment in time. Significant bombing of Tel Aviv. Um,
Suleiman,
yeah.
can you also remind or Beatrice to have people go on YouTube to query YouTube to revise get your channel fixed? I reposted that. People really need to really bring that hard because your YouTube videos got to get back on without those shadow ban.
Yeah, I don't know what to do, cause YouTube just
Uh,
ignoring. Like we tweet about it 3 times a day. We get more engagement in our we get a lot of engagement in our tweets, and yeah, They're just ignoring it. So I don't know what to do.
I will say something on in regards to just the shift in public opinion. I'm sure you guys maybe it's not directly related onto the war, but I'm sure you guys saw some of the fallout between the Rogan and Theo Vaughn interview, where anytime Theo Vaughn brought up like, "Hey, the genocide in Gaza," "Hey, the war in Iran," Rogan kept trying to. I don't know if you guys saw the clips or not, but essentially Rogan would try to be like, well, Iran is the largest state sponsor. It was a lot of Hezbollah, a lot of, well, like I don't agree. He took a lot of middle roads, and then he would divert at the end where he'd say, yeah, I mean, it is crazy, but Iran is the largest state sponsor of terrorism. But if you go look at the comments and of course at the fallout on Twitter, now obviously Twitter to a certain degree is probably a more middle-aged, informed, politically minded audience. But I don't think YouTube is necessarily that way. And I think you get more of the general public's view on YouTube. Go read those comments. I mean, Rogan is getting absolutely bodied in every comment. And it's like, hey man, or Joe Roganstein, or he doesn't want to piss off his donors, or he knows he can't talk about these things. He's fine talking about aliens, but he doesn't want to talk about an actual illegal war of aggression that's going on right now. And so I think it just goes to show that even somebody as influential as Joe Rogan, they can't put this, they can't put the genie back in the bottle. I don't, how will they? I mean, how could they? I think it's going to just continue to escalate.
Yeah, but I know like people like Joe Rogan a lot, but the guy literally does this all the time. I think he has no credibility because anytime there's an important moment in history, he'll just play the fence or not speak about it or play the main narrative. He's done it for every single issue almost. Think about every single issue that's happened, whether it's COVID, Russia, Ukraine, whatever major Gaza genocide, he just made sure he never spoke about it and stayed on the fence and then jumped in hard. The only time he did is when he jumped in hard to support Trump. So I don't know. I consider him a fraud. I know people love him, but the guy makes sure he never ever does it. And how can you, in this current time, follow someone like him that does that? It's just crazy.
Absolutely.
Oh, I think Rogan was spot on with his coverage of COVID. I mean, CNN went. He's the guy that popularized ivermectin and alternative treatments, and he platformed doctors who had been banned uh, to come out and talk about the dangers of the vaccine, and he did that, very very early on.
Wait, which doctor did
So
he
that that
platform?
that
On when?
I'll get you the names in the DMs.
Didn't Malone get his big
Yeah,
start?
Malone did one.
Malone had a lot of credibility
Um,
too.
Peter
oh
McCullough,
yeah,
maybe.
But
Malone
I
is.
hey, listen, I agree on both points. Actually, I had never thought about that about Rogan, but he's really become kind of just an interviewer, but is not really pushing his.
He was never
He's not pushing
political.
his weight
He was
around at
never
all. Yeah.
political. No, he's not, and he intentionally,
And yet he was
takes
political.
that
He was
position.
he was influential on Trump. He brought Trump on, and was very impactful on him becoming
He
president.
brought Bernie Sanders on before that, and Trump was brought on to the demands of the audience. They see him at the
He
WWF
invited
things,
Kamala,
and by the
and she couldn't show up, so it's not like he didn't.
right, he would have platformed both of them. So, but as far as his code and the treatment of the vaccines, no, he's bang on the money from the
I
very
thought he
beginning.
supported Trump. He said he didn't support Trump.
No, he said he specifically was not going to endorse any candidate this time after endorsing Bernie Sanders in 2016.
Okay.
And he said that was a mistake. He shouldn't have been political. But yeah, he did invite Trump on, but he also invited on Harris, who refused to appear. So
I will say that I know I help out Jake Shields a lot, who has his own podcast that's growing, and I know he knows Rogan from the fight world, and he put out a post that said essentially maybe not so much that who knows how he really feels about it, but I think Rogan, obviously he knows where the money's coming from. Right. He doesn't want to lose the money and he wants to stay popular. That was kind of his interpretation. He said he gets 400,000 an episode from some specific person or for some specific entity. Uh,
he gets it from a contract with Spotify that's enforceable.
and it was in Spotify's interest when they gave it to him. It wasn't a payoff for political commentary. And Rogan also had on Sanjay Gupta, who was a medical expert on CNN, was spreading all this propaganda about ivermectin and held him to account. I mean, he just
So I'm
crucified
just
the
looking
guy.
at it now. I just typed it into Grok. So COVID was in 2020, right?
No, no. I mean, in November, December, the first reports came out of China. From
2019.
memory,
Sorry?
Yeah. Yeah, the very end of
Yeah, it
2019, but
was, wasn't
US
it?
was mostly
very end
2020.
of 2019, 2020 was the spread in
Yeah.
China. The fear mongering with the Chinese balloons over the country, preparing us for the shutdowns. But COVID and the vaccines are a pure
So I'm
product
checking
of
what you.
DARPA
Anyway, that's
and the
fine.
Defense Department.
So he had on Dr.
Yeah,
Robert Malone December 31st, 2021. So like literally 2022. So 2 years after.
but that was earlier than that was earlier than anybody else was having him on. He was the first one to platform Malone, who, like I'm forgetting the name, the Stanford professor of virology who lost his job. Same deal. I mean, I track this stuff very, very closely,
Yeah, I'm looking
definitely.
now. Peter McCullough was on maybe on this. It says December 2021, so the same month. So yeah, 2 years after he definitely did have them on, and that's my point.
Yeah, but no one in 2019 knew this was happening except the virologists who were
I
tracking
mean, lots of
developments
people were banned off in
in
2020,
China.
2021 speaking about this.
Yeah, you should search though that same time period and find out how many intelligent people that could articulate the story. I mean, Malone really did do a great job of
Oh
bringing
yeah,
it to the
Dr. Malone
surface.
did, as
Yeah,
did
the shutdowns really started in
and
2022,
as did
not in 2021.
Dr. Lucas, as did many
Yeah, I
others. No,
mean,
I just don't look.
I don't
Listen, I
think
don't think we
Rogan
should give
suggests.
people. I know we've gotten to this stage where we hero worship people, but
Yeah,
at the end of the day, you're in these.
yeah.
It's not
Let me.
worship, for
Yeah,
fuck's sake.
listen.
It's not.
Whatever.
Okay, I'm giving you solid reasons
No,
as to
I don't
why I
think they're
think
solid.
Rogan
I
is
don't think it's good
credible on
enough
the
reasons,
question of COVID.
Doc, because I.
Well, okay, but we
I know,
disagree
but
on
can I
that. But you
explain
don't
why it's
have
not good
to.
enough reason on my
You
own
don't have to
space?
assault someone's
That's fine.
integrity
That's
to
fine.
make your
I've not
point.
made my point. I'm gonna make my point now if I'm actually allowed to on my own space. So the reason why I believe that it's highly problematic for people in those positions of power, when you're in those positions with those levels of followers, we're not talking about someone with 100 followers or 1,000 followers or 10,000 followers or even 100,000 followers. When you're in those positions of power, when it comes to these important situations, that's when it matters. So right now we're speaking about it. Rogan might speak about this in a year's time. It's going to be too late. But the point is, right now, what is he doing? Right now, he's doing state propaganda for, according to what Uncommon said. I'm not seeing the show. He's doing straight propaganda for the United States of America, talking about how Iran is a terrorist regime and how manipulating the American public into this war. So let's say 6 months down the line, he brings on Dave Smith. You may be like, oh, guess what? 6 months down the line, he brought on Dave Smith. No, that's too late. You are an influencer who
No,
has hundreds of millions of views, and it is very imperative at that and that during that specific time when things are really bad that you speak out in order to make the world's life easy and to make things easy for everyone. Go ahead. Doc.
go check when the shutdowns actually happened in America. It was only late 2021 into 2022 into 2023 into 2024. And at the time that Rogan was platforming these guys, maybe it wasn't early enough for some, but it was certainly earlier than any other influencer of his ilk. Anywhere close was there anyone talking about it the way Rogan had talked about it? And it was because he came out and promoted ivermectin. He got COVID and told the world in his podcast that he got over it without taking the vaccine. And he was attacked unmercilessly. And that's why guys like Malone came on his show, because they saw someone who was sympathetic to the science. And they talked about the science at the time. So you can condemn him all you want for the fact that he didn't act earlier, but no one was acting earlier than that.
The COVID lockdown started March 2020.
I know they did that, but I was just about to read that. This is just like rewriting history. So first lockdowns were as a what do you call it again? Simon said March 2020. Then I'm talking about the United States of America here. You had lockdowns in New York. You had lockdowns in San Francisco, California, and then the initial lockdowns ended in 2020. Then you had more lockdowns that came about in late 2020 So it was basically, that's when the lockdown started beginning. And I remember that was during the Trump
Right,
administration.
and
That
that's
was during
when
the Trump
Rogan left
administration.
California.
That you
That's
need
when
to.
Rogan left
That was during
California
the.
because of the
Yeah,
lockdowns.
that was.
Those lockdowns in every state that you just mentioned are liberal blue states who are going along with the orders of the
Yeah,
Zionists and Joe
exactly. So
Biden.
you just
Trump
denied that and you
never
said they were
ordered.
2022 first. Now you're saying it's because they're blue
Yeah,
states. No
because in
one said it
Cal.
was blue or red. You were just denying it. You saying it's
Okay,
2022.
you want to get me on a date? That's fine.
The dates are very
I've
important when you're trying to make
established
it
what
look
it
like it
is that
happened
I think
afterwards.
defends Rogan in this
Yeah, it's just
circumstance,
your defense is
and you
false.
want to attack me for
Okay,
it.
I'm not attacking you.
No, it's
I'm
not.
just telling you the dates. So what happened was 2020 is when the lockdowns happened. 2022 is when what's his name again? Joe Rogan decided to speak about it. So that's fine. After 2 years, after Trump was the father of the vaccine, remember the new
Who
leader,
spoke
the
about it
Biden
before
came
then?
into
It was
power in
the
2021.
when it really
2022, Trump had already done the lockdowns. The vaccine was already in
okay.
place.
So you're reading an AI report of this thing. No, Okay. the big thing that exposed it was the Plandemic documentary, which was May 2020. That was like 3 months after the lockdown. So they did the lockdown, and then the whole Plandemic like did that whole documentary where it showed all the patents and how this was all planned. But people were talking about in the Q spaces about this being exactly that well before any of it happened. This is not a brand new narrative. I mean, and it didn't start with Trump.
On the bright side, Sully, I'm looking forward to your interview with Rogan in a year or two when we're in the middle of a depression and you can say, "Hey, man, I was saying that we shouldn't have this war."
Exactly. No, he won't have me
It's
on.
quite and
He
by
won't
the
have me
quite
on this one.
interesting. I hadn't thought that that's how it works. Like, because if you do the controversial interview a year after it matters, you get to say that you're on the edge. You're saying that it didn't matter in 2022 when we were still under lockdowns and people were still being sold the vaccines as medicine. It didn't matter that ivermectin worked, that the alternative therapies that Joe Rogan was
Doc, you're
advocating for,
missing
that
the
it didn't. No,
point.
I'm making a different point.
No,
I'm
but you're
asking if
missing
it
the point
matters
that
or not.
Suleiman's making.
No, I understood
No,
his
but
point.
you're getting Doc. No, but you're going into the vaccine effectiveness. We're not talking about. I hate COVID
That was a
conversations because you know what?
justification for the shutdown.
Wait, let
If
me
you're
just
condemning
finish.
the
I've listened
shutdowns
to
and
this.
when it
Okay,
happened and when Rogan spoke about it,
okay. Doc, I've sat and just listened to both of you for the last 10 minutes. I just want to say something because well before Elon bought this app, when Spaces started, Spaces actually started at the beginning of the pandemic and I was on them and all we ever talked about was the pandemic because we're all in lockdown. So I really get triggered when
I
people
was
talk
there
about this.
too,
The point, oh,
in the same
Doc, for God's sake,
spaces.
will you just let me finish, right? I'm just going to have to mute you because you're just going to scream over me. The point isn't about vaccine efficiency and did it matter and who spoke first. RFK freaking Jr. spoke first. One of the first people in 2021. The point Suleiman's making, and I think he's trying to make, and he'll correct me if I'm wrong, is that people come out and speak when it's safe, when there's enough people on the bandwagon. They won't come out and use their platform early enough on any subject. And he's using the pandemic as just one example. You've seen it on the genocide. You sit here, Doc, and one of the chicks that you talk about, and it really triggers me, you haven't today, and you say, oh, she's really bothered. She's a lovely Catholic lady, you know, about the Iran war. She's never come into our space once in 37 days. And she did the same for the genocide as well, because they want to keep it safe. These people that are here, people like Gary, people like Joa, Simon, Suleiman's put everything on the line when it wasn't safe. That's the point they're making. It's not the nitty gritty about vaccine efficiency. No one wants to talk about that. I think that's the point he's making anyway. They won't
No,
risk anything
I
until it's
think,
popular.
well, Rogan certainly risked a lot by coming out against and defending ivermectin, defending doctors like Malone, giving them a voice. You don't think it was important because it's not coincidental with the lockdowns and the start of the lockdowns. Okay, I stand corrected that the lockdowns didn't start when Rogan started to complain. And I have nothing. I have no information about any podcast that Rogan's done lately in defense of the war as Zionists. I haven't. He just had Dave Smith on, and the whole 2 hour and a half hours was ripping Trump
in the same way that we're ripping them here. So I don't understand the general attack on Rogan and the disapproval of Rogan when I think there's reason to defend them on any issue. Um, but again, I haven't heard anything about Rogan going Zio lately. We're not commenting on the genocide. To me, I've seen numerous clips where he has, but maybe I'm just missing something.
I think your middle road position is not a terrible one. I'll take the middle road here in that, like, you're right that he did open the door probably for at least more of the mainstream conversations. And also COVID's a little different because, I mean, even speaking for myself, I wasn't really plugged in to a lot of these political circles, and I was way more normie build on everything. So I didn't really, it was hard because the information was changing, and I don't think people knew how much we relied to so often about everything. So it really was tough because is it possible to have a disease that spreads and is really deadly? Yeah. I mean, was COVID a real virus? Yeah, obviously. But it wasn't like, obviously, it wasn't as bad as they said it was. It was very used for political gain and all of those
Yeah, I think
things.
the main thing is it's not about COVID. It's just about I think the overarching point, because I think we're just talking about COVID too much in the space, isn't about that. The overarching point is this. And people can have different opinions, and it's fine. My position is very simple on this. When you're in the midst of the most difficult situation on day one or at the start of something, and that's when you get all the heat, that's when you require your real leaders to stand up, because that's where all the risk is. Now, just like, for example, I respect Candace Owens a lot for what she said, but I think she took maybe, I don't know how long she took. I don't want to say because I don't want to debate that issue. But about Gaza, it took a bit of time. It took a bit of time. But then with them, it was slightly different. They had a totally different position on that. But there was people who held the same position as us about Gaza, but remained quiet until we opened the doors for them and made it safe for them to speak about it. And so that's what it is. You can either be the person who's willing to risk it all, and unfortunately, the risk is there, and you do it at the start and you talk about it. And I think that what happens is when we let some of these bigger names and celebrities go, when they talk about it after like a year or two, whatever the issue is, what it does is they'll always do that. And it shouldn't require smaller people to risk everything, where they could be banned, where they could take their livelihood. And it should requires and pressure should be put on the bigger people to say, look, when something big happens on day one, you need to speak about it. You need to make sure you don't hit the middle of the fence. And that's the issue. So I haven't watched, like I said, I haven't watched Joe Rogan's content. Doc says he's had Dave Smith on. I saw the clip which Uncommon saying, where he said Iran is a terrorist or something like that, and he was pushing back on Theo Von. That's, again, for me, right now, it's the most important thing. Right now, it could be World War III. We're talking about how we're not going to have enough fuel to get by. We're talking about how it could be the end of the world. This is when he should be standing up. Not just him, anyone. I don't want to make it about him because I don't care about him.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think that Theo Von clip, it's the same one that I saw. Context matters. In the larger discussion, Rogan was trying to come up with the reasons why others would be supporting the war. I don't think he has since the start.
okay,
So,
cool. No
Well,
but
problem.
again, I
No
haven't
problem.
seen
I've
I
not seen
did
it.
I did watch the whole 2 hours and 50-minute interviews, and and the fact that it has Dave Smith on, I do think that's good. Obviously, Dave Smith. I do think, to Sully's
What
point,
was the interview? So what was the context? Were you taking it out of context, or was it
no, I fully came away from the interview that Rogan was deflecting. He even specifically said at one point that the mullahs there are Muslims that are trying to take over the world. So
Yeah.
I was like,
Okay,
okay,
cool.
okay, that was pretty much it for me. Like, that was
Yeah,
obvious.
yeah.
But I will
That's the
say,
clip I
oh,
saw.
go
That's the
ahead.
clip I saw. But like I said, I hadn't seen the whole context, but you've seen the whole context. So the point being this, like, at the end of the day, it's fine. Some people, whatever. But the point is, this is the most important time. You need to, like, forget Joe Rogan. It's not about Joe Rogan. I'm talking about any of these big celebrities, whoever they are, whoever's got a huge amount of followers. You need to speak about the issue, whether it's this one, whether it was during the Gaza genocide, whether it's what was the other one before it, and all the other things
War with
before it. Because I don't want to start
Ukraine.
talking about them. Yeah, yeah, whatever. Because I don't. And then people are going to talk about them as well.
Well, the people on this stage anyway have all taken that risk,
I agree. But
right? And made the points when the points were due to be
I
taken.
agree.
So
I
It's
agree.
Solomon, the one
it's
thing
also the
I
it's
think
also the rewriting of history, though. I think as well. Like I think everyone rewrote Charlie Kirk's history. He took a lot of money. He was a staunch Zionist, and the second he got assassinated, they completely rewrote his history and changed. They turned him into a complete Greek mythology. Like he was
well, yeah,
really he
and he
was.
would be a good president. Is what I see now. People are posting pictures of him. He would have been a great president. And of course, they don't talk about, or they don't play the video with Candace Owens is shown, where he's expressing his doubts about Israeli control of TPUSA. And
But
that
that
was
also
yesterday.
coincided when he lost his sponsorship. He was paid millions by Zionists to engage in propaganda, which led.
He didn't want the money. He rejected it. So obviously he didn't need
No,
it.
but he had the money before then. He was always a Zionist op. TPUSA was a complete
Yeah,
Zio op.
sure. And then he rejected more money for additional level at a time when the genocide was happening.
I do think Sully's main point is a good one because I've tweeted this out actually as the war started, which is this war. It has never been more obvious who is. I mean, and some people surely are lying still because that's how controlled opposition works. But for the most part, most people are mask off at this point. If you are supporting this war in any way, you are not in the, you are not America first, right? Like there is no, and I do give credit to Tucker and even Joe Kent. Do I trust them completely? No, I don't trust anyone completely, but it meant a lot to me that they at least came out swinging as soon as it started happening, saying, "Hey, America's a falling empire, and this is going to be driving it into the ground." Right. So
Yeah,
I
and
Sully,
all the generals who refused to kiss ass and go along with the anti-Catholicism, we're going to fight a religious war for Trump and the Jews.
the one thing I think is Solomon, you and Joe Rogan have two very different shows. I consider Joe Rogan infotainment almost. I'm not looking for him for like the latest news. I think it's just very different one from the other. Um, I don't expect him to take a position on things. I think his hosts are different, and it's not always current events. Like it's a lot of times it's not current events. A lot of times it is late. Um, he can't do real time like something's happening right now. Let me go do a show. It's just not his model. It's not his business model. So I just don't look at it the same way. If you want to talk about breaking news, that's you. That's not Joe Rogan.
Yeah, but that's not what they're saying. And I'm sorry to cut in, but I'm at work, so I'm just trying to like sneak through, like, you know what I mean? But like, that's not what they're saying though. Because like, if he's still talking about this, Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism and all, Americans have been propagandized to a point where it's oversaturated with propaganda. This is the stuff that people are trying to debunk today, regardless if you're a breaking news show or not. Like the propaganda that we've lived under for decades, like it needs to be broken because we are headed towards something not good. And Joe Rogan with his huge audience, like
Can we reject the support of those who come late to the issue but otherwise agree with us now?
and
I
not, but
don't I don't think so.
I mean, for me, I'm gonna just say this, and I'll say it quickly, but I have a problem with that, Doc, because and maybe it's because of my background and not, like I just feel like if you know something, there's just no way you don't see something. You're around something, you know something. I have no personal beef with Joe Rogan. I don't know him. But I'll say this. He's had people like Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, all these people on his show. I cover Joe Rogan. So this is why people get annoyed with him now, because he used to be somebody who asked a lot of questions. He used to say, I would not interview Donald Trump because I don't have the time it takes to do research on Donald Trump to get him on everything so that he doesn't come on my show and gaslight me. And then he interviewed him anyway. I'm not mad that he did. I enjoyed that interview, but I'm saying that the hypocrisy, like he interviewed him and it was a soft interview. He did end up endorsing him, but it was a day before the election. So it's like, if you have a platform, you're blessed with a platform, we're not dumb. Like you have the opportunity to see things for what they are, but you don't say something, especially in a time like this. It does mean a
Yeah,
lot, but I'm not telling
I
anybody else
thought
how
he
to
endorsed
feel.
him, but because I wasn't like 100%, because I don't keep up to date, I didn't want to push back on that position. But The just on that anyway, I think we get the point. The point overarching is I think we need to put people who are in these positions of power. He's in a lot of power, but not just him. Everyone. They need to be on the right side right from the start. Now, Doc's right. There are some people who may come to the situation late to the game, and maybe you can give them a pass once. I think maybe you can give them a pass possibly twice. But I think when it consistently they're never on the ball and it takes a while, then I think there is question marks about those people. So like Candace, she was maybe late to the game on the Gaza genocide and other things, but I think from the Iran war, she's been on it day one. So that's like an example of someone who hasn't made the mistake time and time and time again. And I think with Joe Rogan, based on, and he's just an example of someone who, for example, if Uncommon's right, this war, I'm going to watch that clip. I think do believe Uncommon's assessment is probably right. But if he is saying that and he's perpetuating that propaganda, then that's highly problematic. I just want to go to this. Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead, Doc, and then I'll give the super chats. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say Dave Smith's made 4 appearances since April of 2024 on the Joe Rogan show. And I promise you, I've seen each of them, and I promise you that Dave Smith has done what Dave Smith has been doing, condemning the genocide, and Rogan continues to platform him, including 1 week ago. I'd encourage everyone who's concluded that Rogan is, not down with this,
Oh,
But
to go
but he
listen to
Doc,
still
Rogan as
Dave
well.
says
Smith doesn't believe Palestinians have a right to resist. He is controlled opposition. If they don't have a right to resist, that means they can be genocided. Who are they going to rely on?
Yeah,
Like, do
Okay,
I
you
let's
don't
not
know
move
that
read
on.
that's
Let's
the
between the
move.
lines?
case.
I
These
think
guys
I think
come
we
out
No,
of the
can
no,
move.
woodworks as
I
Look,
haven't
controlled
heard that
opposition.
from Dave Smith's mouth.
no.
that's
Dave
fine.
Smith
I
says
just missed it.
there was mass rape on October the 7th.
It's all right. It's fine. Look, sometimes we love certain people and we're not going to change our mind. Let's just move on. I want to read the super chats. The super chats are this.
I love Doc. I'm not going to change my mind, but he infuriates me. My
Okay,
God.
let's go to that girl. So,
I love
huge
you
shout
too.
out to that girl. It says, "Hey everyone, thanks for all you do, Sully. Thank you. That is a great comment. I think that's all of it. I can't read the rest of it. There may or may not be other
Exactly.
bits to it.
There is other bits.
Thanks for everything you do, Sully. And wow, I didn't know we had a double agent on the panel, Jonah. I can't
Mrs.
lie.
Sully.
There may have been something about Beatrix as well. Thanks to Beatrix for keeping the space as just propaganda, isn't it? This is like Doc and Joe Rogan. We also got. I'm
Love that.
seeing posts that North Korea are sending or have sent ICBMs to Iran. Any truth to this? No, I don't believe that's the case. Oh my god, the Chinese guy's voice is so annoying. My ears are bleeding. Oh my god, this is an attack directly on the CCP here. Um, Beatrix simping for Sully, Doc simping for Rogan, Sully simping for Simon.
Sully sipping for Sully.
Yeah, I'm simping for myself. That's true. That's actually true. Rogan kept calling the 1953 coup and Project Ajax tin. Sorry, misread that. Okay, let's not go in this. The Doc's gonna start defending it. But anyway, Rogan kept calling the 1953 coup and Project Ajax tinfoil conspiracy theory. Did he? Okay, well, we'll let
That's
everybody else
crazy.
respond.
That's declassified documents now.
I know, but look, let's not get into Joe Rogan because I know Doc loves him. Okay, let's get back into this space. Let's get back into this conversation. Lots to speak about, lots to get through, lots of news. You know, one piece of news that's going on right now? Yes, Israel is being annihilated right now. Tel Aviv is being decimated right now. What we got? Yeah, Tel Aviv is being decimated right now. And it isn't looking good for them whatsoever. They've got at least 3 confirmed hits of Tel Aviv right now, and it isn't looking good. Let's go to Simon. Simon, what's his name again? Gary was speaking about this. He said the market doesn't seem to have moved a lot from these announcements. Grant believes that there's going to be a deal tomorrow. What do you think about it? Things from the market's perspective.
Yeah, the market has stopped reacting. It looks like. So whether there is a deal or isn't a deal is what's going to move the market next. But for now, it just if there's real escalation or real de-escalation, then you'll see the market move. For now, it's found its point. It never, whenever it gets to $115 oil, it comes back down. Whenever it gets to 5% on the 30-year, it comes back down, and whenever it gets to 4.5% on the 10-year, it comes back down. And the stock market has lost value, but nothing implies we're entering into World War III, and there hasn't been an exodus to gold. So the market still believes there will be a resolution at some point, but it's not reacting to calls to escalate. It's only reacting to real escalation now at some point. So yeah, the market's just bored of what Trump's saying, I think. Can I say something that Mario just put out? Because I feel like it's a good read on what probably the U.S. government wants us to think.
Trust me, it's
It
not.
says,
After knowing him,
As long as you, yeah, you have to start by saying Jonah's friend Mario. Then you can say Jonah's bestie Mario.
disavow. No, I don't think it's just to let you know. I don't think it's an thing about what the U.S. government want. I think it's probably more a situation where he thinks it. He thinks it's what the U.S. government want. But anyway, go ahead, don't come.
maybe that's the case, but it says if the Iranian regime does not accept Trump's off ramp, they shift from being the victim to becoming the aggressor. And obviously, you can see where that's going to. I'm not saying, I mean, who knows how to read into that, but you can see where that's being set up to justify more bombings or whatever you have. Mario's not more about what Elon wants, isn't he? What he thinks Elon wants.
Oh yeah, that's it. Because during the war between Elon and Trump, he was definitely pro Elon.
Do you think Elon's an actual Zionist, or do you think that back in 2023, when he said that statement about the Jewish community, I can't even remember now, and he had to fly out to Israel, he basically got a whooping and realized, okay, I have to like keep stay in line, otherwise my advertisers are going to pull out or something. Like, what are your thoughts on Elon?
He's not a
Elon,
Zionist. His
I
business model
love
relies upon
Elon.
it.
I love Elon. He's bold and beautiful. Elon. But sorry, go ahead, Simon.
I don't think he's ideologically a Zionist. I think he just has to be because he's got so many business interests. He needs his government contracts. He answers to, he's trying to IPO. He's got military grade technology. He's DARPA funded. He's just deep state, like pretending to be an entrepreneur. I mean, he is an entrepreneur. Don't get me wrong, but he's as establishment as it gets, posing as anti-establishment, and he has no choice. Like they could wipe out his net worth overnight if they wanted. If he isn't a Zionist.
Yeah, I think those comments, a lot of people misread him in 2023. He was actually saying in those comments, the irony is he was actually attacking Muslims in that. But what he was saying was, oh, guess what? Muslims are the really bad guys, and the Jews made the mistake by letting these bad guys get into these European countries, and obviously they didn't like the fact that they were mentioned, and so that's why he got in trouble with the advertisers.
But I mean, I think that this is the thing, and I'm saying this as a Palestinian, and I was born in America or everything. The way you win over the American right is like it doesn't matter how many horrible images you show coming out of Gaza. I mean, it does, and it works for a lot, especially more on the left. But on the right, you just have to show them the reality of the fact that yes, when you do support Israel, all these Muslims that you hate so much end up on your doorstep. Like this is just cause and effect. This is pretty obvious. If every Middle Eastern country looked like Qatar or Abu Dhabi or any of these other Gulf countries, then there would be no reason to leave. And African migrants as well would also have the option of coming to the Middle East if the Middle East was also
But
successful and
people
there weren't all these governments that were destabilized. I don't
people
understand.
like Elon are not anti-immigration. Firstly
Exactly.
they want cheap labor, and secondly they're part of deep state operations to create destabilization campaigns. So they want they pretend they care about it, but they Elon, when he's involved in UK operations to create civil war, he's not supporting Tommy Robinson. He wants the Muslim invasion to persist while platforming Tommy Robinson and boosting his message, because his technology relies upon civil unrest and he's part of the police state. But his messaging is that he's taking on the deep state. So, but these are just, you don't get to buy X unless X becomes used for military social credit scoring and military grade technology. That's why they regime changed Jack Dorsey. He was complying, but then they needed to switch from the cancellation model to the freedom of speech stroke freedom of reach model. So they regime changed X, lent him the money to borrow against his stock, and then just rebranded what X is so that we could all build our social credit score. And then he needs to. We all need to modify our language in order to maintain the reach. But Yeah, but even, even if the necessity for having a growing population for capitalism, I mean, that makes sense, and the need for immigration because of that. But at the same time, you would assume, I mean, Elon Musk is always talking about the fertility rate and how it needs to be increased. A couple of days ago, Donald Trump went on, was giving a speech, and he's like, we can't cover daycare or something like that. I mean, don't they realize that if they want the native population to increase, they have to make it as financially feasible as well? I would assume that would be a right wing you issue. can't Uh, reverse the demographics in the West. There's
Yeah, it's
no way they're
impossible.
trying. It's
But
impossible.
it's also Elon's not right wing though, is he? Elon is right about the population collapse. That's definitely
Well,
happening.
Hungary actually did a good job. I think their fertility rate was 1.2, and then they did a massive, like a lot of different changes. They made it easier that I think after every third child you have like massive tax write-offs.
Who's this?
They didn't bring it to replacement level, but I think it went from 1.2 to 1.6 or
And
something.
that's
So there are models of countries that are doing
who was
something. I
that? Which
mean,
country was that? Did you say? Oh,
Hungary, I
Hungary.
think.
So no, so I mean, you can look at the data on this. I've actually, I think I wrote a paper on this like nearly 10 years ago. I was talking about population collapse well before anyone knew what it was, and at that time I was saying the situation is critical. I think at that time I was saying like within 5 or 6 years, if the situation isn't reversed, it's going to be a situation where it's not you can't reverse it. And what I mean by that is like a ticking time bomb. So the only way you can do it is not even by incentives like you're talking about. The only way you can change it now, based on purely the maths, is almost. And by the way, I'm not against doing this. I know it sounds harsh, but like I do think extinction is probably the worst thing any society or culture could have. And so I do think like for example, this is happening to white people. They need to really consider drastic measures.
Well, it's happening to East Asians
Oh,
even
that's true
worse.
as
I
well.
mean,
White
South
people and East
Korea is
Asians,
even
yeah.
worse.
So
So.
you're right. You're right. So both of them. So then both of them need to like partake in some drastic measures, and some of them would be essentially forcing families to have children, not even giving it a choice. That something crazy like that can only save it, because it's literally like a ticking time bomb, and it's like now the bomb's gone off and you went past the point of no return. Yeah, you can kind of save the situation a little bit, but to get it past the population replacement, it's not possible based on natural methods. So you'd have to do drastic measures.
One
I
thing
think
too that we should be pointed out is how much is now that AI is becoming more useful, how many less people will be required from capitalist overlords. So I almost sometimes I question the fertility stuff being sold to us, because you'll see some of the people that have been pro white replacement, even Hillary Clinton and Larry Fink, are now saying, yeah, maybe we don't need immigrants anymore. And I'm like, why wouldn't you not? I mean, those have been the people that have been screaming for years for cheap labor. Well, why are they saying that? And I'm starting to now, partially it could be because they're seeing where the political winds are, but there is and Simon can maybe talk more about this as well, but I also think I think they're seeing that maybe they don't need the cheap labor anymore if it's going to be replaced by autonomous robots, or who knows what. I mean,
yeah, I
that still
think
could be a decade away, but
no, I think so. China's at the critical moment where I think they're going to lose 250 million over the next 10 years or something like that. Last time I looked, but I think they're trying to do it in two ways. And here's the issue, right? America can never have a long term strategy because you just have this the deep state control the long term strategy, and presidents that get like 2 years to try and manipulate numbers type thing. But what I think China's doing is you got to do it. You got to do it at two tiered, right? You recognize, okay, there's no reversing the demographic issue. That one child policy is irreversible. So you have to recognize, okay, if we've not got the labor and we've got an aging population, then we need productivity with less people. And so that's why they're leaning into AI. But the way China's doing it is they're not doing AI in order to sell a subscription service and like privatize some gains. They're using AI to actually make everything more productive, and deal with the demographic issue, which is why they're focusing on like the energy costs and all that type of stuff. So it's not AI to try and sell something like ChatGPT. It's AI to actually get the impact. But then you need the demand. And so they try to work on internal consumer demand. And that was the whole like, okay, if we strengthen the currency, we might just have domestic demand. But then I think the reason they did the Belt and Road Initiative was just to get all of those supply chain payment systems, ports, trade routes, partners, and just lock like the rising populations into helping them grow and meet the demand side for consumption. And so I think they looked at like Indonesia, Vietnam, and just these, and then Africa, obviously. And so they looked at all the countries that still have like populations that are on the rise, really good birth rates, and just said, right, let's just really invest into those. And so they got demand for exports and then tried to push. But the only reason they can do that is because they started on this like 20 years ago, because they looked at the demographics and said, we got to do something here. In the West, we haven't got that, like, because the internal demand in the West is based upon our ability to roll over debt. And if everyone's maxed out on their credit cards, that doesn't get solved. And then you have the aging population, you have the collapse in birth rates. Then you just need AI to kind of deal with and a UBI. I don't see how that gets resolved in the West at all. Wait, but if AI reaches a point, let's say in 3, 4, 5, 10 years, where it could fully replace the human and it's embodied in whatever Optimus or something, then immigration, this push for immigration, it just flatlines,
Yeah,
right?
but
They're not gonna.
what about the GDP? Who do you sell product to? Okay, so you get
I mean,
AI
if
to
they're
build it all.
yeah, and the AI, I mean, if they're embodied, they're basically like human. Why can't they just buy their own clothes or something at that point? I mean, just make them.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
what's the economy? That's what I'm saying. China's looking at the growing populations and saying, right, we'll use AI to produce loads of shit, but you still got to sell it to a growing population. Otherwise, your economy collapses. So they're looking at Indonesia and Africa, saying, right, they'll buy all our shit if we can make them wealthy. Like, but they're not going to be buying American stuff. They're going to be buying Chinese stuff, which is why they did the whole Belt and Road stuff. I think because
Mm-mm.
you have to have an economy.
Yeah, I'm saying,
If
won't
you're going
these
to get
AI models?
productive and everyone's broke and no one's buying shit, the whole system collapses.
Well, what's that app that somebody, or that website that was going viral a couple of weeks ago, where somebody like created a website where tons of AI bots just basically have their own forums and they're interacting with each other on their own. Remember this? It was out a few weeks ago. I mean, once these models develop so much and they're embodied, why don't they just will they not just have their own internal economy, purchasing things off each other? I don't see why that's unrealistic. If the goal is to make them as human and as intelligent as possible, why wouldn't they be purchasing their own stuff, make their own like internal economies? Is that out of this world thought? Does that sound like diluted? I don't know.
Let me think about it. It's an interesting thought. So they start actually selling shit to each other, and that
Yeah, I
becomes
mean, if you have an
America's
AI
GDP.
model and
But
it's
then how do
making.
how do how do people benefit from that?
if the AI becomes rich, then you You don't just think that the basically government is going to tax the AI model? If you have an AI model that's doing the work of a human, and it's then I don't know. I think at some point you're going to have to start treating them as human. Okay, that's interesting. So you tax the AI, For and just that like creates. The government's going to figure out how to, the government's not stupid. I mean, once these companies are generating tons of money, the government's going to want to cut too. You tax them, you treat, I mean, if you have a human in a, like a machine that's basically smarter than humans and has a body as well, and it could do everything else, then why wouldn't that be But able to that also purchase the same applies to the things? capitalist model, I guess, as well, because you could build a bot and then you get all the money, or are
Yeah.
they going to start making the money themselves?
I mean, if you have it working like a human 24/7, I would assume that, like, I don't know. I think that these artificial intelligent models, if it gets to the point where it can work a full-time job like a normal human, then it's beyond comprehension at this
But
point how that
how
thing's gonna
do
even operate it.
how do humans earn their money
There'll
then?
be little LLCs, man. Billions of little micro
Everything,
LLCs.
everything supply and demand.
Yeah, how do
Everything's supply and
humans make
demand.
their money under this model, though?
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
if there's demand and someone's able
We
to
become
supply it, there's always a
podcasters.
cost.
We become podcasters discussing which robot is doing a better and more efficient job and how
I
I
it's
think
think
they're just
ruining
gonna have their
our
own
lives.
economies.
podcasters will be disrupted, though, right? AI will create better content than us. Don't you think?
Totally.
Whoa, 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 Sam.
It,
What?
it'll up, hey, it'll
Huh?
upgrade the intelligence of these spaces sometimes, though,
What?
Simon.
Bro, what?
I mean,
No way,
there's going to
bro.
be a benefit
Ain't
to
no
that.
AI taking over. Bro,
Suleiman will be the last one
See,
standing.
bro,
y'all
listen, I'm
notice what
telling you
happens
guys
to
now, this
Sully
not
when
happen.
he gets excited. See, his language does change. The
No, no,
accent gets
Gary, I'm
heavier and
telling
he
you, it's
starts
not gonna
speaking
happen.
in oi,
AI is
oi,
so
oi, oi, oi,
dumb.
oi.
Gary, trust me, AI is so dumb. I'm telling you how dumb AI is, right? You guys, trust me, AI gonna take over. I literally took 4 pictures of 4 people I'm interviewing tomorrow, and I put in all these different AIs, and I was like, okay, make this, blah blah blah. None of them could do it. They are retarded. Like I'm telling you, AI is not gonna be able to do nothing. These guys are not on there. It's just a basic LLM, and even they don't do the LLM part of it right.
Solomon,
It's not going
was one
So
anywhere,
of
do you
your
boys.
do you
videos AI?
so Suleiman, do you think it's just a control grid, yeah? Just a
What do you mean?
CIA op to just
You put a video
just turn
about
a
an hour ago, Solomon. You put a video about
Wait,
Tel
wait,
Aviv,
Zayo,
right?
Zayo, why? What are you doing? We'll come to you in a second. Let me just speak to Simon. Simon, go ahead. I don't know why the Zayos always interrupt. They can't put their hands up. Like I don't get it. Go ahead, Simon.
Because you don't explain to them. Let me
Okay.
explain to you. What's your name? British Jewish boy. Let me tell you, he's brought you up for a commercial break, not to be part of the main focus of the panel. So you have to sit there quietly with your mic mute and your hand up. And when he wants a break, he's going to come to you for just pure entertainment, not to be taken seriously. Great. Thumbs up. Perfect. We understand each other. So just keep your mic mute, put your hand up. Suleiman, there
Yeah,
you
he
go. I've done
explained
your
it.
work
He
for you
explained it
guys.
really well. But the audience isn't meant to know the reason why I bring them up sometimes. You've basically opened the. You went behind the fourth wall there. Anyway, Simon, what were you saying?
I was saying, what do you think AI is just a control grid then, just a
Yeah, yeah. So I'm a big
digital police
believer.
state?
Yeah, yeah. I like jokes aside. Obviously, I was partaking in humor there. But jokes aside, no, I don't think that AI can ever achieve AGI. And so when you look at this race between these various people, whether it's Elon Musk, whether it's Ellison, whether it's Zuckerberg, whether it's Altman or whomever it is, the race exists because they want to be the top guys within AI, because he who controls AI will actually be the most powerful person who can control the LLM or direct it, and whatever the advancements of that model is. I don't think it'll ever get to AGI, so they'll always need that kind of human controller. So I think whoever is there, whoever has control over that model will be the person who's controlling everything.
Yeah, the interesting thing about it though is the best LLMs is when we all run our own LLMs on our own local environment.
Really?
So yeah, I mean it's significantly better than using a control grid. So if we all figure that out, like this is hugely disruptive.
Yeah, we
Like
should do that, Simon.
everyone should just be running their own LLMs. Like that's really important.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, what's that LLM? I'm sorry, can you just, are we saying AI? Sorry, yes.
Yeah, you just run your own AI rather than using ChatGPT or a centralized service. Just like you can own your Bitcoin in your own wallet, you can run your own AI and without any type of middle person.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, British Jew, go ahead. Oh, he had no
He
patience.
left.
Guy couldn't even had no patience at all. He just left. I was ready for my commercial break as well. I
I
was
was
ready
ready
for
as well.
I was ready for my commercial break as well. I wanted to hear what he said. He said something about posting something in an hour.
Oh my God, don't let the side down. Come back up. I
British.
freaking said that you got it and you got the message and everything and you left. Don't be
It's
scared.
fine. It's fine.
It's
I think he was
okay.
gonna.
Come up.
I think he was gonna attack your video. Find like.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see what he's gonna say. Okay, let's go to yeah. Sorry, Simon. Just coming back to you in terms of Oh, why have I pressed this? Yeah, we've got any super chats. Oh, I mentioned that already.
I got a question for
Yeah, go for it.
Simon.
Ask your question.
Yeah, Simon, what do you think's going to happen tomorrow? Because like the things we've talked about is there's going to be a deal that America's going to announce on behalf. These are potential options on the table between America and Iran, and just not really mention Israel. Or there could be a deal that all three have agreed to, or America could just parade the pilot, and then Trump could do his whole "I'm great, I'm magnanimous, and we're victorious, and we're going to go all in." Um, or there could be a kind of insinuation of a deal, and maybe something about we're gonna, like, obviously Israel's desperate for them to put the troops, the American bases in Israel, take them out of the Middle East and put them in Israel. So Trump could announce that. Obviously, it could be that Trump is not even there, Simon. You know what I mean? Wink, wink. Like Trump's not there, and then he's busy elsewhere. So it could be any of these. What do you think? What do you think? Or is there another one?
I think we're still at the escalate to de-escalate, and we need a big Hollywood movie. He needs his. I don't think we're at the announce a deal stage yet. I think we got probably this for the rest of April, maybe a few more weeks. But I don't think we've hit. I think they got to hit it to the point where everyone believes this is World War III and it's about to be the end of the world. And then something will be announced. I think, but maybe that was what was meant to happen. Like I think what we've uncovered that they were meant to do the ground invasion, create the James Bond movie, pretend that the enriched uranium program has been taken, and so maybe that needs to start again. Um, but I don't think tomorrow we're at the stage. I think there's a bit more to go. Be good if we could just get this done tomorrow, because every week is going to be catastrophic additional damage, particularly to the Southeast Asian countries, and like Bangladesh is in trouble. Philippines is in trouble. Vietnam is in trouble. Cuba's literally going through absolute crisis. A couple more weeks, and we're going to have more and more down that path. And I also think there's a big WEF agenda. I think they want to take this to a real pain point. Um, but
Well, ask Joe how far
uh,
they're taking this.
How far are they taking what? Because I want
oh
to I
yeah,
wanted to
the
talk
the
about the
Davos
AI, but
agenda.
I couldn't jump in because there's a lot of um, just I don't think you guys follow it as closely as I do because AI is changing a lot. It will no longer be a language model; it'll be a physical model. If you look at what Bezos is doing and a bunch of other guys, the largest seed round ever into a company just happened. $500 billion into a fund that was just created as well. Um, it won't do what LLMs do, which is basically just figure out what word is the right word to go after the next one, which is what LLMs do. And the people thinking that the robots are coming for your job, it's not robots. America is 80% a service industry country. Out of 170 million people working, that's 136 about million people that's work in services. Um, AI is definitely going to take away at least 10% of those jobs. That's 13 million people in America looking for jobs.
You think
And
only 10%?
no, I think it's higher. I'm saying even just 10%,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
an easy number to
I think it's
understand.
higher.
Yeah, I
I
think
think
it's
it's
higher
higher.
too.
How many
But
how many Ubers are there,
that's
Joe? Like
13 million people in the next 3 years.
if you wipe out all the Uber drivers and replace them with self-driving, how many is that?
I don't know, but a city like Philadelphia probably has anywhere from 6,000 to 8,000 Uber drivers, something around that.
What the hell are the Uber drivers going to do? Honestly, it's really worrying. What are they going to do?
What about the truck drivers in America?
Yeah, it's massive, isn't
What
it?
about what about the restaurant workers, the supermarket
You're
workers?
not going to
Everyone.
see 100% change over to driverless vehicles. It's already happening here where I'm at, Century City, Beverly Hills. You have a company called Waymo, Waymo. They have driverless vehicles that are all over the place, but they also have a lot of accidents. One almost right in front of me, where it got stuck in the intersection on a left-hand turn against the red light. People don't trust them. I would never take a Waymo. I take an Uber with a driver, and we take a black because we get a good car and we get a good driver, and that sort of luxury aspect of this is not going to be replaced by one of Elon's robocars.
Yeah, but Doc, there is like eventually I think humans will understand there when you give up control, that's where the problem comes in. Like we displace um you're much more likely to die in a plane than you are from jumping from a plane. Yet people would assume that jumping from a plane is more dangerous. And the the problem is with self-driving cars, it's already proven that the average human every 10,000 kilometers has an accident. With self-driving, it's every 100,000. So it's ten times safer than a human, except it's going to take a while for people to make that
That's not going to
transition.
convince people to take them. They'll have to
I
be
know, that's what I'm
compelled
saying.
to take them.
It's going to take a while.
Well, yeah, they'll take a big change in the law as well.
Yeah, but I'm not worried about that. I'm more so worried about service industry jobs, not industry, sorry, service jobs like accountants, lawyers, uh, doctors, financial industry, bookkeeper, whatever. That is a large chunk of America's,
Well,
receptionists, for
yeah,
example.
we're receiving, we're already seeing in the legal profession, at least from my perspective, a big change because you don't need paralegals to research or draft motions. The good firms are still going to have them, and the firms that you want defending you and your family will have them. But but the number of jobs that are going to be created for paralegals or even for lawyers is going to get repressed. And we have the licensing board to protect doctors, lawyers, so on and so forth. And they're very powerful politically. So I think while there is some adoption for in certain specialties like radiology, the radiology company I owned around the turn of the century, we were using radiologists in India. But now AI reads films and MRIs much better, much better. So I know that doctors now, orthopedists, neurologists who depend upon the imaging for their surgeries are looking at AI as a replacement for the costs associated with radiologists. So it'll be specialty specific unless it's compelled down the road.
Yeah, Joe, in our company, we've already taken out 90% of KYC is AI now. About 60% of customer service AI. About 80% of code review AI. Like it's
Yeah,
like when you yeah.
we just did an investor report, and we shipped 365% more code this quarter than we did last quarter because we're using AI. Right, so you can see
And the
the
quality is much
increase.
better.
Yeah, and the quality's better with less bugs, faster. The code's not as lean, so you have other problems, but it's still better.
Yeah,
Right.
it's changing that market too. My girlfriend's son is going to graduate and a degree in electrical engineering from a very, very good California university in May. And he's given up the whole coding, profession. He's like, I can't go into that. So he's not quite sure what he's going to do in finance now.
Yeah, and
L, we stand with
Solomon,
the people. People are better than machines.
you were talking about content. I'll give you an example. I set up like I used to kind of be like an influencer on LinkedIn, I guess you would call it. But like 10 years ago when I used to do a lot of consulting and I kind of let it drop off. So I just tested the bot to make its own content, reply to people, everything else, do it by itself without me touching anything whatsoever and doing the research based on current news and everything, and put out 5 posts this week, and I got 12 people writing me asking me if I'm doing consulting. Right, that's a better result than I've ever had to have 12 people ask me. Right, because I have the AI reviewing the content, looking at how people interacted, making sure it gets better. It learns from the results. Like for certain content, not for what you do, but for certain content, you can just have AI run it.
Hey, LinkedIn is run by the worst scientists in the world. Okay. He can,
Yeah, Joa, stop promoting it here. And also, Joa, no, I disagree with you. Humans are better than AI. Guys, don't listen to him. Don't let the machines take over. Joa is behind the machines. He works for Davos. Do not listen to him.
Bro, Solomon, do you ever drive a car?
Yeah, of course I drive a car, Joa.
Okay, is that better a man with a machine than
it's
just
a
a
really
man with
small
just a
car,
machine?
though.
No, actually, I drive a car, but I'm driving it. And I drove a Tesla when I was in America. And I'll be honest with you, it's pretty awesome not to drive because I was like, oh damn, I gotta like flip and I can actually like chill. And then you know what I mean? It was good. But then in the back of my mind, I thought, like, I'm so glad Elon doesn't know I'm in this car because he could murder me. Luckily, it's my friend's car. So I was thinking that while I was chilling out driving. So that's the perils, Joe. Elon could murder me. Look at Simon. He just said to Simon, listen, we don't care what you are, boy. You're not even allowed back in your Tesla.
But Suleiman, would you rather get in a driverless car or Beatrix driving?
Obviously, that's drive. Okay, yeah, you got me. Conceded.
Whatever.
Conceded. Conceded. Conceded immediately. Completely debunked me.
Oh God,
Well,
women drive. Okay,
you
I can't even tell that lie.
you won't need a driver in the bunker. And really, after Khaleesi's staunch defense of you, and with Isaiah as well, just basically warned him off, terrified him. He went running. You need a gatekeeper. You need a major domo. You need someone at the door to answer the knocks because you don't want to be answering those
But
knocks.
Doc, just think about it. If you're in a bunker with Beatrix, just imagine. She'd be like, look
Wouldn't have to
here,
make a
you.
sandwich.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, it would be so
Well,
much
first
fun.
of all,
We'd be having
she won't be
tea.
able to make a sandwich, so that's all out of there, right? And then she'd be like, look here, this bunker, you've not put the cup back in the same place. And I bloody chill, we're in a bunker. Like, oh, bro, there'll be so, oh, bro, this is like, nobody wants that bunker. That robot, okay, take it back. Robot over chicks. Robots over chicks. Okay, I don't mean in that way, obviously. We ain't freaks, but we mean in terms of,
Bada bing.
yeah?
Bish Bash Bosh, the robot, Solomon.
Yes, bish bash
Yeah,
bosh. Yes.
robot over.
Smash the robots has a whole new meaning right now, doesn't
Oh
it?
my God, Doc, what is wrong with you, blood?
What is happening?
What is going on with this space? It's devolved. It's devolved.
Have you seen the stuff coming out of Japan? I mean, it's pretty
Now, I
attractive
don't look at that,
machinery
Doc.
there.
I'm not a
It's
sicko,
these it's
Doc.
these agnostics.
Exactly, Doc. There's something called God. You should realize, and you wouldn't be doing such filthy.
No, I don't believe in God.
That's
I don't
what we're
believe in God.
saying. That's why you believe in this filth. Remove the filth from your mind, Doc.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, I
Joe.
didn't go to
Would an
church this morning.
influencer,
No.
Joe, would an influencer be able to entertain like this? No, it wouldn't. A robot wouldn't do that, Joe.
No, it
Mr.
wouldn't. It
Automation.
wouldn't. But if you taught it how you are, it could get close.
No way could it get close, blood. I'm natural. Like, you don't even know what I'm going to say at any time. You don't know what I'm going to do at any time. Ain't no robot going to be able to mimic that. Maybe to mimic NPCs.
Can AI debunk October the 7th in real time?
Exactly, Simon Dixon.
No, it
Smashed.
couldn't.
Exactly.
And
Well
that's
done.
sad.
Oh my God, brilliant. Humans beat machines again. Terminator 4, the main character, Suleiman Ahmed. We're going to stop Joa and his. What was the name of the place called? I forgot it now.
Davos, right?
No,
Davos.
no. In Terminator, what's the.
Skynet.
Skynet,
Oh, the
yeah. That's it. Jonah, Suleiman is gonna take out Jonah. It's not going down in this world, Joa. Okay, let's get back into the
Did
real.
you say Juna? Sorry, I thought you said
Oh,
Juna.
there's Juniper. Have you seen Black Mirror before, Doc?
No, that's too scary.
Bro, we're living in Black Mirror right now, Doc. We're literally living in Black Mirror right now, Doc.
No, I'm living in a romantic comedy, and the rest of you are just a sad dream
That's
at
true.
Yeah,
night.
That's true. That's true.
Doc lives in Lifetime movies.
Yeah, he does. That's true. That's true. Okay, let's get back into the news. That was a good commercial break. We've been going on for a while. Um, and now we need to get back into the conversation, the real talk, real information, politics. Okay. Okay. Tehran is being bombed quite hard, and we've been saying that for the past 24 hours. The American Zionist regime has been ferociously bombing Tehran. What else we got? Kuwait has been hit. Okay, in the West Bank, settlers are burning houses during the attack on North Valley area of Al Luban Al Sharqiya village, south of Nablus. These Zayos, bro, they never ever stop. They never ever stop. It's like mental deficiency, demonic nature. Okay, let me see what else. Any other breaking news? Yeah, Tehran's really bad, guys. They are bombing it very, very badly. They're just unloading on Tehran right now. Um, what else we got in the news? So, what do we think anyway, guys? What do we think about the theory? Do we think that inevitable? What do you think? Do you think the theory about that this was an attempted ground invasion? People are talking about it now. Larry Johnson saying it. I've seen loads of tweets on X going viral about it now. It's becoming prevalent, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So this was, I think this was an expansion, and certainly quite a bit of it was thwarted. Look, they're not losing all of these aircraft for their own sake, no matter what they say. You know, they're not gonna they're not gonna sacrifice two C-130s and pretty much everything else that they lost just to for the hell of it. Like, that's not happening. And again, my smoking gun has been some of this other aircraft that's been going into Iran, with the purpose of perhaps spreading and lifting assets and repurposing them. We have to remember too, the fighter that went down, he or she went down basically like about 100 miles south of Isfahan. And Isfahan is a suspicious area. However, having a staging area, so to speak, doesn't necessarily translate to, um, I guess, like it doesn't necessarily make it a one stop shop, right? There could be multiple reasons why aircraft comes and goes. And what I noticed too was that there were four helicopters that came along with the backup C-130. And to me, that sort of like denotes that they couldn't take the down pilot from where they initially crashed to Isfahan fully, right? Like they didn't have enough gas for that. And so they were able to refuel at some point, but they also had backups specifically for that occasion. And so I think, just given everything that we know and that we've seen, the first lie that we need to make sure is cleared is that this idea that they purposefully blew up, detonated those C-130s. The second lie is the idea that they made this makeshift airstrip out of nowhere. No, that already existed. That was not some sort of like, makeshift base that they established from just like outright air superiority, as people are saying, right? It was already there. And third is that they were attacked and lost about like 6 or 7 craft for this supposedly successful mission. Fourth is that the craft that was there, being the C-130s, um, and obviously others, we have to make sure we understand that those craft were not simply there to pick up one downed pilot. The purpose of it was much greater than that, as far as the search and rescue is concerned. So
Yeah, the Strike Eagleman Air pilot. We've also got to understand why they were there in the first place. For the F-15E, um, we have to understand what target that they had. Sometimes these fighters are flying low, and are taking these courses not just to necessarily strike a target, but also to pick up information as far as like nodes and pick up reconnaissance. Electronic reconnaissance is something that we're looking at quite a bit. So, yeah, I think just to your theory, Suleimana, look, they're going to try to get a morale boost. I agree with what I think you might have said earlier in terms of the press conference tomorrow. It's just going to be some sort of like victory lap for picking up one guy, and it's going to build morale. Maybe not even for, I guess, like general public, but for the military, which is probably having horrible morale right now. They've really done a strong job at galvanizing those who might have been on the fence or sympathetic to their stances. And if you're in the military, you're probably looking at that rescue mission, and you're not looking into it nearly as much as people on this stage and in the space have been. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's pretty much the purpose of it. I think we're still well on the way for a potential ground incursion, and it's probably going to be within the next 48 hours when the MEU shows up.
Yeah, Simon, I want to ask you a question, which is that we've seen the Israelis bomb hospitals, bomb schools, bomb journalists, bomb first responders, and this was a shock to many of us that this was happening in such a consistent manner. For example, there were war crimes that occurred in 2003, but they were called out, right? And people were demonized for partaking in those war crimes. Now we see the Americans deploying almost similar to the Israeli model. What's your, in terms of they've targeted schools, they've targeted hospitals, they've targeted medical centers, um, they've targeted first responders. What's your thoughts on, like, they're not, what's your thoughts on that and the fact that they're not really caring about some of these ideals that we all had or thought they had?
Yeah, I think it's a myth. I think Israel and America have always been identical, and the British. I think what is being done in Israel is the uncensored version of what Britain and America have always done. I don't think that these are ethically superior armies. I know that we've built a perception of, I just don't see it as the same thing. I think if you look at what happened in Iraq, I think they were just able to hide it. I think if you look at every single genocide that's happened around the world, around the British and American Empire, I think almost all of them, they've been behind. They were just able to control the narrative. I think our armies have invaded countries. I think they've done mass rape. I think they've done horrific crimes against humanity. And I think everything we've seen that Israel does is a reflection of what our armies have always done. That's my personal belief. But they were able to hide it and control the narrative. And I don't think England or America have ever followed international law. I think we've been violating international law. We were just able to control the narrative. So what you are seeing of how America acts now and what we saw of how Israel acts is how we've always acted. That's my perception.
Dago?
Yeah, I look, I want to be clear that I'm not saying anything we did in Iraq was good. I'm not trying to paint that as good at all. However, I do see a shift in like targeting just civilian areas without a problem. Again, want to be clear that I'm not saying Iraq was better, but you just see it. It's in your face. And I think for me, that there were generals who probably were like, I can't be a part of this or something. I think that's another reason why we see some people leaving, because I think they're being told to do things that they've never done before. Because I know
there's reports, we have reports of many of the bad things that we've done, and we've done bad things, like even bombing pharmaceutical facilities in Africa just to, get the Monica Lewinsky thing off of our back, right? So we've done horrendous things, right? But just the capacity of how it's happening now, the way it is, I don't know. I think that there's more to come too, that some people might have even been like, I can't go along with this or whatever. And they're being kind of removed too. But again, this doesn't paint a beautiful picture of American war plans or anything. I want to be very clear when I say that. I mean, Winston Churchill created a famine in Bangladesh, what they did in India. I mean, these serious crimes against humanity, constant. It's never stopped. I think we were just hidden from it, and we were, we have to believe that we were, ethical and superior. But I think it's empire en masse now, and I think they're probably more tame now than they were before, because before they could just get away with it. But I don't think our army and have ever acted with integrity. I mean, I think they're terrorists. That's how I feel. But I've got quite an extreme view. I don't think we were ever defending our countries. I think we were always attacking other countries. I think we were always empire expansion and stealing resources and taking land. And I think the way that what Israel did in Gaza is a good reflection of what we've always done. We just saw it for the first time. Again, I want to be clear that I'm not too far from what you're saying, especially as a Haitian. I'm not too far from what you're saying. I'm just saying that there's a little more of a level up, ramp up that I'm seeing from America, that it's getting even worse. It's getting even more bombastic. I mean, even when you look at what could coincide with this, the way how Trump talks. Okay, yeah, Trump talks like that, right? But there's not enough pushback on it now. But during Iraq, you wouldn't see, Bush would not go, which is a horrible example, right? But he wouldn't go up there, but we obliterated this. I've been looking at these old press conferences. They were kind of relaxed. They were more professional. So I think that the evil has gotten worse. That's what I'm saying, pretty much. Yeah, I think we hid it better before, and I think we were able to hide it better before. And one of the things I do love about Trump, I really do love this about Trump, is that he is showing it as it is, and we get to analyze things as they actually are. And it's like, we know that you're lying. We know that. We know that you even start the narrative with, yes, we're trying to save the Iranian people, and then immediately it gets to, now we're actually just trying to take your oil, and we're going to terrorize you if you don't give it to us, which I like. I'd much rather the world see that than this BS of, oh, we're trying to save the women, we care about women, like all that bullshit. I just think we need empire unmasked right now, and we need to hit the point where I either support terrorism or I'm against terrorism, and I think everyone needs to go through that journey. But I don't think we should pretend that we're doing something that is not very different to what we've been accusing. Every accusation is a confession, and it's time to see the raw truth of how we get our iPhones. Like, how many people die in order for us to have our iPhone. I think people need to know that, and I think we're discovering that. Yeah, I agree. But even still, with his rhetoric, it's just gotten even more evil, because he used to say before, yeah, we're just there to take the oil. Okay, that's one thing, but to be excited about, I mean, I don't even want to repeat his tweet from earlier today. Like, what is that? So the leader of a country, while they can be raw, be themselves, of course, but normalizing this type of excitement for bloodbaths it doesn't sit well with me, and that's why I think the evilness has ramped up. We know Well, I there's think I nothing. think that tweet is a good reflection of how all presidents or leaders speak if they weren't trying to put on a politically correct version. I think that's how they all speak, and I like seeing like a bit of consistency in terms of what they're thinking and what Trump is communicating online. I just think it's easier for us to understand how messed up, like, and we don't need to have this pretense that we were. I just think it's really important. We just every accusation was a confession, and I think the Iran war and the Gaza genocide has highlighted it to the world. And I think we need to wake up and just know that.
Yeah, I agree to that though. Yeah.
Yeah, the mask is off because they don't have time to keep it on. They can't afford, frankly, the pretense. I think it helps them, frankly, to be more to have more candor as they go about their operation. And plus, in this age, I think they understand it's not really relevant anymore what the general public wants or how they react. They're not gonna go. They're not gonna try to like completely insult, I suppose, the population. But as far as attempting to like toe the line of civility or wear the veneer of civility, I think they've completely eschewed that model and have gone for just straight, I guess, candor. And obviously, too, the schizo diplomacy has been an effective method at psychologically screwing, I guess, everybody, really. That's been kind of their go to model.
Sully, on the last video you posted of Tehran getting hit, it looks like at the very start of the video there's a fire and then a second strike right next to it. The second strike looks like a hypersonic strike. Is that what it looks like to you, or somehow the video accelerated?
I didn't look at it in detail. I'll take a look at it in a second, Doc. I will take a look at it, but yeah, I haven't seen it. Let me just give some more information though, just to keep the conversation thread growing. Okay, so this is a post by Adam, and it says that the Chinese have been dumping U.S. Treasuries to levels not seen since 2008 financial crisis. They've halved their holdings from 1.3 trillion dollars to 650 billion. Simon or Joel, what's I mean, I know you mentioned this previously, but is that enough?
Well, I don't think China's trying to crash the American financial system or the dollar. But they have been consistently selling down their treasuries, and they obviously want to get the value for their treasuries. But the bigger story is the repatriation of gold. So it turns out that the biggest contributor to America's exports has been gold. That's wild. I didn't know that until I saw that. So for the last 4 to 5 months, like Trump was talking about deficit, but it was fudging the numbers with exporting gold. So there's been a massive outflow of gold from the west to the east. And China's down to 650 billion. So Japan is way more important than China at the moment in terms of its actual treasury position. You've got Cayman Islands, you've got Japan, you've got UK, and you've got Europe, and all those relationships are effectively being tested to the max. Cayman Island is the hedge funds. Japan is going off on its own path now with increasing rates. UK, that relationship is being tested, and Europe, and then you've got China, who's down to 650 billion. But yeah, I mean, they've been doing a slow unwind and a managed transition.
Hey, Simon,
Interesting.
there's a
I
question
just
I
want
have.
to bring in Ryan into the conversation. Ryan, hope you're doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Just did an interview with Larry Johnson.
Yeah, we love Larry
But
Johnson.
just to build on what Simon was saying, that
Satsuki Katayama, she's the finance minister in Japan. She said they're prepared to take necessary measures on all fronts, talking about selling U.S. bonds. And that is the hot thing here is dumping U.S. treasuries. That's what they're talking about. And when Japanese move slowly, but when they decide something, it comes suddenly and all together. And we're about to reach that moment. She said that on the last day of March. And so that could be coming down the pipe. It's not looking good for the empire.
So, Ryan, what's your thoughts about what happened yesterday?
A lot of things happened yesterday. This rescue mission thing doesn't really add up. It's just, and I got to look into it more before I have any solid conclusions, but the story we're being given doesn't add up. And the counter story doesn't add up. It's like propaganda from both sides. I saw this stupid video going around. It was obviously from Gulf War I. Guys talking about hunting scuds. And they're like, look, it's the captured pilot. No, it's not. It seems like, yeah, there was a pilot that got rescued, but the rescue mission served as cover for a raid, and the raid failed. And a lot of these aircraft got annihilated. C-130s, Blackhawks, an F-16. And that's all in addition. And then an A-10, all in a day, plus the F-15 that started it off. So it's like, well, what was that pilot doing? Why was he such a high-ranking official in an F-15 that far in? What were they aiming at? And it seems like this was supposed to be the air raid, maybe having the MEUs behind it, but it failed so bad they had to pull an audible. You got Trump, and I had to look this up because I didn't believe it. I thought, man, there's no way he wrote this. But he went on Truth Social and said, open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, and threatened them with bridge and power plant day. Like, we're just going to blow up bridges and power plants because they blew up some bridge that was under construction. Whoopie-doo-dah. The president of the United States. And then he said, praise be Allah, just mocking their religion. Just that he's unhinged. We need the 25th Amendment, Section 4. Get rid of him. This guy has lost his mind. The president of the United States should not be calling people crazy fucking bastards and threatening to bomb civilian infrastructure, which is a war crime, by the way. Someone needs to take his Truth Social away. It's like, sir, you don't get to write on this anymore. He's 79. He's senile. There's something wrong with him. And he's surrounded by a bunch of clownish people like Pete Hegseth, who thinks he's going to bring about the return of Jesus. He's an end-timers, dispensationalist Christian weirdo, tattooed and an alcoholic to boot. This is the kind of people he surrounded himself with. A bunch of yes men. And then I guess this wasn't yesterday, but this is since I last talked on here. There's all these firings. Not just Pam Bondi, but like in the Pentagon, there's a bunch of firing. General George, for example. William Green was another one that went down. And it's like, did they get fired or did they resign? And you just didn't want another Joe Kent situation. So you said, no, you're all fired. There's no reason given for the firing yet. In the middle of a war, you're going to fire several of your top brass. Why? Because they're not telling Trump what he wants to hear. And anybody that, is the harbinger of bad news is getting removed. They're like, no, we're winning. We're winning so much you're going to get sick of winning. You need to tell me I'm winning and I'm the best and the greatest and I'm handsome. And, if you don't do that, you're fired. We're in this kind of situation. We have this little debutante that is completely unable to learn the realities of the war. The reality of the war is, guess what? You did not obliterate their air defense systems. You may have blown up some radar, but they're using infrared heat seekers anyway, which I said in the beginning they could do, and that's what they're doing. And they're hitting planes and they're hitting helicopters. And I really don't believe everyone ejected and got away. Like, I don't think, I think they're hiding casualties. And then over on the other front of the war in Lebanon, Israel keeps losing tanks to FPV drones. They don't have any roll cages. It's like, did you not look at the war in the north? How many armored columns do you see on either side anymore? Oh, wait, none, almost, practically zero. And when they do go out, they've got these giant bird cages around them. For what? To stop drones. The Israelis went out there naked, and their tanks are getting blown up. And I think they're having the same problem because you think, hey, sir, we've lost 20 tanks, 30 tanks, 40 tanks. When do you start putting cages or change tactics? they're not allowed to deliver bad news. So they just keep doing the same mistakes, which is fine by me because they're a bunch of terrorists anyway. But in America, I mean, it's not just costing America, it's costing Europe, East Asia, people who are not involved in this conflict. Their economies are getting wrecked. And, too bad for Israel and the Gulf. They're deeply involved. But Europe and Asia and Latin America, they don't need this. But they're going to suffer it too because old fat orange man decided reality is whatever he invents in his mind. And he's, the Mark Levines and stuff are getting in his ears, being like, yeah, you're winning. You took out their Navy, you took out their Air Force, all their communications. They're going to be coming to kiss your ass anytime, sir, blah, blah, blah. And just, it's not true. And they're dumb enough to go in on the ground. We're like a day away now from that final MEU arriving. We'll see. Maybe because of the fiasco of how bad the air raid went, maybe they will put that on pause, I hope. But with these people, they're so retarded. You almost have to side with what's the dumbest thing you could think of for them to do. That's what they're going to do. That's how you predict these things. You're like, well, what would be the dumbest move? Okay, that's what they're going to do.
So, Ryan, you mentioned that there's more casualties and they're hiding it. I guess what people will be asking is, if there are casualties, why would the Iranians not show them?
They do. I mean, they do. But it's like, do you speak Farsi? And it trickles out. And then people just deny them. They go, well, that's just Iranian propaganda.
No,
And
visuals
some
of the
of it
body.
is. Well, there usually ain't visuals. You blow someone up in the air. Same thing with the tanks and stuff. Like Hezbollah is showing the tanks blow up, but they're not going to go in there and get the corpses out or something because it's filmed by a drone. So a drone goes up to the point of impact, and then you know what happened after that. But there's no film after that. There's nobody there. And when you hit someone with ballistic missiles on a base, you're not there with the camera. You just know it hit and see the thing destroyed. And you have pictures of that. So they're admitting all this infrastructure is destroyed, but they're acting like there's no people in it. Now, if they were like soldiers on the ground in a gunfight, I guess you could go film those corpses, but that hasn't happened yet, really. It's mostly all long range fighting and air wars. So they can only show this got destroyed, that got destroyed. Did you think that hotel was empty when that thing blew up on the floor? Probably not. Do you think the C-130 got destroyed, but nobody was on it? Probably not. It's reasonable to say, okay, there's no chance that in all these events combined, there's only like a dozen people died. Nah,
Well,
they're lying, and
C-130s.
they did this before. They lied in the Gulf Wars. They lied in all the. I mean, why not? It's war. It's propaganda. It's part of the strategy, whatever. But thing
I
is, when
guess
you
the
keep
question is,
lying, and
Ryan.
when you do tell the truth, no one's going to believe you.
Yeah, but I guess the question is about the C-130s. We've seen the crash sites, and you just I guess the question people are asking is, where are the bodies if there is somebody who's died?
Well, the bodies would be burnt in there, and they'd be burned. I mean, what happens is the U.S. when a plane goes down, the U.S. will hit it with its own missiles to cover it up.
True. Now,
So
some
they're
people.
not going to go in there fishing for bodies. Like they're dead, they know it, and like it'll come out anyway. Like you can't hide that number of deaths for so long.
True. Another thing people are asking is, they put yesterday, because you weren't here and we were given the news thick and fast, they pulled out one of your tweets and they were asking me to ask you. And it was, you said, first of all, you said that they've got the pilot as a prisoner. And the other thing was, you said special forces are already in Iran and getting caught. So the special forces being in Iran, I think a lot of experts are saying that. But you're saying quite a lot of them have got caught. And if they've got caught again, why
Yeah,
isn't Iran
the
trading them?
CIA put out propaganda saying the prisoner was caught already because they were still trying to rescue him, and then they got him. So I got catfish on that. But I was like, this is super official sources, and it was like, it seems like they got him. And then of course the Iranians. It's not even clear it's the Iranians. It's just dickheads on Twitter keep putting out bullshit for their team, and you see it from both sides, And so, but it seems like both of the pilots of the F-15E that got hit are now safe, but the second one that they rescued is severely wounded, and some of the people on the Black Hawk that scooped him up also got wounded. Now, if he dies of his wounds and they lost all that aircraft, it's just not worth it. But that guy said that whole thing is fishy. That's what I was saying when I first came into space. Like it doesn't add up. There's some missing information there. So I'm still putting a question mark on that whole event, because it's like, for example, the location they have it in, what they don't have enough fuel to go all the way there and back with little birds. So did they refuel them while they're in Iran? That seems very unlikely. Like, what's going on? So I have more questions than answers on this whole rescue mission. It just smells of Jessica Lynch. If you remember the female soldier caught in Iraq, and they had this like gunfight rescue raid stuff. They even made like a TV show about it. And I hooked up with her college roommate and stuff. She just they took her to an Iraqi hospital, and the doctors released her. There was no firefight or anything. The whole thing was made up. It was made for TV stuff. And that's what this whole thing smells like. Now, I don't know that yet, but it just seems very propagandish, if you know what I mean. There's something, it doesn't add up. Why this person's so high ranking, why they were where they were, if that's even where they were. How did you get them out with equipment that doesn't fly that far? Why are all these C-130s and things involved? And I think they were trying to attempt to raid and failed, and their cope is to mask it as, no, this was the rescue operation for this one pilot from the mountain. And I just went over it with Larry, so anyone interested, it's just questions right now. It's like, oh, like maybe there's answers. Maybe someone's like, oh, because da 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 da. I'm like, okay, I'll accept that. I don't know. That's why it just doesn't seem to add up to me. So I'm going to talk to a lot of people and say why they do this, why they do that, and if they have some perfectly rational explanation, fine. But I haven't heard one yet.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think that they were trying to do a raid. I think they were trying to do. If you look at the location as well, it's quite far away from where the original pilot ejected. There's like too many questions.
Right, and it's also like it lines up with all these people getting fired / resigning. Like they did not agree with going in like that because they knew aircraft would get lost, and nobody listened.
Yeah, I agree. And that explains why the early birds were there as well, because they were probably carried in the C-130s, and they were probably trying to basically get into that area, create a base, possibly try and get the uranium, try and blow up the missiles or whatever, and obviously the whole thing just failed. And then the pilot was the secondary
Well, you
mission.
think the PJs would go do the rescue mission, but they're saying SEAL Team 6. I'm like, wait, what? That's not what they're for. It's just it's really sus, as the kids say. It's very fishy,
Yeah, it
as
doesn't make
Gen X
sense.
might
The
say.
whole thing doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
The fact that the fact that for me the bit distance, the fact that it was like what south of Isfahan, or none of the thing makes sense.
No, there's a series of problems, and it works better if I lay them out in bullet points instead of ad lib off the top of my head. But so I'm probably going to write something about it later. But that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah. What's your
I got to post the interview I just did. I just wanted to pop in and talk about the Japanese bonds real fast, and I'll do another drive by in another hour or two.
Cool. I'll see you in a bit.
See you then.
Ryan.
Hey, can I ask a question of Simon real quick, just to
Yeah, of course. Go ahead,
brainstorm
Joe.
this out real quick?
Yeah.
Simon, so my biggest worry has been the allies, right? Like France has already made a decision to look to the east, right, because of the oil. Spain has done what Iran asked for and participated as well. This is allies turning them back on America. Germany, I thought, was going to go with the West, but Germany has requested their gold back from America. But it's not the first time that they've requested the gold. Is that an indication they are turning away from the West? Because my biggest fear is you have a divided Europe between Germany allies and then France and French allies. Do you see what I mean? Where part of France starts to
Yeah.
turn to the east and part of Europe starts turning to the west. and we have Europe like it used to be, where we're at war with each other.
Yeah, my overarching theory has always been that the West is fully captured by the same corporate structure and lobby structure that controls America. And if the Middle East is going to become West Asia, and kind of, China becomes like the most important in the region, the military would be compensated, with Europe and Central and South America to try and escalate war with. And so, if they are creating divide and conquer, and some are going, some are aligning with East, and the West and the rest are going to be vassalized, then it feels like you can, build that strategic tension like they did in the Middle East, and just do it across Europe. Um, so they are setting the game up for that. I always thought that Europe would just fully vassalize into, American corporate interests, and I didn't think you would get some of them that would be aligning eastwards, but it looks like that may actually happen. And
It
so
is happening.
that can,
I mean,
yeah,
France and
yeah, it
Spain is
is, yeah,
definitely doing that.
yeah, yeah. But I think the most important thing for America is to just, I think they just need Mexico for the manufacturing base, and Canada and for the resources, and then Europe can be where the civil unrest campaign and the military can make up for lost profits from losing the Middle East forever war. That's where I think this is going to go.
So you think, wait, so you think they will divide Europe, or they won't?
Yeah, I can't imagine Europe like I think I think it would just get more and more fractured. Um, yeah, I can't see the European Union and the Euro surviving this over the next few years.
Yeah, my hopes was that
But I think
Germany was as good as
Russia.
gold because you wanted to turn east.
Yeah, potentially. But I think you got to. Germany needs to turn nuclear on. Like everyone needs to. Europe has to actually figure out what its energy source is going to be, because it's either going to build windmills and solar panels and go down that route, or it's going to switch on nuclear. But or it's just going to keep buying from America. But I don't think it's feasible for Europe to just put all their hopes in America after this. So I think they're going to be buying a shit ton of renewable stuff from China again, and it's going to go back. It's going to go back to um, climate energy. Not this time for ESG, but this time for national security. And I mean, if UK was really autonomous, then it would figure out what to do with the North Sea. The fact that it's not implies to me that it's a sacrifice mission. And the fact that Germany switched off its nuclear means that Germany's not acting in the interest of Germans. It's just captured.
But
Uh,
that was a
well,
German vote thing, where German citizens voted that they didn't want it.
that will change now. Then
Yeah,
I'm sure that will change after this.
well, yeah, I'd hope so, but they made some kind of
Wait,
law.
who are they captured by? Just corporate interests, like just come like BlackRock and the financial industrial complex and lobbies. I mean, the UK economy, all they do is they just print money and send it to Ukraine, and just figure out another way of not building infrastructure. So they're just propping up the military at the moment. And now, if NATO is all going to 5%, Well, I mean, I think the military is like a pretty smart source of investment considering all the wars happening right now, at least. well, no, I mean it's not. It's not really. When you fund the military companies, they manufacture the war. I don't think wars are natural. I think they're all manufactured. So Gotcha. yeah, I think the deep state manufactures them all. I think they're going to try and get another $1 trillion out of the Russian war. So I mean, don't you think it all started with the 300 kidnapped and then the nuclear bombs getting built? Isn't that kind of risky? I mean, you just had
in
300
Iran.
people.
He took him out of Iran.
Well, it was like both, one after another. I mean, the combination. You know, first you had the Gaza attack, 300 people kidnapped for years, and then Iran's building nuclear bombs. And right after an attack like that, I mean, wouldn't you assume they're probably really nervous and don't want Iran to have nuclear bombs? And they would.
No, I think everyone's seeing that Iran's a very rational actor. The strategic tension by saying for 47 years that Iran is
Why are
2 weeks
they
away from
rational?
a nuke was all narrative.
How is everybody seeing that they're rational actors?
What you
Yeah,
think
well,
what Iran's doing right now is irrational?
can I say something? Ben, they haven't hit a hospital. They haven't hit schools. They haven't hit a bridge. They haven't hit
Yeah, I
civilian
mean they're not
civilian
Gaza.
infrastructures.
They got
Hold on. They haven't done any of that while Israel and America has, and they haven't done any of that for the past 10 years. So when you say, are they being rational? Um, yeah, they're attacking back in kind.
well, that's suicidal if they were to do anything more. It's not
So
rational,
is
it's
it
suicidal.
suicidal for Israel because that's what Israel did and
But that's
America?
No, because
rational, isn't it?
Israel's not in the same position Iran is. Israel is not suicidal because they did it and they
Hold on. You just
Ben, if
said
they
Iran is
no, I'm
suicidal,
saying
but they're rational. Which
if
one?
Iran starts bombing hospitals and schools and all these civilizational structures, that would be suicidal.
Well, but that's rational then.
but
I said they're rational. That's a rational thing to do.
Yeah,
right,
rational
Can
to
I?
not be suicidal. I mean,
but
congrats.
why? So then why is Israel suicidal then by
It's
your
not
definition?
suicidal because look, Israel's not the same as Iran. They have different situation, different circumstances. So they were able to do it, and it's not suicidal. They weren't in that position.
So hold on. When
And
Trump
I
says
don't
when
understand.
Trump says when Trump says we want to take all the oil, you think this is about a nuclear program still?
Well, I mean, I think Trump is just that dog. You know, he's thinking. You know, not even
But have
just.
you? But the entire history of Iran, the entire history from 1953 to today, has always been a story of Iran wanting to use its oil for its own people. And of course, you add a bunch of narrative on top of that. But the entire history has been Western intervention because of the resources that Iran has.
So
Do you still buy into the story?
Iran's not allowed to use its own resources.
No. So I mean, you're not familiar with Iran's history. They
Well, I'm
basically
just
had a
asking you
democracy.
right now, though. Like before you tell me the history, are they allowed
All
to
right.
use their own resources?
No, they've been sanctioned for using their own resources.
What does the sanction mean?
A sanction means
No,
that
I'm
they're not
saying
allowed to trade with anyone.
they're not allowed to trade with anyone else.
No, they're not allowed to trade with anyone apart from a country that's able to ignore American sanctions, which is Russia and China.
No, but they're allowed to use it for their own people.
They're allowed to use it for their
Okay,
own
because that's
people,
what you were saying before. You were saying they're
but you
not
need
even
to
allowed to use their own oil.
but nationalizing oil means you use it for your own people and you sell it abroad,
Okay,
and
so you're
that
mad
makes you
that
a
no
rich
one's
country.
buying their oil.
No, I'm not mad that no one's
Well,
buying their
that's what
oil. I'm
you're
saying
kind of. That's what this is all
why
about.
no. You said I'm mad. I'm not
Sorry,
saying I'm
not
mad.
mad, not mad. That's the wrong word.
Yeah, I'm not mad about anything. I'm saying that America and the West and the British and the American Empire were mad that Iran wanted to use its own oil and have its own democracy. And so they replaced it with a dictator and they made sure that they could never nationalize their
When
oil.
was this?
And once,
What year?
well, the first one was 1953 when
Oh,
the
bro. Oh yeah, dude. It was about the fucking oil, bro. There's mad shit going on at that time. Are you kidding me? You're talking about the oil, bro. The oil's a little small, tiny little factor. You gotta be
what
kidding
you
me with that. No, I'm not. It's been the whole thing. It's not the whole thing, Brit- bro. The whole thing, they were kicking the Jews out. There's fucking wars. Fucking Hold Israel's on, getting hold on, flooded. hold on, hold on, hold on. So Iran has the largest population of Jews in the Middle East outside of Israel, and they're perfectly happy there. But you're not aware of the terrorism that They're Israel not did perfectly in order to happy there, expel all bro. the Jews from the Middle East and put them in Israel. Say that again. Are you not familiar with these operations? Wait, say this again. You're not familiar with all the terrorism that Israel did in order to expel all the Jews from the Middle East and put them in Israel so that they could build an army? I I mean, mean, have you bought into all that shit? to me that's like Candace Owens' story. Well, it's not It's a Candace Owen. You could just
Projection,
look at
bro.
go to Havara agreement. I can give you all Yeah, declassified
Projection.
documents. lots of people have lots of different opinions about what No, happened. these aren't opinions. These are declassified documents.
Yeah.
There's lots of declassified documents. Oh, so you mean the CIA is Why don't making you it put up? out the documents then? Oh, you don't have Sure, them. sure, I can do it. Look
No.
up
No.
Havara agreement. Yeah, put. Why aren't the documents
Ben,
public?
Ben, you're embarrassing yourself, bro. Like this is so like you. Can you even come up with a decent point rather than not even knowing basics? Like if you don't know the basics, you're in the wrong space. You maybe need to learn the basics. I was looking at your profile. No wonder you only had 6 people turn up to a space where you spoke for an hour and a half. Like you got some persistence, bro. If I opened a space and in that entire hour and a half, only 6 people listened, there's probably the same one person who came in and out as well. It wouldn't be great. Let me just quickly read some of these super chats. Mana Gotone says, "Is there a theory that Trump is prolonging conflict to redirect global reliance on U.S.-controlled oil and gas, including strategic interests in Greenland and Venezuela?" Thoughts? Thank you, Suleiman. Joe, I think that's more your position, isn't it? And if you want to expand on that.
What's the position?
Someone else said Cheeto in chief is Portis47. Hashtag for Tuesday 8 p.m. is 4/7. Legacy just saying, oh, they're saying tomorrow is what's tomorrow 4/7? Oh, it's the 7th of April. Oh, so they're saying he's 47 and he's speaking tomorrow at 47. And that's why he's gonna do something big. And what's it gonna be? Ground invasion or peace? This is the question. And then we had another super chat, but it's gone. But thanks for that $9.99 super chat as well. I appreciate it. But it's not coming up the fund for it. But okay, appreciate it. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, look, I was surprised Simon yesterday um, agreed with my position that America wants the strait closed, because that's what I've been saying, and I think they're playing chicken um, with a lot of things. They're trying to keep it closed as long as possible, but they also know that by the 10th they need that thing open, or else they're going to have issues. So you know, I don't know what the play is right now, but like I said, to me, it's the Mar-a-Lago Accords. It's impose sanctions. Make sure you can show that you can impose that you mean it when you impose sanctions. Control trade routes because of that, and then then start to weaken the dollar and use tariffs to make sure people still trade with the dollar in order to keep the U.S. as the global reserve currency. I think that's what they're trying to do. I think they're not going to be very lucky in doing so, but in order to do so, they don't want this straight open just yet. And I think by what we've been seeing, we haven't really seen many attempts to open the strait at all this whole entire time. All we've heard is words, not a single thing to try to open it. Right. Um, so what are they doing? Right. What has been the attempt? There's been none, zero. Right. Shows zero intent to actually open the strait. Have you heard of anything, Solomon, that they've done to try to open the strait?
Just I think slightly more. What the Americans?
Yeah, the Americans.
Yeah, yeah, nothing. He no. Well, Trump put out a tweet saying, "Open the strait, you FMBs."
Yeah, besides tweets, they haven't done jack all, right, to try to open the
They've just
strait.
been bombing. No, no. So they have been bombing the port areas of the Strait of Hormuz and the shores. You know the shores of it of the Strait
Yeah,
of
but
Hormuz
they
to
know
try and
that's not
soften
where
it.
it's coming from.
Sorry.
They know that's not where it's coming from. So what does that do?
I mean, one would think that the reason they did it is because they thought that they're going to be able to take out a lot of Iran's firepower that is on the shores of the strait. But obviously, they didn't realize that the Iranians have maneuverability and flexibility when it comes to that.
Yeah, I just
Anyway,
feel
I'm not.
that.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Anyway, I'm just telling
Yeah,
you because you asked me the question. Yeah.
I just feel that's for show. I think I think he wants to put pressure on the banks. I think he wants to print money to then weaken the dollar. I think he wants to
I
then
think he's
force the
doing
world
it
to
for the
trade with the
banks.
dollar. Yeah, uh,
I
doing it
don't. He's not
for the
putting
banks.
pressure on the banks. He's doing it for the banks.
Well, it depends on. I don't know if he's doing it for the banks, Simon.
Well, the asset managers own all the shares in big oil. There's only a few oil companies. Like this is Operation Warp Speed 2.0. This is strengthening the financial institutions, socializing losses, privatizing
But you
gains,
were saying
wealth
before you
transfer.
thought he wanted the straight. I mean, that was our thing. Is you thought he wanted the straight open. And I was saying no,
No,
he
I
doesn't.
think he works. I
three
think he
weeks ago.
primarily works for those that want a multipolar world and weaken the dollar, which is the financial institutions. I don't think he's trying to strengthen the dollar and fight for the dollar.
No, I don't think he's trying to strengthen the dollar. I think he wants to. I think he wants to eventually, not right now, eventually weaken the dollar. Right. Show that he can. If he says sanctioned, something sanctioned, it is sanctioned for real, not going around the sanctions. Then get Greenland to control all the trading lanes to enforce sanctions as well, so the ghost ships stop traveling around. Have Venezuela in order to control oil prices, so you can try to put more in oil. I do think
That's
Guyana.
strengthening the dollar.
Hold on, I know. I think Guyana is still going to be in play because there's contested territory in Guyana that produce a lot of oil that Venezuela says is theirs. Um, which would increase the oil flow as well. Um, and then use tariffs as he begins to weaken the dollar. Use tariffs um, to enforce that people have to trade with the dollar. That's what I think he's going to do, and he's going to get a major print of cash because of this war. So that's why I think he's trying to force the Fed to print more money. Right?
I
That's
don't
the way I
quite
think.
get the whole strengthening and weakening at the same time. It's one or the other, right?
Well, you have to do. Well, one's going to happen before the other, right? When I say weakening, if he prints more money, that weakens the dollar,
Yeah.
right?
But if he wants to
That,
take over oil and price it in dollar and prop up the petrodollar and prop up the all those dollar, that's going to strengthen the dollar.
yeah, but you after a print, which I think would be a huge print, um, that weakens the dollar more than even if everyone starts buying dollars.
Yeah, no, I mean, but yeah, I think by policy we're either. So I think the financial institutions control America, and I think they want to weaken the dollar and move to multipolarity. I don't think they want to strengthen the dollar, and I don't think they want to force the world onto dollar. I think they want to build alternative parallel financial systems all around the world.
Yeah, I get that. I just think
Yeah.
he's trying to do the opposite. He's trying to do one
Oh
Hail
yeah.
Mary
So you think
to
he's in
save the
charge?
dollar. I think he's trying to save the dollar. I don't think it's just him. I think there's other people who do want
The
to
ne-
save the dollar because it is a system that has worked for
so like
many years. And
the neocons, the Zionists, and that faction of
well,
America.
it's what we've done for the past God knows how many years. When anyone trades outside of our currency, right?
Yeah.
That's all. I mean, for since '77, it's happened 15 times. Where if someone tries to nationalize a resource or tries to trade outside of the dollar, they're dead.
Yeah, I think if that's what Trump was doing, then we'd be moving towards this being a 20-year war and the forever war and slowly building the occupation of Iran and trying to take it over. I don't think this would be a quick
No,
war.
no, you don't have to take, but you don't have to take it over. We didn't do that in other. Not every regime change has resulted in forever wars at all.
Yeah,
I mean, look in
how would you take
Venezuela.
over Iran's?
Look at Nicaragua.
Yeah, but you could, do you reckon if he wants to do that in Iran, would you agree it's got to be a forever war?
Look. Is Libya trading in dollars right now? It
Yeah,
is, right?
that was a destabilization campaign, right? So
Right. And what do you think this was? Because I believe this was a destabilization campaign that went extremely wrong. And that's when Solomon was asking, do you think there's going to be an invasion? I said, no, I think there's going to be a decapitation strike. And then a day later, I didn't think it was going to be the next day, but a day later, there was a decapitation strike. And then they were left with uh, there's a saying I can't say, but they were basically caught out without knowing what to do. And that's why we barely saw any kind of strategy that made any kind of sense or any kind of, strategic thinking from Trump where there was like a line of what we were going to do. It's been all over the place. First, it
But
was
isn't your
regime
claim,
change, then it was oil.
but just to fully understand your point, but aren't you saying that this was his plan to keep the strait open? So that is a plan, and actually, according to you, is effectuating that plan.
No, it was to keep it closed, right? Like there was two things. So I remember I said he's either going to close things off, right? Strangle Iran so it can't get its shipments out and things like that.
Yeah, yeah, I remember.
To continually weaken them, or a decapitation strike,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
And then there was a decapitation strike,
yeah.
okay? And it seems that they really didn't have a strategy after that.
No, but that's the point
I
I'm
think.
talking about. So the bit about they didn't have a strategy after that, isn't your
Mhm.
thesis now with Simon that actually this is a strategy? If you look at it, he actually wants the strait to remain closed. That means everything he's doing is part of that strategy, and it is making sense. But then you're saying he didn't have a strategy, and it's not making sense.
No, because you would have got it the other way if he would have if the decapitation strike would have worked, right? He would have got his wish and everything would have been easier. Now that that didn't work, you have to go to plan B, right?
No, no,
And
I
plan
understand that,
B,
but that's not what I'm asking. So
yeah.
I'm saying in Plan B scenario, forget Plan A. I understand your point about Plan A. In Plan B scenario, you're saying within the Plan B scenario, whatever Trump's doing doesn't make sense. But I'm saying, but then you're also saying that actually what is doing is a plan because and everything as part of that plan is to keep the strait closed because that's actually what he wants. So either it doesn't make
Yes,
sense
but he
or it does
can't
make
keep
sense.
it. No, well, when it comes to the straight, it makes sense. When it comes to what they're going to do with that with Iran, it doesn't make sense. Right? I don't think they
Like
know what
what?
they're doing there.
What thing is he doing that doesn't and isn't directly linked to keeping the strait closed?
I I think they keep doing everything to try to increase the pressure from the people. And you're starting to hear propaganda that certain people are starting, like you're starting to hear on spaces. Yeah, certain Iranians are really getting fed up with this and they're starting to go against the government and blah blah blah. Where's this report coming from? Where are these people getting this information? It's possible, but I don't see any source for that info whatsoever. Is there an increased Suleiman of people going against the IRGC?
No, there isn't.
Right. So where's this propaganda coming from?
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you. There's
Right.
propaganda. I just read it just now about an hour ago. They were talking about the Kurds. Yeah, I agree with you. There is propaganda for that. So
Yeah.
just to understand
Yeah.
your
So they're
point,
still trying to ramp up. They're still trying to increase pressure to get people to go against the government
yeah, yeah, I
to
get
do
that. But
regime change.
again, I just feel like then your point isn't just, and I'll explain to you why. Because your point about Plan B is Trump overarching plan is to keep the strait closed. Tick. He's doing that really well, and he's doing it better than anyone else. Then the secondary plan or the second element of the plan is to cause a regime change as well, and that part of the plan isn't going well. And possibly you're maybe trying to say the third part of the plan is I don't know. You said what about the bombing and all that? You saying that's not going well either, or what?
Yeah, I think that's part of the getting people to go against the government.
Okay, so what you're basically saying is one element of the plan isn't going well because what they're overarchingly trying to do is cause regime change, and that's not succeeding. But the bit
Right.
that's going well is that he actually wants the strait closed, and it's closed.
Yeah, he
Okay,
wants to create pressure.
but then on that bit you're saying he's doing really good, right?
Yeah, and that part he is because
Yeah, but
he's
that's
leaving
a
it
very
closed.
important part, right? According to your plan.
It is an important part.
Yeah, so the important part of your plan he's doing really well.
Yeah, but if he doesn't get the other, okay, well, if he doesn't get the regime change, they're gonna have to go back to strangling. And I think the problem is now that he sees that the Houthis can actually keep it closed, which we'll find out soon enough, to be honest, because he's going to either have to open it by the 10th of April. Either all of Europe is making deals with Iran and turning to the east, or America's opening up the strait.
Why 10th?
Because that's the last shipment to Europe.
What do you mean?
And that the last shipment of oil to Europe is on April 10th,
From where?
right?
From the
They
Strait.
typically get from the strait.
Okay.
They typically right now they were getting about 15 tankers. Typically they get around 50 to 80 a month. Okay. Takes about 20 days to get delivery. Okay. So doing those calculations, rationing the 10th, around the 10th is the last time that they cannot get a ship to come through that strait.
Yeah, okay.
So Europe is going to be forced to make a decision.
Okay. And what decision do you think that Europe will make if the war's still going on in basically 4 days?
If Europe starts trade if by the 10th it's not open, Europe starts trading with the East, Donald Trump's plan to me failed.
Trading with the East, you mean China?
Yeah.
Okay.
China, Russia making deals, getting LNG from Russia, not US, blah, blah,
Okay.
blah.
They're already
What's the
importing more
other?
LNG from Russia already.
Yeah, but the sanctions were removed, right? Temporarily, supposedly.
What's the other option? To trade with America,
Yeah, to trade with America.
which they probably, which is what they'll do. And then,
That's what you think they'll do?
if there's a choice between the East and America, they'll choose America.
I don't know. I have a feeling that you're going to see a rift in Europe. That's what I was talking about with
Oh,
Simon.
you mean okay? You mean some countries will choose America and others will choose East?
Yep, and you'll have a divided Europe,
That makes
which
sense.
will be the biggest story and headline. 2027 coming your way.
Well, the problem is that the countries that are so locked in with Ukraine are probably going to go with America, and the ones that aren't as much are probably going to go for East, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Hungary and Poland going with Russia. Base,
I don't know if
France,
Poland would go with
Italy,
Russia. I don't
Spain.
think Poland would go with Russia, to be honest with you.
Well, it's in their economic interest to do that. They'll get it cheaper from Russia.
But the irrational thing is that UK's got the North Sea and there's also Norway, so no one's acting in their own interest. These are not autonomous governments.
But even the North Sea would.
UK cannot let go of US. That's the problem. Their entire
Yeah, I
defense is
completely
US
agree.
based.
We'll just buy it. I mean, we'll just buy it off America.
But in terms of the North Sea, right? They're gonna that. It's not like you could just take them on the North Sea. Like you need to put the infrastructure in place, which they've not done.
Yeah, I do think Europe will go back to renewable as well. I think they're gonna look for non-oil based and non-LNG based energy, but that's going to take like a decade.
They couldn't take the deficit in energy that it would cost to lose oil and gas and go to alternative.
Portugal runs on all natural several times a year on all renewable, no external.
They don't
And
have the same.
Spain is getting close.
They don't have the same weather in the British Isles.
Yeah, of course. They'll never be able to do it.
Well, nuclear, whatever they need to do, but um, I don't think anyone. I think there's going to be a global shift to non-oil and LNG based investment, like for national security now.
But you need LNG is the transition. Like I had an oil and gas client and they were going all in about 10 years ago on LNG because that was the transitional energy, right? You can't go to all renewables. You need LNG in order to do
Or
so.
nuclear, man. Nuclear kicks ass. Like,
Yeah, it
and
just takes
Germany's
too
got it
long to
as
build.
well.
And so does France.
Yeah, I really think Europe's going to be the big story. It's not even going to be Iran very soon.
What
Yeah.
do you mean?
What do we think of Zero Hedge as a source? I'm looking at a post they just put up that says that I gotta find it again. But to paraphrase it, Iranian mediators are rushing to complete a deal. Iranian mediators. It's the first I understood that they even had such a thing. So it
Yeah,
sounds
Yeah,
their
like
because
both
their
even if it's
Hakeem.
whole
like
their
very
whole thing
Zionist.
on their whole thing on Iran has just been real Western propaganda. I think.
But
Mm.
yeah, they're just full on Zionist. But just on the Europe question, Joanne, just before I ask that, guys, if you're on the X, if you're on the YouTube, make sure you are following the YouTube channel. Make sure you're subscribing to the YouTube channel and make sure you've got your notifications on. As you know, many people on X do not get those notifications because of Elon Musk, even though do have your X notifications on as well, but because they've removed us from the purple section, you won't be aware of the space. So we don't ask for much. It's not that hard. If you put your notifications on, and even on the subscriptions on the YouTube, if you can put your notifications on, that way you'll know when we go live. And make sure you follow the YouTube channel in the nest. It's in the nest, and obviously if you're already on the YouTube, make sure you're subscribed. I believe that there's like always like 30-40% of people, 50% of people who are listening but aren't subscribed. So make sure you are subscribed. That will be awesome.
Hey,
um
Suleiman, you know that whole conversation with Ben earlier, yeah. Like,
yeah.
do you, like do you just think we're at the stage now where it's just not even worth talking to people that don't understand the basics? Like, it
Yeah, that's
just
why I
feels
dropped
like
him.
it's not even worth it anymore, isn't it?
That's why I dropped him. Like sometimes you bring them up for entertainment, and it was just like so low IQ that I was like, this is not even benefiting, right? This is just like not working. So that's why we dropped him. Actually, I'm wrong. 80% of people are subscribed, 20% aren't. So 20% of you are listening, which is probably only like 100 people who aren't subscribed. Make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. If you're on the Twitter, make sure you're also subscribed. That's pretty good, actually. Most people are already subscribed. Legends. Okay, so yeah, make sure you're all following and subscribing. Don't be part of the 20%. Nobody wants to be a nobody. You want to be part of the pack. Um, do you want to say something, Doc? Or are you having your ice cream? Okay, Doc's having his ice cream. Doc's having his ice cream and he's getting lost in it. Joe, what was the last point you made about the what was it again? What was the last point
Europe.
you made
About
about
Europe.
the Europe before we get some more people in?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big story because I think there's going to be a rift between the two, between different countries, and it's really the big story is Germany and France. I think they're going to go in opposite directions, and I really hope they don't.
Why, bro?
But uh, I live in Europe. Why would I
Bro,
want
you
war in
you're
Europe?
abandoning Europe, bro. You're a traitor. You're a traitor, blood.
Well, that last missile in Dubai was right in the neighborhood that I'm in, right? So, you know, the
Exactly,
one
blood. Now
that
you're
hotel.
realizing, isn't it? You might be have your millions, but if a missile
I have
hits you up the backside, you ain't gonna do nothing about it.
I have nowhere safe. Well, supposedly Portugal's good. Portugal's one of the safe places to be if there's World War III. So
Really?
it's in
Why is
it's in
that,
the
bro? I
top
love
five.
Portugal.
It's in the top five safest
Why?
in Europe. It's Switzerland and Portugal.
Why Portugal?
I think just because we're so far out in the ocean and during World War II, we were it was pretty safe here. So I think that's why.
Who's the top five? Isn't I heard Malaysia's in the top five,
Maybe I don't remember all of them, but um, I know in Europe it was just Switzerland and Portugal.
and I heard I'm sure Malaysia, New Zealand. I was looking at this, weren't they in the top five?
Yeah, New Zealand was number one.
Yeah, yeah,
What
yeah.
about Norway?
No, that wasn't on the list.
Because it has to be self-sufficient, isn't it? In terms of um,
Yeah,
like basically, crop and harvesting and
yeah.
various other things. It's like the olden times now, blood. It's not like the new times. It's like olden times now, blood. Simon,
Yeah, it's all
me and you,
touch grass,
bro,
chickens,
bro. Me and you
cows.
gonna Simon. Me and you gonna be struggling like we're nerds. Yeah, they're gonna tell us to do this like, manual stuff. We're gonna be like, bros,
Yeah, no, we're gonna
what
be
we
on
want,
We're gonna need biofuels. That's what we need.
bro. We need.
We're gonna have like
Bro.
a flux capacitator, putting some biofuels in it or something.
I don't know, bro. I'll let you invent that because man, I don't be doing no manual labor. Okay, getting back to the conversation and bro, these guys, where are they taking us to, bro? This is a lesson for all of us. Even if this doesn't end up being as bad as we think it's gonna be, everyone needs to prep for the next one. I know we always say it in the last one, but you need to prep for the next one, bloods, because that might be the last one. Because this might be the last one. Anyway,
It's a massive
Yeah,
education,
but
though, isn't it? Like, think how much we've learned just from analyzing this shit.
oh yeah, for sure.
But Solomon, look at how many things are connected. And look, I've been following since 2012, right? Because of BRICS, right? Crimea was needed because so Russia could connect to the Belt and Road. Then they needed part of Ukraine because they didn't have the water delivery into the island of Crimea in order to have the warm water port function properly. So kind of everyone knew they were going to go there. On top of the fact that U.S. did regime change in the country in order to stop them from getting it. Um, so we knew Russia was going to go back and get it. Damascus, not Damascus, sorry, Syria was always really important because it was one of the major hubs. Um, there was even a paper I mentioned several times called All Roads Lead to Damascus," which is why you had what was it, 6, 7 countries all fighting in Damascus, um, all kind of fighting on different sides in a very strange way because the port was really important. That port's now closed. The Beirut port is now closed. The Gaza port is now closed. The only one left is Haifa. That's not a coincidence that all this stuff happened, right? Because the Levant port is a major power struggle, and the Suez Canal. Um, so now you have Iran blocking blocking the strait because you don't want oil flowing, and you don't want that the Russia, China, Iran access in order to give them um, power over the flow of energy, right? All these things are connected. They're not separate. They're not separate at all, right? And the next thing is going to deliver energy to Europe, right? There's a pipeline going from Iraq, from inside right up, I don't know what you call that little inlet after the Hormuz Strait, but right there's one that they're building that's going to be complete in 2030, and it's semi-operational now, but it doesn't carry as much as going through the Hormuz and going up the Suez Canal. So they were already trying to divert, which was also part of the Belt and Road Initiative. Like there's all this is about transport of energy and has been for over a decade now, right? And all these conflicts, Russia, the Iran, Gaza, it's all about energy flow because to be the superpower, you need to control this. This is the one thing that if you do not have, you are not a superpower, right? And there's a competitor coming up that wants to have his own transport of energy, and America can't afford to have that because then that gives you an opponent to the petrodollar. And America has spent almost the last century fighting anyone who opposes the petrodollar, right? And if you go on my timeline, I've since 1977 showing you every single time we've done regime change, and every single one of them is because of either petrodollar or natural resources they were trying to take away from the US or the US dollar. And we have no other regime changes except for that purpose. So, all this stuff is linked and it's always about what gives you power. And if you're a kid and play any strategy games, number one thing is your flow to your resources. And that's what would be attacked first in order to make you lose. And that's all this is. Except we're playing with real human lives here. That's what's messed up.
Yeah, Joe, it is messed up indeed. Let's go to Dr. Atusa. Go ahead, Dr. Atusa.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Suleiman. Yeah, so I was, just to touch upon this financial and economical discussion, which I'm not an expert, but I feel like it's not, and it's obvious that it's to me the whole financial and economical game that is being played. It's not just Trump. I believe, call it whatever you want, conspiracy or whatever you want. It's the Epstein class, it's the elite class, technocrats, oligarchs, you name it, the big corporations, big pharma, agra. And I don't think it's Trump that's making the decision. Trump is the executor. And that is why when whatever he's, told to do, to pull the strings, etc., if he can get it done, he feels like it reflects on him and he gets upset and then he tweets or goes to through social or whatnot and displays a crazy act. So we can see who he really is, and thank God that we can see who he really is. But aside from that, I wanted to speak on the so-called the rescue mission that resulted in choppers going down, etc., and everybody's really confused about it. And I'm not saying I have the answers for it, but being an Iranian, I do follow certain accounts, not just on X, but on Instagram, and they're mainly Iranian channels from inside of Iran. And I did send you, Soli, I sent you a couple of inboxes with some videos of that situation. They are speaking Farsi, but these are video recorded on people's cell phone on the ground in Iran, in Lorestan, Charbahar, Bakhtiari, etc. And it looks like what it's shown in the multiple videos from different cell phones, from different angles, like meaning like someone is on this perspective and someone else is recording completely on the other side of the mountain, etc. And it looks like, and I'm not, versed with the military terminology, but it looks like there is a bigger aircraft being followed by two smaller aircrafts or helicopters, but it seems like they're connected to the big one, like with some sort of a connecting rope or whatever you want to call it. And
Oh, these are refueling tankers. Yeah.
refilling, awesome. So then there are a couple of guys, Iranian men, on the ground screaming that they're refuelers in Farsi. They're refuelers, shoot them down, and they're speaking to each other. Now, I think I mentioned this on this space before, that people in Doristan, the Bakhtiari people, they have arms because they're hunters, and traditionally they have always had arms and no government goes after their arms, so they have arms, and they're not military people, but they're very good with their weapons. And so one is who's videoing, recording, is telling the other guy, shoot them down, they're refuelers. And then you hear gunshots going at whatever, at the high speed, like from different angles. So that's one video. And then there is another video that is recorded from the same situation, but much closer, almost from like the same, like under the sky that those aircrafts are going by or flying by. And there is this other guy that again is telling, and there is a police car, it's the local police, and there is another guy that it seems like he's standing in the threshold of his house and he's yelling, oh my God, those are American aircrafts. And then the police starts to shoot at those, but obviously they don't have high caliber weapons. They probably have just machine guns, and not machine guns, but like, how do you call it? Like handguns. But they start to shoot at them. Then that's the second video. Then there is another video. No, it's the same thing. Like it's the fueling aircrafts followed by these two smaller crafts. Then there is this other video that again a girl and his dad are in their farm or whatever yard or whatever you want to call it, and the dad has his gun, the Bakhtiari, and the little girl, like maybe 7 8 years old, is saying, dad, shoot them down. And the dad says, go in, and she keeps saying, no, shoot them down, shoot them down. Then there is another video that old guy whose daughter, no, he's not that old, but older gentleman, whose daughter or granddaughter is asking him to shoot it down, is on Iranian national television, the girl and the man, and they're being interviewed. And it is portrayed as as if this guy actually shoot down one of those either choppers or the aircraft, etc. So I just wanted to chime that in. And Soli, I have sent you 3 videos. I'm not sure which ones I sent you, but I don't know if like refueling aircraft go for rescue mission.
Yeah,
In
typically, yeah, actually, they need
Okay.
them because they need to be able to travel such vast distances. And by the way, did you mention the first video was in Chabahar?
Yeah, they're in Charbagh Bakhtiari, which is in Lorestan. They're all the videos are videoing the same aircraft that is refueling these 2 smaller aircraft. So all the videos that I have are exactly the same aircrafts are in the sky and being recorded.
Yeah,
Uh,
and just to be clear, none of those videos have the two C-130s, correct? The really big ones on their own, 2 of them.
no, the ones that I sent you, one is big and the other 2 are
Yeah,
smaller than the big one. So I
yeah,
don't know
yeah,
what kind of
yeah. And
aircraft.
I've seen one of the videos you sent. And so the reason I'm asking that question is that I am, as you guys know, my position on this is,
Uh-oh, I can't hear you.
yeah, no, sorry, I was just looking at the second video. So yeah, I mean, look, my position on this is that I do believe that there was 2 separate operations. So one to is a Bakhtiyari area, which is to get the pilot, and then a separate one to the south of Isfahan, which is about 150 kilometers away from there. So yeah, I mean, I think that just adds to our point, the fact that all those different military planes that they claim were shot down. And remember, they claim their American position is this, just so everybody understands. They're like 2 C-130s got stuck, so they had to get out of there. Then more C-130s went. They're saying like multiple, so they're saying 3 or 4 more went to rescue everyone from those C-130s. So they're literally like 5 or 6 C-130s were in the area. Like in these videos that Dr. Atusa is referring to, you never had a scenario where you saw 5 or 6 C-130s. Do you know what I mean? So this,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So this just this so my yeah. So the I guess this adds to the point that there was 2 separate operations, one primary operation and one secondary operation.
Okay, so then the other video or the picture of that area on the ground that they're like burned out like choppers or aircrafts, like multiple of them. Where do you think that one is? Which operation is that one? Is that the ones that being refueled or is that in
Yeah,
Esfahan?
that's the one in south. That's the one in south of Isfahan. I posted that video as well. Yeah,
Got
that's
it.
the one in the south of Isfahan. That's where they tried to, I believe, where they tried to do the ground invasion. Whereas the other one you sent me,
Mm,
the bottom one with the girl, that's where the pilot was.
okay, okay. And then there is this other theory that US military itself started bombing and destroying their own craft. This is also going around in the Iranian national
Mm.
television. I believe
That's your first
I'm.
video. The first tweet you sent. That's
Mhm.
can you see all the charcoal? They're trying to say that Americans just bombed all that. So they're saying Americans bombed all of that. Then they sent 3 or 4 more C-130s to try and pick up everyone who basically, got out of
Mm,
the C-130.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense that there are 2 different operations going on at the same time.
That's just my
And
view. Obviously, I'm more than open. I'm not saying I'm definitely right. We're just trying to speculate based on what we've seen, but yeah.
yeah, and Isfahan, like you said, is very close to the state of Lorestan.
It is. It's
Um,
about, but it's about like 150 kilometers, and there's no way that
yes.
there's no way that 2 pilots would eject and one would be 150 kilometers away from the other pilot. You know what I mean? And that's the first thing. But the second thing is your videos literally show There's two different locations. It literally proves our point. Why is there that the villagers
Oh,
are shooting at something which is in one location, which is where the original pilot was, and then why is it the wreckage is in a second location?
yeah, it makes sense. But I mean, it makes me feel better if that second operation in Esfahan or near Esfahan was supposedly the grand, the ground invasion. If that was unsuccessful, that actually gives me some hope. If that's the case.
Yeah, yes, I think it's a very good thing because I think the Americans may not may have to think twice about the ground invasion because the first attempt went really badly.
Hmm. And I mean, being an Iranian, I also really worry when someone is so unhinged. A president of the most powerful country on the planet is so unhinged that he's using the F word, and we're gonna bomb your bridges and your power structure. Open the goddamn or freaking or effing straight. Or I mean, he's totally unhinged. And then I saw on, what is it, like, it's an American news channel. I don't recall the name now. And they were saying that some politicians are trying to invoke the 25th Amendment. I'm not sure if anybody has heard about that. Um, or-
Yeah, that's been kicked around a lot, Doctor. A lot of Americans are really had it. They're like, "This has got to stop." And Doc's down there. He knows a lot more about the 25th Amendment, but that's basically where the government has lost their confidence in the president. And how that works with an impeachment is different, but it's basically where Congress acts. And I don't have enough information or knowledge about the 25th Amendment to really speak knowledgeable on it. But basically, it's a recall of the president saying we've lost confidence in his ability.
okay, yeah, thank you, Andrew. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, something really needs to be done about him. He definitely is not competent. He's in our face, like, these are war crimes. And someone needs to stop him. I mean, I think that a part
It's
of,
worse. It's terrorism, doctor. It's
yeah.
terrorism. If someone blew up the Brooklyn Bridge, it would be called terrorism. If someone bombed a school in U.S., it would be called terrorism. Is we
Mhm.
have a president who is spouting out terrorist rhetoric and conducting terrorist action.
Yes, yeah, Joe, yeah, thank you for that. And I think that with him sort of miscalculating the war, I think he really didn't think that Iran is going to block the Strait of Hormuz. And I don't know how many people anticipated that, but I think, as a part of his miscalculation, he's looking at the world's economy is going to be tanked, and he's just now completely losing it. Anyways,
But
Yeah.
doctor, the thing is everyone knew they could block the strait, right? The Houthis did it before, and not that strait, but the other strait. War games show that they could. Like, there is no way that the U.S. president didn't know that Iran couldn't block the strait. Like, absolutely no way he wouldn't know. Right? That's why I keep saying he wanted the strait closed, because why would you attack knowing that they could close the strait? Right? That, like,
yeah.
America hasn't even stopped the Houthis, right? And I mean,
Hmm.
and that should be much easier to do.
Well, the answer to that, Joa, is that unreasonably he thought that this would be over in 2 days with a regime change.
Right? Exactly.
Hey, Joe, can I ask? Hey, Doc, there you are. The 25th Amendment. I know it's got sections in it, but basically, isn't it basically they declare Congress declares with a vote or whatever it is, 2/3, whatever, that the president
No,
is incompetent.
it gives the power of the cabinet to make two decisions. One is that the president is not capable of carrying out his duties because of incompetence or disability. But it requires a vote of the cabinet, not Congress. But you're never going to get that. It's never going to happen unless everyone in his cabinet legitimately believes that his conduct is reflexive of a debilitating condition, and that's not the
Does it have
case
to be
here.
unanimous, Doc?
Um, I have to go check, but yeah, I think it is unanimous. But I won't. I haven't read it in a while, but yeah, it is Section 4, I think, of the 25th Amendment. I think Ryan
Well,
Dawson mentioned it earlier. Yeah.
well, knowing his cabinet, they're probably not going
No,
to do
that's
that.
why they're picked, right? Because someone like Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, who lived next door to Epstein for I don't know a decade, who's basically running Trump and ran that tariff, grift, bet on the fact that tariffs would fail, and made hundreds of millions apparently. No, they're never going to vote Trump out of office. They're his minders in some regards.
For sure. Now I land with this, but I know that we haven't really talked much about this, but and it's a kind of a bit of a tangent, but it is about this matter, this issue. Um, there was a wise um, r- historian in Iran, going back to like basically he published his writings that were like going around like for the last like I don't know 50, 60 years. Like he predicted events, and a lot of the predicted events actually happened. So one of his last predictions in the final chapter of his book was that and everybody talked about this even when I was a child in Iran growing up, that the third world war, I mean, I will say God forbid, but the third world war starts from Iran. But it does end with Iran regaining its regional power and becoming a very powerful force.
Are you talking about Albert Pike?
The guy that I'm talking about, he was Iranian. So who is Albert Pike? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
No, then it's not Albert Pike because he was an Iranian.
You're right, but
I don't believe it was. I don't believe Albert Pike is Iranian,
no,
but
no, he's not.
the Albert Pike story isn't true, although it's widely believed. It's almost like a urban myth, almost.
Okay, no, I
Um,
was Iranian, like totally Persian, like and like I said, I heard about this in Iran growing up, and this was no war was going on, and everything was very stable, etc., etc. No, this guy was Iranian. I just asked you who was Albert Pike because I've never heard about him. But when I left Iran, now this is sharing something very personal and private that only a handful of people know in my life. Um, in my adult life, starting at the age of 19, I have had prophetic dreams, and they all happen. I don't know when they happen, I don't know the time, but I even had a dream about September 11. Whatever, however way you want to think about how it happens and why it happened. 7 years prior to the event, in my dream, I didn't know what those towers were, where they were, and why the planes are going in them, and why all the bodies are falling off the building. This is my dream, actually. 7 years before, in 1994, I had that dream. That's one of my dreams. So I've had several. But when I was 19 is when I left Iran to come to US to pursue my studies, etc. And I was in Belgium with my mom and my brother, and that's where I had my first dream. I don't know if it's prophetic, but that was really not a good dream. I think I saw something like a nuclear catastrophe on the planet at the scale that is unimaginable. So, anyways, I just wanted to share that because we kind of look at this situation, which worries me because of other spiritual, realms that obviously this space doesn't talk about or think about. But I'm very pragmatic. I'm a very realistic person. But in the background, in my psyche, there is always that those dreams and predictions by that also Iranian philosopher, writer, etc. So it worries me. It worries me, and I don't know what are the possibilities of a nuclear incident or a nuclear third war. But looking at the kind of politicians that we have, um, especially in the US, especially Trump, I think anything is possible. I land with that.
Thanks for that, Dr. Tusa. Let's go to Spidey Cell. Spidey Cell, jump in.
Hey, can I just say to the doctor before she goes that thanks for the follow. I followed you back. It was very interesting to hear what you had to say. And as a Persian living nearby, I'd love to sit down and talk to you sometime about your experience in Persia.
I would love that. Absolutely. Especially in these times, finding people that are like minded, especially Iranian people that are like minded, especially in California and LA and Orange County, is really an interesting situation. So I would love to hear from you, Doc, for sure.
Nice one,
G'day,
Doc.
guys.
Let's go to
Yes,
Spidey Cell.
yes, thanks, Sully. I had a two-part question. One would be more economical, and particularly, I'd love to hear Simon and Joa's answer to this, and the other one will be for Mr. Inevitable, more military-based. Simon, Joa, pardon my ignorance, but after addition, I'm pretty much that's where I'm capped mathematically. In terms of in the in the future or in the possibility that the US dollar does contract and it's no longer there's no longer any more petrodollars, what does that mean for, let's say, any other country that uses dollars? I'll use Australia, Japan, any other country, Philippines, Thailand. What does that mean for the average citizen? Does the country just then switch to whatever currency is there, or does that crash our economy as well? I just don't understand how that works. If you guys can please shed some light on that.
Yes, so there's a few things. There's what your country holds its reserves in, and the reason that the price of gold is going through the roof is because people are converting their US treasuries to gold at the country's sovereign level. And so dollars is still the number one currency that countries hold as a world reserve asset. Gold is the largest asset now that overtook US treasuries. And then further down, you have euros, and then if you're trading with China, you have yuan, and you go further down the chain. But yeah, if your country makes wrong decisions in terms of what asset they hold their reserves in, then it can be very detrimental to the country. The interesting thing is most central banks use BlackRock's Aladdin technology. And so BlackRock gets so much influence because many of the central banks use it in managing different scenarios. And so BlackRock can push out a scenario on Aladdin, and central banks and sovereign wealth funds and pension funds adjust accordingly. So you'd imagine that BlackRock would get your country prepared if they're using Aladdin. And so I don't see it as a major issue. But yeah, if the dollar is weakening, then it just means that effectively America is more and more likely, as the dollar weakens, they're more and more likely to build a manufacturing base, and then they can make their exports cheaper. And if your currency is strengthening, then you end up purchasing goods from America, and so it's just a whole balance of trade. This is where I think people get things wrong. People think like the collapse of the dollar collapses everything. It doesn't. It can break things. It can cause disasters for those that aren't hedged. But it actually just pushes capital outflows, and countries just adjust to the new reality.
And
Um,
and
Yeah.
And the current situation is worse because if you look at the dollar, it's lost 99% of its value since 1975, right? So you basically have had the destruction of your country's wealth so that America can keep borrowing. And basically, it takes dollars out of your wealth and every other country's wealth who's holding dollars, which they're forced to because of the petrodollar. So eventually, yeah, short term pain, long term gain for countries. They'll be more sovereign, to be honest.
Thank you for that. And is there can the US like renege on its bonds by any chance? For let's say Japan, as Ryan was saying earlier, they're looking to sell the bonds. Can the US renege on that? And if it does that pretty much put an end to their economy?
Can they? Yeah. So what America has historically done is they changed the terms. So in 71, they removed the convertibility of dollars into gold, and that was effectively a default. And then then they assassinated King Faisal, forced the petrodollar after the Yom Kippur War in 73. That puts us on the currency standard that we effectively ended up on. Um, and yeah, so what was the question again? Sorry, on that.
It
So,
was just a
oh, can
renege.
they default?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be a disaster if America just defaults on its debt. What it's way more likely to do is monetize its debt, which means they just try and inflate it away so that it becomes worth less and less and less. The dollar just becomes worth less and less and less. And then eventually you end up selling your treasuries and converting them to gold. Like that's what I think. I think we're in the debt monetization phase now. So I don't see them defaulting. I think they'll just inflate away the value and then people start selling. And that's why I think gold's going through the roof. And I think that's why it's still got a lot further to go.
Lovely. Thank you for that. Now, another question for Mr. Inevitable. Have you have you ascertained what was used to bring down those aircrafts last night or yesterday? Was it manpads? Because my all I'm seeing is that it was manpads. No one's saying what type of air defense it was. Do you have any idea what was used?
Yeah, I think it's been a part of a super complex network of passive surveillance. They've got a wide area network of passive surveillance, and they integrate phased array of radars and really like a lot of passive receivers. And I'm talking about nodes. It's not just like cell towers, but it's like literal nodes that they set up across like cities and even countrysides. And there was a document that released that kind of talks about that too in greater detail. But they use both urban and rural infrastructure to set up these nodes. And this is a multi-layered sort of policy to disperse a wide sector, a cross-sector, wide-scale operational system that allows for, of course, detection. Like it's for identification and maintenance and use of launch positions. The reason why that's important is because if you just put out a SHORAD, right? And you just point it to like a random area in the sky and think that you're going to do that 50,000 times or 500 times, and you'll just be lucky enough to find an F-35, then you're just not, that's just not what they're doing, right? They're not just happening to come across these fighters. These fighters aren't just falling into the wrong path. They're moving them. These are mobile, especially like man pads as well, SHORADs, anything that they can use, especially the Majids. I think the Majid 2 is likely the most likely system that's been used because of, well, several reasons, but I think just to be short with it, the Majids are going to be able to send off the 380s. And the 380 missile has this capability of, okay, so they catch it with passive infrared, right? And if you're an F-15E, that's kind of easy, right? The stealth fighters are usually harder to detect, like the F-35 especially, but they're using that too. And the reason why I think, well, the thing that they're doing now when they catch the F-15E, for example, is the Majid sends off the missile when it detects the heat signature,
It's passive, so the radar systems can't necessarily interpret or intercept them, or say, hey, let's steer clear, yada yada yada. You only really find out once they launch, because you get the heat from the missile that's being sent off. And what's going on is there are some more advanced methods from the aircraft, the U.S. aircraft, of attempting to avoid. They usually drop flares, for example, so that they can sort of like trick the missile, if you will, to hit the wrong target. But the missiles that they're sending have this capability of detecting the shape, the 3D shape of their target, being the plane. And so when they get into close enough proximity, they actually just like detonate, and then they detonate close enough to where the shrapnel often is enough to take the plane down. That is what has hit F-35s. That is what has hit multiple F-35s more than they report. And particular in the case of the F-15E, I believe it was the 380 as well. It could have been the 358 loitering missile, but the thing is, it's a little bit, it's not as destructive. And so I think, just given that, again, given that this F-15E was flying low enough and was going through, pathways, they were deep into the country as well, relatively. I think they were about like roughly 200 to 300 miles from the shore when this took place in Khuzestan province. When that takedown took place, I think it was like 300 to 400 miles from the shore. So chances are, we already know, okay, well, they more than likely saw it from their early warning. They have the phased array Gadir for that purpose. And even though Israel and America have targeted these phased array Gadirs, that's just the head of the snake, right? It's not just because you take out one node doesn't mean the others that you've set up all over the country aren't still working. So again, they've more than likely had early warning detection. And then from there, it's just a matter of placing the right position, and they can do that literally autonomously. They just autonomously, from the moment that they detect a fighter, say, all right, well, let's move into positions based off of the course trajectory that, they have algorithms doing that literally. And the US and China and I mean, most countries with an advanced military or next generation detection systems have this anyway. So I guess, just to put a bow on it, or put a lid on it, I would say, yeah, they more than likely use the Majid 2s. I think that that's what they'll come out. Now they are saying that they used some brand new detection system, but
Correct. That's what I read.
um,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
a
yeah.
new integrated um, homegrown air defense, but I just don't know enough about it.
That's what it is. It's the passive coherent location. And by the way, there's this like September 10. I don't know if you've heard about that, but the September 10, that's like something that they rolled out specifically for this purpose of passive detection. That's something that they rolled out about a few years ago. They didn't really use it that much, like September 10, 10th Charivar. And then there's this other radar, the Aliyam passive radar. But both are fully passive. There's no signals of their own. The reason why that's important is because these stealth fighters, and really just fighters in general, any advanced aircraft from the U.S. and Israel, they're looking for, obviously, not to. They're not trying to, get picked up by, any sort of systems, if they can help it, right? Like, if they emit any signals, if these systems emit any signals, then they'll either be taken out or they'll be avoided by these fighters. So these passive systems, like the September 10th and the Aliyam passive radar, don't emit any, and they're produced specifically to track like hundreds of targets simultaneously using commercial broadcast systems. So they're able to demonstrate like a detection range of, I think, a few hundred kilometers. So by the time, some of these fighters get into the country, they're more than likely already like detected and picked up, and they're supported by, again, that wide area, which is why I think they've excused themselves to target civilian infrastructure, and why they would literally hit whatever they want, bridges, cell towers, whatever they want, because they consider it fair game. Any communications, wide area network, I guess you can say central hubs or repositories, the US and Israel consider it fair game, and they've been hitting them nonstop. Um, and yeah, that's been it, though. So I would say look into the September 10 and the Aliyam passive radar. I believe that's exactly what they're talking about, but they're not naming it because, well, I don't think they don't really need to. I think everybody, well,
Yeah.
Israel knows, America knows as well. Go ahead, sorry. No, yeah, I'll definitely dive into that. Thanks for that. And furthermore, the funniest part of this is just coming from a layman perspective. Why I know that the H-130 was hit, and the ridiculous story that the US, oh, they landed the plane and they hit it again. All you've got to look at is the propellers. The propellers are bent. That indicates all propellers are bent. That indicates a crash landing. That doesn't indicate a missile strike.
You're
And there's
absolutely right.
that is all you need to see, and this is coming from a non-military layman person like me. I could look at it and say, okay, well, that definitely crash landed. Those propellers have all been bent, not one, all of them been bent. That's a crash landing of the HC-130, along with you see also that you see on the fuselage of the choppers. There's a lot of shrapnel. That's not from a missile. That's from an airburst. Something's hit that again. So hence why it just makes the US look like absolute amateurs with these ridiculous notions that, oh, we landed them and then destroyed them ourselves. That's my
I guess
opinion
my
on
my
that.
quandary honestly is because I'm just gonna say I'm fully of the belief that Iran has an extensive nationwide border, basically nationwide passive detection system that is able to. It's so important. It's literally It's multimodal. Like they're forming 3D models out of any inordinate stealth. And when you look into like the shadow effect that fighters create and that forward scatter effect, basically it's almost like flying, a shadowy visage of a fighter through a sea of light. It's like, okay, yeah, there's a lot of noise, and yeah, there's like billions or really millions of things that we're picking up, but what the hell is this anomaly? And so that anomaly, being a fighter, they're catching it early. So my question then becomes, it begs the question, why is Iran allowing A-10s and C-130s and super slow? I don't want to call them dinosaurs, but they kind of in some cases are. Why is Iran allowing them, I guess, into the country, and allowing them to get so far, like the C-17 Globemaster and refueling tanks like the KC-135, and just why, right? And so I have two theories, and I'll be quick with them. It basically say it in one sentence. Either one, Iran is monitoring and allowing them to continue to make their inroads. They're allowing the sorties to continue with the fighters, and in turn, they're gaining intelligence on their part. They're getting more and more information, and it's also probably just like psychological warfare too. Like they're kind of baiting them in, and we've kind of seen that somewhat have some merit to this theory because of how many aircraft were destroyed yesterday. Look, the U.S. doesn't go into operations in any fashion whatsoever to lose half a dozen aircraft in in basically 24 hours. All right, that's never the plan. All right, and anybody telling you that is a complete shill. But that's like theory one, is that Iran's kind of allowing it and baiting them in, roping them in. My theory two is basically the US is employing a significant electronic warfare umbrella where they're able to basically just block off visibility and detection from these passive detection nodes over a span of like hundreds of miles, depending on where they point. And that's a significant feat that they've touted before, and there are aircraft in the region that allegedly can do exactly that. But it's really tough because you can't guarantee 100%, like stealth or even just like a signal jamming or detection jamming or anything of that sort, right? So it's tough, right? I think it's
Well,
a mixture.
I'd say the silence of CENTCOM and the Pentagon indicates that option one was what happened. That's what I would
Very
say.
well could be. I think, and I am kind of speaking from a Chinese perspective only because there's so much attention on the electronic warfare capabilities of the US, at least from the China side. Like we're literally I've been up for like quite a while. I've been up for like 24 hours. And I've talked to like legit, like, I don't know, like half a dozen people so far. And so much of it has been about electronic warfare and the specifically the EA 37Bs, for example. Those are like the thing, basically. Those are like, all right, where are they? What are they doing? Is there any evidence that they're there? Why?
but then they bring in that CIA plane as well. The Growler too. That's another one, the standoff electronic attack plane as well. But then they bring in that CIA plane about like 12 hours ago or more. I think it was a little longer than that. And that CIA plane is it's like, okay, well, that's literally not for search and rescue. Like, that's not the first priority. The first priority is to plant special operations or to repurpose and move them around, as well as any sort of, like, I guess you can say, material or delivery, yeah, I guess deliverables that you want to provide. That's what it's for. And it's built like a literal normie plane. It's like a literal 1970s looking plane, and it's extremely advanced, or incredibly advanced. It's a special operations plane. Usually, when you see any association with it, it's in Latin American countries, because the U.S. likes to use it for covert operations. And you really wouldn't want to put it anywhere that has anywhere near the striking capability of Iran, right?
Mm.
So what's keeping them there? I think it's they may be being protected through EW purposes, but we'll see. I think we'll know more with time.
Just some more news that's coming out. Obviously, this is from Axios, so obviously it's probably fake news, but this is the Israeli position if they're relaying this information. And Axios are claiming that mediators are discussing a 45-day ceasefire. Mediators are discussing with the parties the terms of the two-phase deal. The first phase would be a potential 45-day ceasefire during which a permanent end to the war would be negotiated. So that's according to Axios. As you know, Axios is basically the arm of the Israeli government, but it's worth considering and taking into consideration. Okay, let's go to
Yeah.
Can I
yeah, go
can I
ahead.
say
Absolutely. Can I
something on
ask
that
you?
real quick?
Yeah,
Sorry.
let's Uncommon. Go ahead.
I just well, that specific piece was actually what I wanted to come back up here for. So, you're right that the reporter on that is Israeli, Barak Ravid. I actually pulled it up. I have to pay to read the whole thing, but I'm not going to read the whole thing. But if you actually, because you do see a lot of it going around Twitter, and it's saying like, "Oh, there's a potential for a deal," but if you read what it actually says, it says why it matters. The source said the chances for reaching a partial deal over the next 48 hours are slim, but this last ditch effort is the only chance to prevent a dramatic escalation in the war that will include massive strikes, yada yada yada. But basically, I don't. What is the point of saying there could be a deal, but the chances are, I don't know. Like, I think most people are reading the headline. Of course, the headline is going around. Axios is reporting of a potential 45-day ceasefire, and that's all you're seeing on Twitter. But if you actually read the bones of the start, it doesn't sound like it's very realistic.
Yeah, I agree.
And then there was one other thing. This is also news related. If you have you guys seen this, or maybe solely if you want to look through it and then read, or I can message it to you. Did you see this account finance lot? It's speculation. It doesn't look
Yeah,
like
he got that from our space.
okay. The one about it being a fake cover story. You guys, if you guys have already gone over it, you've gone over it. But basically,
No,
that's
no, I saw his tweet, and what I'm saying is, his position is what is my position, which I relayed on the space, like I think at the start of the space, and then I think I posted some elements of it out, and then obviously I don't mind it, I love it, but I'm just saying that a lot of people then just kind of restate that position, if that makes sense.
yeah. No problem. I just want to make sure it was gone over. All right,
Yeah, yeah, it is.
continue
So
on.
basically, what that is what we've been discussing, guys, which is that it was really a ground invasion to acquire the nuclear enriched uranium. And this is what
Absolutely.
this is why I explained
Sorry.
to you,
Sorry.
like everybody listens to this is why these spaces are so important. Everybody listens to them, everyone relays the information. You're getting hundreds of millions, if not billions, of views, not just from us, but from people who listen to us and then relay the information. And that's why these spaces are very important. It's important that we continue to relay the information on these spaces, and make sure you've got all your notifications on the YouTube, on the X, or you won't know that we're going live. So make sure you do that. That tweet's in the nest and it's pinned in the YouTube comments. So make sure you're doing that. Okay, let's go to RT. RT, you've been waiting for a while. Go ahead, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much. Very interesting space. I popped in here a few times, but always interesting to hear different perspectives. Um, I had raised my hand a little while ago, so this might be kind of backtracking a little bit, but just wanted to touch on the fact that I know you had mentioned
the United States and bombing hospitals and bombing bridges, Trump's tweet about bombing bridges and infrastructure that affects civilians, which his tweet was totally unhinged, completely insane. I really hope he does not do that because the Iranian people do not need to suffer as a result of this war. Um, but given that, what do we think about the fact that Iran, if Israel doesn't have the Iron Dome, I mean, they are targeting civilian populations. They hit a school in Kiryat Shmona, and they are targeting all civilian populations as well as Muslim sites, Jewish sites, Christian sites across the country. So I'm just curious, like how do we, you know, I'm not saying that gives an excuse for the United States to do what they're doing, um, but does that look like an uneven war, or how do we feel about that?
Okay, shall we start with the beginning? What's your thoughts on the fact that Israel has murdered?
I'm just going to ask my question and would love an answer to it.
Yeah, yeah.
I
And the
don't you don't have to answer my question with a question. I'm just asking
oh yeah, okay. The
if
reason you don't
Israel
want me
didn't
to,
have the
I'll
Iron
answer your question.
Dome.
Don't worry. I'll answer your question. The reason you don't want me to is because
No, I want you to answer my
you. Now
question.
I'm gonna answer your question, but I'm to let my audience know the reason you're not gonna. The reason why that I was about to ask that question was because you're a Zionist. You haven't mentioned Israel because Israel has committed so many atrocities, directly murdered children with assassinations, directly murdered civilians.
Yeah, Hamas did that to Israel
One
too. I'm
second.
not
I'm
saying any
answering
of
your
that
question.
is
I'm answering your
right. I'm
question.
not I'm not
Don't worry. I'm
saying
answering
any
your
of that is
question.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't agree with war, and I don't think any of that is right. I'm just
Yeah,
asking what we
so I'll
think
answer your
about that
question. I'm
situation.
gonna answer your question because it's all linked, and I'll explain to you why. So
I mean,
Israel,
you're
because
talking
I'm
about
you
YouTube owned by Zionist Jews, and you're directing people to it. So what are you
wait one
talking
second.
about?
Wait, I've got no issue with Jews, but in terms of Zionists, yeah, I've
But
got a
it's owned
problem.
by Zionist Jews, right?
Well, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
So
because you guys
okay,
control. Yeah,
you're
Zionist Jews
supporting that.
control everything. It's true. They control X as well. Like, there's nothing we could do. There's no platform that's not controlled by them.
I thought Elon Musk controls X.
Elon is a Zionist and he's Jewish.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
He's 100% not Jewish.
He's 100% is.
He is absolutely not Jewish.
He is.
He is
His
not. I
father
mean,
said.
by fact, he's not Jewish.
His father said that he
You,
is his.
having your father Jewish does not make you Jewish, and he's not Jewish.
Ah, okay, because you believe in the maternal. But anyway, he's got Jewish blood, but obviously you guys, it's all about the maternal for you guys, right? Anyway, let's go
It
back
But
into your
again, it doesn't
question.
matter if you're Jewish. I
I'm gonna
thought you
answer your
don't care
question.
if
Don't
you
worry. This
like
is, by the
Jews.
way, just for the audience. This is a person who works for the Wall Street Journal. Just so you understand, I used to
I
work for the
don't work
Wall.
for the Wall Street Journal.
It says former Wall
I
Street Journal,
did.
former Time.
I
Okay.
formerly.
Exactly. So you used to work for the Wall Street Journal. So you work for the mainstream media. This is the psychology of the mainstream media, just so you know. They basically cover the crimes of Israel. They
I
cover the
also worked on
crimes
the
of
business side. I'm not a
Zionism. They cover
journalist.
the crimes of all of the atrocities they do, including murdering women and children and everything. But let me answer your question because I don't want you to think that I'm not ignoring your question because I think your question should be answered. So you're talking about Israel and the Iron Dome, right? So Iran's strikes on Israel, it didn't happen where one day Iran woke up and said, let me strike Israel. I wonder if it's fun to strike Israel. Nay, that didn't happen. And this is the mainstream media, the way they manipulate things. So this is a good example. This woman is a good example of it. This is how they control things. So it's interesting that she answered that because in reality, Iran didn't think, one day, let me just bomb Israel. No. Her country decided to bomb
I
Iran.
live in the United States and I'm American.
Yeah, okay.
Hence the Wall Street Journal, which is based in New York.
Are you Jewish?
Does it matter?
Okay, cool. So you got the right to return. Have you got family who lives in Israel?
No.
What about grandparents?
Nope.
Okay, cool. So you got no links to Israel whatsoever.
I have no family in Israel.
You just got the right to return.
I don't have anything. I am an American.
Okay, so you don't know what the right to return is. So the right to return is
That's
that
not the
just
question.
no,
Just
no,
let's
but
focus on the question. I don't. Who
no,
cares
you're
about
the
the
one who
right of return? I
interrupted.
don't even know
You're
what
the
you're
one who
talking about.
interrupted. Well, listen, you're the one who interrupted. I was speaking, you interrupted and said, I'm not, I'm American. And I'm saying you got the right to return. Right to
Right to
return
return
is
where?
a. Do you want to not interrupt? I'm going to explain because you keep asking questions, and whenever I
You're
answer
not
them, you
even
interrupt
answering
again.
the question. You're talking about
Mute her
birthright.
ass.
You're literally talking about Jewish birthright. Like, this is
Oh, so you
nothing
know
to
what
do
it
with the
is. You know what it
question.
is. So you're playing dumb. Oh, you're playing dumb. Okay. So you basically have right to return. So you know what it
Right to
is.
return where? I am an American. I live in America.
He's running a propaganda. Just mute her and speak, please.
Yeah,
Totally.
you're right. She's a good point, Gorilla. Okay, so you can see she interrupted me and she asked me, she said, what's the right to return? I'm an American, I'm American. So I'm explaining to her the right to return is that her, even though she has no heritage, no links to Israel, she has the ability to return to Israel. And she's talking about, oh, what about these Israelis? Because these people, even when they've never been to Israel, even when they don't have links to Israel, when they're Jewish Zionists, they always put the state of Israel before anything else, and this is why she didn't mention the crimes of Israel. She didn't talk about anything that Israel did. But to answer your question, if you don't interrupt me, I'm definitely gonna answer your question. So coming back to it, Iran didn't think, oh, guess what? One day, let me just bomb Israel. What happened was Israel, being the genocidal state it is, something you won't mention, decided, never mind the genocide they committed in Gaza, never mind the children they murdered in Gaza, never mind the journalists they murdered in Gaza, never mind the hospitals they destroyed throughout Gaza. Let's ignore all of that. Never mind all the countries they bombed. Let's ignore that. But specifically, they decided to bomb Iran. They've been bombing civilians in Iran. With the United States of America, they murdered children in Iran. And what the reason they did it was because they thought that they had protection from the Iron Dome that is paid by Americans. They thought that they're going to get the protection from the Iron Dome so that they can just murder whoever they want. And so, based on this idea of being murderous and this notion that they thought the Iron Dome would protect them, they thought the David Sling would protect them, they thought the THAAD missiles would protect them, they thought the Park 3 would protect them, they decided to attack Iran and murder innocent civilians. They've killed thousands of Iranians because they've been directly targeting specifically civilians. Israel, right? Iran is hitting Israel. There's no doubt about it. Iran has hit many strikes on Israel. They've specifically been targeting military infrastructure. This is why, when it comes to the Israelis, there hasn't been that many Israeli deaths, despite the fact that they are running out defense interceptor missiles. Hence why, whenever we see now there's a missile coming towards Israel, whether it's to Haifa, whether it's to Tel Aviv, whether it's to Arad, whether it's to Negev, whatever it is, those missiles tend to hit. So intentionality is very important because what Iran is doing is they're specifically targeting military assets, military bases, military places. Now, is it that some of those missiles may go errant and may hit certain residential places? Of course, this is possible. But if you look at this scope of what they're trying, it's very easy for them to hit the city center of Tel Aviv and do what you guys are doing and destroy as many humans as possible. They could target specifically a school in Tel Aviv and kill 200 Israeli children, but they don't. So
They don't
the
because of the Iron
mode
Dome.
and
You
the
just said
method
that.
by which
They
they're
don't because of the
attempting to
Iron
attack
Dome.
is different. Your country, Israel, where you have the right to return, and the United States of America specifically did a double tap on children, murdered over 200 children, 180 children in one school, 20 in another school, and then after, once they hit the Tomahawk missile, they sent another Tomahawk missile. Your country, Israel, has been specifically
No, my
targeting
country is the United States.
nuclear facilities, nuclear facilities, chemical plants, infrastructure, and civilian buildings. And you guys have killed thousands of civilians. How many civilians has Iran killed of yours?
Well, right. Israel has the Iron Dome, so they haven't killed very many.
But how
Okay,
many
let's say
strikes?
they didn't have the
How many missiles have
Iron
struck
Dome. I'm
Israel?
sure
How many
a
missiles has Israel
huge
struck?
amount
How
of
many missiles
Jews,
has struck Israel? Answer my question.
Christians, Druzi, and Muslims would be dead.
How
Yeah,
many
100%.
missiles has struck Israel? Can you answer the question?
Missiles. I just read a report. 90% are
I didn't ask
intercepted.
that question. I don't need your propaganda. I'm saying how
I don't
many
know how
actual
many
missiles?
missiles have been launched to give you a number. I'm giving you a percentage.
Okay, give me the percentage.
90% have hit, and a chunk of them that do land in Israel fall into
How many
open
hit?
areas.
Sorry, I
But
missed
then the
that. Can you
others
repeat?
do hit civilian
No, can you
population.
just repeat
There
that?
was
How many
just
percent?
a
RT,
building hit in
RT,
Haifa, and 4
RT, I
people
think you're
got
not.
trapped in
Wait,
buildings and
RT, you
killed.
keep speaking, so I can't hear what you said. I'm asking you to just restate what you said. How many, what percent of missiles have hit Israel?
Like I said, with the Iron Dome, they've intercepted approximately 90% of the missiles.
Okay, so that means.
And that means some. Wait, let me break that down a little further.
Go ahead,
Some of
please.
what is hit is shrapnel, right?
Okay.
From the Iron Dome exploding the missiles. So there
Okay.
is shrapnel that has hit infrastructure, and then some Israel allows to fall through that they know are falling into open spaces, and they don't want to have they don't want to use interceptors for.
Okay, so let's be clear on this. You're saying 90% have been stopped, and of the 10%, some shrapnel may have hit, and some of that 10% Israel may have allowed to be hit, correct?
That
According to
have
what you just
fallen in
said.
like open areas, and then others have hit buildings and hit people. There was just
Are
a
those
hit
the
in
ones that Israel allowed to hit?
a home in Haifa that just got
No,
hit, a civilian
RT. I
population.
think you
And
struggle
Haifa,
with
by the way, is a
comprehension.
very
I
large
think you
Muslim
struggle with
population.
comprehension because I asked you a question and you just continue
I'm
talking.
I'm answering in depth.
No, trust me, you don't have depth. So I'm asking you
Oh, okay,
specifically.
right.
Yeah, definitely. So
Remember, the Zionists control you, or whatever you think. So
I
can't
didn't
have
say
it both
I
ways.
didn't say the Zionists control you. I said you don't have depth. What's hard to understand about that? So in terms
I think
of
you need depth to have control.
sorry,
I think you need to have depth to have control.
what are you talking about?
If the Zionists control everything, I think they probably have some sort of depth.
Okay, but I'm saying you don't have depth. I'm not saying that all Zion, if the Zionist or whatever you're talking about control everything, they may have some kind of plan. It doesn't mean each individual Zionist has depth and ability and
Well, how do you know
smartness.
that
It
I'm
doesn't
not
work
one?
like that. Anyway, coming back to the point, because again, this is going way over your head, as you demonstrated by my question about depth. But anyway, coming back to this, because this is way over your head. In terms of specifically of just try and listen, I'm asking you. I just need a yes or no answer. You're saying 90% of missiles get stopped by Israel. You're saying 10% don't get stopped, but what will happen is, of the 10%, some shrapnel may hit, and of the 10%, some Israel may decide to allow some missiles to just hit some open areas and some
No,
buildings.
because shrapnel it means that the Iron Dome was executed, and
Okay.
it's just shrapnel. It's not the actual missile.
Okay. So of the 10%, what percent of the 10% does Israel allow to hit in open area and open field?
I don't know. I don't have that answer.
Okay. So now we've got 10%. So how many you said
But we know how many have hit civilian. I mean, I don't have the exact
you're saying
number,
you're
but you
uneducated.
can look up
One
reports
second.
on how
But you're
many have
saying
hit
you're
civilian
uneducated.
population.
Okay, cool. So you're saying
Just
you're
just
ignorant
just
about how much
yesterday, or
missiles.
I think it was earlier today, Haifa was hit. Haifa is
Okay,
one of
I
the
know Haifa
largest
was hit.
Muslim
Haifa was just hit now.
populations.
Haifa was just hit now. But I'm not asking that. I'm
Yeah,
asking,
now
so you're
was just
ignorant.
now 2 seconds ago, and also earlier today. Haifa is
Yeah,
a Muslim
true.
population.
Yeah, there I do have some Muslims in there
No,
for
not
sure.
some. It's one of the largest Muslim
It
populations
does, it does. It
in the
does have Muslims
country.
on. It does have a decent amount of Muslims on that. But also you've got Haifa port there. You got Haifa oil
You have a
refinery
lot of
there.
stuff there. You have
You've
Christians, you have
got key
Druze not
infrastructure
too
there. But anyway,
far. You have a
RT, we'll
lot,
come to
but
that.
has one of
Right,
the
one second.
largest Jewish populations. But again,
Wait, okay, listen. We're gonna come to that in a second. We need to keep you controlled because you're just all over the place. I'm gonna deal with each one of your arguments, but you just need to stick to the point because you're now trying to move away from the missile point and move to something else. So specifically about the missile point. So did you say, just to clarify, that you're ignorant and about the number of missiles that have been fired towards Israel, correct?
say that one more time. Sorry, it got cut out.
No problem, no problem. I'll repeat it. I won't be as idiotic as you say, oh, I'll have to repeat. I will just repeat no matter what.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
Yeah, no problem, because it's no problem. We don't act like idiots. So in terms
No, it
of
just got cut out.
no, I'm saying I don't mind repeating. When I asked you to
And by
repeat,
the
you were
way,
like,
but,
okay, I'll repeat again then. And I'm just saying I'm not
by
going to
the
do that.
way, Suleiman,
Sorry?
Isfahan has one of the largest Jewish communities in Iran, which was hit. So what's your point, RT?
Yeah, but
How
we'll come
many
to
Jews
that.
are in
No, but
Iran
we'll
right
come to
now?
that in a
There's like
second.
zero. There's a
No,
very
that's not
small
true.
population.
It's the second largest population in the Middle East
And how
after
many
Israel.
Jews are there? How many Jews are in? That's not. No, it's how many Jews are in Iran?
A lot more than there
Okay,
are Muslims in
what's the
Israel.
number?
A
That's a
lot
statistic
more,
you can easily look up.
a
What's
lot
what's the
more.
number of Jews in
Can you
Iran?
stop
In
speaking? Because
Isfahan.
you ask a question and then you talk. This is
So
what's
I'm just
annoying.
clarifying the
Yeah,
If you
she's
question.
ask
getting
a
that
Can you
wrong.
question,
just
why don't
tell
you
me
So
the
listen?
number of Jews in Isfahan?
Yeah, in Isfahan specifically, I
Yeah,
can't
because
give you
that's
the
what you
number. How
said. Go
many
ahead.
Jews there are in Tehran? I can.
Isfahan, please.
Enough
I,
for
I,
to have a congressperson in the parliament. There is enough Jews in Iran to have their representative at the parliament.
There's also Muslims
So
that are
you can
represented
go
in
educate
Israel.
yourself
yeah, but
instead
you
of
keep making
spreading.
it as a point for it that Iran is hitting Muslims in Israel when there's actually more Jews in Iran than there are Muslims in Israel,
No, there's not.
and
Okay,
they're
can you
bombing their
just tell me the
specific neighborhood.
numbers? Just tell me the numbers without making a
Yeah,
statement.
I'll look it up right now. I'll
Thank you,
look it up
because
right now.
you're obviously saying something that's not true.
I don't
okay,
even
so
know
I'm gonna
why
30% of the population of Israel is Muslim.
okay, I'm gonna deal with that question in a second. But in terms of I wanted to deal with the missile thing, I didn't want to go to the Muslim population until next because we'll deal with each point at a time. So
you worry about the
according to
population.
your position, only 40 missiles in total have hit Israel, of which of them 40, many of them or some of them have been Israel has allowed to land in open areas in Israel. Is that your position?
I don't know if the number is 40, but 10
No, because you said
of the
10%. Okay, let me help
10%.
you with maths. Let me help you with maths. So roughly, there's been about 400 missiles that have been fired towards Israel. If 400 missiles have been fired towards Israel, 10% of 400 is 40. This is where we got the number from. So according to your position, just to be clear, your claim is that roughly 40 missiles over the last 40 days, one a day, has actually hit Israel. Is that what you're saying?
If that's the
Do you see how
number,
stupid
yeah.
your point
I'm
is?
saying that they have the Iron Dome, so it's protecting them.
You don't need to repeat, they've got the Iron Dome. I just want to clarify. According to your position,
I don't understand
what?
your point.
Yeah,
Get
I'm
to the
just okay.
point.
I'll explain your point.
We
I'll
already
explain it.
talked about this.
You know
Get to the
what? You know
point.
how you can listen to the point by keeping quiet and listening. This is why you have a lack of intelligence and you just keep talking when you ask a question. If you actually listened, you would be able to comprehend information and then you would be able to respond to that information. So let me educate you. I'm very confident you'll end up interrupting me because this is your Jewish supremacy. Which is, and by the way, you can have supremacy of all religions. Like I believe that there's Arab supremacy, Muslim supremacy, white supremacy. In case you could blame, say I'm an anti-Semite, which I'm not. So specifically on this
Yes, you
specific
are.
point, that again interruption. See what I mean? You can predict these people. They
This is
just
a
can't do things
classic
without.
Jewish victim card.
So
We don't care if you hate us.
I mean, I don't hate
We
anyone,
don't
but
care.
I mean, I
It
don't hate
means
anyone.
nothing to me.
And you mean nothing to me. So you're on my space by my good grace. So in terms of to answer your question, please try and listen. Just for the audience, just listen to what this woman is saying. She's basically saying of the 400 missiles that were fired towards Israel, 40 of those missiles hit. Of those 40, there's a percentage of missiles that Israel just allowed into open areas. So you're looking at less than one missile a day, some days zero. We ourselves, not even based on the information that is being hidden from by Israel, have seen more than one missile hit a day, hit Israel every single day. So this sheer illogical argument where only 40 of hit is stupid. In reality, your Iron Dome, your David Sling is not functioning at the percentages you're claiming. They function a lot worse than what you're claiming. In addition to that, you're running out, and you have been running out of defense interceptor missiles.
First of all,
The
over
radars
500
in
missiles have been hit
Qatar,
towards
the
Israel.
radars in Qatar that used to, and the radars in the Gulf states that used to basically warn you about these missiles coming, because Iran took them out, you're not getting the warning time, and you're left with the small amount of defense interceptor missiles. You're running out. This is why America has to get some more from South Korea. Now what you're seeing is whenever Iran launches, almost, I mean, it's hard to put a percentage on, but the vast majority of them are just hitting. We hear notifications that a missile's coming, and then we'll see visuals of a hit. And so what's happened is over time, more and more missiles have hit. But just to demonstrate that your 90% figure is just so out of reality that it logically makes no sense, in the sense of you're saying that some days 0 missiles hit, some days 1 missile hits, when in reality we're seeing throughout the day multiple hits of Israel, of Haifa, of Tel Aviv, of Arad, of Negev, and various other areas. So it just shows the kind of weak nature of your argument. So that's the first point. Do you want to respond to
So
that? And
you
if not, we'll
agree
go to
that
the
they're
Muslim
hitting
population.
civilians in civilian populations,
Hmm?
and you're okay with
Oh,
that?
you mean like
Oh,
in
okay. So you
Gaza,
changed the
like you
argument now.
did?
I'm just saying you're okay with
I'm
that.
going to answer your
If you're
question.
not
Okay.
okay with it
So
in Gaza,
Are
you're
you
okay
okay
with
with the
it
genocide of the
Jews
Palestinians in Gaza?
and
she
Arabs.
won't
I'm
answer
just
that. She
saying.
won't answer
So
that.
you're okay with that?
No, ask me the
Well,
question. Ask
you
me the
see the
question.
sign she's holding up in her profile picture? It says, "I'm vaccinated." She's brain damaged. We need to inculcate that in
So,
our
so Artie,
discussions about her.
can
But
you ask
remember,
the
I'm a
question you
man that
asked? I didn't
controls
hear
all
you.
of you, and you're in my space, controlled by Jews.
No, Artie, I didn't. I think you're not realizing there's like quite a few people on the panel, so some people are speaking and they're not me. I know it can be confusing. So I'm just asking you. I think I wasn't rude. I just asked you. Can you just repeat what you said because I didn't hear it?
In regards to what? I said that if you're
Just repeat what you
okay,
said.
if you're saying that all of these missiles are getting through,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Which, by the way, statistically, your facts are wrong. So over
How?
500 missiles have been sent since April to Israel,
Okay.
not 400. So I don't know where the 400 number came from, but it's over
Okay.
500.
500. So it means
I
50.
definitely
10%.
agree with you that there are missiles getting through. There's no question about that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't hear any like factual statistics of what you're saying. I gave you a number based on what I read, okay, which was
Yeah.
around 10%.
Yeah. I just
And
proved
I
why that was
definitely
stupid.
agree that some are getting through, and the ones that are getting through
Well, not some. According
are
to you, one or
and
zero.
many that are getting the ones that are getting through, many of them are hitting civilian populations in
Um.
mixed cities of Christians, Jews, Druzi, and Muslims.
Okay.
And if you
So
are
So like
saying,
in
and
Gaza,
if we can all agree, we all agree, hitting civilians is off limits. We all agree.
No, the Jews don't agree to that. They've been
Okay, I
pummeling
agree.
Gaza for the
We all
last two
agree in this
years.
space. I can't speak to the military, right? Like the United States has school. I
It's not
completely
just the
disagree with that.
military.
That's
They're widely
horrendous,
supported by the
horrible,
Orthodox
bad,
Jews. Are
not
you an
good,
Orthodox Jew
terrible.
or are you a Reformist Jew? Are your sons or your fathers, are they in service in the Israeli military, such as it is?
No,
Or are
none
they
of my
claiming a
family
religious
is in
exemption?
Israel.
Okay. Do you condemn those who don't serve in Israel's military?
Like the Hasidic Jews.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do I condemn them?
Yeah.
That's their own politics. That's I'm
Oh,
not.
but it's the
I
politics
live in
of
the United
Israel.
States.
Bibi doesn't have a coalition without their support.
Yeah, Bibi's horrendous. I don't support Bibi, so I don't
Okay,
agree with
so
how
so
that
why are you
system works.
defending a country that is attacked their neighbors not once, not twice, but a
Because
dozen
they got
times?
attacked also,
No, no,
right?
no. Iran
Like
did not
when
attack
did ever
Israel.
Israel attack Yemen?
When did Iran ever
Okay,
attack
anyways, we're going
America?
off
When did
topic.
Iran
That's not
ever
what we're
attack
talking about. I'm
Israel?
having a conversation with Soleimani.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
sometimes
can
he
you
lets me
like?
go because he's tired. He does the space.
He's
I don't
tired.
know,
I thought
20.
is I
Yeah,
thought he's the
because the
host.
space has
What do you
been
have?
running continuously for 37
Who am I
days.
talking?
Welcome to the space.
But anyway,
Welcome to where
Artie,
you're at.
okay, appreciate it, Doc. Thanks for that. Very kind of you.
Are you saying
Artie,
he can't control the space and he's tired and needs to go to bed?
Artie,
Is that
don't
what you're
worry.
saying? Like, I think
Artie,
he's
look,
very capable.
thank you.
No, it's just
So,
a timeout, like you give your
Is he
husband because
asking for a
sometimes he needs
timeout?
to have real
Doc,
sex.
Doc, I don't need a
Is
timeout.
he
Appreciate it.
asking for a
First of
timeout?
all,
Why are you speaking
so
for him? He
She's
Artie,
a
seems
single
very
mom.
capable.
Archie. Okay, Artie,
There's
listen.
no surprise there.
Artie, you know what it is? You
I'm
work for the Wall
vaccinated.
Street Journal,
I don't
and
work there. I was
you
on the
used to work.
business
You
side.
used,
I work in advertising. I'm not a
okay,
journalist. They keep us, and
okay,
I do not work
no
there
problem.
anymore. I have not
No
worked
problem.
there. No,
No problem. Oh my God, this chick talks so ignorant.
I'm
Okay, no
answering your
problem. You
question.
used to work for the Wall Street Journal and you used to
Why are
work
we
for
making
Time
this all
Magazine, and
personal?
yet you have you are struggling with the ability to even read my name. My name is on the profile. It says Suleiman, and you said Soleimani, as though there's an I at the end. It shows your lack of comprehension skills.
I'm
How can
sorry, it's
someone
cut
like you
off
have
where
been
it says
given?
the thing.
How
It's
can someone like you have even been given a job there when you can't even read a simple word? It doesn't say the word E at the end, does it? It says Suleiman. It says an N at the end. It shows your lack of comprehension skills, but obviously, probably because of nepotism or something else, you've been given this job. It's a simple thing. Can you not
sorry,
read my name?
Suleiman. I will never get your name wrong
No
again.
problem, but it just shows your lack of
You're the
comprehension. But anyway,
best,
coming back to what you said,
Suleiman.
coming back to
You're
what you
the
said,
best.
coming back to what you said. 400 or 500 missiles, let's go with your number, of 500 missiles hitting. Same point again, 10%, 50. You say some of them they allowed to hit. You're looking at your claim less than one missile a day. It shows the illogical nature of your statement because we've witnessed in these spaces visual evidence and reports of more than one missile hitting your country many, many times. In terms of the
Remember, I live in the
missiles
United
hitting the
States. That's my
civilian
country.
areas,
No missiles hit the United States. I'm an American citizen.
yeah, I'm talking about Israel, your right to return country. So, in terms of your right to return country, now let's look at the claim you
Are you
made
upset by
about.
that?
Sorry?
Are you upset by that?
Oh, yeah, I'm not upset, but I just think it's wrong. I think it's supremacy. Like, why is it a Jewish? Yeah, I think it's very wrong. I find it to be horrific, and I'll explain to you why. I'm not Palestinian, but I believe in that all man is equal, irrespective of race, religion, or creed. I
You
don't care
can't
if you're
say you're
white,
not
black. You keep
like
interrupting me
you're
when I'm speaking. You need to just control your manners. You ask me a question. If I'm upset by it, let me answer your question. Try and control your emotions and control yourself. So, am I upset in terms of a feeling perspective? It's hard to describe. It's not a feeling upset. It's a feeling of me finding it repulsive that you have a scenario where I believe all man is equal, irrespective of race, religion, or creed. I don't care if you're a black man, brown man, white man, yellow man, whatever you are. I don't care if you're a Muslim, Christian, Jew, or atheist. I believe all man is equal. I think it's repulsive that you, as an example, who, as you've explained, have no link or heritage to that country other than the fact that you are a Jew, and based on that you're given a right to return to that land, you're given citizenship in that country, you're able to take property in that country. When a Palestinian whose mother, he can prove his mother was from that land, he can show the house he was in, the key he had of himself or his mother, cannot return back to that land. Yes, I think that's wrong from a humanitarian perspective, and this notion and idea that I believe, based on Western society, that all man is equal. And this just demonstrates your Jewish supremacy, where you believe that you reign supreme over a Palestinian just because of your genetics. I
I
find
never
that to be
said that. I
repulsive.
don't
So
I
yes,
don't feel
when you
that
say
way.
I'm upset,
I don't
so when
feel
you
that way,
make that, when you
Solomon.
say that
Don't
in the
put
tone,
words
are
in
you
my
upset
mouth.
by
I
that?
don't feel
Yeah,
that way.
I find
I
it
don't
repulsive,
feel that
and I
way. And you
find
know
you to be
what? That is
repulsive
bullshit.
for thinking and minimizing that. So yes, I find you to be
That is
repulsive.
bullshit and I don't feel that way.
You are repulsive for thinking, minimizing that, and saying, "Oh, are
I
you
don't
upset by
feel
that?"
that way. I
Disgusting,
don't feel that
disgusting
way.
human being.
I don't feel that way. I don't
You
feel
don't.
that
Of
way.
course, you're a supremacist. You believe you're
I
higher than a Palestinian.
don't feel that I have a supremacy over other people,
You
and I
just
don't feel that
demonstrated it. You
Palestinians
just
shouldn't have the
demonstrated
right
your
to go to the
Oh,
supremacy by
country if they were
minimizing the
born
plight
there.
of
I
the
don't feel
Palestinians
that way.
by saying,
I
"Are you
don't feel
upset
that
by
way.
that?
I
Are
don't
you
feel
upset by
that way
that?"
so much that I actually work in a coexisting community in on the border of Gaza and volunteer with Palestinian children.
RT,
Okay?
can I
So
ask
I
you
don't
something?
feel that way. You have
Can I?
no idea what
Can,
you're talking about. You
RT,
don't know.
can
Well, I do
RT,
know, and
RT,
you've just
RT,
demonstrated your
Solomon, please
behavior in this
let me
space by
go.
not even talking about the
I work
genocide in
for
Gaza,
I
sidestepping
volunteer
it,
with a
sidestepping the
school
horrors of
in the
Israel,
area
and
that services Palestinians, Jews, and Christians.
saying, "Are you upset by that?" Yes.
So,
How could you even respond in
I'm
that
upset because
manner?
that's
Have
not
you
how
got no
I
Solomon,
feel.
humanity?
I can't control the government
So-
of Israel.
You
Solomon,
can control
let
yourself,
me
though. You
just
can
say
control
something.
your
I
own
cannot control
statements.
the government of Israel.
No,
Just
I'm
like
not
you can't
asking you to
control
control
the
the
government of the
government. I'm
country
asking
you're
you to
in.
control yourself. I asked you the question, and you said, when I talked about that supremacist law, your response was, "Are you upset by that?" So you were quite clearly minimizing it in your sassy manner, the plight of the Palestinians and the fact that Jewish supremacy exists by the right to return. So I'm not asking about the government. I'm not asking about anything else, although I think you should speak out against the government about that. I'm talking about your specific statement.
Because you keep
claiming these weird things about me, and I'm an American citizen.
You said,
You
are
You
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 don't
looking
work
at
even
the
for
know
document?
me.
UJA.
Like
Yeah,
like
you
what if
work
I
for
just said, "Hey,
UJA.
you go
Hold on,
suicide bomb yourself," or
RT,
like all these nasty,
RT.
United
You,
like
Jewish
as
stop
Appeal.
it.
Come on.
You're
as
using
part of your
nasty rhetoric
job,
against.
I'm going to mute you because as part of your job, you're responsible for helping people, Jews, immigrate to Israel, okay, including to settlements, which are actual terrorists, because you are the chairman of UJA, and you're up here acting like you're dumb or you don't know what we're talking about when you help people do exactly the crimes we're speaking about. So
Whoa, really,
what are you up
Joel?
here doing? Yes,
Oh my God,
really.
how much of a deceiver is she?
Do you know what the UJ?
Yeah, I know that the UJA also gives money to the JAFI, which helps
Do you know what
people
the
and facilitates
UJA
people,
serves? Do you know how many Muslim
helps fund
communities
them.
and Palestinian communities it serves? Do you know that
It's
it's the
100%
largest funder
Zionist.
of
Oh my
organizations
God.
in New York to feed the poor
That's
and house
called
the poor?
breadcrumbs.
Do you know how much the UJA does for poor people in New York City? That's what
What
would
is
most of the
Operation
money
Zur
goes to.
what is Operation Zur Israel?
I have no idea.
You don't know?
No.
You don't know that you don't know that historically you funded this?
I don't
You don't
fund
know
that. I
that
know the committee that I'm on, which is the marketing committee. I see you're a CMO and you claim all of these Jewish
Mhm.
companies and you put the TED Talks
I
up
have
there.
no
Who founded
I
the
have
TED
no
Talks?
problem
A
with Jews.
Jew.
I have
Who
no
founded
problem with
Airbnb?
Jews.
A Jew.
Yeah,
Zionists. Okay, and
I
that's
have
all in
no
your
problem.
profile. What are you
I
funding? What are you
wait,
funding?
Airbnb is not a
It's
Zionist,
a
it
Humanity.
is
Zionist
Jewish.
Jew. It's it's
No, he's
run
not
in
Zionist.
Israel. It's very prominent in Israel, and it's owned
It's
and
run
created by
everywhere
a
around the
Jew.
world.
I don't understand why you're
N-
funded. You're a CMO,
None
tribal
of
member
us
of these organizations.
you
You have a
sound
whole
very
TED talk
anti-Semitic for
up
being a
there, and
chairman.
that is all
You
that's
sound
founded by a
you
Jew,
sound
a Zionist
you
Jew. What's
sound
going
very
on?
anti-Semitic.
Is he a
Why do you sound
Zionist? Is he a Zionist Jew though? I think she thinks when we say Zionist,
yeah, it
what I
means
refer to
Jewish,
as
but
I
that's
just
Zionist. Okay,
run
let's be
her
clear on this.
entire background check. She is a Zionist.
Let's sort our terminology. And she's definitely a Zionist. There's no doubt about that. Let's sort our terminologies. When I say Zionist, I'm specifically talking about you believing in Jewish supremacy. And that's my definition of Zionism. So are you saying the Airbnb owner is a Jewish supremacist? If he is, thanks for letting me know. I didn't know
no,
that.
he's not. I've worked with the guy. No, he's not. Look,
Is he
there's a
not?
difference
Is she
between
lying?
Zionist and
Or
Jew,
she's using the
and
word Jew and
everyone.
Zionist interchangeably?
Yeah, she sounds
Oh, okay.
so anti-Semitic. It's so
She's very
strange for
anti-Semitic.
someone who's a chairman, and he goes Jew and a Jew like with the hard J. Like I don't get it. Up here, we don't actually do that. We don't conflate the two. There's a big difference. You want to try to make it seem like the world that has a problem with a government and people who support Jewish supremacy automatically are anti-Semitic. We're not. Right? We have a problem with supremacy no matter who it is. You apparently are trying to make sure that people conflate the two. When your
Read about the
profile, and if you work at
CEO of
UJA,
Airbnb. He very much supports Israel.
there's a difference between supporting Israel and then funding
His business
APAC.
operates there, including the West Bank
Yeah, Airbnb operates
and
everywhere,
the West
RT.
Bank. And he's
Yes,
been very, people have
RT,
gone against him
RT.
who are of pro Palestinian groups. And I, for the record, am very against what is going on in the West Bank and what Israel is doing. And I'm putting that on record.
Yeah, but I just have a quick question, and let me say this really quickly. RT, you came into this chat conceding to the fact that civilians shouldn't be targeted and everything like that. And so that's good, but I think you're just arguing in bad faith because if you're against the West Bank settlements and you're against killing civilians, how can you come into this chat and show pro-Israel sentiment? You said you're not a supremacist, which is fine, but
I don't even
honestly,
know that
supporting
anyone
the
thinks
Israeli
that.
hang on. Supporting the Israeli government is almost synonymous with supremacy because they've encroached upon every single border in the region and destroyed
You
Iranian
can't like
sovereignty for the
make
last
claims
10
that I
years.
support
You're
the
arguing
Israeli
in bad faith.
government. Like
What's your
I'll pay
point and who?
taxes. What does that mean?
Okay, so what side do you support, Israel or Iran?
I'm an American.
What side do you support in this war? That's the reason you're in this space, Israel or Iran. Do not
I
move the
support the
goalposts
side
like
of
you did with
peace. I
Suleiman.
support the side of peace. Okay, what side do you support? I'm going to ask
Peace.
again:
I'm just
Israel
gonna say
or
peace
Iran?
because I want peace. I don't support
What
war.
side do
I
you
don't
support?
support
Who started
war.
the war?
I don't
Who
like what
started the war?
President Trump is doing. I support war. I don't
Oh,
think killing
okay. You don't
Khamenei
like
is
war.
bringing
Who
peace.
started this
I
war?
support
You don't
peace.
like war. Who started this war? I like peace too. We can agree on that. So, who started this war and who
It's
destroyed
very
the
clear the
opportunity of
United
peace?
States went in and bombed Iran. These
To
are
serve whose
facts on the
interests?
ground.
To
Why
serve
are you
whose
asking me
interests?
facts?
To serve whose interest?
Well, if
Exactly.
you
That's what
read
the fuck
about
I
President
thought.
Trump and his
Stop arguing in bad
anti-Iran,
faith.
you're making this personal. You're making this
Answer
personal.
my question.
Let's not
Whose
make this
interest are we
personal.
serving by
You don't need
striking
to know
Iran?
my personal.
Whose interest are we serving?
There's nothing to gain about making this personal.
What are you
Why
talking
are you
about? I'm
making? You
asking
didn't
you a
get
question
personal.
about the world. I have not said anything
Iranian
personal.
woman came up here. She
Here we
spoke something
go.
personal. I appreciated that. We don't need to make this all personal. It doesn't really
What are you talking?
matter.
I have made
Let's
no ad. Hang
discuss
on, hang on.
facts.
Hang
You're
on,
just
Let's
hang
making
on,
not
hang on, hang on,
discuss
hang
my
personal.
on.
personal
RT,
opinion,
RT.
my personal
I
life.
have not
I don't
made
know who
one
you
ad
are, what
hominem
your
attack
personal life
against
is,
you.
nor
I have not
do I
spoke.
care.
All right. Are you done?
It's not irrelevant.
When name one
Let's just
personal attack I
discuss
just made.
facts.
I
It's
asked
not
you about the
relevant.
conflict in the Middle
It
East.
doesn't
What
matter
side do
what
you
I think.
support? You said I like peace. I agreed. But then you said the US struck Iran. I
They
told you the
did.
US
That's a
struck Iran.
fact.
Yes, we know that. Let me finish my
So
statement. You're
what
not letting me finish anything I'm saying. Why did the United States strike Iran? Can you answer that
do
question?
you
Why?
not know?
Oh, I know.
Israel
I
is
want to see if you're
striking
going to
Okay,
Iran.
so
concede and
why
be
are you
honest.
asking me?
Because I want to see if you know what you're talking
It
about. You're
doesn't
in this space
matter.
debating
You
about
know the answer.
missiles and
You
terrorism.
know
So
the
let me see
answer. Why
what
are
you
you
really
asking
know.
questions? You know
Why
the
are
answer.
we in
What
Iran?
color is
Why
the
did we start
sky?
this
Do you
war?
know?
Why did
What
we
color
start
is
this
the
war?
sky? Stop asking me questions you know the answer to.
No, I'm
It's a
asking you
stupid
questions you can't answer
conversation.
because you're fucking stupid. That's actually
That's
the
a
real case
stupid
here.
conversation
You're an
to
idiot.
ask
You're an
questions you
idiot.
have the
You don't
answer
know
to.
anything. I
Ask
just
a
exposed
question you
you.
don't
You're an
have an
idiot.
answer to.
Okay, so let me ask you a
Ask to
question.
seek
When we
knowledge of
start a
something you
war,
don't have information on.
I have all the
That is
information.
the point
You want me
of
to
to
educate
learn
you? You can
something
shut your
new.
mouth and I'll teach you for the
You
next
don't
10
need to know
minutes. You
my
want to learn?
personal knowledge. If you have the answer, you don't need to ask me.
No, no, no,
That's
no,
a waste
no.
of
This
time.
is this is a debate tactic where I ask you a
It's a
question
waste
so
of
you can
time.
expose your contradictory position.
It's a
You said you
waste
like
of time.
peace.
You
So
live in
I
the United
asked
States.
you
Why did
why you
your
support
country,
Israel.
why are
Israel
you
is
living
not a
in this
guarantee
country
of
and giving
peace.
tax money
Is
to support the death of Iran?
I
Why?
have no choice. I have no
Okay, so
choice. I
why are you
wish I
doing it?
didn't
You could
have to
leave the
support this
country.
war.
You could
Why do
leave.
you support Israel? Why do
How
you
could
support
you,
Israel?
God, how could you live in a country and give all that tax money to Israel who's
Ask yourself
destroying
the same
children?
question. You're also
How
American.
could
Why are you
you
moving the
give your
goalposts?
tax money?
How far have we gone from my initial question? I'm
Because
going to
you're
ask you
asking
again,
personal
and I
questions.
need you to, I really
Irrelevant.
need you. I know it's hard for you.
You're
Take a
asking
moment,
why
take
are
a
you giving
breath,
tax money
pull
to
back.
support
Hang
war?
on, hang on,
Why are
hang
you giving
on,
tax
hang
money
on.
to support war?
I asked you a question
I'm going to
first.
ask
How
you a
many times are you
question
going to
because
move the
you want to make it
goalposts?
personal. I don't
I'm
want to
going
get
to, because
personal
if
with
I
you.
don't pay taxes, I'll go to prison. There you go.
Oh, you
Now
could
let me
move to
go back
another
to my
country.
question. Now
You
let
could
me
go
go
to
back to
I'm
my,
not
nope, I'm
asking I'm
American
not
and I
answering
love
your
this
personal
country and I don't
questions.
serve the interest of any other country except this one. So I'm going to ask you my
I
question
don't
again.
understand
And I
why your
need you to
tax
bear with
money
me.
goes
I know it's
to
hard for you.
killing people.
Why are we at war with
Why
Iran?
is your tax money going to kill people?
All right, why are
Okay,
you?
okay, one second, one second. Artie, you're being extremely disingenuous. If you remember when me and you were conversing, I asked you a question. You were not willing to answer the question. You wanted me to answer the question first, and I had no problem because I know even by answering the question, I can decimate your point. That being said, now it shows again your supremacist attitude because Riyadh has asked you a question, and rather than directly answer the question, you've now started to ask him questions. The reason is because you don't want your position to be known because you're being manipulative and you're not being good faith. On the other hand, we are very open about our ideas and positions because we don't have any fear about positions. We know our positions stand with humanity, are consistent and logical. This is your problem. Now, in terms of Airbnb, Airbnb, I don't know much about them. Joe knows more. I did do a quick Google search.
I would love to say it because I don't want her to defame someone who I actually
Yeah, I
like.
did a quick
Yes,
Google
he's
search,
Jewish.
Joe. So I want to tell you what I read, and then you can expand on it
Go
because you
ahead.
know better.
Because I know exactly what happened in
So
Palestine with them.
So in
Go ahead.
it says here Brian Chesky, it does say he's a Jew, but it says he actually announced in 2018 that he was going to remove listings from Israeli settlements in the West Bank, and then because of pressure and legal repercussions, the Airbnb was forced to reverse that decision And then they said, okay, because we've been forced to reverse that decision, we're going to donate all profits to humanitarian crisis. So this is the only thing I can find. Other than that, I've been looking for any Zionist statements this guy's been saying. I can't find any. There
That's
may be
and
some.
that's and that's all there is. And what happened was he was first being sued by Israel. Then they opened up a lawsuit in the United States, which tell me how the hell you open a lawsuit in the United States for something that's happening in Palestine when you also have an office in Israel. But somehow they were able to do that to pressure them to open it back up. And then finally they forced them to open it back up. Right? He was against having
Look
Airbnb
what
in
he
the
said
West
after
Bank,
October
and
7th.
they were forced to. Right? He's against BDS movement.
Look
That's
what
what
he
he's
said after
against.
October 7th. I stand with Israel. I support Israel. He said that after October
Yeah,
7th.
but RT, there is a difference between people who fund
He
organizations.
still has Airbnb running all over Israel.
Yes, so do a lot of companies.
Well, those would be companies that
The
support
difference,
Israel,
the
right?
different.
If you didn't support it, you wouldn't
Well,
be
you
there.
actually do because you work for UJA, so you actually serve the interest of a foreign country. Although you keep spouting
UJA
out that
doesn't,
you're an
we're
American.
not a government agency. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you fund the immigration of people
That's not
to
what UJA
Israel.
does. UJA supports New
It's
York.
part of it. It's
Okay,
part
but that's
of
not the part
it.
I work with. I'm in the marketing
It doesn't
community,
matter.
and I
You
work
wo-
and
you
I
work
work in
you work for that
and part of the branch
organization.
that helps
You want to talk about
community in
we
New
want to talk about a
York.
guy that was
You work for
forced
the
to open.
organization, Dodo.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
I
Jesus Christ.
support helping and feeding
Suleiman,
homeless people in New York. I do support that. Do you
this is why
support
husbands say they're
do
going to
you
go buy
support
diapers and they
helping
don't
homeless
return.
people in New York that are not Jewish? Do you support that? Jonah, do you support helping homeless people
Do I
Not if they're
support
illegal.
helping? Yeah,
who are in New
of course.
York? Do
I've
you
been
support that? I support it.
homeless people. Yes, I support
Okay, I
that
support.
too.
So, who's the biggest funder of
Okay,
those
but
organizations of food pantries and housing in New York?
in New York,
Who's the biggest funder
maybe
of
a
that?
Jewish organization. I have no
The
idea.
government.
That would be the UJA.
Okay, you're also the
Okay,
major
but we also
donor
do these
to.
things. So that's the part of
Okay,
the organization that I am
but you
part
don't
of.
get to pick. You don't get to
Yeah, but
pick
you
what
are
part of the
part
organization you
of a
Yes, I
support.
foreign
can
nation. One
because
No,
second.
that
you can't.
Okay, listen. No human, even if you take it from an
I
individual
volunteer in
human
food pantries
perspective,
in New
other
York.
than probably the state of Israel, who has complete evil every single time. It's just the evil you do is very important. So when you're basically your organization helps with the Jewish supremacy, which is to give these people a right to return when it's taken away from Palestinians, that's what is problematic. You do the bit you're not understanding in your mind is the supremacy attitude. For example, you guys would lose your mind if somebody was working for some organization that was basically funding white supremacy or Arab supremacy. You guys would lose your mind. You would cancel them. You'd put them in jail. You would do so many things because you guys are against supremacy unless it's for your own people. The difference is we're against supremacy if it's for anyone. So let me ask you a question, RT. If there's a company, just company X, and they were pushing white supremacy, not just pushing it, they were financing it, they were funding it, they were supporting it, and then on the side they were donating money to charity, would you support that organization?
No, but most of
Thank you.
I don't know,
Thank
but
you.
most of the people
Thank
that we
you.
serve,
Thank
most of
you.
the people that the UJA
Thank
serves
you.
hates
Thank
Israel,
you. I don't need
hates
anything else
Jews.
from you. You said no. I don't need anything else from you. You said no. Appreciate it. Now, can you answer Riyadh's question? Riyadh, what was your question again? Because I actually can't remember it
Oh
completely.
my God, thank you. We moved like 50 times because this girl can't answer the same question. And I'm going to try to maintain
I
respect, but
don't
you
want
can't talk
personal
over me.
questions.
All right. All right. I
Just
just said you
ask
can't
like
talk over.
a high level
Lord.
question, not a
Oh my
personal
God.
question about me. I'm not
Okay.
answering.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Okay.
Ask her a political
I don't
RT.
question.
have to, and I'm
Ask,
not
RT.
ask her a
going to.
political
RT.
question.
Just relax. I don't think I've been able to string together a full sentence for the last 10 minutes I've been speaking with you. Just let me finish and then you can tell me what you think, whether it's personal or not. Although everybody in this space will probably admit I haven't asked you anything personal as of yet. But, anyways, I'll keep going. My question from the beginning, and I don't see how this is a personal question, in the current conflict in the Middle East, which was the basis of the conversation when you had initially joined the space, in regards to the war between Iran and Israel, and the United States, what side do you support? You said that was a personal question. I don't think so.
because it seems like you support the Israeli side. And I'd rather you just admit that so we can have a good faith conversation and come to
I
a
said I
common ground.
support peace and I live in the United States.
That's not an answer. Okay, if you support peace, then you should be on the
And
side
I
of
live in the
those who are
United
against this.
States. So
Okay.
if my country made this decision, I don't support Donald Trump, but this is the country I live in. I don't support any of these wars. So you can't
Okay,
say,
so
what do you
so
support? Because I
so
don't
you're
support a war.
okay,
That's my
so
answer.
that takes us to the next step. Do you agree that Israel
I want
pulled the
everybody
United
to live.
States? Wow. Can I go? Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you agree that Israel pulled, because I know you have the benefit of Israel in your mind, and that's fine. I'm not demonizing that. But in this instance, do you agree that Israel dragged the United States into this war on February 28th? Yes or no?
I don't
And
have
did we
knowledge to
strike
answer
them
that
first?
question.
Okay, well, I do. Marco Rubio admitted that Israel dragged us into this war because it was a preemptive strike before Israel would strike. So Israel poses a moral hazard to the United States. Israel puts us in tough positions and puts our back against the wall in a corner every single time they start a conflict or exacerbate an existing issue in that region. So if you're American, you should be against Israeli foreign policy. It seems like you're not. And that's why I'm
I
highlighting
don't
you're
think Trump
arguing
is
in bad
either.
faith. Trump is not what?
I don't think Trump's against Israel. I think he's best friends with Bibi.
That's a problem. But it's not even about Bibi.
I mean, it's our president of the
Bibi,
United States. I mean, Rubio's in Israel
B,
all the time.
Yeah, but
yeah,
that
that's a
doesn't explain your
that-
position.
It's
You have to
but
take your
we're not
position
making it
independent of the
personal. We're not
examples.
making it
Exactly.
yeah,
personal.
Just
but
1 second,
He's
you're
Sean.
at,
Sorry, I'm interrupting. I want the debate to continue. Some breaking news. Tel Aviv has been hit just now as well. Tel Aviv has been hit. Reports are saying 7 locations. I've seen videos of about 5 or 6. But according to, what's her name again? This chick, 0.8 hits every single day. So I'm really confused what's happening here.
Yeah, it's just shrapnel, Solomon, just
Yes,
shrapnel.
I'm just really
and
confused because I'm seeing seven. There's like I'm seeing 5 or 6 different videos of 5 or 6 different locations. It's very confusing for me because this chick's claiming it's only 0.8 per day or 0.9 per day. But anyway, that's fine. Go ahead, Riyadh.
no, no. Look, RT, really, I don't like to get into the weeds of everything unless you want to, because it seems like you were doing that with Suleiman and it really didn't get anywhere. And I'm really speaking in good faith here. All I'm trying to tell you is that our country is undermined and subverted by this country. And so we should be against Israel in every single way when it comes to their control in the Middle East. And the fact that they started this war, which has turned into a regional war and is now responsible for the reason as to why no one can afford gas. TSA workers can't even make it to the airport despite the fact that they're not getting paid. And countries in Asia and Europe are about to have no oil access or have to pay a heavy premium for it because of the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has to weaponize for their own sovereignty. Israel has tried to undermine them in every way. They've been attempting to strike Iran for the last 20 years. They've asked every sitting US president. So my point is, why are we talking about, oh, this Jewish organization pays all these homeless people? And that's great. Good for that. And good for you if you're a part of that. But it seemed like you came into this space, and this is why I'm speaking to this. You came into this space saying, well, actually, the munitions are getting through and they're hitting civilians. And hello, Israel launched a 26 bombing onslaught campaign on Gaza and killed hundreds of thousands of people. The death toll in Iran is already past 2,000, 300 or 400 of which are children. They hit a school on purpose. They're hitting gas
United
deports.
States at
Even
school.
yet, United States and Israel struck them
No, it
together.
was
And you
just the
don't think
United
that?
States, and they made they claimed it.
Oh,
It
oh,
was
oh, oh, oh.
they
Hey,
claimed it.
hang on. Okay, bet. Perfect. The United States hit a school. How many schools did you hit in Gaza?
How many schools are they using to hide
Oh my
serve
God.
military
Oh, all
infrastructure?
right. So
And
you
how
just
did they
uncovered that you're
and Amnesty International
The
condemned it?
hypocrisy.
okay. So how many? So
Why would you
this is
use a
beautiful.
school as a
Thank you so
military
much.
operation?
You just
Why
buried
would you
yourself, and
use a
you're gonna
school
see
as a
why.
military operation?
Really
Isn't
So
still.
that
you're
sick?
using the human shield argument,
Isn't
and
that
I'm very
sick?
happy you did it.
Isn't that
Hang on,
sick?
RT. Hang on,
Why
RT.
would
I'm
you
going to
put
address.
weapons in a
All right.
school?
Okay,
Are
RT.
you're
Are
okay
you?
with having
Are you?
your child
Hang
having
on. I'm
bombs in
going
their
to
school,
answer
like
your
missiles
question.
hidden in the
I'm gonna
school?
answer the
Are
human.
you're good
Yeah,
with that?
Hamas uses
Okay.
people.
Well,
Hamas
that's
uses
great.
people as human shields. That's your position, correct?
I think that's the facts.
Okay,
It's not my
beautiful. Before
position,
I
it's the
answer,
facts.
but hang
It's
on,
not a
hang
me
on,
thing. This has nothing to do
hang
with
on, hang
me,
on,
right?
hang
This
on.
has to do with what they're
Hang,
doing.
I don't agree with
Okay,
them doing
but this
that.
does
Do
see.
I
This
agree
is the
with
thing.
Israel
You're
having to
trying.
go in and now have to kill? No, I don't agree with that
Yo, shut
either.
up. Just listen to him. What is wrong with you?
Listen.
Because he's
Yeah,
asking
I
me
mean,
questions about my
I'm
personal
exercising.
opinions.
So I
Enough with
asked
the
you a question
personal
like 10 minutes
opinions.
ago. You've been answering forever, and you're getting emotional, and it's because what I'm
Because you're
doing is
asking
systematically expose.
personal questions.
All right, I did not
Who
ask you a
cares about my
personal question.
opinion? Why do you
Hold on.
care?
Asking if a school getting bombed being moral, that's a personal question. Are
Nobody
you
thinks a
okay?
school should be bombed.
Are you right in your
Nobody thinks a
mind?
school should be
Are
bombed.
you right in your
I
mind?
just said it was the United
Okay,
States that
dummy.
bombed the
So then
school
that's
in
not a
Iran.
personal question. Stop
Nobody thinks the
misconstruing
Okay,
my
school should
position
okay.
be
and my
bombed.
What?
questions.
RT, quiet. Right, Riyadh,
I
go ahead.
don't agree
Make your
with
point.
war.
It's it's
I don't agree
it's
with any of it.
hilarious how you really got set off. I pushed a button when I brought up the schools in Gaza. To me, that's telling. And this is the thing you're doing. You're
Why are
trying
you
to
making it
pull away.
personal? Stop.
Can I
Stop the
finish?
personal
Can I?
attacks. It's enough. Talk facts.
I
Tell me
have
what's
not
going
Shut
on.
the
personally
fuck up,
attacked
Get
you
my
man.
one
opinion.
Shut the
I don't
time.
fuck up,
care
bro.
Are
about
Oh
you
you.
my
You
God,
okay?
I'm a
don't care
victim. Oh
about
my
me.
God.
It doesn't
What is going
matter.
on?
Everybody.
I haven't.
It
Hummus,
doesn't
RT, I
hummus,
matter.
haven't even. I
hummus.
You
have
Oh
are
not
my
even.
funding
God.
what Israel is doing. So you are part of the problem. Okay?
Okay, I guess I'm a part of the problem that I'm an American and my country's
Yes, you
hijacked.
are. You are.
Anyways,
You absolutely
so are
are.
you, honey.
How
So
could
are
you
you, honey.
support this?
Anyways, all right,
How
okay.
could
Anyways,
you?
I don't support
Okay,
it. You
how
do.
could
I'm
you?
against
Yeah,
Israel.
this bitch is
Hey,
retarded, dude.
hey, I'm
This
against
bitch is fucking
Israel.
Yeah, but
retarded.
you still
I'm
Yeah,
get
hold
give
on,
against
me your
hold on.
Israel.
money.
Hold
Trump
on,
Hang on,
pays
Riyadh,
your
hang
hold
on,
on.
money.
hang on, hang on, hang
Yeah,
on. Hang on,
this bitch is
RT.
fucking retarded. Like, yo, my brother's being real nice to you. You're a fucking dumbass kike. Holy fucking shit. Just call it like it is. It's fucking
Oh wow,
embarrassing.
you're so
Let's
50 IQ.
go.
nice.
50
Yeah.
IQ. My brother's being
Okay,
nice to
this
you.
is
I'm not
great.
gonna be.
You
You're a
guys are
fucking
you're
retard.
making
You
it
dumb bitch.
personal.
Why
You're
are you not
making it
making a
personal.
sandwich? How about that?
Don't
Okay,
make it
I'll
R-
take a
Darren, your
personal.
RT.
fucking sandwich.
husband didn't stay
RT.
with
Fucking
you. Your
retarded.
husband run
RT,
away.
listen.
Why are
Hang
you
on.
making it
Guys,
personal?
let me just
You
ask you
feel
this really
strong as
quick.
a man.
It's
RT,
Going up
chaos.
against a
RT.
woman, a
We the
Jew. This
convert.
makes you feel good.
Listen,
Back
You
to the
probably don't even
listen.
know any
kitchen.
Jews.
Focus,
You probably live in the middle of
focus.
nowhere.
RT, listen. We were kind of
You
having a
guys
fruitful
literally live in the
conversation,
middle of
and then you
nowhere. You
got
probably don't
emotional.
even
So
know
I
one
need you to
Jew in your life.
hang on. I need you to reel it back because you asked about the human shield thing. I'm going to
Do you
give you
know
a good
any
answer,
Jews?
but what are you asking? Can I
Do you
finish
know
my
any Jews?
statement? Yes, I have a lot of Jewish friends.
Oh,
Anyways, let's continue on. And I love Jews actually. I have no problem
oh,
with
okay,
Jews.
okay.
Yeah,
But
but you're
you
doing the whole
favor their
victim
right
I
of
mean,
thing.
return.
RT,
Do you have any
wait,
Jews?
1 second. RT, I don't know why you keep bringing up the Jew question. We were defending a Jew earlier. We were trying to say he's not a Zionist. We were trying to make a differentiation. Let's not go down that road. Riyadh has no issue with Jews. We don't have any issue with Jews. We have make a differentiation between Judaism and Zionism. Just
Well,
deal
all
with the
Jews have
issue.
the right of
Just
return.
RT, let's speak about the political question and the political argument. You don't need to weaponize to try and get people cancelled. It's a very simple. We make a differentiation between Judaism and Zionism. There's no issue with that. But yes, I do disagree with, and Riyadh can answer him for himself, but I'm sure he may have the same opinion. We do disagree with Jewish supremacy, just like we disagree with Arab supremacy, just like we disagree with white supremacy. If you look at many of my posts, if you look at many of my spaces, I talk a lot about the Gulf states and how they act in a supremacist attitude. So this isn't specific. You're just playing victim and trying to get people, trying to basically claim things about Riyadh when they don't exist. Go ahead, Riyadh.
And Soliman, there's another problem too. Is RT has come up here. I'm like, I'm American. I'm American. I'm American. When your Facebook profile doesn't have an American flag, it has an Israeli flag. So, like, if you come up here, just be honest about what you represent
And
instead
that's
of
what.
trying to
Thank
I'm
you.
pretend.
Jewish.
Thank
You know
you.
what I
And
mean?
I
that's
represent
but
Jewish
RT. Here's
Jews.
the thing.
But what's the
Okay.
Israeli flag have to do? You just said you just came up here and said, I'm not Israeli, I'm not
I'm
Israeli, I'm
not.
not Israeli.
Where's
I'm
the Israeli
American. I
Hang
flag?
on.
Show
support
it.
I was
Hang
America.
born
on.
in the United
But then you have
States.
an Israeli flag. But then you have
Okay.
an
And
Israeli flag
RT,
that you're
you're an
representing.
Yes,
American.
after
You're an
October
American.
7th, I supported the Jewish people that were slaughtered there, and
You
it was
supported it.
terrible.
It what? You were gonna say the country. Just
He's
say the
gonna say it.
country.
Oh my god.
Look,
I
RT.
support the people
This
that were
is
slaughtered
all I'm
there.
trying. Okay, I got you. We'll go back to the whole human shield school thing in a moment and how they're hiding munitions in the schools. We'll visit that because I'm not going to forget. But I just wanted to tell you something because you said
I
that I
have to
was
go to bed. personally
so
attacking you. What?
I have to go to bed soon, so I'm gonna
Okay.
have to get
Well,
off.
well, I'll make this short lived. Okay, it's not going to drag on. My whole point to you, you cannot have a political opinion without introducing some sort of personal bias. So it's not me trying to dig and find out where you live and what your religion is and what your race is, and It's just simple. Hey, if you support Israel, we can have a fruitful, good faith conversation and come to some sort of agreement. But if you keep doing this whole shadowy dodge thing where you go, well, I'm American and your tax dollars are funding the war too. Okay, that has nothing to do with anything that I brought up. What I said initially is that Israel is responsible for this war because they've dragged the United States into it. You told me I'm against Donald Trump getting into this war. So, by that definition and by that logic, you should also be against the fact that Israel exacerbated an issue that caused this war. To go on to the Gaza issue, when you use the argument of Hamas using kids as human shields, I mean, maybe in very off chance instances, bunkers or underground city tunnel systems were near civilian infrastructure. But how does that justify carpet bombing an entire strip, top to bottom, north to south,
Can I ask you a
killing hundreds
question?
of. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah.
Anyways, what Israel did was they carpet bombed Gaza for 20. They're still
No,
kind of doing it, but
we
for
know
20.
what they did.
No, you clearly don't because you're
Yes,
doing the
I
whole human
do. I
shield
know
thing.
what
So
they
I
did.
actually have to elucidate the larger picture for you because you're going to come back
Could
and
you
say, but
support a
Hamas,
country
but
but not
Hamas,
support a
but
government?
Hamas. It doesn't matter.
Can you
When they
support a
set up
country but
food
not
aid
support
sites,
its
they were shooting
actions?
Palestinians in the back of their
Can
head,
you
and U.S.
support a
military
country but
officials
not support
came
its
back to the
actions?
United States on podcasts and said they saw it happen with their own two eyes.
Can
Kids
you
running to
support a
get
country
flour
but
and
not
rice
support its
were
government?
being killed.
Can
I'm
you
sorry,
support a
what?
country but not support its government? Could you say I
No,
support Iran but I
no,
don't like
no. They're
the
synonymous.
regime?
No, they're synonymous.
Okay, so you're
You
saying if
cannot support a country
I like the
if
United
if
States,
I
I'm
don't like.
American, I have to support Donald Trump?
No, that's not.
That's what
Is
you're
the whole
saying. You're
government Donald
saying
Trump?
that
Is
now
the whole
because I'm
government Donald
American and I
Trump?
support America,
Is
now I
the
have
whole
to support
government
Donald
Donald
Trump
Trump?
and his government.
Is the whole government Donald Trump? RT, yes or no?
I just said
Thank you,
Donald Trump
dumbass. The
and his
government is
government.
comprised
I
of three
just said Donald
branches.
Trump and
He
his
represents one
government.
branch. He's the public facing
I
branch. He's the
said
president.
Donald Trump.
He does not make up for the entire
You
US
could support a
population and its
country. You
government
could say
as a
I
whole.
love this
You
country, but I
said,
hate the
I don't
government.
like Bibi
Can we
Netanyahu.
agree to
That's
that?
fine. But do you support the war that's happening in the Middle East? You cannot
I
answer
said
that
I
question. That's
support
how we even
peace.
started this
If I
argument.
support peace, would that be
I don't give a
supporting
fuck
war?
about. Yeah, everybody wants peace. Answer the question.
Hey,
Do you support Israel? Yes or
uh,
no?
I don't
RT,
support the government. I
even
support the
by
He
your
already said
country.
it.
Do you
even
support? No, no, no.
RT,
I
You,
don't
if
even
you
support
by
the
support,
government.
even
Just
by
like I
your
don't
own
support Donald
RT,
Trump, but
even
I
by
love
your own
America. If there
even
was
by your own
another
standard
government
RT
in
that you
charge,
support the people,
yes, I would like that.
64%,
You can I
64% of
ask you a question? Can you
Israelis in
support a
polls,
country but not
64%.
support its government?
all
I'm
right.
gonna
There's
mute
like
you in
I
a
I
just
think
second.
that you
he's
Hold
could.
on a
Joe's
second.
trying to tell you.
64%, even by her own standards, 64% of Israelis said that they would support the war even if it was a genocide. Okay, so when you say, "Oh, I don't support the country, I don't support the government, I support the people." Well, 64% of them said they would support even if they knew it was a genocide. That's by an Israeli poll. So
When
you
do
still
we
support the
believe
people?
Israel?
Are you
Why
Israel?
are we believing them?
But you do. You have their flag up on your
Why are
thing.
you believing them? Why are you believing this made up stuff?
They made a poll. So Israel
Why do you
lies.
believe that?
So Israel. So why do you believe?
Why
Why
would
do
you
you
believe
believe?
anything that comes out of Israel?
Because Israel is
Okay.
a
So
democracy, and
everything
they,
that comes out
because
of Israel
Israel
you
is
believe?
No. RT.
democracy, and
Jonah,
you
you
can
can't
get
pick
rid of
and
your
choose.
government if
Everything
you
you believe
choose to.
that comes out of Israel?
RT. Why do
Is
you
that what you're
believe then
telling
that?
me?
Why do
Everything
you
that Israel
believe?
says
Hold
you
on.
believe?
Why do you believe that there's human shields then in hospitals and schools?
Well, I think Amnesty International, which is not
They have
connected to
never
Israel,
said that,
has
not
claimed
once, and I
that.
guarantee.
Right?
I'll put
Remember when
any
they were using it against Fatah?
RT. I do
Remember
work
when they were
for
using it
I
against
do
the civil war with
RT.
Fatah? You
RT.
remember that?
I do work for Amnesty. They have never ever
Okay, so
said
go read your
that they
own
have weapons
reports.
cache.
Oh
They
my
have
God, if you
weapons
work for
caches
Amnesty
in
International, go
schools.
read your
Amnesty
own reports.
International
Yes,
has
Read the
condemned the
reports of
genocide
suicide
over
bombers
and
of
over again.
children. Read your
Amnesty
own reports of
International has
suicide
condemned the
bombers of
genocide in
Hamas
Gaza
children.
over and
Read your
over
own
again.
reports.
They have condemned the genocide in Gaza
Read your
over
own
and over
reports of Hamas
again.
suicide
I
children.
can read Amnesty International's public relations releases, and they have condemned the genocide in Gaza over and over
That's
and
totally
over again.
fine. I can agree to that. They've
Then
also
quit
said
quoting
that there's
Amnesty
been
International as a justification
accusation for
read
genocide.
their reports on Hamas using children as suicide bombers.
You want to
Shut
read
the
the
Go
fuck
report?
up,
for it.
you piece of fucking shit. Have
You,
some fucking shame. Go to bed, bitch. Go fuck yourself. How about that? Yeah,
Suleiman,
I'm
can
not
you
being nice
bring
anymore.
Myron, please?
Go fuck yourself.
Okay, that sounds really
All right,
great.
guys. Just one thing is,
Just beat up a woman.
no,
Great.
no.
A
Listen,
Jewish
listen.
woman. I
Yes,
hear
yes,
you.
that's what we're doing.
Got it.
Yeah, that's what we're
Got it.
doing. Fuck
One
off.
Beat
second,
up
one second, one
yell at
second.
a woman
Listen,
because you
wait,
can't
wait, wait. Chill, 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 guys. Listen, let's keep
because
the
you can't
language.
handle it. Just
Let's
beat
keep
up
the
a
language up to standards because we want to keep the stream going. But just on this, listen, RT. The issue isn't about you being a woman. The issue is about you being
somebody
a
speaking like
supremacist.
that is totally you should kick them off the stage. It's terrible.
You're
The
tone
issue
Yeah, it was
policing
is,
like
promised
a
to be a
wait, if I
chick.
was
6
It's
gonna
million
not
kick
respect.
Jewish.
anyone, listen, if I was to kick anyone off the stage, I would kick off a person who believes in supremacy rather than a person who swears. Swearing, okay, is bad language. We can improve our language here and there. We can understand it contextually when somebody supports supremacy or someone supports or minimizes the suffering of the Palestinian people. When we've seen in real time a genocide in our lifetime, and then you're like, they're using human shields. You know what's using human shields? Your country is using human shields. Why is it your Mossad headquarters, your Ministry of Defense is right in the civilian population? Why is it you have key military assets in civilian populations? You guys are using human shields, and therefore, what really,
I live
according
in
to
the
your
United
position,
States.
one
Why are you
second, according to your position, Iran should actually be targeting
I
all of
am
those
not
populations
Israeli. I am
directly, but they're not
American.
doing it.
I am American. Can
Zionist.
You've
we
got the
You're
right to
not.
make
return.
that clear?
Wait, don't
I'm
keep saying you're American. You've got the Israeli flag. Joe, where was the Israeli flag anyway? I didn't even see it.
it's on her Facebook profile.
Oh, is it a bit? So you got the You tell us you're an American. You've got the Israeli flag. You help Jews use Jewish supremacy to get the right to return to go back to Israel, and then you're telling me you're an American, bruv. You just got exposed.
RT is immunized against all.
So, yeah, swearing is nowhere near the level of your supremacist attitude. The fact that you've seen civilians suffer and you've minimized it, the fact that you laughed about your Jewish supremacy. There is a hierarchy of beliefs and thoughts, and your beliefs and thoughts about your supremacist attitude
I
is
don't have those
horrifying,
thoughts. You're
horrific.
making that up because you're just sad about yourself.
Are
No,
you a
I don't.
Zionist? Yes
I'm
or
not sad
no?
about myself.
Are
I'm
you a
sad
You're
about.
at
Zionist?
Wait,
Yes
you're
or
I'm
at
not
peace
no?
sad about
already.
myself. I'm very
This
happy
is
with
your own
myself.
sad
I'm
self.
sad. I'm sad about you. The fact that you can believe that these things are okay, and you think that you're a member of society and you can have these kind of beliefs is horrifying. It is disgusting.
You
How
are
can you
horrifying.
even
I
live with
don't believe
yourself?
any of that. That's not true. I don't believe that. I don't believe I have supremacy. I don't believe in the war in Gaza. I don't believe in any of
Myron,
that.
Genocide in
please
Gaza.
come
I
up.
so much don't believe in
Myron.
it that I went to Israel and volunteered with Palestinian children.
And you helped
Yes.
Jews
It
go
was
back to Israel on the
Palestinian
right to
children in the middle
return.
of a war.
You helped
Okay?
Myron,
Yes.
That
speak.
is
Jews go back to Israel on the right to return, and you've not
that is how much
answered.
I don't
You
believe.
didn't answer Riyadh's questions
Every Jew
specifically
has
and
the right to
directly.
return.
You didn't answer Riyadh's questions specifically and directly about the genocide in Gaza. Okay, what's your thought on the fact? Let me ask you a question, and let's see if you can answer my question just like I did. What do you think about the fact that the majority of Jewish Israelis, the overwhelming majority of Jewish Israelis, support the genocide in Gaza with I believe it's the majority said that Israel is not doing enough. What's your thought on those Israeli Jews? This isn't a personal question about you, it's a political question about a third party.
Okay, I'm going to answer your question, but first I want to say
No,
something.
I want you to answer the question. You
Okay,
always
then can I
deflect.
say something?
If you can
Can
answer the
can I
question,
answer
then you
your
can.
question then I'll
No, no,
say
no.
something?
You can answer the question and then you can say something, because what you've got a habit of is deflecting, changing the topic, and changing the tactics. It's kind of like a technique you guys do all the time on these spaces. So if you can answer the question, then of course you can add anything you want on top of that. I am a
Okay, thank you.
philanthropist,
So,
but answer the question
I
first.
can't speak for other people. Personally, I don't support the war. I
No,
don't
you
support the way
again. You
Israel has
misunderstood.
handled the war.
You're misunderstanding the question. You need to try and listen. I'm not asking about your opinion on the war. I'm asking your opinion on people who are Jewish Israelis who support the genocide in Gaza. I believe the figure was like 80% or something. I can't remember the exact number. And the majority of them saying that Israel isn't doing enough. I'm asking your opinion on them. Then you can tell me your own opinion if you want as an addition.
Well, I don't know who these people are. I haven't heard any of this, but
It's a
if I
poll.
heard it, I would probably fight against them and say I don't
So you
agree with
disagree
that.
with it? Do you disavow it?
I don't agree. If I
Okay.
don't agree with the war, I would not agree with that stance.
So you disagree with the
That would be
genocide in
common
Gaza?
sense. If
You
I don't
disagree?
agree with the war and I
You
don't agree with how it was handled, and somebody says, well, it should have been handled worse, then logically I wouldn't agree with that. Logically. And I
cool?
The
get into
bar is
fights with
so low.
many
Is it a
many
genocide or
people
not? Is it a
think,
genocide
well,
or
let's
not?
I just don't agree with that. I don't agree with the way it was handled. I think
That's
they
good,
should
but
have
was it a
tried much
genocide
more
or not?
diplomacy. I think there were a lot of different ways they could have handled this war, got the hostages back. I don't agree with how it was handled.
Well, they didn't want the hostages back, RT.
Okay, I don't
Hamas
know what they
offered.
want.
Wait 1 second, RT, just to educate you because you may not know this because there's a lot of you don't know based on this space. Hamas offered to give all of the hostages back on October the 10th. Israel refused because they wanted to commit the genocide in Gaza, so they weren't bothered about the hostages. And this is according
Okay,
to
that's a
Israeli
lie.
media.
That's a lie,
This is
period.
this is a
I
context
have a
Times of
friend that was a
Israel.
What?
hostage. I have a
Wait. Well, you should feel bad for your friend because Times of Israel. I've posted this. I've done videos. I did a stream with Myron Gaines on this. 5.5 hour demonstrating the evidence. Go and type in every single person. You can either type it in my page or you could type it on Google and type in Times of Israel, which is a newspaper outlet from Israel. So we're not using Palestinian sources, we're not using Middle Eastern sources, we're using Israeli sources. Times of Israel, Hamas offered on October the 10th, October the 9th or October the 10th, it says 9th or 10th, all of the hostages to be returned as long as Israel does not basically conduct a genocide in Gaza. They don't go and attack
okay.
Gaza.
I don't know that, but I will do some
But
research
why
on
did you
it.
say I'm
And if
lying? If
that's
you
the
one
case,
second,
then
RT, you first said I'm lying. Now you said you do research. I would have preferred you
I've
to say,
never
look,
heard
I'm
that one.
not. I would have preferred you to say, look, Suleiman, I've not seen that. I will go back and check. That's not something I've heard before. I would have said, you know what, this person is a intellectually honest person. But instead, you said he's lying. But now you said that, so that's fine. It's fine. But just type it in Google, you'll see what I'm saying is
Okay,
true.
can I,
And the thing is,
Solomon?
you know, with my audience, RT, the problem is they actually know all this because they've been through this in 3 years. I provided the evidence. So you know when you're saying that, you just come across as a fraud and a liar. Remember, you listen to my
Yeah. Okay.
audience, an
Can I ask you a
educated audience
question?
who's
Can
seen
I
the
ask you a
evidence
question?
directly.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course you can.
Okay. If you feel all Jews have this supremacy to go
Not
back
all
to Israel
Jews.
and
So
make
many great Jews don't.
Aliyah, which is
Okay.
what it's called,
Yeah.
then you must hate all Jews, correct?
False.
Okay. Number two, do you support putting bombs on children and blowing up civilians?
I don't support Israel doing that. No.
Do you support Hamas doing that?
Hamas don't do that.
Okay.
Okay. And in
Then you're
terms
an
of your
idiot.
first
Now
question,
you've proven you're.
when you said, do you support, what do you call it again? Do you hate all Jews? No, I don't hate all Jews. There's so many great Jews who have spoke up against this genocide in Gaza. Some of them I disagree with myself, like, but for example, some of them I do agree with. Max Blumenthal is an example of a Jew who spoke out against the genocide in Gaza. Gabon Mate is another. Normal Finkelstein is another. And I can go on. The list goes on and on and on. Dave Smith is another. There's so many, and I might disagree with some of the specific political opinions in the nuance, but overarchingly, these are and not just. When I'm naming these Jews, I can give many more of my own friends, but these are famous ones, and they've actually been probably some of the biggest, more like basically the most famous and the ones who've been pushing against this more than anyone else. Max Blumenthal, as an example, has done along with myself. I would say we were some of the basically pioneers of exposing the lies of October the 7th.
Glenn
And Max
Greenwald
Blumenthal,
too.
sorry?
Glenn Greenwald as
And
well.
Glenn Greenwald, another brilliant. Oh, I love Glenn, and he's almost right. And I'm politically, I think I agree with him on most issues. But in terms of Max Blumenthal, he was one of the biggest people who was debunking the lies about October the 7th with me. We didn't do it together, but in the sense of he was a big one, I was a big one. Such great work. I implore you not to paint all Jews in the same picture. Check out the works of Max Blumenthal, and a lot of the lies that they've told you about October 7th, you learn about. And if you're saying one of your friends was hostage, you'll find out that your friend got screwed over by the Israeli government. And unfortunately, she could have been released a lot earlier.
Okay.
And if you had
Can
other
I have the
friends on
floor for
October the
one
7th, you're going
second?
to probably learn that actually the Israeli government killed a lot of your other friends. This is why you should need to read the work of the Jewish man, Max Blumenthal, and the Muslim man, Suleiman Ahmed, who has been exposing a lot of the lies about October the 7th. But do continue.
Okay. Can I have the floor for a second?
Of course you can.
Okay, thank you so much. So Jonah works for Amnesty International.
His name's Joa.
Joa. Joa
Yeah, I
works
know
for Amnesty.
it's just I know
Joa.
it's hard to
Joa
read.
works for Amnesty International.
I've done work for them in the
Okay, so
past.
you've done work just like I've done. I used to work at the Wall Street Journal. So you done work for Amnesty International. Amnesty International has posted numerous reports on child suicide bombings from Palestinian terrorist organizations. So Suleiman, for you to say that that is not true, yet your co-host works for an organization that has written extensively on this. Can you explain that to me?
Of course. What a great question. But am I allowed to speak without you interrupting? Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm going to mute myself.
Awesome. Oh wow. It's like I'm being given blessings. Okay, so you may not know this, but
Jewish blessings.
yes, if you want to call it a Jewish blessing, no problem. I don't mind no blessings from Jewish people. As long as the Jews believe in humanity, as do the Christians, as do the Muslims, no problem. Just the problem with you is you're a Zionist, so it's a bit disgusting. But anyway, coming back to it, in terms of the specific question that you asked, well, you may or may not know this, but in my space, and you're right, I am the host. Joe is the co-host, Beatrix the co-host. I've got a speaker panel. Part of what we do is we have a large number of people who have a variety of opinions. I don't actually agree with Joa on many issues, and then on some issues, I agree with him. This is how this space works. Doc and me were arguing just 2 hours ago about something, and we were getting a bit heated. Riyadh and me disagree on a variety of issues. Inevitable, bro, this might be the CCP. I don't know. But anyway, jokes aside, I don't agree with him on a number of issues. Me and Andrew has a different opinion on what's happening in this war. I have a slightly different opinion on what I think is going to happen in the war. Everyone in this space actually has nuanced different opinions, and actually I encourage that because we're able to find out the strengths and weaknesses of our argument. So having Joe as a co-host who disagrees with me and has disagreed with me on a number of issues over the last, I don't know, like 4 years on a variety of things is actually, I find it to be normal. I find it to be intellectually stimulating. Now, in terms of specifically, maybe you want me to answer about the Amnesty International report. So my view on these organizations are that as any organization, you need to look at the veracity of their claims, the source of their claims, and the strength and where these claims came from, and then ascertain if they're accurate. So it doesn't mean that Amnesty International is right about everything, and it doesn't mean Amnesty International is wrong about everything. So let me give you an example. For example, the United Nations. So not the United Nations, the Preeta Pratten, when she did the inquiry about October the 7th, right, she came up with the judgment or the decision that, guess what, there was mass, and I can't say the word, but mass abuse on October the 7th, right? She came up with that conclusion. So I read the report and I said, wait, I've read this report that she's concluded on, and I agree with her methodology in terms of the information that she's collated, but I don't agree with her conclusion because her conclusion is different to her methodological approach in terms of what she ascertained. And so, as an intellectual or as someone who likes to read and analyze information, I said, look, that organization, I agree with some things they say, but never mind that. On this specific report, I agree with the information she's gathered, but her conclusion is making a leap from her evidence. Now you'll be like, wait, but why are you taking the evidence of a person, but they're not agreeing with the conclusion? That's called intellectual rigor. So for example, her evidence, what she found on October the 7th was, she said, guess what? I went. None of the witnesses were asked. I didn't speak to any of the witnesses. Israel didn't give me any of the visual evidence. They didn't give me any of the footage. In terms of the bodies, there was no physical evidence of abuse. The only evidence that IA was able to ascertain was that the positions of the bodies, and she said, but the positions of the bodies, they were actually moved by the
Getting a little
first responders in
tangenty.
Israel. You interrupted me again. See what I mean?
And you're going on a bit of a tangent here.
Oh no, I'm explaining to you
I'm just
how
asking
because
about
you
the
mentioned
child
about
suicide bombers.
I think you don't want me to.
No,
I
I'm
don't
just
think
saying,
you
like,
want.
let me
I
ask you,
don't.
let me just,
No,
let
but
me,
let me just answer this because I think it's good for your education. Because you
Yeah,
should
I'd
care
like to
because you said
answer
that
too,
one of your
since I was
friends.
mentioned also.
Sorry.
I'd like to answer the other question when you're done, just because She
Yeah,
mentioned
yeah,
me.
yeah, yeah. Because, but you should want to hear this, right? Because allegedly one of your friends was a hostage. Like if one of my friends was a hostage, I would want to know every single thing about what happened on that day. Because it's my friend, I have a lot of love. The fact that you're not even bothered, the fact that you're trying to sidestep it, this is concerning. So it questions whether you have any humanity, or questions whether you really have a friend, or any of these things. But I'll let the audience decide that. But in terms of what I was saying was, in terms of that. So, and then they said that the actual first responders came and they actually moved the bodies. So, based on that, she actually said, and this is the totality of the evidence. And I was like, wait, what you've collated is literally demonstrating that no abuse occurred. So, that's an example of how you can use a study, even within the context of a specific study, and say, oh, okay, I agree with the gathering of the information, but the conclusion is incorrect. So I hope that answered your question. Joe, I think you might want to answer about Amnesty International because your
Yeah, if I
credibility has been questioned, I think, from that
yeah,
question.
if I could answer. Look, in the early 2000s, there were child suicide bombers. Typically, from 2000 2004, around there. There was about 10 to 12 of them. They went to checkpoints. They blew themselves up. All of them have lost their parents because they were killed. Amnesty International condemned them because they said that the Hamas was promoting martyrdom, which I honestly don't think is any different than any military in the world who says you have to, go out and die for your country. There's no difference there, except here they actually lost their parents. Their parents were killed, so you can imagine the hate they must have for the people who killed them. So they went to checkpoints to kill the military. The difference is when you look at the Hilltop Gang or the Judean Underground, which are both two groups of underage children who have killed dozens of Palestinian civilians. You don't mention that, right? Who go out and have been called terrorist groups, but yet they were supported by the IDF. You don't go after
Is that
them.
the groups in
Who
the West
target?
Bank? Because
Who
I did
target?
condemn that. I might have
Yes.
missed all that.
Oh, okay. Well,
I
they
did
go out and
condemn it.
kill
I
civilians.
hate
They
what's going
don't.
on in
They
the
don't
West Bank.
target.
It's what
Okay,
we call in Judaism
but
a Hila
RT.
Hashem. It's a bad look for Jews, and I
Okay.
think it's terrible. I don't
Okay.
support
So
it.
you, but okay, good.
And
So you
neither
did
does the
condemn
IDF. The IDF is
these
actually
two
going after
groups.
them. The police go after them now.
Yeah. Now they went
Yep,
after the Hilltop Gang,
it's
but they still
terrible.
support.
I'm with
But they
you.
still. But they
I'm
still
with you.
support the Judean Underground,
I don't support it.
which are 13-year-olds. Do you
Yep, I
understand? They're
know.
13
I
year
know what
olds.
it is.
Okay. They
It's
burnt
bad.
a baby alive.
Terrible. I
Yeah.
don't know about
I,
that, but I know
yeah.
that
They
they do
threw
bad things. They
Molotov
also attack
cocktails
the
into a
police.
baby's
They
bedroom and
attack the
burned him
Israeli
alive.
police. They burned down a police station.
Okay, so yeah, I do stick
I
with
don't
Amnesty
support them.
International, although a lot of
Just
people
like
on
I
here
don't
don't like
support
them, don't like them,
suicide
but
bombings.
Amnesty
But I do
International
want to
has
know,
called it a
Joa,
genocide over and over
you
and over,
said,
RT.
Joe, I just want to know, you did say that there were children suicide bombers, and I do want to
There
note
were 10
that
there
if
were
you
10 to
look at
12.
those reports, they went on buses and killed civilians. So, Suleiman, do you
No,
now
no,
change your
no, no.
position, and do you
No, no,
realize
the
that
one
there
on the
I'll
were
answer your
bus, the one
question.
on the
Like I
Palestinian?
said
bus.
to you,
Hold
I
on,
don't have the
Let
same
me just get to
opinion
my
as.
point real quick.
Yeah,
The
I'll
one
answer
on
you.
the bus wasn't a
Hamas
child,
claimed it.
RT.
Hamas claimed it. So, Suleiman, if Hamas says, Israel did so and so, do you believe it?
Hamas never claimed it. One second, let me answer your
Yes, they
question.
did.
No, they
Yeah,
didn't.
no, RT, they didn't.
They
Yes, they
Hamas
didn't.
did.
actually
They
said
didn't
They
claim it.
always
This is
no.
claim, if they do suicide
RT,
bombings, they
you're
they
always
don't.
confusing
claim it.
things. RT, the
Any
one on
terrorist
the
attack
bus.
that they do, they claim.
They don't claim
RT,
it. They don't claim
Absolutely.
it. This is fake news. This is fake
Will
news.
you
They didn't claim
listen,
it.
RT? They didn't claim it for they didn't claim that. They also said they didn't promote child suicide bombers. They said they'd never done that. They do promote martyrdom. They did take
Just
responsibility for that.
confirm.
And they will take any child, especially if they're an orphan, that wants revenge for people killing their
I don't think a
parents.
child
They did
knows
say
about
that.
revenge. You should
Yeah, I
never
don't. I don't
take
agree with
that
Joe's
child and do
position on
that.
this. Me and
I'm
Joe.
just telling you what Amnesty
Yeah,
has
yeah.
said.
Me and Joe have different opinions on this. I don't
It's
agree
not
with
an
Joe's.
opinion, Suleiman. There's
Yeah,
difference
I'll
between,
explain to you
no one
what.
cares what you think. It's
On the
about the
but you're
facts.
Actually,
wrong about the
That's
everything.
the
bus,
Actually,
difference.
no one
RT.
cares what you think. People actually care what I think, but it's not about opinion. So
It's
there's certain
fact. It
actions. One second.
happened.
1 second. There's certain actions that
But you're
occur.
wrong about the bus. The bus was not a child, RT.
Okay. Listen, there are specific incidences where individual Palestinians, largely speaking from the West Bank, and Hamas isn't in the West Bank, carried out certain acts. Unfortunately, they carried out those attacks. The reason for the attacks, whatever they may be, we can discuss that. Obviously, Israel murdering their family, the parents, the family members, genociding them, abusing them, assaulting them, raping them, all these kind of things is the norm in that area. So some of those children, out of frustration, carried out a certain act, which obviously is unacceptable, I think, in Islam. But that being said, they carried out these attacks. That being said, the leap from Amnesty International is that guess what? They carried out these attacks based on several armed Palestinian militia groups or resistance groups or whatever it may be, whether it's Fatah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, PFLP, and all these kind of things. That's the leap they made because actually Hamas did not take any responsibility for that. They actually are against child abuse and child suicide. So this is where it's not about opinion, it's about factual statements. It's your lack of understanding and your lack of connection. But let me be clear on this. Your Israel, and I'm not talking about this current government, the flag that you represent, has committed atrocity after atrocity after atrocity. From the day it was created, when they did the King David bombing, to murdering Palestinians consistently and systematically, abusing women, abusing and killing children, sniping children. This is what your state did. You guys have been partaking in state sanctioned murder from the day you were incepted to the day now. So when you try and come out with one random act a Palestinian child may have committed, yes, it's wrong because I don't agree with
It's
it.
not
But I
one.
can't put myself in the kind of, I can't put myself there because
It
I don't know
happens
how
all
I
over.
would act
It happened in
when
Pakistan.
I don't know how I would act if RT, one of your people, your right to return people, came to my house, murdered my mother, murdered my father, murdered my children, murdered my sister, abused her, abused my father and mother, abused my daughter. I don't know how I would act. And if I was a child and someone saw my mum being abused and I was 14, 15 years old, assaulted, and maybe my baby child, baby sibling being murdered and assassinated, I don't know how I would act. I can easily impart my Western morality, which I've got, and say, look, I wouldn't do this kind of stuff. But actually, when you're in that situation where your people have done all those things, then I don't know what a person would do in that situation. So I can't put myself in the mind of this 15-year-old who may have partaken in this act. What the real problem is, your people whose flag you
Let's
represent
talk about your
committing
people
these
and what they're doing in
actions in a
Sudan.
horrific,
Let's talk
horrendous
about
manner.
your
That's
people
what
in
you should be
Sudan.
talking about. That's
Let's
what you
talk
should be
about your
speaking
people
about,
and
and
what
that's
they
what you
did
should
in
be.
Syria.
That's what you should be against.
Your
Instead, you go
people.
on Facebook
Why are
and you
your
represent
people
that flag.
doing what they're
You
doing in
are a
Sudan?
disgusting human being.
Your people in Sudan. What's
Sorry.
happening there?
Oh,
Why are
very good
your
question,
people
Artie.
doing that
What do you think?
to Christians?
So again, it shows your lack of education. Sudan doesn't have Christians. Sudan is a Muslim population. But you're right, though. You may
Why are
not know this
your
You're
about me,
people
thinking of
doing
Artie.
you're
that? Look
thinking
at
of
what's happening
Nigeria, you
there.
But
idiot.
Artie, you may not be. She's so ignorant. She doesn't even know about Sudan. She's confused between Sudan and South Sudan. But let me educate you. You may or may not know this as well, Artie. But I am one of the few people who's done many, many spaces on the atrocities that have been committed on Sudan to the point, Artie, where the United Arab Emirates, which is a Muslim Zionist country, which is in bed with Israel, but that's a separate point. I have called them out to such an extent that because I call out Israel and the United Arab Emirates, I am banned from that country. The UAE banned me. In your country, they put my name on a missile. I call all of them out. This is what you don't understand. I'm not a supremacist like you. I call Muslims out as well. And I called out the genocide that they committed in Sudan. And I've done
I
it
think we have more
consistently.
in common than you think,
We
because I
don't have
call
nothing
out
in
a
common.
lot
You
of
believe
things
in
that
supremacy.
happened in
I don't.
Israel. So I
We
think
have
we have a
nothing
lot
in
more
common,
common
blood.
than you think, but you
We
just
have nothing in
label me because
common.
I'm Jewish.
No,
I
because you're a
think we have a
Zionist.
lot more common than you
No, we
think.
don't, because you believe in Jewish supremacy. You believe in the right to return, which is supremacist. For example, my origins, my grandparents are from Pakistan. I disavow them on many things that they do based on any attitude where they abuse minorities. For example, I was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I was one of the biggest people who spoke up for a Christian woman who'd been jailed incorrectly, and I thought it was oppressive, and I made sure that I did everything in my power to get her out, and I think I was instrumental in doing that. So for me, race and religion doesn't matter. What matters is humanity, but we're not the same. You are a Jewish supremacist, not a Jew, because I just mentioned Max Blumenthal and various others, and Max is talking seventh work. You should check it out. But many Jews who are brilliant. Actually, Doc, this guy on the space who you were arguing with, is a Jewish man. He just didn't say it. So we've got many Jews who come on the space who we love, we have a lot of affection for, but you, I don't have anything in common with. You're a supremacist. I believe all man is equal. You believe a Jewish person is above a non-Jew, and I disagree with that. You believe in the right to return for Jews. I do not believe in that. I believe in equality of all man. Joa.
Yeah, I think I said I don't agree with any of that. And I think that
Oh, so
you're
you're against
claiming
the
mean
right to
things
return
about
because you
me,
laughed
and
about it
it's
before.
really bad
Are
because
you
you're
against the
insecure
right
about
to return
yourself.
because you laughed about
You're
it before?
insecure about yourself, and that's why you have to
I'm not
attack me
insecure, blood. I'm
personally.
so happy.
You're
What are you talking about?
insecure
I think
about
you're kind of
yourself, and you're
insecure.
attacking me
I think you
personally.
got emotional issues. Like you get triggered very easily and you start being emotional and you like people that are abusing me. I think you got some serious issues, Jati, you know? You should look into